Chapter 1: Athletes Who Should Not Be Present. Wake Forest University, established in 1834, is situated in the historic town of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Commonly referred to as Windsor, it lies in the Piedmont region of the Atlantic coast, merely a 3-hour drive from the coastline. The illustrious town of Windsor is nestled between Washington and Atlanta and once served as the global headquarters of Wachovia, the fourth largest bank in North America. During its zenith, it remains the home of the renowned Reynolds family and the Branch Banking and Trust Company, ranked among the top 40 financial groups in North America. The city's cultural activities are deeply reflective of its colonial history and the dominance of its elite. Tanglewood Park, boasting championship-level professional golf courses and recreational facilities, is located not far from the university. The primary industries in Windsor now encompass banking, technology, tourism, healthcare, tobacco, and transportation. Nearby, the Research Triangle Park, a collaborative effort among various academic institutions, has gained international acclaim as a prominent center for academic research on the East Coast of the United States. The Wake Forest Demon Deacons, the university's basketball team, competes in the NCAA Atlantic Coast Conference. However, Wake Forest has yet to secure an NCAA national championship, with its finest achievement being a trip to the Final Four in 1962. On a day in June 1995, due to some indescribable factor, 2 young individuals from China, who should not have been there, joined the Demon Deacons, altering the course of history. Inside the training facility of the Demon Deacons, 2 players of similar height were engaged in an unknown match, while Coach Dave Odom and a Chinese player observed from the sidelines, with Coach Odom feeling as if he had been struck by a pie falling from the sky. Among the players on the court, one was Tim Duncan, an indispensable asset to the Demon Deacons and ranked as the #1 center in the NCAA basketball championship standings. A junior at Wake Forest, Duncan had dominated the NCAA's interior play over the past 3 years, being hailed as the unequivocal first choice for the draft. Tim Duncan. Position: center. Height: 213 centimeters. Wingspan: 227 centimeters. Vertical leap: 76 centimeters. Physicality: 82. Finishing: 87. Defense: 89. Assists: 89. Talent: 88. Potential: 99. Evaluation: an almost flawless interior player. Another player, the young talent Wang Zhiji from Huaxia, along with Gao Liming, who stands beside Coach Dave Odom, are both newly arrived recruits. Upon their arrival, they proceeded directly to the training facility of the Devils Butler team, where they expressed their desire to join. During the 199-495 season, Wake Forest, led by Tim Duncan, advanced to the Sweet 16 of the NCAA tournament, only to be defeated by the Oklahoma State Cowboys. As the game concluded, Coach Odom witnessed Tim Duncan's evident frustration, and he too felt a profound sense of sorrow. He understood that Duncan had done everything within his power, but due to a lack of robust teammates and relentless double-teaming, they ultimately succumbed to defeat. After the game, Coach Dave Odom began a relentless search for players who could partner with Duncan. When the 2 Huaxia players approached the gym to recommend themselves, Odom had just experienced a rejection from a 5-star high school prospect. Thus, he decided to give these 2 young men a chance, conducting a physical assessment out of compassion, rather than high expectations. Upon completion of the evaluations, Coach Odom felt as though he had unearthed a treasure. Both Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji boasted physical metrics that positioned them among the elite of collegiate athletes in the nation. Following the physical assessments, the team engaged in their customary unknown matchups, a moment for players to showcase their individual prowess. Coach Odom paired the team starting small forward, Ricky Plyler, with Gao Liming for a duel in an astonishing display. Gao Liming triumphed with a score of 110, executing a series of moves including drives, sudden stops, post-ups, and long-range shots. In a brief span, he exhibited his comprehensive skill set, leaving Plyler with no opportunity to retaliate. When it was Wang Zhiji's turn, he expressed a desire to challenge Duncan, eager to gauge the prowess of the nation's top-ranked center. Coach Odom was equally curious to witness the true capabilities of this player from a distant and enigmatic land. As the unknown commenced, Wang Zhiji endeavored to demonstrate to Coach Odom a contrasting style of play compared to Tim Duncan. On the first attempt, Wang Zhiji, positioned beyond the 3-point line, received the ball with Duncan defending at the free throw line. Without hesitation, he executed a clean 3-point shot, the ball swishing through the net. Duncan, observing the ball fall to the ground, maintained a stoic demeanor as he retrieved it and prepared for the next play. For the second attempt, they held their positions, and Wang Zhiji again launched a 3-pointer, which found its mark. Once more, he urged. Duncan remained at the free throw line, resuming play on the third attempt. Wang Zhiji again succeeded with a 3-point shot. Having made 3 consecutive baskets, Tim Duncan realized that Wang Zhiji was not merely fortunate, he possessed genuine 3-point shooting ability. On the fourth attempt, Duncan intensified his defense, positioning himself closer and maintaining a step's distance from Wang Zhuaizhai. As Wang Zhiji received the ball, he suddenly drove hard to the right, with Duncan sliding to keep pace. In a swift move, Wang Zhiji pulled back and stepped back for another three, the ball once again finding the net. In the fifth play, after 4 consecutive shots, Duncan recognized his oversight. Following his serve, he swiftly approached Wang Zhiji, adopting a defensive stance to preclude any further sneak attacks. Wang Zhiji, with the ball, lowered his shoulder and took a probing step, deftly breaking through and effortlessly maneuvering past Duncan to score with a dunk in the paint. Despite the opponent's 5 consecutive points, Tim Duncan remained unperturbed, even smiling as he retrieved the ball for the next serve. In the sixth play, Wang Zhiji perceived a notable shift in Duncan's defensive intensity and speed, realizing that he could no longer evade him with ease. Ultimately, he positioned himself with his back to the basket, employing a series of deceptive footwork and pivot moves, culminating in a bank shot that found its mark. Although the basket was made, Wang Zhiji sensed that the opponent's defense had fully adjusted, considering it merely a stroke of luck. He could not guarantee a similar outcome if the opportunity arose again. In the seventh play, Wang Zhiji attempted another back-to-the-basket move, but was thwarted by Duncan's interference, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim, which Duncan seized. For the rebound, the game transitioned from offense to defense. Duncan executed a powerful back-to-the-basket attack, repeatedly colliding with his opponent, eventually performing a pivot and scoring with a bank shot. Continuing with 5 consecutive plays, Duncan consistently utilized his back-to-the-basket skills, ultimately scoring each time with a well-placed bank shot. Wang Zhiji's attributes were as follows: position, center, affinity, 98, height, 213 centimeters, wingspan, 224 centimeters, vertical leap, 80 centimeters, constitution, 77, finishing, 83, defense, 72, support, 85. His talents included skyward falcon 4, ball sense 3, gentle touch 3, robustness 2 with specialties in 3-point artillery 6, illusory footwork 7, swift breakthrough 6, and agile assistance 6. His overall ability was rated at 78, with a potential of 87. The assessment noted him as a rapidly agile player with formidable shooting prowess. On the sidelines, Gao Liming, accompanied by coach Dave Odom, accessed the system to scrutinize Tim Duncan's statistics. Top-tier talent, indeed. It's no wonder he remained so stable even after significant injuries in the future. To possess the capability of an NBA starter as a junior is remarkable. Tim Duncan is truly exceptional. This visit has not been in vain. Wang Zhiji's talent is promising. I wonder what the result of such talent accumulation will be. Replicating Tim Duncan's prowess had been Gao Liming's ambition for years, and bringing Wang Zhiji to Wake Forest was a primary objective now. Only the task of enhancing Duncan's affinity remained. Coach, I was not exaggerating. My cousin's talent is genuinely impressive. Indeed, I can see that Wang Zhiji's potential is on par with Tim's. With both of you on the team, we have a bright future ahead this year. A 213 centimeters tall player who can shoot three-pointers and maneuver like a small forward at the three-point line, possessing solid ball handling skills, can offensively match Duncan. While his defensive abilities may still be slightly lacking compared to Duncan, his defensive habits and awareness are commendable. Such a player would be an extraordinary presence in the NCAA arena. Beside him stood the prodigious Gao Liming, a true genius endowed with explosive physical prowess, adept ball handling skills, precise shooting abilities, incisive penetration, and mature defensive capabilities that he epitomized the perfect shooting guard, seamlessly integrating offense and defense. Dave Odom confidently asserted that this year, no shooting guard could rival Gao Liming's excellence. Position, forward guard. Height, 198 centimeters. Wingspan, 215 centimeters. Vertical leap, 99 centimeters. Physicality, 75. Finishing, 83. Defense, 80. Assists, 88. Talent, ferocious beast 5. Supreme court vision 5. Scorching touch 4. Specialties, fiery shooting 6. Tiger back down 5. Frenzied breakthrough 6. Deathly entanglement 6. Ability, 82. Potential, 99. Evaluation, the quintessential template of a shooting guard, epitomizing the talents of Chinese players. The unknown duel between Wang Zhiji and Tim Duncan concluded with a score of 11-9 in favor of Duncan, who, as the top-ranked NCAA center, was among the rare elite players. Entering the NBA at peak condition. After the team activities, Gao Liming returned to his solitary dormitory, reclining on his bed, reflecting on the arduous journey of the past few years, as years of planning were finally poised to bear fruit. Chapter 2. The Glitch of the Transmigrator. Gao Liming was a stereotypical transmigrator before his journey. He served as a video editor for a CBA team, laboring daily to compile various footage for the team. Upon returning home, he would also edit NBA clips for his video channel. On the day of his transmigration, Gao Liming was in his office, utilizing a recorder to edit player footage, when a spherical bolt of lightning suddenly manifested in the room. The office equipment erupted into a cacophony of electric sparks and flashes. Upon awakening, Gao Liming found himself transmigrated to a parallel world, one with a historical backdrop and developmental trajectory remarkably akin to the one he had known. However, there were notable differences. For instance, his family resided in a courtyard house in Beijing, suggesting a degree of wealth and influence. Li Yanwei, one of the future directors of the Basketball Administration Center, was his uncle, currently serving as an official in the State Sports Administration. Wind-chasing youth Wang Zhiji was his cousin, a fact that diverged from his previous life. Moreover, an even more significant aspect was that the office recorder had transmigrated with him, serving as a vital system for his new life as a transmigrator. Yet his system was not particularly advanced. In fact, it was rather rudimentary, lacking intelligence. That IT featured no missions, no rewards, and no premium shop, functioning merely as a recorder with a few capabilities: scanning, replicating, editing, viewing, and logging out. Scanning. His eyes could emit scanning waves to acquire detailed data on players. Replicating. Consuming 100 energy points to replicate the growth records of players with a familiarity exceeding 60, forming a life disk. Each individual could only be replicated once. Editing. The process involves cutting and pasting functionalities, consuming a certain number of energy points. One can extract another's talents or specialized skills from a life disk, but each life disk may only be cut once. The extracted talents and skills can be pasted for use by anyone, yet the player who receives the paste cannot replicate the life disk's original skills and talents to avoid redundancy. Similar types of talents or skills can be combined through pasting to evolve into a new talent. The energy points consumed for cutting skills correspond to those of the talents, with a stipulation that only skills below level 5 may be cut. Any further upgrades necessitate independent training by the athlete. Viewing. By expending 500 energy points, one can immerse a player's consciousness into the disk, akin to experiencing life in a dream, with a chance of acquiring suitable basketball skills which will not exceed level 3. A single life disk can be viewed multiple times by one individual. However, it is advisable to focus on one person's disk per year to prevent memory confusion, as discovered through Gao Liming's own experimentation. Cancellation. The replication of a life disk can be dismantled to yield 50 energy points, or one may cancel the skills or talents pasted to others, receiving half the energy points. In return, the recording device, once utilized for editing basketball players' footage, now serves solely to replicate the life experiences of basketball athletes, rendering talents and skills exclusively related to basketball. Energy points are accumulated by Gao Liming through daily training, garnering 15 energy points for each hour of practice. Participation in a match allows for the acquisition of 10 energy points, contingent upon the duration of play and the difficulty of the match to avoid bugs. Low-level competitions do not yield energy points. Through systematic observation and years of analysis, Gao Liming has discerned that the talents of professional basketball players are classified into 5 levels broadly, categorized as singular talents, compatible talents, and beastly talents. Level 1 foundational talents typically exhibit a singular attribute with limited influence, such as enhanced physical strength or increased agility. Level 2 professional talents are commonly possessed by most professional players, often featuring 12 such talents, such as the swift compatibility talent affecting speed and explosiveness, or special talents like shooting touch. Level 3 elite talents generally manifest in key players of national teams and rotational players in the NBA, exemplified by a shooter's requisite soft touch, the necessary ball sense for breakthrough and playmaking players, and composite talents that significantly enhance competitive intensity and core strength, alongside a minority of beastly talents that elevate overall qualities. Beastly talents are comprehensive, influencing various aspects of physique and personality, consequently affecting specialties. An example of a level 3 beastly talent is Chris Paul's honeypot. Level 4 star talents are held by players of extraordinary gifts, predominantly characterized by strong beastly talents, such as Sun Jun's Northeast Tiger, Gong Xiaobin's Great Peng, Marcus Camby's Mountain Demon, Ray Allen's Scorching Touch, and Dennis Rodman's Rebounding Instincts, among others. That a 5th level extraordinary talent, a rarity among the multitude, is an essential endowment for NBA superstars. Most often, these talents belong to the category of anomalous beings or exhibit certain elite special abilities, such as Tim Duncan's indomitable spirit or Michael Jordan's unwavering tenacity in dire situations. The energy points required for each level of talent are as follows. Level 1 talent consumes 100 energy points. Level 2 talent requires 200 energy points or the combination of 2 level 1 talents. Level 3 talent demands 600 energy points or the amalgamation of 3 level 2 talents. Level 4 talent necessitates 2,400 energy points or the fusion of 4 level 3 talents. Level 5 talent requires energy points equivalent to 5 level 4 talents. While talent enhances potential, it does not equate to ability. Realizing this talent necessitates extensive training. Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji grew up together, embarking on their basketball training at the tender age of 10. Due to familial circumstances, they had early access to players from the Bai team and esteemed national athletes. Endowed with charm and understanding, Gao Liming endeavored to deepen their bond without reservation. Through the substantial expenditure of energy points, he replicated the life experiences of numerous distinguished Chinese basketball players, meticulously editing and compounding talents until he expended all replicated life experiences. Ultimately, at the age of 17, he elevated his basketball potential to an unprecedented 99, becoming the foremost talent in Chinese basketball history. When bestowing talents upon Wang Zhiji, the pool of replicable individuals had dwindled. Ultimately, he conferred a talent that enhanced physical strength by 2 levels, raising his potential from 81 to 87, revealing that Wang Zixi's physical strength potential was relatively modest. Due to Gao Liming's time travel, Wang Zhiji's fate has undergone a profound transformation. Gao Liming, having bestowed upon Wang Zhiji the formidable talent to enhance physical strength, found himself devoid of superior aspirations. In the absence of suitable objectives domestically, he resolved to seek opportunities abroad. Gao Liming decided to conserve the remaining energy points, devising a plan to traverse the ocean in search of superior talents to replicate for Wang Zhiji. In this world, due to Gao Liming's intervention, Wang Zhiji did not join the sports academy nor enlist in the military. Their basketball skills were solely honed by occasionally practicing with the Bai team during their spare time. Upon graduating from high school, the two unexpectedly gained admission to Wake Forest University. After an extensive discussion with their uncle, Li Yanwei, he persuaded their family to support their decision to study abroad under the pretense of gaining valuable experience. Prior to their departure, Gao Liming amassed a wealth of energy. Upon their arrival, they promptly approached the Wake Forest Demon Deacons basketball team, volunteering to join the ranks. After a series of trials, they successfully passed Coach Dave's evaluation and secured full basketball scholarships, thus commencing their journey as international students. The academic year at American universities begins in August. However, the basketball team assembled early for training. During practice, Gao Liming assessed his teammates and discerned why Wake Forest, despite having a player of Tim Duncan's caliber, had yet to achieve any significant success in March Madness. A skill rating of 50 is deemed the benchmark for professional basketball players, equivalent to the standards of CBA athletes. A rating of 60 represents a key player in a CBA team, while a rating of 70 denotes an NBA rotational player, akin to top-tier NCAA athletes and mainstays of the Chinese national basketball team. A skill rating of 80 reflects a starting or crucial rotational player in the NBA, and a rating of 95 signifies an NBA superstar. Apart from Tim Duncan, the remaining players on the team hovered around the 50 mark, starting small forward Ricky Player at 51, starting power forward Antonio Jackson at 48, starting shooting guard Jerry Blaswell at 50, and starting point guard LaRue at 52. These 4 key players possessed only basic talent, lacking capability, specialization, or potential, essentially a collection of 3 no products. This was a scenario where one star had to carry 11 others, with any victories hinging entirely on Tim Duncan's performance. With the addition of Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji, Coach Dave Odom entered a state of exhilaration, eager to devise a tactical system that could harness the abilities of the trio. After a period of training, Coach Odom designed a chain defense strategy that capitalized on the height, wingspan, and quick reflexes of Tim Duncan, Wang Zhiji, and Gao Liming to dismantle opposing formations. During defensive plays, center Tim Duncan occupied the paint. Power forward Wang Zhiji stationed himself near the free throw line, while small forward Gao Liming roamed the perimeter, effectively segmenting the court. When the opposition attempted to attack, Gao Liming would frequently collaborate with a guard to double-team the ball handler, forcing turnovers or significant relocations, while the others awaited opportunities to intercept, transitioning swiftly into counterattacks, a strategy reminiscent of the Warriors' championship-winning defensive tactics in the future. Offensively, the strategy was relatively straightforward. revolving around star isolation plays, with Duncan, Wang Zhizhi, and Gao Liming taking turns exploiting the opponent's weakest link until they broke down. Tim Duncan had been recognized as the NCAA's foremost interior player for 3 consecutive years, and the offensive prowess of Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming was evident to all. With solid fundamentals and a mastery of various finishing techniques, particularly in shooting, placing them among the elite of the NCAA, even when defended by Tim Duncan. They posed a formidable threat. This offensive capability was the foundation of Wake Forest's confidence for the year. Chapter 3, North Carolina friendly match in early August. As universities across the nation commenced their academic year, the team had been training together for over 2 months. To assess the effectiveness of their tactics, Coach Dave Odom invited the North Carolina Tar Heels to engage in a friendly match. This team, formerly led by Michael Jordan, now boasted stars such as Antawn Jamison and Vince Carter, both of whom were destined to become top-tier NBA players. Upon the arrival of the North Carolina team at Wake Forest, Gao Liming immediately initiated his assessment. The North Carolina players displayed commendable strength, with all 5 starters possessing skill ratings exceeding 60. The highest rated were forward Antawn Jamison at 78 and Vince Carter at 77, both of whom had yet to evolve into the NBA stars they would eventually become, posing limited threats at this stage. Before the game commenced, the coaches exchanged pleasantries, albeit with an undercurrent of rivalry. Be cautious during the game. You might find yourselves caught off guard, Duncan quietly advised Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi. What rivalry? Wang Zhizhi inquired. I'm not entirely sure, but every year, the friendly match with North Carolina often results in some form of conflict. As you observe the two of them conversing, their spittle nearly lands upon each other's faces. When they embrace, they do so with such force that it seems they wish to crush one another. Once they take the court, you must remain vigilant. It's quite all right. It would be best if they initiated the confrontation, allowing us a legitimate defense. Indeed, a legitimate defense is most advantageous. Tim Duncan, watching the two exuberant brothers, feels a twinge of exhaustion. What I mean to convey is for you to temper your actions and refrain from engaging in conflict. After training together for several months, Tim Duncan is acutely aware that these two teammates are indeed embodiments of aggression, typically preferring to act rather than engage in mere banter. After a long wait, he finally welcomed 2 formidable teammates, yet he was deeply apprehensive that their potential altercations might lead to suspensions. The starting lineup for Wake Forest comprised shooting guard Jerry Blaswell, point guard Lalu, small forward Gao Liming, and the interior duo Wang Zhizhi and Tim Duncan. North Carolina's roster featured power forward Antawn Jamison, small forward Vince Carter, point guard Jeff McInnes, shooting guard Shaman Williams, and center Ademola Okulaja. As the game commenced, Tim Duncan leaped for the tip-off while Jerry and Lala set screens. Wang Zhizhi swiftly descended, receiving a pass from Gao Liming, and executed a thunderous dunk from the free throw line, an opening fast break tactic meticulously crafted by Coach Dave Odom. Following the score, Coach Odom playfully made faces at North Carolina's head coach, Dean Smith. Jeff McInnes gradually advanced the ball past half court, distributing it to Antawn Jamison in the post, while the other players spaced the floor. Antawn Jamison, a forward standing at 206 centimeters with a wingspan of 217 centimeters, boasted impressive vertical leaping capabilities and a well-rounded skill set. Drafted 4th overall in 1998, he was an exceptionally versatile swingman, adept at both inside and outside play, and served as an unequivocal leader during his collegiate tenure at North Carolina. As Wang Zhizhi faced Jamison with the ball, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. Come on, attack me, I welcome it, he seemed to challenge. Jamison, momentarily taken aback by Wang's sudden enthusiasm, quickly regained focus and initiated a post-up move. After a series of physical bumps to establish position, Jamison spun swiftly, utilizing one arm to shield Wang while the other guided the ball for a layup. Following the score, he shot a provocative glance at Wang. Lalo executed a swift inbounds pass to Gao Liming, who maneuvered to the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. With the opposing center standing under 210 centimeters, Duncan effortlessly positioned himself, calling for the ball as his teammates shifted toward the weak side, creating space for Duncan to exploit Ademola Okulaja defensively. Upon receiving the pass, Duncan observed Gao Liming drawing his defender away, faced the basket, and with a subtle bounce of the ball, he found Okulaja unmoved. He then elevated for a straightforward bank shot that found the net with ease. After Duncan's successful basket, the entire Wake Forest team hastily retreated on defense. Once the opposing players were set, North Carolina directed the ball to Vince Carter for an isolation against Gao Liming. At this point, Carter had yet to transform into the legendary figure he would later become, but he was already eager to showcase his extraordinary talent and athletic prowess. His remarkable leaping ability positioned him as a formidable force in the NCAA, while his explosive first step allowed him to easily penetrate defenses. Complemented by his high-level aerial skills that produced a plethora of stunning dunks, earning him widespread acclaim as a rising star at North Carolina. Positioned at the elbow, Carter held the ball with both hands, bending his knees in a feigned attack, while teammates swiftly shifted to the weak side, creating ample space for Carter's one-on-one opportunity. Gao Liming displayed unwavering confidence, extending his arms to impede Carter's movement, denying him any space to initiate. Realizing that his starting room was severely constricted, Carter attempted to pivot and engage in a back-to-basket maneuver, forcefully attempting to push through twice, yet failing to make any progress. Swiftly dribbling, he aimed to circumvent along the baseline, but alas, while his intentions were noble, reality proved cruel. He turned only to find the ball snatched away. Underestimating Gao Liming's defensive prowess, Carter found himself vulnerable to the latter's remarkable wingspan of 215 centimeters, which, combined with relentless tenacity, left him exposed. In the instant of his turn, Gao Liming seized the opportunity, deftly dislodging the basketball and initiating a counterattack. Wang Zhizhi surged ahead, outpacing the North Carolina guards who could not keep up with him. He entered the paint, receiving a long pass from Gao Liming, and with a powerful stride, executed a thunderous dunk. This exchange of offense and defense caught the attention of the North Carolina head coach, who, however, refrained from comment, instead urging his players to enhance their ball movement and positioning. After facing setbacks in his one-on-one attempts, Carter shifted his strategy, opting for off-ball movement. Utilizing screens from teammates, he created an opening and scored with a mid-range jumper. "Carter, are you that timid? Why not take me on one-on-one? Come on, keep challenging me," Gao Liming taunted, shadowing Carter as he darted around the court. "I've heard your team is formidable. Let us put it to the test. You can pretend to isolate me, and once we make contact, we'll engage this way. The coach won't fuss at you. What do you say?" On the opposite side of the court, Wang Zhizhi persistently provoked Jamison, observing the latter's visibly excited demeanor. Jamison sensed that this Huaxia player was not quite right in the head and began to evade Wang. Both teams played cautiously in the first half, resulting in a tie at 29-29. The integration of the Huaxia brothers into Wake Forest had been hindered by a lack of cohesion, while North Carolina appeared intimidated by Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming. In the minds of the North Carolina players, these Huaxia brothers were either lacking in intellect or had been summoned by Dave Odom specifically for confrontation, as rumors suggested that Huaxia individuals possessed martial arts skills. During halftime, Dave Odom commenced tactical adjustments. "You played too tightly in the first half. Loosen up. In the second half, implement the defensive change strategy we've been practicing. Duncan needs to step up. Offensively, play more freely and swiftly. This is a friendly match. Do not be anxious about mistakes. I want to see your issues." Upon returning for the second half, Wake Forest's playing style began to evolve. Gao Liming took charge of the ball, accelerating to launch a fast break. With an explosive drive, he descended upon the court like an unstoppable tiger. With a forceful shove, Carter broke through, and Jamison immediately stepped up to defend the paint. Gao Liming, dribbling between his legs, executed a seamless pivot and, with a single hand, launched the ball towards the hoop. Boom! Wang Zhizhi soared through the air, emphatically slamming the ball into the net, then grasped the rim to perform a pull-up. "Yes, that's the spirit. Be a little more exuberant," Dave Odom exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines upon witnessing the score. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Carter held the ball at the arc, engaging in a pick-and-roll with Jamison, while Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming exchanged defensive assignments. Jamison positioned himself to receive the ball from Gao Liming, who was momentarily distracted by Carter's maneuver, thus granting Jamison the opportunity to exploit a mismatch. Upon receiving the ball, Jamison turned to back down Gao Liming, colliding and then colliding again, swiftly pivoting to drive into the lane for a layup. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the side and swatted the basketball away. "Jamison, do you think I'm going to let you score so easily in my territory?" Tim Duncan quipped, having sent the ball flying as he brushed past Jamison. "I almost forgot. This is Tim Duncan's team. This guy played dead in the first half. I nearly overlooked him. Damn, why can't he just go to the NBA? Is it really entertaining to dominate here?" Staring at Duncan's retreating figure, Jamison realized that in the first half, Duncan hadn't even exerted himself, managing to hold his ground against them solely through his presence. If Duncan decided to unleash his prowess in the second half, would North Carolina be able to withstand it? Over the past 2 years, Tim Duncan had cast an indelible shadow over players like them who sought to attack the paint. As LaRue retrieved the ball that Duncan had swatted away and aimed to initiate a fast break, Jeff hurried to impede his progress. Gao Liming advanced to support, while Wang Zhizhi, like an arrow released from a bow, charged furiously towards the basket. Gao Liming delivered a stunning long pass, allowing Wang Zhizhi to leap within the 3-second zone for an aerial catch and a thunderous dunk. Chapter 4. NCAA regular season. As North Carolina initiated another offensive play, they discovered that Wake Forest had altered their defensive positioning to a peculiar 1-3-1 setup. Jeff, controlling the ball beyond the three-point line, noted that Jamison faced Tim Duncan and thus passed the ball to Carter on the opposite side. At this moment, the 3 players on the strong side and the 3 defenders were overly congested. Carter signaled for a tactical maneuver and drove towards the low post, while Shaman swiftly ran along the baseline to the other side. Ademola obstructed the pursuing Jerry, who, impeded, relinquished his chase of Shaman and turned to double-team Carter alongside Gao Liming. Consequently, Carter's operating space was rapidly constricted, forcing him to halt and throw the ball towards Jeff near the top of the arc, only to be intercepted by Wang Zhizhi mid-flight. Following the steal, Wang Zhizhi executed a back-to-the-basket spin move to break free from Jeff, leading to a fast break and a spectacular one-man dunk. In the subsequent possession, Carter held the ball at the arc while Ademola moved up for a screen. Duncan, having not followed, remained in the paint, with Wang Zhizhi closing in defensively. Seizing the opportunity created by the defensive switch, Carter charged towards the basket, leaping high upon entering the 3-second area. Tim Duncan quickly stepped in for help defense, soaring to contest the shot, while Wang Zhizhi ascended from the side to attempt a block. The 2 towering figures, both standing at 213 centimeters, enveloped the space and sight in front of Carter, becoming the first victims of this dual century. Duncan secured the rebound and executed a long pass to the fast-moving Gao Liming, as the North Carolina players had already conceded the chase. Gao Liming showcased a dazzling 360 spin before finishing with a dunk. As the second half commenced, Wake Forest's consecutive successful defensive plays and counterattacks left North Carolina's coach, Dean Smith, visibly perturbed, especially in light of Dave Odom's unabashed demeanor, which only intensified his irritation. The early offensive sequences of the second half epitomized the game's essence. Wake Forest's tactical adjustments left North Carolina at a loss for solutions. Rather than attributing it to strategic brilliance, one could argue that Wake Forest's roster was simply too formidable. By the game's conclusion, the score stood at 78-58, with Wake Forest triumphantly defeating North Carolina by a 20-point margin. Tim Duncan recorded 15 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists, and 6 blocks. Wang Zhizhi contributed 14 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, and 4 blocks, while Gao Liming achieved 15 points, 12 assists, and 3 rebounds. Dave Odom effectively utilized this exhibition match to assess the application of his team's new tactics while simultaneously vexing his longtime rival, achieving a dual victory. Congratulations, Coach Odom, on acquiring 2 excellent players this year. March Madness holds great promise for you. Thank you. Your Carter and Jamison are quite impressive as well. The 2 coaches shared a seemingly cordial embrace, only to seize the opportunity to hurl mutual barbs laden with disdain. Their apparent camaraderie belied the underlying rivalry. The anticipated animosity between rivals was conspicuously absent throughout the match. Neither Wang Zhizhi nor Gao Liming encountered that palpable tension one might expect in such encounters, leaving a sense of profound regret. It's perhaps for the best that no altercation ensued, Tim Duncan remarked softly. What a pity. I thought we might witness a confrontation today. Indeed, those cowards were utterly unremarkable. It has been far too long since I engaged in any physical exertion. Shall we head to the boxing club or the Sonda club? Let us opt for the Sonda club. Boxing has too many restrictions that hinder performance. As the players shook hands while departing the court, the 2 brothers expressed their disappointment at the lack of conflict, drawing glances from onlookers as if they were witnessing a spectacle. Tim, your teammates are quite formidable, remarked old rival Jamison as he conversed with Duncan. Indeed, I was astonished by the prowess of the Huaxia players. My assertion of their strength extends beyond the court. Within a month of their arrival, they subdued all members of our school's boxing and Sonda clubs, significantly diminishing the presence of local ruffians around our dormitory. Ah, splendid. We shall take our leave now. See you in the league. The North Carolina contingent departed the arena, and the team resumed its daily training as the regular season of the NCAA approached in late November. With 6 months of rigorous training, coupled with occasional exhibition matches, Gao Liming amassed an energy total of 200 points. Tim Duncan, perhaps benefiting from Wang Zhiji's role as a sparring partner, experienced a substantial enhancement in his abilities, elevating to a rating of 90, thereby officially entering the ranks of NBA superstars. Gao Liming's abilities have been elevated to 84, reflecting a modest improvement. The most delightful news is that Tim Duncan's intimacy has finally reached 60, heralding the eagerly anticipated commencement of the replication. Gao Liming utilized a system to replicate the life disk of Tim Duncan, consuming 100 energy points. He extracted the talents of Xuanwu, 5, and Focus, 4, and transferred them to Wang Zhiji, consuming additional energy points. Wang Zhiji viewed the life disk of Tim Duncan, expending 500 energy points in total, leaving him with a remaining balance of 246 energy points. Wang Zhiji's position: center, affinity, 98, height, 213 centimeters, wingspan, 226 centimeters, vertical jump, 85, physicality, 80, finishing, 87, defense, 88, support, 80, talents: extreme evil Kunpeng, 5, ball sense, 3, soft touch, 3, focus, 4. Specialties: three-point cannon, 7, ultimate footwork, 3, ultimate offense and defense, 3. Skill level: 82, potential, 99, evaluation, one of the perfect templates for centers. After transferring Duncan's talents to Wang Zhiji, the talents amalgamated to create new abilities. By continuously viewing Duncan's life disk, he absorbed insights that resonated with his own specialties, elevating Wang Zhiji's potential to the pinnacle of 99 and enhancing his skill level to 82. He transformed from a speedy, accurate shooting big man into one of the quintessential center templates, possessing strength, speed, explosiveness, shooting ability, and footwork. If one were to nitpick, it could be noted that Wang Zhiji's playmaking ability is somewhat lacking, and his new specialties are still at a low level, necessitating further training. The transformed Wang Zhiji's physique became increasingly robust, his speed heightened, and his playing style evolved into a ferocious and exuberant one, gradually resembling a beast capable of soaring through the skies. On November 25, 1995, the NCAA Division I basketball season commenced, with the Wake Forest Demon Deacons facing off against the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. NCAA basketball typically begins in late November and spans 4 months, concluding the regular season in early March. Due to academic commitments, each school generally plays 2 to 3 games per week. In principle, each institution faces members of its respective conference twice each season, once at home and once away. Additionally, schools occasionally compete against members of other conferences. The Wake Forest Demon Deacons belong to the Atlantic Coast Conference, ACC, which includes teams such as the Clemson Tigers, Duke Blue Devils, Maryland Terrapins, North Carolina Tar Heels, North Carolina State Wolfpack, Wake Forest Demon Deacons, Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, and Florida State Seminoles. As the institutions within the same conference are usually located in proximity and possess similar competitive levels, rivalries abound, ensuring that each matchup during the regular season is a thrilling spectacle. The matchups between Duke Blue Devils, North Carolina State Wolfpack, and North Carolina Tar Heels, all situated near the capital of North Carolina, Raleigh, are particularly notable. Their prestigious reputations have earned this region the moniker of the Triangle, and their athletic contests, especially in basketball, have become classic derbies. Their students possess a penchant for comparison, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to their institution. Consequently, the atmosphere at their competitions is renowned for its volatility. Each encounter draws throngs of spectators, creating a fervent environment within the arena, while outside, sharp jibes and banter abound, intensifying the rivalry. Following the conclusion of the district tournaments, they will advance to the league championships, culminating in the illustrious March Madness, heralded as one of the most exhilarating and captivating events across the nation. On Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, the players of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets arrived at the Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum to commence their warm-up routines. Gao Liming warmed up while scanning the attributes of the opposing players. The Georgia Institute of Technology Yellow Jackets boasted 3 players with abilities exceeding 60. Steve Marbury position, guard affinity, 0 height, 188 centimeters wingspan, 193 centimeters vertical leap, 73 stamina, 79 finishing, 85 defense, 73 playmaking, 85 talent, hungry lone wolf 4. Sticky ball control 4, soft touch 3, specialties, all-around finishing 6, drive and dish 5, lone wolf breakthrough 6. Sticky ball handling 7. Ability, 84 potential, 96 assessment. One of the archetypes for guards. Marbury, the undisputed core point guard of Georgia Tech, possesses the potential of an NBA superstar. Strong and agile, he exhibits exceptional breaking capabilities and reliable shooting skills, making him a rare all-around guard with the ability to become a mainstay in the NBA. Matt Haplin position, forward affinity, 0 height, 201 centimeters wingspan, 205 centimeters vertical leap, 50 stamina, 67 finishing, 62 defense, 68 playmaking, 63 talent. Tenacious, 3, agile, 1. Soft touch, 3, specialties, catch and shoot, 5, tough defense, 5, agile movement, 4, fluid breakthrough, 4, ability, 66 potential, 75 assessment. A forward with 3D potential. Small forward. Matt Haplin, once the leader and top scorer of Georgia Tech, possesses the potential to become an NBA rotation player. He is a fierce defender, unafraid of confrontation, capable of playing both off-ball and with the ball in hand. Drew Barry position, guard affinity, 0 height, 196 centimeters wingspan, 200 centimeters vertical leap, 50 stamina, 57 finishing, 68 defense, 60 playmaking, 65 talent. Robust, 2, swift, 2. Soft touch, 3, specialties, catch and shoot, 4, spot up, 3, 5, drive and dish, 5, ability, 63 potential, 68 assessment. A player with decent shooting touch. Shooting guard. Drew Barry, the third son of NBA legend Rick Barry, has inherited his father's soft touch and possesses formidable shooting skills. He ranks among the top shooters in NCAA this season, although his physical attributes are lacking, resulting in weaker ball handling capabilities. Chapter 5. An easy first victory. Brother, look around. It's bustling with excitement. Even more so than our domestic professional league, Wang Zhizhi whispered to Gao Liming during warm-ups. This is the first game of the A-League this season, and it's being broadcast live across the nation. Just look at the commentary booth. The league even invited Rick Barry as the live commentator. That shooting guard over there is his son. Let us play well, increase exposure, and it will benefit your draft prospects. If I beat him, one team my draft position be higher than his? It is impossible. One can only hope for a chance at success in the draft, as his innate talent pales in comparison to that of his father. If you can manage to contain Marbury today, you might secure a spot in the first round. Given the nature of Westerners, they are unlikely to quickly acknowledge our prowess. However, I shall take charge of Marbury. Today, let us first dismantle Georgia Tech. As long as we continue to win, they will have no choice but to recognize our strength. Observing Wang Zhizhi's mischievous grin, Gao Liming felt a pang of nostalgia for the shy young man he once was. Regrettably, that boy is gone forever. The current Wang Zhizhi is a fierce beast, ready to obliterate any obstacles in his path. As the game commenced, Tim Duncan won the tip-off. Gao Liming swiftly received the ball and executed a long pass. Wang Zhizhi sprinted down the court, leaping near the free-throw line to perform a thunderous dunk. This fast break, a hallmark of Wake Forest strategy, unfolded seamlessly, inciting the crowd to erupt in fervent applause and cheers. The two Chinese players displayed remarkable synergy, with Wake Forest scoring first, a rare sight in NCAA competitions. The exquisite assist came from the small forward, Gao Liming, while the spectacular dunk was delivered by the power forward, Wang Zhizhi. We can only hope for even more thrilling performances from them. Jim, the commentator from CBS, quickly provided insights regarding Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi. Mr. Barry, who do you believe will triumph in this match? Jim inquired of Rick Barry, seated beside him. You ought not to pose that question to me. The allure of competitive sports lies in the uncertainty of the outcome until the final moment. However, from my personal perspective, I am inclined to wish for a Georgia Tech victory, Rick Barry replied with a smile. Oh, is that due to Drew Barry? Indeed. That is one of my primary reasons for being here. I have faith that the offensive prowess of the trio, Steve Marbury, Drew Barry, and Matt Huppert, can penetrate the defenses of all NCAA teams, including Tim Duncan. What is your view on the two Chinese players in the Wake Forest lineup? Number 34. Wang Zhizhi possesses static talent nearly on par with Tim Duncan. In previous friendly matches, this Chinese player was capable of averaging a double-double. Not every big man will emulate Tim Duncan. It is essential to remember that Tim Duncan is a guaranteed first overall pick in the draft. The Chinese have yet to prove themselves on this stage. We can only hope that they find their footing here. Oh, behold. Wang Zhizhi has magnificently blocked Steve Marbury's shot, soaring to great heights. My goodness, a 2. 13-meter center is leading a fast break single-handedly, leaving no one in pursuit. He executed a stunning dunk with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, as the commentators engaged in casual banter, Georgia Tech initiated their offensive play. Marbury, dribbling past half-court, executed a pick-and-roll with his teammate Matt Harpering, driving forcefully towards Gao Liming. Near the 3-second area, he abruptly halted for a jump shot, only to have Wang Zhizhi leap high and, under Marbury's astonished gaze, deliver a resounding block before commencing a fast break of his own. When a team possesses a nimble and defensively adept big man, it signifies that scoring within the paint will be a formidable challenge for their opponents. The predicament intensifies when two such towering figures are present, spelling disaster for the adversaries. Who could have imagined that last year, Wake Forest had to rely solely on Tim Duncan for salvation? This year, the addition of two long-armed and exceptionally quick Chinese players has fundamentally transformed Wake Forest's defense, extending their reach to the three-point line and causing immense distress for their opponents. The first to suffer was Marbury, a maestro of the drive-and-dish tactic, who discovered today that Wake Forest's defense resembled a trap. Whenever he ventured beyond the three-point line, he was invariably met with the formidable presence of the Chinese player clad in number 23, who would double-team him, resulting in turnovers or steals. The core playmaker's effectiveness was severely hampered, and Georgia Tech's drive-and-dish strategy was utterly dismantled by Wake Forest's defensive scheme. Capitalizing on defensive rebounds and straightforward isolation plays, Wake Forest swiftly extended their lead to 18-6 within 5 minutes, ahead by 12 points. In a half-court setting, Tim Duncan initiated his offensive maneuvers, and Georgia Tech, drawing from past experiences, quickly resorted to double-teaming. Subsequently, Wang Zhizhi made 1 out of 1 attempts from beyond the arc, while Gao Liming converted 1 out of 2. As Georgia Tech abandoned the double-team, Tim Duncan relished his moments of isolation, scoring 2 out of 3 attempts with ease. Nearly 5 minutes had elapsed when Georgia Tech's coach, Bobby Cremins, felt a chill of despair. No one could have foreseen such a formidable transformation in Wake Forest's lineup this year, with their defense impenetrable and unyielding. During the timeout, Bobby Cremins swiftly revised his strategy. If the half-court offense was ineffective, they would hasten the pace to disrupt the game and fully unleash Marbury's scoring prowess. Upon returning to the court, Georgia Tech quickened their tempo. Marbury, dribbling vigorously, launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc, and the ball swished through the net. In the ensuing transition, Georgia Tech immediately began to double-team Wake Forest guard, Rusty LaRue. Rusty passed the ball to Gao Liming, but Marbury, in pursuit, was unceremoniously shoved aside by Gao Liming's sheer strength. Gao Liming, with deft hands, promptly passed the ball to Wang Zhizhi beyond the three-point line. Wang Zhizhi, upon receiving the ball, cast a glance at the defender Matt Harpering before executing a swift jump shot from beyond the arc, which found its mark. The possession reverted to Georgia Tech, where Marbury received the ball in the backcourt, only to be ambushed by Gao Liming and Rusty LaRue. Once again, Gao Liming displayed his brute strength by snatching the ball away, leaving Marbury seething with frustration, yet powerless to respond as he watched his opponent drive to the basket for a thunderous dunk. Oh my, how many times has this occurred? Number 23. Gao Liming from Wake Forest has effortlessly stripped the basketball from Marbury, who appeared as a child deprived of his candy. Marbury was on the verge of tears, while the CBS commentator animatedly described the scene to the audience, infuriating Marbury to the point of gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely at Gao Liming. Following the dunk, Gao Liming provocatively flexed his brawny biceps at Marbury upon landing. Faced with arms significantly thicker than his own, Marbury found himself at a loss. Redirecting his anger toward the basketball, Wake Forest extended their defensive coverage beyond half-court, effectively dismantling Georgia Tech's fast break strategy, leaving them utterly overwhelmed on both ends of the court. Their offense was reduced to relying solely on the 3 primary outside shooters. The trio of sharpshooters from Georgia Tech took turns attempting shots from beyond the arc. Luck was fleeting, as they missed more often than not, leaving Tim Duncan to frantically chase down rebounds in the paint, facing minimal pressure from the opposing undersized center. Mr. Barry, the situation on the court appears overwhelmingly one-sided. Georgia Tech seems utterly helpless. What is your perspective? The CBS commentator, witnessing the widening score gap, once again addressed Rick Barry. Ahem, the 2 Chinese players from Wake Forest have introduced significant changes to the team. Their remarkable athleticism and shooting prowess deter the opposition from easily double-teaming Tim Duncan. When Duncan fully unleashes his individual talents, he poses a devastating threat to the interior defenses of all NCAA teams. This year, Wake Forest will undoubtedly make a substantial impact in the league. Rick Barry refrained from expressing any favoritism towards his son, acknowledging that in the face of true talent, all pretense is rendered meaningless. As the final buzzer sounded, the score read 99-53, with Wake Forest delivering an unexpected triumph, decisively overpowering Georgia Tech and marking a successful season opener. Coach Dave, you are indeed fortunate. In addition to Duncan, you have recruited two prodigies who are truly exceptional. It's nothing extraordinary. These two players were not initially within my purview. But since the kids simply adore basketball, I reluctantly accepted them. Just average, really, haha. In this match, Tim Duncan recorded 26 points, 20 rebounds, 9 assists, and 7 blocks, while Wang Zhizhi contributed 21 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 blocks, with an impeccable three-point shooting record of 3 for 3. Gao Liming recorded an impressive 24 points, 7 assists, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, and 1 block, showcasing his prowess by sinking 4 out of 5 three-point attempts, with the remainder of his points stemming from explosive dunks. Under the spotlight of a national broadcast, Wake Forest garnered fame, capturing the attention of the entire nation, with countless media outlets fervently reporting on the match. Tim Duncan's formidable presence was once again affirmed, while the dynamic duo of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, the Chinese brothers, also attracted significant attention. However, opinions on their performances were mixed, with some suggesting their extraordinary display was merely a fleeting moment of brilliance, destined to revert to the norm. Following the news of the game, all teams began to take note of Wake Forest's transformations this season, initiating preparations for targeted strategies. Chapter 6. The regular season continues 3 days later. The Wake Forest Demon Deacons faced off against the North Carolina State Wolfpack in an away game. Due to Wake Forest's powerful debut performance, the viewership rating soared to 12, prompting the network to seize the opportunity for a live national broadcast of this match. The North Carolina State Wolfpack, having struggled in recent years and found themselves at the bottom of the A-League, were unable to disappoint the audience. In this match, Tim Duncan sat out due to illness, leaving the offensive and defensive responsibilities in the capable hands of the Chinese brothers. Their relentless playing style propelled the team to execute a series of spectacular plays and thunderous dunks, leaving the audience exhilarated and captivated. The game concluded with a score of 101-59, as Wake Forest once again decisively overwhelmed their opponents, with the Chinese brothers demonstrating their capabilities through tangible performance. Wang Zhizhi achieved 28 points, 19 rebounds, 2 assists, and 7 blocks, while Gao Liming contributed 26 points, 17 assists, 3 rebounds, 5 steals, and 1 block. With such remarkable individual statistics, a resounding team victory, and a ferocious style of play, numerous media outlets began to circulate news about the Wake Forest Chinese brothers. The Chinese brothers wreak havoc in the NCAA, showcasing a brutal playing style, heralding the emergence of Chinese beasts in the NCAA. The names of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi first emerged in the American public's consciousness. However, a single victory did not significantly affect them. The two brothers remained immersed in their rigorous training, believing that the enhancement of their abilities took precedence above all else. The competition continued, and Wake Forest's winning streak persisted. After Christmas, Wake Forest had achieved 10 consecutive victories, standing as the only team this season to maintain an unblemished record. The trio of Tim Duncan, Wang Zhizhi, and Gao Liming began to shine, prompting numerous reports to extol the formidable prowess of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. A team of reporters from China also traveled to Winston-Salem to interview Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi. Wang Zhizhi, due to his height and skills closely resembling those of Tim Duncan from the 1994-95 season, was dubbed Yellow Duncan by the media. Gao Liming, renowned for his formidable physical prowess and his ability to execute multiple high-difficulty dunks in each game, has earned accolades alongside Vince Carter of North Carolina. Being celebrated as the dual stars of NCAA dunking, often referred to as the Jordan of the NCAA. The explosive season of Wake Forest, featuring Tim Duncan, the premier center in NCAA, combined with the dynamic playing style of the Huaxia brothers, has captivated a vast audience, leading to an unprecedented average broadcast rating of 15, peaking at 18. In light of this remarkable achievement, the General Administration of Sports of China decided to dispatch a team for interviews and filming. The team is led by Zhang Weiping, head of the Overseas Publicity Department of the General Administration, who is familiar with both players from their previous encounters in the country. Following Wake Forest's 11th consecutive victory, the interview team approached Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, requesting an interview. "Hello, Gao and Wang. The recent match was spectacular. As we understand, you have just secured your 11th consecutive win this season, making you the only undefeated team in the league. Could you share your thoughts at this moment? Oh, we won 11 in a row. I wasn't even aware, Gao Liming remarked, glancing at Wang Zhizhi. Don't ask me. I'm not sure either. Wang Zhizhi replied with a faint nonchalance, shrugging. The reporters, observing their exchange, were uncertain whether the duo was genuinely unaware or merely putting on an act. As for their thoughts, naturally, they felt elated. The team's continuous victories are intrinsically linked to their rigorous training regimen. To sustain their winning streak, they pledged to intensify their training efforts. Gao Liming's responses were astutely comprehensive, entirely devoid of the demeanor typical of a student. What are your views on the NCAA tournament? How does it differ from the domestic leagues? The NCAA tournament is a premier collegiate basketball league in the United States and serves as a crucial training ground for future basketball professionals. The league's elimination system is fiercely competitive, imposing immense pressure on all participating teams. This intensity compels players to rapidly enhance their skills, an essential element that I believe is lacking in domestic competitions. University players, having endured this rigorous pressure, are well prepared for the NBA draft, allowing them to swiftly acclimate to the demands of professional basketball, paving their path toward a professional career. I hope to see more individuals from our country come here to hone their skills and elevate themselves, ultimately representing our nation on the global stage. Gao Liming finished speaking and handed the microphone to Wang Zhizhi. The competitive environment here truly aids in enhancing one's abilities. I sincerely hope to witness more talented individuals from Huaxia honing their skills in this arena. Wang Zhizhi succinctly responded before returning the microphone. Their time participating was rather brief, perhaps due to it being their inaugural interview with CCTV. Upon concluding the interview, both Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi found their hands drenched in perspiration, feeling more fatigued than after an actual match. Following the brief interview, they requested permission from their coach to join the press group for a meal. Liming, it is essential to recognize that many back home are keenly observing your performances. You two have truly brought honor to directorly, remarked one of the attendees. After their meal, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi accompanied the group back to the hotel, where they engaged in casual conversation in Zhang Weiping's room. Why are we here? We merely came to attend university abroad, Wang Zhizhi inquired with a hint of confusion. This matter traces back several years when a promising player disregarded advice to pursue the NCAA, and this year, he entered the NBA draft, but went undrafted. He is now playing in the Philippines. Although your circumstances differ from his, you will undoubtedly attract the envy of others. However, as long as you perform commendably, there should be no issues. Zhang Weiping spoke with subtlety, implying that excelling in basketball is crucial, for there are those who will support you from above, while poor performance could lead to dire consequences. By the way, before your arrival, Director Lee asked me to convey that your performance this year will directly influence your chances of joining the national team for the Olympics next year. He urged you to play well and to communicate any difficulties to him, as he would assist in resolving them. Is that true? The Olympics? Cousin, we could actually go to the Olympics, Wang Zhizhi exclaimed, leaping up in excitement upon hearing the prospect of participating in the Olympics. Calm down, it's merely a possibility. Nothing is confirmed yet. Teacher Zhang, how long do you plan to stay this time? We are here for a series of interviews with the team, barring any issues. We should accompany you until the season concludes. We also need to capture some footage of your training sessions, which we have already discussed with the school. So you need not worry about that. Very well then, we have class tomorrow. Uncle Zhang, we shall take our leave. Please rest well. On January 15th, the day following the arrival of the interview team, Wake Forest hosted the University of Utah. The first Chinese player to compete in the NCAA played for this institution, though he went undrafted in 1995. The University of Utah has demonstrated commendable prowess this season, boasting an impressive record of 8 wins and 2 losses. Michael Doriak position, center intimacy, 0 height, 211 centimeters wingspan, 220 centimeters vertical leap, 60 physicality, 70 finishing, 64 defense, 69 facilitation, 59 talent, sturdy 2. Soft touch, 3. Specialties, reliable mid-range shooting, 5. Tenacious rebounding, 5. Ability, 63 potential, 76 evaluation, a center equipped with mid-range capabilities. Michael Doriak is known for his tenacious defense and fearless approach to confrontation, coupled with a consistent mid-range shooting ability that holds the promise of evolving into an NBA rotational player. Keith Van Horn position, power forward intimacy, 0 height, 208 centimeters wingspan, 218 centimeters vertical leap, 60 physicality, 65 finishing, 78 defense, 65 facilitation, 70 talent, quick 2. Soft touch, 3 specialties, 3-point shooting 6, reliable mid-range shooting 6, catch and shoot 6, ability, 75 potential, 81 evaluation, renowned for his shooting prowess. Power forward Keith Van Horn is often referred to as the second coming of Larry Bird, possessing an exceptional shooting ability, albeit with deficiencies in speed and strength. The second pick in the 1997 draft, once heralded as the lifelong rival of Tim Duncan, is Andre Miller. Position, guard. Proximity, 0. Height, 188 centimeters. Wingspan, 196 centimeters. Vertical leap, 72. Physicality, 70. Finishing, 68. Defense, 60. Playmaking, 65. Talent, baboon, 4. Soft touch, 3. Specialties, fundamental footwork, 5. Tenacious defense, 4. Precise passing, 4. Reliable mid-range shooting, 5. Ability, 55. Potential, 88. Evaluation, one of the templates for floor general guards. Andre Miller, a quintessential point guard and a representative figure of floor generals. Possesses a robust physique, adept footwork, and stable mid-range shooting, with a notable strength and organizational skills. His sole drawback is his inconsistent three-point shooting capability. Rick Majerus, head coach of the University of Utah and former assistant coach of the Dream Team in '94, is an exceptionally adaptive collegiate coach. This year's Utah basketball team is among the strongest adversaries faced by Wake Forest at this juncture. As the game commenced, Wake Forest executed a fast break. This strategy has become their signature move in past matches. All teams are aware of this tactic, yet breaking through it proves challenging. Utah's players, under Andre's direction, maneuver into position. Van Horn, utilizing Michael's screen, breaks free and receives a pass from Andre, launching a three-pointer that swishes through the net. Lalu advances the ball, crossing half-court before passing to Gao Liming while positioning himself in the weak side corner. Tim Duncan, establishing position, calls for a one-on-one against Michael. With the ball, he employs a crossover step, pivoting for a bank shot that finds its mark. Van Horn's shooting prowess is formidable. He capitalizes on his teammates' screens to secure open looks, boasting a remarkably high shooting percentage, whether from mid-range or beyond the arc. Witnessing Van Horn's sharpshooting dismantle Wake Forest's defensive chain, Dave Odom calls for a timeout to recalibrate their defensive strategy. Wang Zhizhi is instructed to shadow Van Horn closely, applying pressure and denying him shooting space. Offensively, Tim and Wang Zhizhi are to alternate aggressively attacking Van Horn, aiming to exhaust his stamina and exploit his weaknesses. The second coming of Bird, they declare, even the original Bird himself would struggle today. Chapter 7. Draft template once again taking to the court. Wake Forest initiated the offense. Wang Zhizhi called for the ball at a high position and began to back down Van Horn, colliding repeatedly before pivoting into the paint to unleash a bank shot. The ensuing half of the game transformed into an exhibition of post moves between Tim Duncan and Wang Zhizhi, spinning, reverse spinning, up and under, side fakes, and jump steps. Various foundational footwork seamlessly blended with agile hooks, floaters, and bank shots, leaving Van Horn in a state of despair. In previous games, Wang Zhizhi often showcased fast break dunks, three-point shots, or relied on his speed and explosiveness to penetrate defenses for dunks. However, today he demonstrated post techniques that rivaled those of Tim Duncan, leaving spectators in awe. While ensuring his scoring, Wang Zhizhi also excelled in his defensive duties against Van Horn, shadowing him relentlessly and denying any space. Van Horn attempted to assert himself multiple times, yet his sluggish acceleration and lack of strength rendered him ineffective against Wang Zhizhi's defense, leading to several blocks that ultimately prompted his substitution as Wake Forest began to widen the score gap. "Not bad. You've almost mastered my footwork," Tim Duncan remarked with a mischievous grin, tousling Wang Zhizhi's hair during halftime. "Not too shabby, but the opponent is rather weak. He is touted as the Bird too. But I suspect even the current Larry Bird would outshine him," Wang Zhizhi replied dismissively, unimpressed by the media-hyped Van Horn, especially given the latter's significantly higher draft ranking. In the second half, with Wang Zhizhi tightly guarding him, Utah transferred their focus to Miller, who, living up to expectations, utilized his refined footwork to relentlessly attack Jeff and LaRue, narrowing the gap to within 10 points. Coach Dave Odom calmly adjusted the lineup, assigning Gao Liming to the point guard position to closely defend Miller. Faced with Gao Liming, Miller's once formidable post moves lost their potency, effectively stifling Utah's secondary offensive option. With two primary options neutralized, Utah found themselves in a dire predicament, while Rick Majerus could only watch helplessly as the score continued to balloon. As the final buzzer echoed, the scoreboard read 98-63, with Wake Forest triumphantly defeating Utah. In this match, Tim Duncan recorded 28 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks, while Wang Zhizhi contributed 24 points, 14 rebounds, and 7 blocks. Gao Liming delivered an impressive performance with 27 points, 7 assists, 3 rebounds, and 3 steals. Once again, it was a resounding victory, bringing Wake Forest's winning streak to 12 games. From that day forward, the Demon Deacons' training sessions and matches were accompanied by the Huaxia media team, which began to capture footage, while domestic sports channels intermittently aired Wake Forest game highlights, allowing the people of Huaxia to gain insight into collegiate basketball events across the ocean. The names of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi quickly gained popularity within the country. On March 2nd, during the NCAA regular season, and from March 8th to March 10th, Wake Forest triumphed over Virginia, Clemson, and Georgia Tech, ultimately securing the A-League championship with an undefeated record and an average winning margin of 33 points per game, entering the thrilling month of March as the top seed in the league. Wake Forest's remarkable unbeaten record sent shockwaves throughout the nation, prompting several head coaches to publicly assert that the trio of players was no longer suited for the NCAA and should prepare for the NBA draft. Throughout the series, Tim Duncan averaged 26 points, 15 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 blocks, while Wang Zhizhi contributed 25 points, 14 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks. And Gao Liming added 25 points, 8 assists, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, and 1 block. There was no doubt regarding Wake Forest's prowess. The A-League boasted several storied NCAA powerhouses, including North Carolina, Duke, and Georgia Tech, all of whom showcased formidable talent this season. Against these rivals, Wake Forest's average victory margin of 33 points was indeed a historic achievement. Moreover, this year, Wake Forest's playing style underwent a significant transformation with the arrival of the Huaxia brothers. In the latter half of the regular season, Coach Dave Odom incorporated ball-handling strategies that allowed for a more wild and exuberant style of play. Some media outlets likened the defensive prowess of Tim Duncan, Wang Zhizhi, and Gao Liming to that of demons soaring through the sky, effectively stifling the rise of other NCAA teams. Consequently, the trio earned the moniker Flying Demons. In the NBA Commissioner's office, David Stern was intently reviewing reports about Wake Forest, with the Demon Deacons finishing the regular season undefeated and the Flying Demons dominating the A-League. The reports featured photographs and average statistics of Tim Duncan, Gao Liming, and Wang Zhizhi. Over the years, David Stern had devoted considerable effort to developing the Huaxia market. After years of nurturing, the NBA had just signed a broadcasting agreement with Huaxia last year, albeit still free of charge, to familiarize Huaxia fans with the NBA. Ever since learning that Huaxia's CCTV sports channel began airing NCAA footage, the excitement has only grown. David Stern's hair had grown grayer, evoking a sensation akin to nurturing a delicate cabbage only to have a wild boar unexpectedly uprooted. Subsequently, Stern began to focus on Wake Forest's games, paying particular attention to the talents of Jianlian and Wang Zhizhi. He gradually comprehended the reason behind the NBA's persistent inability to penetrate the Chinese market. The absence of Chinese players meant that few would be inclined to watch a group of unfamiliar athletes compete. Stern realized that to unlock the Chinese market, the NBA required Chinese players, or rather, the presence of these Chinese brothers. He initiated efforts to involve his subordinates in promoting Wake Forest, particularly emphasizing the Chinese connection. Tim Duncan, due to personal reasons, declined to enter the draft early, leaving the NBA in a quandary. Now, a new player resembling Duncan's stature had emerged, piquing the interest of numerous teams. To date, over half of the NBA teams had begun to take notice of Wake Forest. Various mock draft platforms provided rankings based on the situations of Wang Zhizhi and Jianlian. However, as this marked the inaugural inclusion of Chinese talent in the draft, all rankings were modest, positioned in the mid to late second round. As March Madness commenced in mid-March, many NBA teams with playoff aspirations dispatched a plethora of scouts to observe the players at Wake Forest. Entering the frenzy of March, Wake Forest continued its formidable performance, achieving significant victories against the Louisiana Monroe Warhawks, the Texas Longhorns, and the Louisville Cardinals. The electrifying style of play garnered exceptional viewership, transforming Wake Forest into a darling of the media and television. with daily coverage of the Flying Demon Deacons gracing newspapers and screens alike. The names of Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji began to emerge in the first round of the simulated NBA draft of 1996. Gao Liming's scout report: a shooting guard with a harmonious balance between offense and defense, endowed with a robust physique and extraordinary explosiveness, allowing him to effortlessly penetrate opposing defenses in one-on-one situations. He has a penchant for dunking, exhibits commendable shooting capabilities, and possesses solid defensive skills with no apparent weaknesses. Draft prediction: first round. Template: Jordan. Wang Zhiji's scout report: an interior player comparable to Tim Duncan, boasting a strong physique, agility, and explosive power. He can drive from the perimeter and outmaneuver opponents in the paint with his footwork, showcasing precise mid-range shooting and the versatility to play all 5 positions. Draft prediction: first round. Template: David Robinson, Hakeem Olajuwon. Numerous teams have begun to reach out to the duo through Zhang Weiping, inquiring whether they intend to participate in the 1996 NBA draft and if they have any specific requirements. Given that, at this juncture, no Chinese players have emerged in the NBA, concerns arise regarding potential restrictions akin to those faced by European players. In response to these inquiries, Gao Liming uniformly remarks that discussions will resume after the conclusion of their games. At this moment, Gao Liming's ability rating has ascended to 84, while Wang Zhiji's has reached 86, positioning both players to easily secure rotational roles in the NBA, providing their teams with confidence as they await their decisions. In the Elite Eight, they face the formidable Kentucky team, a traditional powerhouse in the NCAA, coached by Rick Pitino, who previously led the New York Knicks in the NBA. Under Pitino's tutelage, Kentucky excels in a fast-paced style of play, employing full-court pressure defense. This iteration of Kentucky is arguably the strongest team of the season, featuring 9 players eligible for the NBA draft and 7 players with ability ratings exceeding 60, surpassing Wake Forest in overall strength. Tony Delk position: point guard intimacy, 0 height, 188 centimeters wingspan, 192 centimeters vertical, 75 centimeters physical, 70 finishing, 74 defense, 62 playmaking, 70 talent, agile, 1, strong, 1. Soft touch, 3, specialty skills, steady 3-point shooting, 6, agile movement, 5, quick penetration, 7, ability, 71 potential, 72 evaluation, NBA bench player. Tony Delk, last season's All-American first-team member and the soul of Kentucky, possesses 3-point shooting abilities on par with Ray Allen and is an offensively potent point guard. Anthony Walker position: forward intimacy, 0 height, 206 centimeters wingspan, 213 centimeters vertical, 79 centimeters physical, 77 finishing, 83 defense, 75 playmaking, 79 talent, lazy 4. Soft touch, 3, specialty skills, unstable 3-point shooting, 6, low post footwork, 7, interest in defense, 7, ability, 79 potential, 92 evaluation, a talented yet somewhat lethargic forward. Anthony Walker is currently one of the league's premier forwards, a quintessential jack-of-all-trades who can play all 5 positions. Despite being a forward, he possesses exceptional ball-handling skills and a diverse offensive repertoire, combined with a keen rebounding ability, leveraging his physique and positioning. Chapter 8. The competition continues. Ron Mercer position: swingman intimacy, 0 height, 201 centimeters wingspan, 213 centimeters vertical, 70 centimeters physical, 65 finishing, 69 defense, 69 playmaking, 64 talent, sturdy, 2. Soft touch, 3, specialty skills, steady mid-range shooting, 6, tough penetration, 5, strong defense, 5, ability, 69 potential, 77 evaluation, a conventional forward. Ron Mercer, a prodigious talent from the class of '95, has seen steady improvement in his abilities since entering college. Derek Anderson position: shooting guard intimacy, 0 height, 196 centimeters wingspan, 205 centimeters vertical, 89 centimeters physical, 57 finishing, 69 defense, 63 playmaking, 64 talent, baboon, 3. Soft touch, 3, specialty skills, steady shooting, 6, consistent penetration, 5, reliable defense, 5, ability, 67 potential, 83 evaluation, a shooting guard with potential to be an NBA starter. Derek Anderson boasts excellent physical attributes, remarkable leaping ability, and is renowned in the NCAA for his dunking prowess. He maintains a balance between offense and defense, ranking among the top 10 shooting guards in the NCAA this season. Walter McCarty position, forward intimacy, 0 height, 208 centimeters wingspan, 211 centimeters vertical, 69 centimeters physical, 65 finishing, 66 defense, 60 playmaking, 64 talent, strong, 1. Soft touch, 3. Specialty skills, steady three-point shooting, 5. Off-ball movement, 5. Ability, 64 potential, 73 evaluation, lacks physicality in confrontations, prefers shooting three-pointers. Walter McCarty, a power forward known for his spatial play, possesses commendable three-point shooting skills. His speed is average, and his ability to withstand physical confrontations is lacking. Mark Pope, playing as a center, has a close affinity rating of 0, stands 208 centimeters tall with a wingspan of 211 centimeters, boasts a vertical leap of 69, and has a physique rating of 70. His finishing ability is rated at 66, defense at 60, and assist at 53, with a talent for toughness rated at 2. His specialized skill in tenacious defense is rated at 5, with an overall ability of 63 and potential of 67, earning him the designation of an ordinary interior player. Mark Pope, a blue-collar center, possesses a certain degree of mid-range shooting capability. Nazar Muhammad, also a center, shares a close affinity rating of 0. Stands 208 centimeters tall with a wingspan of 211 centimeters, has a vertical jump of 69, and a physique rating of 67. His finishing ability is rated at 53, defense at 64, and assist at 53, with a toughness talent rated at 2. His specialized skills include formidable rim protection and robust rebounding, both rated at 5, with an overall ability of 62 and potential of 73, marking him as a blue-collar interior player. Naz Muhammad, the backup center, lacks self-sufficient finishing ability but is a physically strong player unafraid of confrontation. This contest represents a clash of teamwork and talent. Even before the match commences, the media has stirred significant excitement surrounding it. On the eve of the game, Rick Pitino, in an interview, proclaimed that they have discovered a strategy to counter Wake Forest, asserting that Kentucky fears not the Flying Devils and can break free from their grasp. Dave Odom, in his interview, declared that no team has yet managed to breach the defenses of the Flying Devils, nor can they effectively counter their offensive prowess. On March 23rd, at the Metrodome in downtown Minneapolis, Wake Forest is set to face off against Kentucky in a venue accommodating 30,000 spectators, all seats filled. Numerous NBA team owners, coaches, and players have gathered to witness the event. It appears that a plethora of celebrities are in attendance. Should we dominate the opposing team? Could our draft ranking not improve? Wang Zhizhi has recently begun to thrive in the spotlight, becoming increasingly animated with a larger audience. Indeed, if you can overpower them, you might just enter the lottery. Look at Tim Duncan. Everyone asserts that he would undoubtedly be the first overall pick if he entered the draft. Why shouldn't TI aspire to contend for that top spot? Can you defeat Duncan? If you can overcome Duncan, then you too could claim the title of first overall pick. Defeating Duncan, how could that be possible? He is quite the anomaly, and I am merely an ordinary person. If you please. Hey, you too. Could you refrain from speaking ill of me behind my back? To do so in my presence feels as though you regard me as a mere specter. Suddenly, Tim Duncan rushed in, ensnaring one of us with his arm. I yield. Release me. I promise not to speak in your presence again. Is there to be a next time? I might just throttle the both of you. The three of us frolicked on the court, utterly unconcerned by the impending showdown, while Dave Odom engaged in jovial banter with his assistants off to the side. In stark contrast, the Kentucky lineup exuded an air of calmness, with no exchange among teammates as they diligently warmed up, moving with the precision of automatons. Although Rick Pitino had proclaimed that he had discovered a method to vanquish Wake Forest, many regarded his claim as mere bravado, including the Kentucky players. Tim Duncan's prowess is well acknowledged within the NCAA. In previous seasons, Wake Forest relied solely on Duncan as their stronghold, while other formidable teams could manage. However, this year, Duncan is bolstered by the formidable duo of Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming, forming a terrifying trio known as the Flying Devils. In recent matches, Wake Forest showcased an unparalleled level of skill, leaving no team with the confidence to secure a victory against them. As the game commenced, Tim Duncan effortlessly clinched the tip-off once more. To thwart Wake Forest's fast break from the outset, Kentucky's Walker and Ron double-teamed Gao Liming. With poise, Gao stepped back, launching the ball toward the opposing basket with one hand. Wang Zhizhi dashed to the basket, converting the rebound into a resounding dunk. The Devils' fast break reemerged. An unstoppable force. Mr. Nelson, how would you assess this remarkable play? Today's commentary is provided by CBS's Jim and Gaston Nelson, who has just resigned from the Knicks and is now enjoying his leisure at home. This play exemplifies the synergy among three extraordinary athletes. Compared to the configurations of other NCAA teams, such a style is exceedingly difficult to defend against and nearly impossible to replicate. Even NBA teams may not possess such a composition. The last time I witnessed such a formidable assembly was with the Dream Team of '94, with the previous iteration being the Dream Team of '92. Coach Nelson, are you suggesting that the Flying Devils of Wake Forest possess the potential to rival the players of the Dream Team? That seems rather far-fetched. Not at all. It is not an exaggeration. Tim Duncan's capabilities require no extensive introduction. Everyone knows that should he enter the draft, the first overall pick is assuredly his. As for the two players from Huaxia, both their dynamic and static talents rank them among the finest in their position. This is evident to the naked eye. Both are qualified for top 3 draft status, serving as foundational pillars for any team, and their potential is steadily unfolding. This year's NCAA showcases their unparalleled prowess. And I truly envy Coach Dave Odom for the privilege of coaching such a team. So, if you were the general manager of an NBA team, would you be inclined to use a first-round pick to select these two players? Keep in mind that no Huaxia players have previously proven themselves in the NBA. Foolish notions regarding athletic competition, where prowess reigns supreme, hold no relevance to skin color or nationality. Those who harbor such beliefs would do well to abandon their aspirations of managing a team and instead return home to tend to swine. At least that would spare the team from becoming a subject of ridicule. If the NBA aspires to flourish, it must attract prodigious talents from across the globe. Don Nelson's lavish praise for the Huaxia brothers reflects his unequivocal recognition of their capabilities. On the court, Anthony Walker demanded the ball in the paint, eager to challenge Wang Zhizhi one-on-one, incessantly taunting him. I hear you're dubbed the Yellow Duncan. Several teams have expressed interest in selecting you in the first round. I wonder if you'll weep for your mother after I dismantle you? Shorty, do you really need to say so much? Should I take a nap and return? He sneered. Watch how I obliterate you. Walker exploded with a drive down the right side, only to find Wang Zhizhi sliding into position to defend. With a swift left turn, Walker executed his signature move, relying on speed to bypass his opponent and score with a layup. Just as the ball slipped from his fingers, Wang Zhizhi leapt from the side, delivering a resounding block that sent the basketball soaring away. Is that all you've got, Shorty? You're not up to par. Wang Zhizhi mocked before departing, leaving a stunned Anthony Walker behind. Unable to fathom how swiftly Wang had reacted, Gao Liming retrieved the basketball and promptly initiated a fast break. The Kentucky players responded swiftly, with Tony and Ron converging from both sides to impede Gao Liming's advance. Gao Liming exhibited remarkable fearlessness, executing a swift turn to evade Tony. And withstanding Ron's defense, he soared for a dunk over an opponent. The interplay between the Huaxia brothers, both offensively and defensively, elicited exuberant cheers from the audience. Wang Zhizhi executed a formidable block against Anthony Walker, while Gao Liming, after skillfully maneuvering past defenders, delivered an emphatic dunk, truly a testament to the prodigious talent of these players hailing from Huaxia. Coach Nelson, who do you believe will ultimately triumph in this contest? Undoubtedly, Wake Forest possesses a formidable overall strength, yet they struggle to contain the aerial assaults of the Flying Devils, who, in turn, can effectively neutralize Kentucky's offensive strengths. The outcome is merely a matter of time, as we have now entered Wake Forest rhythm. As Coach Don Nelson aptly stated, regardless of how Rick Pitino adjusts his lineup, Wake Forest remains steadfast, akin to a frog slowly boiled in water. Kentucky's prowess lies in its cohesiveness, had it been the Wake Forest of yore. Even the formidable Duncan would have faltered without the support of teammates. However, this year, Duncan is bolstered by two exceptional allies, rendering him undaunted by opposing double teams. Under the relentless scrutiny of Wang Zhizhi, Anthony Walker has lost his pivotal role as a central figure in Kentucky's interior play, observing the impediments to his team's inside offense. Rick Pitino promptly altered his strategy, abandoning the power forward's isolation plays in favor of enhanced movement and pick and rolls. Chapter 9. The mighty Wang Zhizhi Walker positioned himself in the right corner, drawing Wang Zhizhi away from the central area. Tony Delk, stationed at the arc's summit, passed to Ron Mercer, who occupied the right 45-degree angle, before cutting towards the left corner. Walter McCarty began his movement from the left corner, setting a screen for Tony near the free throw line. As Ron moved to receive the ball and advance towards the arc's apex, Tony utilized Walter's screen to position himself in the right corner, receiving Ron's pass for a three-point attempt. This exemplified a standard guard three-point strategy, showcasing Kentucky's impeccable tactical synergy, culminating in a successful shot by Tony. Conversely, Wake Forest's approach remained relatively straightforward. Feed the ball to Duncan in the post, where he faced no defensive assistance, allowing him to challenge Pop without pressure. Kentucky relied on intricate tactical movements and harmonious teamwork to consistently score, while Wake Forest depended on Duncan's relentless isolation plays to overpower defenders. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 31-26, with Wake Forest leading Kentucky by 5 points. It was indeed an exhilarating match. One would not have anticipated Kentucky could hold their ground against Wake Forest, leaving the outcome still shrouded in suspense. Coach Nelson, what is your perspective? Kentucky finds itself in a precarious position, although the score remains close. They have unwittingly stepped into Wake Forest's trap. Under the tactical guidance of their coach, Kentucky has patiently created shooting opportunities through movement in the first half, seemingly effective. Yet they have failed to address the core challenge: how to effectively penetrate the defensive chain of the Flying Devils and how to thwart Tim Duncan's individual offensive prowess. Once Kentucky's long-range shots fail, they can hardly secure rebounds, thereby missing opportunities for second-chance points. In contrast, Tim Duncan effortlessly scores in isolation. Even if he misses, he can reclaim the rebound to initiate a second offensive opportunity. This is one of the reasons why Wake Forest led in the first half. In the second half, the Flying Devils intensified their offensive efforts simultaneously, rendering Kentucky utterly incapable of resistance. It is not that Kentucky lacks strength. Rather, this year's Wake Forest is exceptionally formidable. Indeed, the individual prowess of the members of Wake Forest's Flying Devils far surpasses that of their contemporaries. When the three unite, it resembles an era in the NBA when Jordan, Olajuwon, and Malone played together on the same team. While a team-oriented approach might hold its ground during the regular season, once the playoffs commence with their high-intensity competition, the influence of superstars cannot simply be mitigated by a mere one or two strategies. The commentary from Jim and Don Nelson resonated with many. In the first half, the team performed admirably. They intended to maintain this momentum in the second half without altering their tactics. If Duncan faced a double team or grew fatigued, he would pass the ball out, while others were urged to shoot decisively. Wang Zhizhi was tasked with securing rebounds. Meanwhile, in Wake Forest's bench, Dave Odom refrained from readjusting the strategy. He relished this methodical approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Gradually, the score widened, leading to victory. On the Kentucky bench, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Walker had been reprimanded by the coach for nearly 5 minutes due to his first-half performance, leaving others hesitant to breathe, fearing they might become the next target for the coach's ire. Perhaps stoked by the coach's tirade during halftime, Walker emerged for the second half, demanding the ball beyond the three-point line, preparing to isolate against Wang Zhizhi. Observing this, his teammates quickly moved to create space. Walker exploded towards the left side, breaking through. But Wang Zhizhi kept pace, ready to engage. As Walker pivoted, jumped, and attempted a floater, he was met by a resounding rejection from Wang Zhizhi. "Little one, spare me your lackluster skills. You are far too slow." Wang's block extinguished the flicker of confidence that had just ignited within Walker. Rick Pitino, witnessing Walker's failed attempt at isolation, recognized the futility of his team's interior presence on this day. He promptly adjusted the strategy, opting for a perimeter-focused approach. With the entire team gambling on their three-point shooting accuracy, the second half mirrored the first, as Kentucky, once reliant on their interior game, transformed into a three-point shooting squad, with the gap in scores steadily widening in favor of Wake Forest. As the final whistle blew, the score stood at 96-79, propelling Wake Forest into the Final Four. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, chanting Flying Devils. The players from Wake Forest celebrated exuberantly on the court, embracing one another, marking their best performance in history since reaching the Final Four in 1962, a span of 34 years. The Kentucky contingent departed the arena in despondency, a poignant reminder that only victors garner attention, even when the vanquished possess considerable strength. After the game, CBS conducted a special interview with the Flying Devils. "Congratulations to Wake Forest for advancing to the Final Four. I would like to inquire about a matter of great interest. Will Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming participate in this year's NBA draft?" The issue concerning Jim has garnered the attention of numerous NBA teams. Previously, the Huaxia brothers had never directly addressed whether they would participate in this year's draft, leaving many eagerly awaiting their response. Should we secure the championship title this year, the brothers will indeed enter the NBA draft. If not, we shall play for another season. Gao Liming's response was that he, along with Wang Zhiji and their families, had long since deliberated on participating in the NBA draft, deeming it an inevitable decision. The timing of their participation and the announcement required a fortuitous opportunity, which has now presented itself. The exclusive interview following the nationwide broadcast will undoubtedly attract immense attention, enhancing their visibility and aiding their draft rankings. After all, who wouldn't aspire to contend for the top pick? The CBS representative overseeing the event was thoroughly pleased with Gao Liming's answer, recognizing it as an excellent promotional opportunity that would bolster their television ratings. The announcement of the Huaxia brothers' participation in today's NBA draft delighted NBA Commissioner David Stern, as it allowed him to advance his efforts in developing the Chinese market. His current task is to intensify the promotion of both players and increase their visibility. As for the championship prerequisites mentioned by Gao Liming, they garnered little interest, particularly after Wake Forest decisively defeated what was considered their only rival, rendering any notion of defeat implausible. The Huaxia brothers' declaration to enter the 1996 draft reignited interest in cornerstone players, with multiple teams contemplating trades. A deluge of draft reports concerning Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji emerged, significantly elevating the attention on this year's NCAA, undoubtedly spurred by the NBA Commissioner's office. On March 30th, the Continental Airlines Arena hosted the Final Four matchups, featuring Wake Forest against the University of Massachusetts. The University of Massachusetts, akin to Wake Forest, advanced through the madness of March largely due to their sole star player carrying the team. Marcus Camby, facing a challenge similar to Tim Duncan, led his teammates, whose abilities hovered around the 50 mark, through the league with sheer determination. Marcus Camby position, interior intimacy, 0 height, 211 centimeters wingspan, 228 centimeters vertical leap, 88 physicality, 72 finishing, 72 defense, 82 assistance, 70 talent. Mountain Demon, 4, special skills, long arm defense, 7. Rebounding Maniac, 6, ability, 75 potential, 82 evaluation, a defensively strong yet offensively weak interior stalwart. Unlike Tim Duncan, Camby possesses a stiff wrist and lacks shooting prowess, with most of his scoring deriving from offensive rebounds, pick-and-roll alley-oops, and straightforward interior jump shots. He is a blue-collar player who propels the team forward through defense. In this year's NCAA center rankings, Marcus Camby proudly occupies the second position, surpassed only by Tim Duncan. The other players from the University of Massachusetts may not boast high individual capabilities, yet they exhibit fierce tenacity, disrupting their opponent's rhythm through tenacious defense and gradually eroding their adversaries' resolve with counterattacks. Regrettably, such a formidable interior team is precisely the type that Wake Forest relishes facing. No matter how strong one player may be, we possess two Duncans. Confronted with such an opponent, Coach Dave Odom expressed a sense of ease, advising his teammates to frequently pass the ball to Wang Zhiji for one-on-one encounters with Camby, while ensuring Duncan remains vigilant in providing support defense. With everything else proceeding as usual, Wang Zhiji and Gao Liming have already declared their intentions to enter the draft, and Coach Odom is eager to enhance his player statistics, with Tim Duncan willing to relinquish ball control. On March 30th, at the New Jersey Continental Airlines Arena, the NCAA Final Four commenced, with the 20,000 seat arena once again brimming with spectators, including a significant number of staff from NBA teams, surpassing even the attendance of the previous round. Today's commentary continues to feature CBS's Jim and Don Nelson. As for why Coach Nelson has returned, who can say? Perhaps the financial incentives were sufficient. Coach Nelson, what are your thoughts on this match? Seated and observing, one cannot help but chuckle. This is a fierce contest for the ranking of the most formidable interior players of the year. The top three centers are absent from the court. Yet with Tim Duncan definitively opting out of this year's draft, the focus shifts to Wang Zhiji and Camby, vying for the title of the premier rookie center of the year. The consensus among spectators and commentators alike is that Wake Forest holds a significant advantage, to the extent that underground bookmakers have not even offered odds for a Massachusetts victory. When the final outcome was revealed, it left all in astonishment. The game concluded with a staggering score of 103-48, with Wake Forest mercilessly overpowering Massachusetts. Throughout the match, Wake Forest maintained dominance, leaving Massachusetts utterly incapable of resistance. Their once proud defensive strategies crumbled before the aerial prowess of the Flying Devils. Camby, the team's strongest asset, was thoroughly outplayed by Wang Zhizhi, exhibiting deft footwork. A gentle shooting touch, rapid breakthroughs, and explosive dunks, Wang Zhizhi showcased an array of skills. He completed 13 of 17 shots, sank 3 of 4 three-pointers, and converted all 3 free throws, amassing 32 points, 12 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 1 assist, while limiting Marcus Camby to a mere 9 points and 8 rebounds. Dominating both offensively and defensively, Wang Zhizhi's profile reads: position, center, intimacy level, 98, height, 213 centimeters, wingspan, 226 centimeters, vertical leap, 85, physicality, 80, finishing, 87, defense, 88, assistance, 87, talent, malevolent Kuanping 5, ball sense, 3, gentle touch, 3, focus 4, specialties, 3-point cannon, 8, ultimate footwork, 6, supreme offense and defense, 6, ability, 87, potential, 99. Evaluation, one of the perfect templates for a center. Post-match, Gao Liming observed through the system that Wang Zhizhi's skills and attributes had notably improved, underscoring the notion that only through competition against strong adversaries can players elevate their performance swiftly. Chapter 10. The championship game commences once again. A resounding victory ensued as Wake Forest advanced to the finals, further enhancing the simulated draft rankings of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi. Tim Duncan triumphed over rivals, establishing himself as the most dominant rookie center of this draft. Wake Forest's Tim Duncan entered the lottery zone of the simulated draft. The Flying Devils continued to assert their supremacy, with Wake Forest smoothly progressing to the NCAA finals. Numerous NBA team managers expressed their willingness to utilize lottery picks to select players from Huaxia. Major media outlets reported extensively. Fully aware of the art of leveraging trending topics to boost circulation, make a bold statement, directly overpowering the second-ranked center in collegiate basketball. Such prowess can undoubtedly be cultivated as a foundational cornerstone for the team. Mere lottery picks are insufficient. Amplify the promotion, for with Tim Duncan abstaining from this year's draft, Wang Zhizhi emerges as the preeminent center, guaranteed a top 3 selection. In the office of the NBA commissioner, David Stern was immensely pleased upon seeing the reports regarding Wake Forest. In a flash, the news of Wang Zhizhi's remarkable performance against Marcus Camby, propelling him to the 2nd position in the collegiate center rankings nationwide, spread across the United States. With Tim Duncan's departure being a non-issue, no one could hope to contend for the top spot. Wang Zhizhi's NBA mock draft projections also surged from the tail end of the lottery to the top 3. Gao Liming's draft ranking has ascended to the top 10. As Wake Forest prepares for the finals, the news of their decision to enter the NBA draft reaches the domestic sphere, igniting fervent debates within the Chinese Basketball Association regarding this matter. Within the association, various opinions emerge concerning the duo's unilateral announcement of their participation in the draft. Despite multiple internal meetings, a consensus remains elusive. Some members assert that Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi's decision to announce their participation without the association's approval is indicative of a lack of organization and discipline, warranting severe repercussions to prevent adverse influences on future players. Others contend that there should be stringent control over players' endeavors abroad, fearing that exposure to Western ideologies may have detrimental effects on the nation. A different faction believes that while there is no inherent issue with players competing internationally, any financial gains should be remitted to the association for centralized management and distribution. Conversely, some argue that young players competing overseas represents progress, providing an opportunity to learn from advanced Western practices and should thus be encouraged. Amidst a cacophony of perspectives, the information eventually reaches Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi through Zhang Weiping. Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi scoffed, offering no further explanation. They had anticipated today's circumstances long before their departure abroad and had discussed potential solutions with their uncle, Li Yanwei. Now is not the moment to address this issue. The paramount concern was the championship title. On April 1st, at the New Jersey Continental Airlines Arena, the NCAA championship for the 1995-96 season commenced. The University of Connecticut Huskies, a storied program in NCAA history, had reached the Elite Eight the previous season. This year, the team's linchpin, small forward Ray Allen, boasted a skill rating of 84, while center Travis Knight held a rating of 77. The duo, A harmonious blend of inside and outside play emerged as Connecticut's twin stars. Additionally, the team featured guards Doran Schaefer and Kevin Ollie, both with skill ratings reaching 70, contributing to an overall formidable strength. Ray Allen's position, shooting guard, intimacy, 0. Height, 196 centimeters, wingspan, 205 centimeters, vertical leap, 89, physique, 72, finishing, 86, defense, 78, support, 84. Talents, agility, 3, composure, 2, resilience, 3, soft touch, 3. Specialized skills, composed shooter, 7, agile movement, 6, quick penetration, 6, tenacious defense, 7. Skill level, 84, potential, 95, evaluation, archetype of a marksman. Ray Allen also ranked among the most formidable shooters in the NCAA this season, with his ability to penetrate and shoot placing him in the upper echelon of players. In the matchup between Wake Forest and Connecticut, the most captivating storyline was the showdown between Ray Allen and Gao Liming, the titans of scoring. This season, Ray Allen was heralded as the premier three-point shooter, achieving an impressive average of 41 from beyond the arc, with 11 attempts per game. Gao Liming, also a shooting guard, boasted a three-point shooting percentage of 39, placing him among the elite sharpshooters in the NCAA. As the sole perimeter core of the Flying Devils, he stands as the team's bastion from beyond the arc, in anticipation of the clash against the Giants of K College. Dave Odom expressed to reporters that Wake Forest Flying Devils held a distinct advantage in a 3v2 matchup, feeling no pressure whatsoever. The commentary for this match was once again provided by CBS's Jim and Don Nelson, alongside the NBA sharpshooter and Pacer star Reggie Miller. At this juncture, everyone anticipated that Wake Forest would ultimately claim victory, envisioning a resounding triumph. However, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. As the game commenced, K College players executed a series of screens for Ray Allen beyond the three-point line. Capitalizing on these screens, Allen deftly evaded his defenders, repeatedly sinking shots from the perimeter. Within the first 5 minutes, he had converted 5 of 6 three-point attempts, propelling K College to a 17-8 lead over Wake Forest, marking the first time this season that Wake Forest found themselves trailing and subsequently calling a timeout. The intensity of K College's performance exceeded all expectations, their audacious gameplay leaving Wake Forest in disbelief. As Allen netted his 5th three-pointer, Wake Forest was compelled to halt the game. This unexpected strategy from K College, featuring Allen's incredible shooting accuracy, caught Wake Forest off guard. Reggie Miller, the sharpshooter of the NBA, was asked for his thoughts on Allen's prowess. He remarked that Allen is a remarkably well-rounded player, a standout in three-point shooting within the NCAA. Even upon entering the NBA, Miller believed that Allen's shooting would remain a formidable threat, possessing the qualities necessary to become a great marksman. When inquired about Wake Forest's own player, Alam High, Miller acknowledged him as a highly versatile athlete, particularly excelling in defense. The most daunting aspect of the Flying Devils is their suffocating defensive prowess. High has consistently neutralized the opposing team's perimeter offensive core in past matches. His offensive skills are equally commendable, as noted in scouting reports that describe him as a player without any discernible weaknesses. It seems that Reggie Miller holds a favorable view of Wake Forest. Indeed, the Flying Devils' strength in the NCAA is unparalleled. Boasting a configuration that is rarely seen even in the NBA, 2 versatile big men complemented by a multifaceted perimeter player, capable of addressing the majority of challenges through individual talent. Yet, they have been halted, a phenomenon that had not occurred prior this season, resulting in a timeout born out of sheer helplessness. However, one must not overlook that K College's tactics are exceedingly extreme, akin to a guerrilla warfare strategy that grants temporary advantages. Once Ray Allen's shooting touch declines, K College may find themselves in a precarious position. No player can maintain an unyielding level of shooting throughout the game, not Allen, not Miller, nor even Jordan. Oh dear. Let us not invoke that name which I detest in this context. Haha. The game resumed with full-court pressure, relentlessly challenging the opponents regardless of possession, disrupting their movements with physical confrontations. In defending against Ray Allen, Gao Liming applied pressure, as I no longer wished to witness him effortlessly maneuvering for shots. Once the play settled, if the opposing team continued to set screens for Ray Allen, a double team should be immediately applied, allowing for some leniency on other perimeter players. With Wang Zhizhi ready to assist defensively. Offensively, Gao Liming would take the lead. They aimed for three-pointers, and we would respond in kind, unafraid of the challenge. During a timeout, Dave Odom swiftly adjusted the defensive strategy, boldly opting to engage in a three-point shootout with Connecticut. Upon re-entering the game, Gao Liming adhered to Ray Allen like a shadow, his long arms ensnaring him like an octopus. With Tim Duncan and Wang Zhizhi tightening the defensive chain, Ray Allen could no longer glide freely into open spaces for shots as he had at the start. The tenacious defense of the Flying Devils once again enveloped Connecticut, impeding their movement and revealing vulnerabilities in their wall of players, making it increasingly difficult for Ray Allen to shake off Gao Liming's close defense. Transitioning from off-ball to on-ball isolation, Ray Allen found little success, repeatedly missing his shots. As he called for screens, Wake Forest directly double-teamed him, and his teammates struggled to alleviate the mounting pressure, beginning to experience the suffocating sensation other teams faced against the Flying Devils. Under Gao Liming's leadership, Wake Forest steadily clawed back the score. In contrast, Gao Liming executed both offense and defense with remarkable ease. On the offensive end, Wake Forest ceased passing to the interior player Duncan, instead channeling the ball into Gao Liming's hands. He met expectations with step-back three-pointers, aggressive drives to the rim against Ray Allen, and fadeaway jumpers, demonstrating why he could become the perimeter core of the Flying Devils. While excelling in his own offense, Gao Liming successfully constrained Ray Allen, continuously applying pressure, compressing his space, and disrupting his shots. Through this match, Gao Liming communicated to all the scouts observing that he was indeed the finest perimeter player in this season's NCAA, without exception. At halftime, the score stood at 29-39. As the defensive chain established by the Flying Devils completely dismantled Connecticut's offensive system, dominating the game and transforming Wake Forest's 9-point deficit into a 10-point lead, signaling a shift in momentum. With their offense stifled and defense unable to hold, even Ray Allen's prodigious talent proved futile without the support of his teammates. The point differential gradually widened, akin to a knife slicing flesh, with Connecticut's players feeling increasingly suffocated and desperate as the score continued to stretch. Once again, the suffocating defense of the Flying Devils emerged. I had anticipated that Connecticut's extreme defensive strategies could not serve as a reliable tactic. Once Wake Forest identified vulnerabilities in their defense, it marked the beginning of their collapse, as Don Nelson excitedly remarked from the commentary booth. Prior to this match, no one had anticipated Connecticut's resilience. Their ability to endure thus far was commendable. Ray Allen had already showcased his shooting prowess, but Gao Liming, through his explosive performance on both ends, proved to all that he was the most formidable point guard of the NCAA season. I eagerly await their performances in the NBA. Reggie Miller concurred. Chapter 11. The team's first championship. In the second half, the University of Connecticut once again altered their strategy, as Ray Allen spearheaded a reckless barrage of three-point attempts from the perimeter. This extreme tactic was met with unwavering resolve from Wake Forest, led by Gao Liming, who responded with their own three-point strategy. After setting a screen, Wang Zhizhi refrained from rolling to the basket, instead remaining at the arc to fully leverage his three-point shooting prowess, stabilizing the score. The gamble of relying on three-point shots exacerbated Connecticut's interior weaknesses. As the team with the most formidable frontcourt this season, Duncan and Wang Zhizhi relentlessly pursued rebounds. Such extreme tactics resembled a parched individual in the desert offered a cup of salt water. Regardless of the choice to drink, the outcome would be unpleasant. Connecticut's three-point strategy did not aid them in closing the gap. Rather, it widened it further. Head coach Jim Calhoun found himself in a state of resignation, recognizing that the significant disparity in team composition could not be compensated for by unique tactics alone. In the final stages of the match, Gao Liming began to engage in a series of consecutive isolations, employing a formidable back-to-the-basket game, explosive drives, and a robust physique, coupled with precise shooting, allowing him to score despite defensive pressure. When the final whistle blew, the score settled at 98-71, with Wake Forest triumphantly defeating Connecticut, achieving a record-breaking undefeated season championship. The players of Wake Forest flooded onto the court, jubilantly celebrating their victory, while the Connecticut players hung their heads in dejection, having truly given their all in the contest. Let us extend our congratulations to Wake Forest for securing the championship of the 1995-96 season's March Madness. The Flying Devils showcased their brilliance throughout the season, establishing numerous records, including the largest average point differential and the greatest rebound disparity in a single game. Today, we had the privilege of witnessing one of the most monumental records, an undefeated season culminating in a championship. These records may remain unbroken for a long time to come. Congratulations to Wake Forest. Congratulations to the Flying Devils. Jim at the commentary booth exclaimed with excitement, prompting continuous cheers and applause from the audience. In this match, Gao Liming triumphed over Ray Allen, achieving an impressive stat line of 33 points, 12 assists, 5 rebounds, 5 steals, and 1 block. Throughout the game, Gao Liming executed several breathtaking dunks by penetrating through Ray Allen's defense, marking the most thrilling moments of the contest. The 1995-96 NCAA championship represented the first NCAA tournament title for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons since their inception. When the league committee presented the championship trophy, Dave Odom was overcome with emotion, feeling as though he were living a dream. Last season, Tim Duncan led the team through a tumultuous march, only to falter in the Sweet 16, a painful memory still vivid in their minds. No one could have anticipated that, a year later, the arrival of 2 Chinese players would revolutionize Wake Forest's capabilities, culminating in an undefeated regular season record. They entered the Atlantic Coast Conference tournament as the top seed, ultimately claiming the Atlantic Coast Conference championship and once again dominating their opponents in March Madness, securing the NCAA championship while setting an unprecedented average margin of victory of 28 points. Countless reporters swarmed the court to interview Wake Forest players, and the dynamic duo was invited to the commentary booth for a discussion. First, congratulations to Wake Forest on winning the 1995-96 NCAA championship, and congratulations to Duncan for receiving the Most Outstanding Player award. Now that the team has claimed the title, Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji, are you both planning to enter the NBA draft? Yes, this is something we had previously discussed. What are your thoughts on your draft positions? Are there specific teams you hope to join? Naturally, we aspire to be selected as high as possible. However, we have not extensively researched the teams yet. We do hope to go to a city with a significant Chinese community. What are your plans moving forward? Will you return to your home country? Prior to the draft, we will remain here to continue our training and select an agent. After the draft concludes, we plan to return home for a while. I wish you both the best of luck in achieving your desired draft positions. Tim, are you planning to enter the draft this year? Yes. I promised my mother that I would complete my college education. Following the CBS interview, Zhang Weiping led the Chinese press team over for an interview. First, congratulations on your team winning the championship this year. How do you feel at this moment? Is there anything you would like to share with the audience? I feel joyous and excited. As for sharing, I hope that our country can develop collegiate leagues similar to the NCAA to aid young players in their growth, or that more talented individuals can compete in the NCAA to enhance their skills and contribute to our nation in the future. What are your plans moving forward? Will you return home? We intend to remain here for training, recruiting agents, and participating in the NBA draft, returning home only after the draft concludes. Are you considering joining the national team for this year's Atlanta Olympics? We certainly wish to participate. Representing our nation in global competitions is the primary reason for our presence here to enhance our skills. As for whether the national team will extend an invitation to us, that decision is beyond our control. However, I can state here that should the nation require our assistance for international competitions, we shall answer the call without hesitation. I hope to see you competing for our country on the Olympic stage in the near future. Zhang Weiping's interview carried a clear intent, as discussions within the National Sports Administration regarding the 2 individuals remain ongoing. Once the interview concluded, the 2 returned to their team, followed by a celebration banquet, various gatherings, and a celebratory parade. A week later, as the fervor of the NCAA competition subsided, they began a new round of training. As highly sought-after draft prospects, numerous agents reached out to Wang Zhiji and Gao Liming. Ultimately, Gao Liming selected Bill Duffy, the most compatible agent among many. At that time, Duffy was still a relatively minor figure in the agent community, managing only 2 NBA players, one of whom was the prodigious Nash. Hello, both of you. I am delighted and somewhat surprised that you have chosen me. Do you have any particular requests? Bill Duffy was acutely aware that signing 2 Chinese players at once would undoubtedly enhance his visibility. However, as the first agent to represent Chinese athletes, he needed to navigate how to engage with these 2 players effectively. We chose you primarily for your character. In our country, integrity is a crucial standard in evaluating individuals, and you excel in this regard, unlike other agents who merely regard players as commodities. Moreover, we have some specific requirements. Should we successfully join the NBA, we will become exemplary figures in our country. We intend to establish a dedicated team to assist us in managing various matters both domestically and internationally. You will serve as the head of our American team, with responsibilities including, but not limited to, public relations, and overseas business negotiations. Simultaneously, we will have domestic agents managing local affairs, and you will work collaboratively without a hierarchy. Do you understand my meaning? With flattery, grand visions, and a framework in place. Gao Liming skillfully leveraged his experience as a business manager to persuade Bill Duffy effortlessly. I understand that foreign players often have unique circumstances. And I am fully aware of my position, Duffy conceded. During their initial negotiations, he found himself entirely led by Gao Liming, ultimately resulting in the signing of the agency contract, with a commission of 2 for his services, 8 for overseas business, and 1 for domestic business, arguably the lowest tier among agents. Gao Liming's choice of Bill Duffy, aside from the minimal commission, primarily stems from the latter's compliance, ensuring that he would not act independently or conceal matters from him. All commercial contracts remain firmly under Gao's control. Bill Duffy successfully secured contracts with 2 highly sought-after draft prospects, allowing Gao to reap the benefits of being the inaugural agent for Chinese players, regardless of the players' future trajectories. It can be said that both parties fulfill their respective needs, achieving a harmonious win-win situation. Once the contracts were finalized, Gao requested Duffy's assistance in contacting a trainer, as he aimed to engage in intensive training with Wang Zhiji, aspiring to enhance his skills before the upcoming joint training session. He also sought Duffy's help in arranging a training session with Nash to explore the possibility of collaborating. As a potential 2-time MVP, Steve Nash possesses extraordinary talents in organization, passing, and 3-point shooting, far exceeding the norm. Establishing rapport with him would not only benefit Gao but also provide advantages for his fellow compatriots in China. Duffy's efficiency was remarkable. Within a week, both the trainer and Nash were arranged to be in Winston. Steve Nash position, point guard intimacy level, 30 height, 191 centimeters wingspan, 199 centimeters vertical leap, 60 physicality, 68 finishing, 82 defense, 65 support, 84 talent, white-tailed hawk, 3. Ultimate ball sense, 5, fiery touch, 4, wind listener, 3, special skills, ultimate shooter, 6, wind speed breakthrough, 6, wind speed passing, 5. Wind listener positioning, 6, ability, 78 potential, 96 evaluation, prototype of a playmaking guard. Hello, Steve. I am Gao Liming, and this is my cousin Wang Zhiji. Greetings. I have long heard of the legendary Flying Devil duo. Congratulations on winning this year's championship. Thank you. I have followed your gameplay. Your vision, passing, and 3-point shooting are exceptional. Since we are under the same agent, I propose that we train together. I truly appreciate it. Training with you both could also elevate my visibility. As you know, foreign players often face discrimination during the draft process. I hope to gain more attention. Rest assured, we will have your back. Your exposure will be remarkable. Nash is remarkably forthright, and his honesty has garnered the favor of Wang Zhiji. The 3 young men have commenced a new round of intensive training at the Winston facility, utilizing Wake Forest Gymnasium. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in China, the footage of their championship victory has long been broadcast by the National Sports Administration. However, discussions regarding Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji's impending participation in the NBA have yet to yield any conclusive results. Ultimately, upon the suggestion of Zhang Weibing, the National Sports Administration resolved to dispatch a delegation to the United States to negotiate with the 2 players. Initially, the delegation was to be led by Li Yanwei, but some argued that his familial ties to the players necessitated his withdrawal to avoid any conflicts of interest. Consequently, the leadership of the delegation was handed over to an amateur who, through sheer force of will, has caused the Chinese men's basketball team to regress by 2 decades. Upon the team's departure, Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji received the news, though they paid it little heed. After years of meticulous planning, Gao Liming had anticipated this day, albeit he was taken aback by the revelation that the leader was the very individual whom countless Chinese basketball fans despised. Chapter 12. The delegation's visit. Following the conclusion of the frenetic March tournament, the 3 rookies, with the assistance of their trainer, engaged in rigorous training. Their days were filled with exhaustive training regimens, complemented by unpalatable muscle-gaining meals. As they witnessed their bodies gradually strengthen, the trio experienced a blend of suffering and joy each day. By mid-April, the Chinese delegation arrived in Winston, instead of heading directly to the training facility. The unqualified leader of the delegation opted to first secure accommodations at a luxurious hotel, indulging in 2 days of leisure in Winston before dispatching an aide to the training center to reach out to Gao Liming. Are you Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji? I am a representative of the National Sports Administration, and the leadership wishes to discuss some matters with you. Please accompany me. Just after finishing their training, Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji were intercepted by the aide on their way to the showers. The two men paid him no mind and simply walked around him. Did you not hear me speaking to you? The representative, having been ignored, found himself at a loss. Such disregard was unprecedented in his experience. He stepped forward again, adopting a more rigid tone. Do I know you? Gao Liming stared coldly at the individual before him. The staff member from the National Sports Administration, under Gao's unyielding gaze, felt a shiver of apprehension. Do I know you? You claim to be someone of importance, but who can vouch for that? Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Step aside. With that, Gao continued forward. Please don't go. I truly am a staff member from the National Sports Administration. Our leader is in the hotel nearby. If you accompany me, we can verify this. What arrogance! Return and inform your superiors that if they wish to negotiate, they must come to us themselves tomorrow. We are quite busy and have no time for your trivialities. Leave. Wang Zhiji, with a fierce countenance, menacingly pointed at the staff member. The official, witnessing Wang's robust arms, sensed a looming threat of violence should he persist, and hurriedly dashed towards the hotel. Is this how you conduct yourselves? What if they truly are leaders from your country? Would offending them jeopardize your selection process? Nash inquired from the side. A bunch of short-sighted fools. The more you care about them, the more audacious they become. Ignore them. Let us return to rest. For tomorrow we must continue our training. Shortly after their departure, the negotiation team arrived at the gym's entrance, only to find no trace of the others. An outsider pointed at the recently departed staff member and vented his frustrations. Incompetent. You couldn't even handle such a simple task. What else can you manage? At that moment, the remaining staff members lowered their heads in silence, fearing the outsiders would redirect their ire towards them. Returning to the hotel, the outsiders, seething with anger, found Zhang Weiping engaged in a casual conversation over tea with Officer Zhang from the embassy, and thus redirected their frustration towards him. How did you establish contact with them? They were aware of our arrival. Why did they not approach us? Do they not comprehend the gravity of their mistakes? Are you shielding them? Cease your shouting and gesticulating. You are merely a team leader, not the director of the administration, so spare me your airs of authority. Moreover, why would the two children wish to meet you? What significance do you hold? If you lack the capability, do not take on responsibilities beyond your means. Do not assume I am ignorant of your ulterior motives. Let me assure you, your plans are misguided. Zhang Weiping showed no tolerance towards the outsiders, directly confronting them. Had it not been for the intervention of others in the team, a physical altercation might have ensued. Zhang, calm down. The team leader did not intend to blame you. He was merely frustrated and spoke carelessly. We are all part of the same team, and should this matter remain unresolved, we will all face consequences upon our return. Oh, but I am not part of your negotiation team. Why should I be concerned about your failures? Huh, afraid of punishment, are we? Why then did you vie for this task in the first place? To be frank, since you seized this responsibility, punishment has been inevitable. You usurp the work of the children's uncle and expect them to treat you with respect? One would not dare to craft such a narrative. Even now, you wish to wield authority over the children. You will have your moment of reckoning. Old Zhang, let us depart. We shall return tomorrow to observe this farce and see how these bureaucrats engage with the two children. After Zhang Weiping finished speaking, he left gracefully with Officer Zhang from the embassy, leaving the negotiation team in a state of confusion. What should we do now, leader? One of them asked. What else can we do? Tomorrow, join me at the training facility. I refuse to believe that our group can be thwarted by two children, the outsider declared, attempting to appear strong in front of his subordinates, though he sensed that this mission was likely to fail. Around 10 a.m. the next day, the negotiation team arrived at the training center in a grand procession, only to find two Chinese players training alongside others. The outsider took a seat in the stands and instructed an officer to call the players over. You two, stop for a moment. Gao Liming, Wang Zhiji, come here. Our leader wishes to speak with you. It seemed that the events of the previous day had left little impression on the negotiation team. As one officer shouted from the sidelines at the athletes, "Who is this guy?" One player remarked, "Probably one of those fools from yesterday. Ignore him and keep training." The players paid no heed to the negotiation team and continued with their practice. Did you not hear me? Stop immediately. The officer's frustration boiled over as no one responded, prompting him to storm onto the court, only to be sent sprawling to the ground by a swift elbow from Wang Zhiji, who was engaged in a one-on-one drill with Duncan. What the hell are you doing on the court? Do you not realize how dangerous this is? If you injure one of us, can you take responsibility? Wang Zhiji seized the officer by the collar, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. Let him go. It's a misunderstanding. An officer from the basketball administration, Zhang Weiping, interjected, rushing forward to grasp Wang Zhiji's arm. He leaned in, whispering urgently. The embassy personnel are present. Let's keep things civil. We're training. If you keep barging in here, we will have to escort you all out. Wang Zhiji released the officer to Zhang Weiping, shaking his fist menacingly before turning back to Gao Liming with a mocking grimace, returning to his training. Following the commotion, the negotiation team dared not enter the training area again, their expressions pale as they waited in the stands. Finally, when the players concluded their training and returned to the lounge to freshen up, an officer from the negotiation team ventured into the players' resting area. Gao Liming, Wang Zhiji. Our leader wants to see you, he announced. The players in the lounge stared at him as if he were foolish. I said, Gao Liming, Wang Zhiji. Our leader wants to see you. Did you not hear me? The officer, feeling deeply insulted by the lack of response, raised his voice again. What are you shouting for? Who are you? If you keep making noise, I'll have your mouth sewn shut. If your leader wants to see us, let him come himself. Doesn't he have legs? Now get lost. Wang Zhiji rose, his demeanor fierce as he bellowed at the staff member, who, recalling a recently downed colleague, instinctively retreated a few paces. You just wait. I'll ensure you regret this. With that, the staff member hurriedly departed. Shortly thereafter, the negotiation team arrived at the players' lounge. Who permitted your entry? Who are you? Leave at once. Tim Duncan, freshly emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, was taken aback by the sudden influx of strangers, particularly the presence of women. A female staff member accompanying them shrieked and fled, covering her face, while the remaining individuals stood awkwardly, unsure of how to proceed. Tim. It's been ages. We're here to see Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji, one of them exclaimed. Zhang, it's been a while, my friend, Duncan replied warmly. They are still in the restroom, but it would be best for you to wait outside. This is truly not an appropriate setting. Zhang Weiping stepped forward to alleviate the tension. Tim Duncan graciously embraced Zhang in acknowledgement, subtly gesturing to his bare torso, indicating the need for others to exit, refusing to heed the advice to stay out. And now you see the circumstances. This is not the place for discussions. The players need to change. Let us step outside for now, Zhang Weiping said as he exited the lounge, with the others reluctantly following suit. 20 minutes later, Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji emerged from the lounge. You two lack organization and discipline. Do you realize the grave mistake you've made? An outsider immediately cast judgment upon their appearance, believing himself a representative of the National Sports Authority, personally arriving overseas to discuss matters with them, which he deemed a significant honor. Their unauthorized entry into the draft had already constituted a serious error, and now to keep the officials waiting only compounded their blunder. Who is this? I've never seen them at the Sports Authority. Which basketball academy did they graduate from? Gao Liming, fully aware of the situation, cast a glance at Zhang Weiping. This individual had recently joined the basketball department of the National Sports Administration, hailing from a background in athletics, which made it entirely reasonable that you had never encountered him before. Alas, is the basketball department truly in such dire need of personnel? With domestic basketball training schools now defunct and numerous basketball clubs having succumbed to closure, why on earth would they select someone from an athletic background to discuss matters of basketball with us? Brother, do you suppose he possesses any knowledge of the rules of the game? Might he mistakenly believe that the basketball is square? Upon realizing that his interlocutor was not a basketball native, Wang Zhiji instantly launched into a tirade. It is indeed uncertain. They say that crossing professions is akin to traversing mountains, and the greatest peril in any field is when the uninformed attempt to guide the knowledgeable. If one does not comprehend the intricacies, yet continues to prattle on, do you still wish to pursue basketball? Are you aware that I represent the Basketball Management Center? Perhaps it was the relentless ribbing from the two brothers that ignited his ire, or perhaps it was the embarrassment of losing face before his subordinates. A surge of indignation welled up within him, and the outsider pointed an accusing finger at Gao Liming, ready to unleash his wrath. Slap! Gao Liming forcefully swatted away the hand of an outsider pointing at him, while Zhang Weiping and Officer Zhang from the embassy swiftly intervened to separate the two parties. Striving to calm the escalating tensions, please refrain from resorting to violence. Let us all take a moment to breathe. Allow me to introduce this individual, Officer Zhang from the embassy, who has come here today upon receiving directives from higher authorities. With a discreet wink towards the two men, Zhang Weiping signaled that this was an ally, assuring them not to worry. They have been dispatched by the General Administration of Sports. primarily to discuss your participation in the NBA draft. Zhang Weiping then theatrically presented the officials from the General Administration of Sports. Discuss our draft participation? What could there possibly be to discuss? Does the nation now oversee the job prospects of a student studying abroad? Gao Liming queried, turning to Officer Zhang. Are there any regulations regarding foreign students seeking employment abroad? Are there any subsidies involved? Chapter 13. Draft trials. Indeed, there are none. Participation is voluntary. And as long as one does not violate laws or regulations, the state will not interfere, Officer Zhang from the embassy replied with a smile. Meanwhile, the outsider's expression had turned increasingly grim. No one had anticipated that Gao Liming would articulate their decision to enter the NBA draft from the perspective of a foreign student seeking employment. Should the embassy intervene in such matters, regardless of the outcome, it would not bode well for their reputation. Mr. Zhang, is our pursuit of professional basketball careers through the NBA draft considered unlawful or against regulations? Gao Liming pressed. That, I believe, should not be the case, Zhang Weiping responded. Glancing back at the outsider, who remained silent, you two should not evade the matter at hand. We are here to address why you have chosen to participate in the NBA draft without the approval of the Basketball Management Center and the Basketball Association, the outsider interjected. Sensing that Officer Zhang and Zhang Weiping were aligned with Gao Liming's position. Mr. Zhang, we have no interest in the intentions of these individuals. Nor do we wish to hear them. Please convey a message to the leaders at the Basketball Management Center. We are not players affiliated with your youth training teams. Nor do we have any employment contracts with domestic clubs. As long as we do not violate national laws and regulations, it is our prerogative to choose which league we wish to play in. If the Basketball Management Center desires to engage with us, we expect to be afforded a modicum of respect, and at the very least, to have a knowledgeable individual from the basketball community to discuss this with us. Our ambition to play in the NBA is not solely for financial gain. We also seek to hone our skills and represent our country on the global stage, not to serve as stepping stones for others with ulterior motives. I hope you can relay the essence of our conversation today to the relevant authorities at the Basketball Management Center, Officer Zhang. We trust the embassy will convey our dialogue faithfully. Gao Liming pays no heed to outsiders, expressing his innermost thoughts. All right, rest assured, I shall report truthfully. Indeed, that is the purpose of my visit. Zhang Weiping and Officer Zhang responded with remarkable candor. Neither of them belonged to the negotiation team and were utterly unconcerned with the opinions of those unacquainted with the matter. Gao Liming, accompanied by Wang Zhixi, departed without the slightest inclination to engage further with the outsider. In this parallel universe, Gao Liming initially harbored no intention of conflict with the outsider. However, upon their first encounter, the latter adopted a bureaucratic demeanor that deeply irked Gao Liming. Reflecting on a previous world where the outsider held a formidable hand yet persistently dismantled it, ultimately leading to a disastrous outcome that cost 3 families dearly. Coupled with this unpleasant meeting, Gao Liming completely extinguished any desire to communicate with the outsider. It would be far more prudent to entrust the National Sports Administration to qualified professionals. The departure of Gao Liming and Wang Zhixi signifies the failure of the negotiation team's mission. The reasons for this outcome remain unclear to them. As they stand at the doorway of the players' lounge, incessantly lamenting about the two individuals. Zhang Ge, what do you think about this matter? Upon witnessing the exit of the two players, the outsiders inevitably felt a twinge of panic and hurriedly turned to seek Zhang Weiping. Do not call me brother. I am not that old. You all should attend to your own affairs. I will compose a detailed email regarding today's events and send it to the General Administration. Thank you for your assistance today, Zhang, said the official. Very well. I too must return to report to my superiors. Both individuals were acutely aware of the intentions behind the outsider's submissiveness at this juncture. However, they offered each other no opportunity for further discourse and departed promptly. The embassy's report, along with Zhang Weiping's, reached the nation before the negotiation team, causing a stir within the General Administration of Sport. No one anticipated such a result. The internal reactions to this incident were rife with diverse opinions. Some asserted that the two players exhibited excessive arrogance and demonstrated a blatant lack of respect for their superiors, insisting that such an attitude must not be tolerated. Others contended that the players were merely seeking employment abroad and, having committed no legal infractions, should not be subjected to constraints. Regardless of the varying perspectives on the young athletes, there existed a singular consensus regarding the leader of the negotiation team. He had brought disgrace upon himself on foreign soil and was deemed unfit for future endeavors. Upon the negotiation team's return to the country, the outsider was intercepted at the entrance of the Basketball Management Center. A transfer order was issued, relocating him to a local sports school as an instructor, justified by the need to understand the grassroots of the Chinese basketball system. It was evident to discerning observers that the outsider's career trajectory had effectively reached its conclusion. In late April, the General Administration of Sport dispatched an even larger contingent to Winston, led by Gao Liming's uncle, Li Yanwei. This delegation included not only officials from the General Administration, but also a CCTV interview team that had diligently followed Gao Liming's NCAA journey, as well as Gao Liming, the head coach of the Chinese national basketball team, accompanied by two unexpectedly young players, Yao Ming and Lu Wei from Shanghai. "Young masters, would you care for a break?" "Oh, uncle, when did you arrive? Why didn't you inform us beforehand, so we could come to greet you?" "Uncle, please take a seat. Allow me to fetch you some water. You two stand straight. Have you gained some audacity? Not a single call home in months. Are you plotting a rebellion?" Li Yanwei and his team made an unexpected appearance at the training facility, with no prior notification provided to Gao Liming and his counterpart. This encounter saw Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi entirely devoid of the arrogance they had previously displayed, standing attentively as they listened to Li Yanwei's address. Indeed, one can see how circumstances can humble a person. Last time, they nearly resorted to violence against us, yet now they dare not even breathe audibly, whispered an onlooker among the staff. "Of course, that is an elder who has known them since childhood. Would you dare to be anything but obedient?" Everyone in the basketball community is well aware of their relationships. Only an outsider, lacking discernment, would dare to take on such a task. "And he deserves the punishment he receives," Zhang Weiping remarked with a smile. As a seasoned veteran of the National Sports Administration, he was acutely aware of the esteemed position that Li Yanwei occupied in the hearts of his two nephews. Back when they were still in the country, their exceptional talents drew relentless attention from sports school coaches, who nearly wore out their welcome at the family's doorstep. Yet, the two boys remained resolute. They were willing to learn basketball, but they categorically refused to join a sports school or sign any agreements, disregarding all advice to the contrary. If they were not to attend a sports school, they were determined to focus on their studies. However, the boys frequently skipped classes to practice basketball, leading to inevitable reprimands from the school, which resulted in them facing punishment from their family. Each time, it was Li Yanwei, their uncle, who intervened to resolve the situation. Eventually, it was also Li Yanwei who utilized his connections to secure their training with the Bai team without cost. Within the family, the two boys heeded their uncle's guidance above all else. Without his support, their rapid development would have been improbable. Li Yanwei even facilitated their overseas studies by providing the necessary guarantees, persuading the family to allow their departure. His arrival signified the National Sports Administration's endorsement of the two young men's aspirations to participate in the NBA draft, a sentiment corroborated by the presence of the CCTV interview team. Coach Gao Liming accompanied the delegation to assess whether the duo possessed the requisite skills to compete in the upcoming 1996 Atlanta Olympics. Regarding Yao Ming and Lu Wei, they were among the first selections for the Eagle Plan initiated by the Basketball Management Center. This plan, conceived by Gao Liming in collaboration with Li Yanwei prior to his departure abroad, mirrored a similar talent development initiative from another world's national basketball program. Unexpectedly, the execution of this plan occurred much sooner than anticipated, over a decade in advance of its counterpart in another realm. Yao Ming's profile, position, center, affinity, 5. Height, 223 centimeters, wingspan, 225 centimeters, vertical jump, 54 centimeters, physique, 53, finishing, 49, defense, 47, playmaking, 48, talent. Yangtze alligator, 4, ball sense, 3, scorching touch, 4. Special skills, none, ability, 48, potential, 95, assessment, a slender, agile giant. Lu Wei's profile, position, guard, affinity, 5, height, 189 centimeters, wingspan, 195 centimeters, vertical jump, 60 centimeters. Physique, 40, finishing, 41, defense, 38, playmaking, 40, talent, strength, 1, agility, 1, ball sense, 2, touch, 2, special skills, none, ability, 40, potential, 62. Assessment, a player with limited potential. In this parallel world, Yao Ming and Lu Wei, the foremost player and premier guard of the national basketball team, were merely 17 years old, exuding youthful innocence and naivety. By a stroke of fortune, they became the inaugural participants in the Eagle Plan for the Chinese national basketball team. The negotiation team arrived hastily and departed swiftly. Li Yanwei spent merely 2 days in Winston before returning home with his staff. The CCTV interview team remained behind to document the entire draft process of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, including their training during this period. Yao Ming and Lu Wei were unexpectedly noticed by Dave Odom, becoming freshman teammates at Wake Forest, alongside Gao Liming Jr. and Tim Duncan's new teammate. To expedite their development, following the departure of the negotiation team, Gao Liming promptly invited the draft-eligible players to train together, with Marbury, Allen, Walker, and others accepting the invitation to Wake Forest. Surrounded by these gifted athletes, Gao Liming once again embarked on the journey of enhancing their affinity, replicating the journey of his life. On May 20th, the NBA draft lottery for 1996 commenced. The 1995-1996 season saw the digital team with a dismal record of 18 wins and 64 losses, placing them at the bottom of the Eastern Conference and second to last in the league. The team with the poorest record that season was the Vancouver Grizzlies, later renamed the Memphis Grizzlies, with a mere 15 wins and 67 losses. While the Toronto Raptors ranked third from the bottom with 21 wins and 61 losses. However, both the Grizzlies and the Raptors had only joined the NBA in 1995. And the league regulations stipulated that they could not obtain the first overall pick until 1999. Had it adhered to standard regulations, the Philadelphia 76ers, languishing near the bottom of the rankings, would have possessed a mere 18-3 chance of securing the coveted first overall pick. However, with the assistance of the Memphis Grizzlies and the Toronto Raptors, the odds for the 76ers soared to an impressive 33-73 in April, following a change in ownership. The new proprietor, Pat Croce, was fortunate enough to draw the first pick. The Toronto Raptors and the Vancouver Grizzlies subsequently claimed the second and third picks, respectively. The emergence of Gao Liming did not alter the draft order. With the lottery concluded, attention shifted to the joint workouts. A week later, at the New Jersey Continental Airlines Arena, the joint workouts commenced, drawing hundreds of players vying for a position in the NBA, with representatives from all teams present to evaluate the talent. The workout spanned 3 days, the first day dedicated to medical examinations, the second to physical testing, and the third to scrimmages. On the first day, Bill Duffy leveraged his connections to schedule his 3 clients for early morning examinations, allowing them ample time to rest afterward. On the second day, Wang Zhizhi, Gao Liming, and Nash arrived at the gym for physical testing, accompanied by Duffy. Within the gym, players were organized into groups for various testing events, while numerous scouts diligently recorded the metrics of prospective athletes. When it was Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming's turn, the renowned NCAA duo, known as the Flying Devils, drew considerable attention from the scouts. Chapter 14. The Battle of the Most Promising Rookies. Gao Liming's physical test data reveals a height of 198 centimeters, an arm span of 215 centimeters, a standing reach of 274 centimeters, a vertical jump of 52 centimeters, a running jump of 120 centimeters, a weight of 98 kilograms, a 100-meter sprint time of 10.6 seconds, and a bench press of 84 kilograms for 5 repetitions. In contrast, Wang Zhizhi's metrics showcase a height of 213 centimeters, an arm span of 226 centimeters, a standing reach of 291 centimeters, a vertical jump of 85 centimeters, a running jump of 102 centimeters, a weight of 112 kilograms, a 100-meter sprint time of 11.1 seconds, and an impressive bench press of 84 kilograms for 9 repetitions. Upon the release of their test results, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the surrounding scouts. It had been years since such extraordinary physical metrics had been recorded. Many scouts promptly contacted their respective team's upper management for what further evaluation was necessary. Simply based on these physical test results, both individuals were assured to be lottery picks. Moreover, they are members of the NCAA's Flying Devils, representing the pinnacle of immediate competitive prowess among this year's rookies. The complete physical data subsequently led the training camp to establish corresponding draft templates. Gao Liming's ceiling was likened to that of Michael Jordan, while his floor was compared to Clyde Drexler. Wang Zhizhi's ceiling was associated with Hakeem Olajuwon, and his floor with David Robinson, an elevation that could not be surpassed. The 1996 NBA draft is rightfully regarded as a golden generation, with numerous players vying for the lottery slots, each a blend of innate talent and immediate effectiveness. Following the physical assessments, many players received invitations for tryouts from multiple teams. With some already preparing to depart and no longer intending to participate in the training game scheduled for the morrow, Gao Liming stepped to the center of the arena, creating a sound to draw the attention of the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all gathered here today to showcase our talents and strive for a better ranking. I propose that no test can compare to the directness of engaging in a match. Let us indulge in a spirited contest tomorrow, where we can not only display our abilities but also gain recognition. However, I urge those who may lack the requisite skills to refrain from participating, as this is a battle among the most formidable of draft prospects. Those whose abilities are significantly inferior may find their rankings adversely affected, or worse, risk being overlooked entirely. Gao Liming's words captivated the attention of ambitious players, proving that those with aspirations will seize every opportunity to showcase their talents. Interestingly, despite not facing you in the tournament, I hope you do not disappoint me tomorrow. The first to speak was Iverson, his demeanor rebellious and his spirit fervent. Count me in. I too wish to witness the prowess of the aerial demon. I am in as well, came another voice. As several players responded in succession, Gao Liming's objective was achieved, and he waved with a smile. All right, see you tomorrow. With the desired effect accomplished, Bill Duffy departed with Gao Liming, Wang Zhizhi, and Nash. You have garnered the attention of countless individuals with your physical test results today. You truly need not have gone to such lengths, Bill Duffy remarked quietly as they exited. It matters not. The players eligible to compete tomorrow are primarily those from the lottery zone. The only true threats to us are Iverson and Camby, who are frontrunners for the top pick. If we do not participate in this match, even if we perform exceptionally well, we will not have the opportunity to secure the first overall selection. Some executives from NBA teams, blinded by bias, would be reluctant to gamble on the talents of us, the Huaxia people. Even if we lose, we are guaranteed at least a lottery spot, so we stand to lose nothing, do we? Haha, I knew it. My cousin never engages in unprofitable ventures, Wang Zhizhi chuckled mischievously from the side. Will I also be able to participate tomorrow? Nash inquired confidently. Absolutely. Let us form a team. We shall soar. Gao Liming and his companions returned to the hotel to rest, unaware that his actions within the gymnasium had reached the office of the NBA commissioner. It was quite unexpected that this Chinese player possessed such a nimble intellect. Devising a method to enhance his visibility, the battle of the strongest rookies promised to be an intriguing spectacle. It was an excellent opportunity for promotion. Arrangements were made to ensure that all teams were informed of the upcoming showdown, urging the media to amplify their coverage, with both intelligence and skill. A player of his caliber, should he be chosen by a smaller market team, would indeed be a loss for the NBA. It seemed necessary for me to organize matters meticulously. After delegating tasks to his subordinates, David Stern picked up the phone. On the third day, the joint training session had been rebranded as the Battle of the Strongest Rookies. In previous years, most players invited for trials had already departed by this time, leaving the gymnasium populated primarily by those who had received no invitations, hoping to make a final stand through the training match. However, this year, due to Gao Liming's high-profile instigation of the rookie showdown, many players with high rankings and mock drafts deliberately chose to remain and participate in the competition. A multitude of journalists and scouts from various NBA teams filled the stands, and even several general managers were present at the venue. When Gao Liming and his group arrived at the gym, the audience was already at full capacity, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a championship match. In the commentary booth sat Jim and Don Nelson from CBS. Players participating in the final day of the training match were warming up on different courts, with those lacking trial invitations clearly segregated from those who had received them. Gao, Wang, over here. In the center of the gymnasium, Ray Allen called out to the two. Allen, Iverson, Marbury, and Walker were all present on this court, with approximately a dozen others, seemingly intent on competing in the battle of the strongest. Apologies for our tardiness. It appears I am not the sole contender for the number 1 pick. Where's Camby? Gao Liming greeted several acquaintances within the crowd and cast a glance over the throng. Recognizing that most of them were part of the illustrious 96 golden generation, poised for significant futures. The only notable absentees from the lottery picks were Marcus Camby and Peja Stojakovic. The latter currently resides outside the United States and will not grace the NBA for another 2 years. Camby, having received an invitation for a trial from the digital entity in the Denver Nuggets, has already embarked on his journey. His agent is fervently promoting him as the finest big man of this draft class, the prime candidate for the top pick. It seems he has succumbed to fear of failure, losing his nerve. Marbury's loud proclamation within the crowd elicited laughter from those present. Everyone here is well aware of the crazy three Cambi, having been decisively bested by Wang Zhiji. Likely fears another defeat without a plausible excuse. Perhaps other factors contributed to his absence from today's fierce rookie showdown. After some idle chatter among the players on the court, they began to strategize their grouping. Approximately 10 minutes later, the players were divided into two teams, red and blue. The red team comprised NCAA players who had never faced the Flying Devils. Its members included Allen Iverson, 88, SG, Sharif Abdurrahim, 82, PF, Eric Dampier, 75, C. Lorenzen Wright, 77, C. Corey Kittles, 76, SG, Samaki Walker, 74, PF, Vitaly Potapenko, 76, PFC, Todd Fuller, 70, C, and Derek Fisher, 68, PG. Most members of the red team are lottery picks in this draft, with the exception of Derek Fisher, who was brought in from another court to balance the roster. The blue team, comprising Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji, consists of Alan Ray, 84, SG Seth, Stefan Marbury, 85, PG, Antoine Walker, 85, PF, Kobe Bryant, 69, SG, Jermaine O'Neal, 63, PFC, Ben Wallace, 63, C, Wang Zhiji, 88, PFC, Gao Liming, 84, SGSF, and Steve Nash, 78, PG. Due to the presence of two high school players, the blue team's overall strength is perceived to be inferior to that of the red team. The red team has graciously permitted the blue team to select one player from their roster. However, Gao Liming declined the offer and instead called upon Ben Wallace from another court to fill the final spot, recognizing the talent that had been overlooked in this tournament. As this is a practice match, neither team has a head coach, and all strategies are orchestrated by the players themselves. In this context, Gao Liming took up the tactical board, assuming the role of coach. In the first quarter, Marbury, Walker, Kobe Bryant, Alan Ray, and Wang Zhiji, you will start. The rest will serve as substitutes. Our strategy will be to utilize a pick-and-roll approach, combining drives and passes. Given that the opposing team has a stronger inside presence, we must accelerate our pace and prioritize quick plays. Does anyone have any objections? As Gao Liming outlined the starting players and the fundamental strategy, no one raised any dissent. Over the past month, Marbury, Ray, Walker, and Nash have trained closely with the Gao brothers, forging bonds akin to that of true siblings. The rapport among the four has markedly increased, and now they share a camaraderie reminiscent of brothers. Ben Wallace, whom Gao Liming had recruited, joined the ranks. While the two high school players were not in a position to contest this arrangement, as they were the least formidable in terms of raw talent. As the match commenced, the red team's starting lineup featured Allen Iverson, 88, SG, Sharif Abdurrahim, 82, PF, Eric Dampier, 75, C, Lorenzen Wright, 72, C, and Corey Maggette, 71, SG. Wang Zhiji and Dampier were designated for the jump ball, with Wang Zhiji claiming victory decisively. Marbury seized control of the ball and initiated a fast break, prompting the entire blue team to transition swiftly down the court. Iverson positioned himself at the top of the arc to impede Marbury, who executed a crossover to evade him. As Marbury surged into the paint, Maggette advanced to provide help defense. Marbury feigned a shot, only to deliver a precise pass to the corner. The ball found its way into the hands of Ray Allen, who caught it and launched a three-point shot from the corner, the ball swishing through the net, sending ripples across the hoop. The blue team secured the first points of the game. On the other side, Allen Iverson of the red team took control, executing a solo move at the top of the arc against Stefan Marbury. With his signature crossover dribble, he swiftly broke to the right, halting for a jump shot that found its mark. Everyone was well aware of Iverson's penchant for penetrating from the right side, a skill that remained indefensible. The blue team, having trained together for over a month with four cohesive players, developed a certain synergy that allowed them to create scoring opportunities seamlessly. The red team, in contrast, relied on Iverson's formidable ability to break through defenses, either scoring himself or drawing double teams to set up teammates for points. As the game approached the 7-minute mark, Coach Gao Liming called for a timeout and made substitutions, the score tied at 20-20. Chapter 15. The game continues soon. Along with Wang Zhiji, Nash, Ben, and Ray Allen, took to the court while the others rested. Nash assumed the role of primary ball handler. Upon our entry, we executed a 7-second fast break to seize quick points. On the sidelines, Gao Liming and Nash conferred on tactical arrangements. In Gao Liming's view, The most effective strategy for scoring quickly was reminiscent of the 7-second offense employed by the Suns during the D'Antoni era. Using a tactical board, he sketched out several running patterns, and the nearby players quickly grasped the key points of the strategy. Such an audacious tactic. It's hard to believe you possess coaching potential, Marbury remarked, observing the strategy on the board. Had our team adopted such a strategy back then, we might not have succumbed to your Wake Forest squad. Let bygones be bygones. The most pressing matter now is to triumph over the red team. Fast breaks can be tremendously taxing, so those not on the court should utilize this time to rest. Allow me to briefly outline our tactical plan. The 7-second fast break, which I also refer to as the cannon fire, demands that we remain in a perpetual state of active play. By continuously moving and maintaining a rapid offensive tempo, we must seize shooting opportunities, swift, precise, and fierce. Whenever the opponent shows even the slightest vulnerability, we must capitalize on it to initiate an attack or counterattack. This strategy necessitates a point guard with remarkable speed, exceptional scoring ability, and outstanding court vision and passing skills. Fortuitously, our blue team is blessed with 2 such point guards. After Gao Liming finished speaking, he glanced at Nash and Marbury, who both smiled shyly. During the offense, the entire team accelerated towards the basket. Ray Allen and I positioned ourselves beyond the 3-point line, while Ben and Daji made direct incursions into the opponent's paint. Upon receiving a pass, they would either swiftly drive for a layup or distribute the ball outside for a shot, without hesitation. If forced to halt and set up, Daji would initiate a pick-and-roll. All offensive actions must be completed within 7 seconds, with the responsibility of rebounding resting solely on you. Ben. Understood? It's quite simple on the court. There are 4 essential tasks to perform: moving, passing, shooting, and rebounding. Nash succinctly articulated the essence of the strategy, and the other players nodded in agreement. None who remained on this court were lacking in intelligence. As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court. The red team also made substitutions, bringing in Sharif Abdurrahim, PF, Samaki Walker, PF, Vitaly Potapenko, PFC, Todd Fuller, C, and Derek Fisher, PG. The composition of the red team adhered to the traditional assembly model of teams in this era, featuring a robust and tall frontcourt paired with a strong, capable point guard who possessed shooting finesse. Once the players were on the court, the blue team immediately launched into a fast-paced attack, resembling 5 wild stallions galloping towards the red team. Nash advanced the ball beyond the 3-point line, with Fisher stepping up to defend. Wang Zhizhi subtly moved to set a pick. Fisher was effectively blocked by Wang Zhizhi, allowing Nash to penetrate. As Raheem was drawn in to assist, Nash lofted the ball high, and Wang Zhizhi soared for an alley-oop dunk. On the red team's offensive possession, Fisher leisurely dribbled past half-court, spacing the floor as Raheem called for the ball to go one-on-one against Wang Zhizhi. As a renowned power forward in the NCAA, Sharif Abdurrahim had never faced Tim Duncan during his 4 years of college due to being in different conferences. His current team, the University of California, Berkeley, had fallen in the first round of March Madness this season, denying him the chance to compete against the legendary Blue Devils. In the recent game, Raheem had been matched up against Walker, but now it was finally his opportunity to face Wang Zhizhi. His sole objective in this training match was to triumph in a one-on-one against Wang Zhizhi and ascend over this formidable opponent. However, while dreams may be beautiful, reality often proves to be harsh. Gao Liming position, shooting guard, small forward, height, 198 centimeters wingspan, 215 centimeters vertical leap, 99 centimeters stamina, 84 finishing, 87 defense, 88 assists, 89 talent. Frenzy Tiger 5. Ultimate ball sense 5. Fiery touch 4. Specialty, scorching projection 7. Tiger style post play 7. Frenzied breakthrough 7. Deathly entanglement 7. Ability 87 potential 99 evaluation. A quintessential template for a shooting guard, small forward embodying the talents of Chinese players. Wang Zhizhi position, center intimacy, 98 height, 213 centimeters wingspan, 226 centimeters vertical leap, 85 centimeters stamina, 88 finishing, 91 defense, 90 assists, 88 talent. Malevolent Kuimping 5. Ball sense 3. Gentle touch 3. Focus 4. Specialty 3-point cannoneer 8. Ultimate footwork 7. Supreme offense and defense 7. Ability 89 potential 99 evaluation. One of the perfect templates for a center. After an exhilarating march, Wang Zhiji and Gao Liming sought to adapt more swiftly to the tempo of the NBA. They engaged a professional trainer, invited by Bill Duffy, to enhance their skills, resulting in further growth in their abilities. Sharif Abdurrahim position, power forward height, 206 centimeters wingspan, 210 centimeters vertical leap, 70 centimeters stamina, 76 finishing, 85 defense, 72 assists, 80 talent, Great Baboon 4. Gentle touch, 3, specialty, versatile finishing 5, agile footwork 6, ability, 82 potential, 88 evaluation, a power forward known for strong offense, weak defense, and nimble footwork. During his NCAA tenure, Sharif Abdurrahim showcased his agility and versatile finishing skills, establishing himself as one of the premier power forwards in the Big Ten Conference. When faced with Wang Zhiji, he opted for a drive to the basket due to their height disparity. However, he soon realized that his prized agility could not elude the towering figure before him, as his operating space dwindled, leading to a forced shot. Clang. The shot ricocheted off the rim. My teammate Wallace secured the rebound from Eric Dampier, swiftly pivoting to pass to the open Gao Liming. Gao promptly relayed the ball to Nash, positioned near the midline. Fisher closely guarded Nash, denying him any space to accelerate. With a deft spin, Nash maneuvered past Fisher, surged forward, and executed a layup, scoring in under 3 seconds. Well, the blue team, with the presence of the Huaxia brothers, orchestrated a fluid offensive display in the second quarter while simultaneously stifling the red team's attacks, making the game intriguing at last. To be honest, I was nearly dozing off during the first quarter. The commentary by CBS's Jim and Darnell Nelson continues at the sidelines. Indeed, after substitutions, the blue team has adopted a rapid-fire strategy, the most effective approach for narrowing the score gap. Simultaneously, Wang and the shorter center have adeptly protected the rebounds, displaying a clear tactical vision and precise division of roles. Should the red team persist in their solo plays without tactical coordination as they did in the first half, I surmise the outcome of this match would be all but certain. As an experienced coach, Darnell Nelson discerned the blue team's strategic intentions. His gaze filled with desire as he observed the two Huaxia players. In the subsequent play, the red team altered their approach, moving away from one-on-one confrontations to employ a pick-and-roll strategy with Fisher and Raheem. Following the screen, Raheem targeted Nash, exploiting his physical vulnerabilities. For several consecutive plays, the red team relentlessly attacked Nash through mismatches. However, the blue team remained unperturbed, regardless of who confronted Nash when it was their turn to attack. Nash consistently found open teammates to score, steadily closing the gap. Nash struggled to defend against the mismatch plays of other players, while Fisher was equally ineffective against Nash's penetrations and passes. At the end of the first quarter, with a score of 33-26, the blue team executed their rapid-fire strategy to seize points in the final 3 minutes, successfully widening the score margin. Well done, everyone. We gained a 7-point lead in the first quarter, exclaimed Marbury as he and Walker distributed drinks and towels to their teammates. The rapid-fire strategy, though effective, drained energy and could not be sustained indefinitely. For the second quarter, Marbury, Kobe, Shaquille O'Neal, and Walker were set to take the court, while the others rested and prepared to re-enter. There were no objections to Gao Liming's arrangements. The tactical choices and player placements were fair and reasonable, showing no favoritism. Kobe Bryant, position, forward guard, chemistry, 20, height, 196 centimeters, wingspan, 211 centimeters, vertical leap, 92, physicality, 68, finishing, 71, defense, 63, playmaking, 70, talent, serpent's leap, 5, exceptional ball sense, 5, gradual warm-up, 4, indomitable will, 5, specialization, aerial play, 5, gradual shooting, 5, weakness penetration, 5, relentless pursuit, 5, ability, 69, potential, 99. Evaluation, one of the perfect templates for a scoring guard. Kobe Bryant, often referred to as the man closest to divinity, was still a remarkably young high school graduate at this time. He was the most promising prospect in this draft, albeit currently possessing the least prowess. Kobe's innate talent and specialization piqued Gao Liming's interest, particularly his indomitable will, a gift seemingly bestowed by the divine, which he had yet to observe in anyone else. The gradual emergence of talent is a rare sight, yet regrettably, my system lacks the sophistication to provide a detailed explanation. Jermaine O'Neal, positioned in the paint, possesses a camaraderie rating of 20, stands at a height of 211 centimeters with a wingspan of 220 centimeters, exhibits a vertical leap of 80 centimeters, and possesses a physique score of 69. His finishing ability is rated at 65, defense at 63, and playmaking at 63. His gifts include the long arm of the ape, 5, touch 2, and ball sense 2. His specialties encompass stable mid-range shooting, 5, and agile defense, 5. With an overall ability score of 63 and a potential rating of 97. He is regarded as one of the perfect prototypes for a center, often referred to as Little Shaq, a prodigious talent whose career was marred by injuries. He lacked the nurturing of a team during his rookie season and never fully realized his potential by the time of his retirement. Presently, Little Shaq is likely the least formidable player among this year's participants, idolizing Wang Zhizhi and repeatedly exclaiming in admiration upon encountering him. Chapter 16. The tryout. As the break concluded, all players returned to the court, and the red team made personnel adjustments, substituting Fisher for Iverson at the point guard position. The red team's lineup began to resemble the iconic 4-1 configuration that led to the championship finals. Allen Iverson, a guard with a camaraderie rating of 5, stands at 183 centimeters with a wingspan of 196 centimeters, boasts a vertical leap of 112 centimeters, and carries a physique rating of 78. His finishing ability is rated at 90, defense at 80, and playmaking at 90. His talents include Lightning Weasel, 4, Ultimate Ball Sense, 5, Soft Touch, 4, and Indomitable Spirit, 4. His specialties are aerial maneuvers, 6, Rapid Shooting, 7, Lightning Fast Drives, 7, and Swift Steals, 5. With an overall ability score of 86 and a potential rating of 97. He is considered one of the archetypes for explosive scoring guards. Allen Iverson, once a favorite of Gao Liming, epitomizes the combination of explosive power and unparalleled speed, a relentless warrior known for his signature crossover dribble. Everyone anticipates his right-side drives, however. Opponents are perpetually unable to thwart him. Upon entering the game, Iverson's lightning-fast drives tore through the blue team's defense, leveraging his exceptional scoring prowess to manipulate their defensive formations and propel the red team's scoring. Under the orchestration of Marbury and Gao Liming, the blue team coalesced into a cohesive unit, granting each player opportunities to showcase their skills. At halftime, the score stood at 56-48, with the blue team leading by 8 points. It was indeed an exhilarating quarter, with players from both sides demonstrating extraordinary individual capabilities and tactical understanding. Despite the absence of a coach's guidance, they instinctively executed strategies befitting their team. Nelson, what are your thoughts on these players? I must say, the caliber of this year's players is remarkably high, possessing not only immense potential but also a degree of immediate readiness. Cornerstone players all rate between 6 to 7, indicating that the NBA is witnessing a golden generation. The future of the league promises to be spectacular with their presence. The exchange of money for services rendered, coupled with Don Nelson's lavish praises for the players, has incited a flurry of activity among the scouts observing the proceedings. One can easily anticipate that today's NBA draft will be exceptionally lively. The so-called golden generation has indeed emerged from such moments. Sitting on the sidelines, sipping water, Gao Liming couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Nelson's commentary. "Brother, what are you thinking? Your laughter is rather suggestive," he quipped, recalling the embarrassing incidents of their childhood. As the two brothers conversed in the lounge area, members of the blue team approached them. "Gao, what are your tactical thoughts for the second half? You always have those clever ideas. Share them with everyone," Walker inquired cheerfully. Thanks to Gao Liming's strategic arrangements in the first half, everyone had the opportunity to showcase their abilities, and in the absence of a coach's guidance, Gao unexpectedly became the cornerstone of the team. "What do you mean by my clever ideas? This is wisdom, intellect, do you understand?" Gao retorted. "Why are you even discussing this with him? He lacks such attributes," Marbury interjected, delivering a sharp jab, while Walker gazed at him with a look of dismay. "We cannot afford to play an all-out offensive in the second half. Such a strategy would impose excessive physical strain on us at this juncture. Instead, we should maintain the same prudent pick-and-roll play as in the second quarter, focusing on passing and cutting. Our team boasts 2 adept playmakers who excel in penetration and passing, along with 4 tall interior players well-suited to counter the opponent's frontcourt. The 2 shooting guards can stretch the defense with their movement and long-range shooting. As for the small forward position, it falls to me alone. I suppose I shall have to exert myself a bit more. After all, I am versatile." After Gao Liming concluded his remarks, the crowd collectively raised their middle fingers. The second half of the match commenced, with both teams taking to the court. The red team was comprised of Allen Iverson, SG, Sharif Abdurrahim, PF, Eric Dampier, C, Corey Maggett, SG, and Derek Fisher, PG. The blue team consisted of Ray Allen, SG-SF, Stephon Marbury, PG, Antoine Walker, PF, Wang Zhiji, PFC, and Gao Liming, SG-SF. In the realm of high and low post play, as well as cut-and-pick strategies, both teams relinquished intricate tactical maneuvers in favor of the most rudimentary and fundamental approach to the game. As time progressed, the score oscillated between the two sides, with players frequently rotating in and out, while the spectators along the sidelines engaged in increasingly animated discussions. Each player on the court found opportunities to showcase their talents. However, scouts on the sidelines meticulously categorized these athletes based on their performances. Allen Iverson, Ray Allen, Stephon Marbury, Gao Liming, Kemba Walker, and Wang Zhiji were classified as members of the elite first tier, characterized by high potential and formidable capabilities. Meanwhile, players such as Rasheed Wallace, Daniel Gibson, Derek Fisher, Steve Nash, and Ben Wallace fell into the second tier, displaying distinct attributes and a measure of readiness for immediate competition. Others were deemed part of the third tier, possessing a certain level of combat readiness, while two high school students were classified into a unique tier of high potential but low proficiency. The first tier, as Coach Don Nelson articulated, comprises cornerstone players, whose presence is a fortuitous boon for teams securing high draft picks this year, presenting a delightful dilemma in selecting such foundational talents. As the exhilarating showcase of the strongest rookies concluded with a score of 98-88 in favor of the blue team, the final tally faded into insignificance. The scouts, now more focused on the individual performances, approached the participating players to extend invitations for tryouts. Notably, Ben Wallace, initially overlooked in the draft, received multiple invitations from various teams. After exchanging contact information, the players departed the arena alongside their agents, laden with numerous tryout offers. The 1996 NBA joint tryout had reached its conclusion. In the hotel, Bill Duffy contemplated the 3 tryout invitations he held, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Nash received tryout invitations from the Minnesota Timberwolves, Dallas Mavericks, Phoenix Suns, Charlotte Hornets, and New York Knicks. Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji received nearly all invitations for tryouts from various teams. With only half a month remaining until the NBA draft, they reached out to 6 teams that had extended tryout offers: the Minnesota Timberwolves, the New Jersey Nets, the Dallas Mavericks, the Indiana Pacers, the Golden State Warriors, and the New York Knicks. The absence of selections from teams holding the top 4 picks was the result of extensive discussions among Gao Liming, Wang Zhiji, and Bill Duffy. The team possessing the first overall pick, the Digital People, already boasts a formidable interior presence in Derek Coleman and is in need of an external core. The newly appointed president has repeatedly expressed a fondness for Allen Iverson, and the team already has a ball-dominant player in Jason Terry. The general manager, Billy King, is somewhat lacking in insight, leading to a decision to pass. Despite the Toronto Raptors holding the second pick and needing an interior player, the city of Toronto is plagued by severe racial discrimination, and the management's operations remain enigmatic, making it difficult to retain quality players. Thus, it would merely be a waste of time to play there. The situation is largely similar for the Vancouver team holding the third pick. Even if they were to select either player, they would not report to the team. The Milwaukee Bucks, with the 4th pick, represent a typical small market, and the decision not to pursue them stems from a simple lack of interest, compounded by the influence of E. Jianlian in later years. Their first battle took place at the Minnesota Timberwolves Target Center, where general manager Kevin McHale, head coach Flip Saunders, and several executives were present. Here, Gao Liming and his peers encountered outstanding guards from the current season, including Iverson, Marbury, and Ray Allen. In recent seasons, the Timberwolves have arguably held the league's worst record, with a win rate of less than 30. The team recently established Kevin Garnett, the 5th overall pick from 1995, as their leader, hoping to select a suitable partner for him in this year's draft. The rookies showcased their abilities, particularly during one-on-one sessions, where nearly all of them outperformed the Timberwolves players, including Garnett, who faced off against Wang Zhiji. At this time, Garnett had yet to evolve into the versatile player he would later become, lacking the upper hand against the agile and robust interior players, whereas Wang Zhiji epitomized the characteristics of an elite big man, tall, strong, and swift. Following the player demonstrations, the Timberwolves executives fell into silence, overwhelmed by the quality of this group of players. They felt that any selection would be a significant gain. departing from Minnesota. The group bypassed the Boston Celtics, who held the 6th pick, and the Los Angeles Clippers, with the 7th pick, heading directly to the New Jersey Nets. Liming. Why did you and Daji choose not to visit the Celtics or the Clippers? Both Boston and Los Angeles are major basketball markets, inquired Zhang Weiping, who accompanied them on their journey, puzzled by their itinerary. Although the Celtics have a glorious past, they are overly enamored with their former achievements, constantly seeking the next Larry Bird. Additionally, the Celtics management is currently in discussions with Rick Pitino from the University of Kentucky, favoring players like Antoine Walker and Sharif Abdurrahim. As for the Clippers, they are merely an accessory to the Lakers, the team with the least potential for growth in the NBA. The large market holds no relevance to them. Gao Liming patiently explained to Zhang Weiping, while the others nodded in agreement. The roster of the New Jersey Nets is only marginally superior to that of the Timberwolves, with the starting players possessing skill ratings ranging from 80 to 82. In other words, this is a team without a dominant star, which makes it conducive for the development of promising rookies. After the tryouts concluded, the upper management of the New Jersey Nets made a commitment. As long as the rankings of the 2 players fell to the 8th position, they would undoubtedly select them. In essence, they lacked the capability to trade for a higher draft pick. The Dallas Mavericks were greeted by Don Nelson, the newly appointed general manager of the team. Following the systematic tryout process, Nelson escorted Gao Liming and the others to his private office. To speak candidly, I hold a great admiration for all 3 of you players. However, I only possess the 9th pick in the first round. Based on your recent performances, I can select at most one of you. Gao, I am aware of your innovative ideas. Could you enlighten me on the course of action I should take? Chapter 17. Draft Commitment. Faced with Don Nelson's unexpected question, Gao Liming was taken aback. Historically, Nelson had a fondness for Wang Zhizhi and was well acquainted with Nash, having invested considerable time and effort into their development. Yet, he never anticipated that this future NBA coaching legend would seek answers from him. The Mavericks' internal conflicts remain no secret. Why not seize the opportunity to trade for the most advantageous assets? This, I presume, is something you have already considered. The question is, whom should we trade? I wish to know whom you believe is most suitable to retain. Upon hearing Nelson's words, Gao Liming quickly grasped why he was being queried. The veteran coach was not oblivious to the solutions. Rather, he intended to convey the Mavericks' stance to them. Coach Nelson, I appreciate your candidness. If the Mavericks wish to select all 3 of us, it will necessitate trading away those players who dominate ball possession and are reluctant to accept a backup role. After all, our development relies on starting positions and ball control. Only then can we secure higher draft positions, even if we do not fall within the top 3 picks. We certainly will not drop out of the top 5. Nash is also unlikely to slip beyond the lottery selections. Nonetheless, I suggest you prioritize considerations for my cousin and Nash. Are you unwilling to join the Mavericks? It's not that I have reservations, rather. There are those who prefer not to place all their eggs in one basket. After his conversation with Gao Liming, Nelson nodded thoughtfully, then fell into deep contemplation. Then let us conclude our discussion for today. I will strive to secure the appropriate draft position for your selection, Nelson said, rising after a minute of reflection. Until we meet at the draft, Coach Nelson, we have other engagements to attend to. Farewell. Bill Duffy rose to deliver his final remarks, and the group split into 2 paths as they departed from Dallas. Nash was escorted by his assistant to the Phoenix Suns and the Charlotte Hornets, while Bill accompanied Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi to the Indiana Pacers. Initially, Gao Liming was reluctant to bring Wang Zhizhi to the Pacers, as the team's coach at that time was Larry Brown, known for his aversion to utilizing newcomers and his lack of inclination to develop young talent. However, under Bill Duffy's recommendation, they proceeded to Indiana. Upon their arrival at the Market Square Arena, they were met by the team's head coach, Billy King, while coach Larry Brown, general manager Donnie Walsh, and other executives were conspicuously absent. Feeling a lack of respect, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi decided against participating in the tryout and turned to leave. Bill Duffy, equally incensed, was disheartened, especially since he had advocated for the 2 players to this team, and he departed after leaving a few scathing remarks. Their next destination was the Golden State Warriors, a team located in the San Francisco area, which boasts the highest Chinese population among American cities. At that time, the team had not reached the playoffs for 3 consecutive years, with the newly appointed head coach, Rick Adelman, at the helm. The team's 2 star players were Joe Smith and Latrell Sprewell. Gao Liming was well aware that these 2 individuals would likely be traded next year for various reasons. It can be said that the Golden State Warriors are the most compatible team for both players, The only challenge lies in their low draft positions. At this moment, the Golden State Warriors had concluded the 1995 to 1996 season, and most of the players had already disbanded. In the San Francisco-San Jose Arena, the upper management of the Golden State Warriors and head coach Rick Adelman were present to observe the two players' trials. The trials for the Golden State Warriors were quite straightforward, one-on-one matchups. Wang Zhizhi faced off against the team's primary center, Kevin Willis, while Gao Liming went up against Latrell Sprewell. Kevin Willis' position: center intimacy, 0 height, 213 centimeters wingspan, 208 centimeters vertical leap, 75 centimeters physicality, 94 finishing, 85 defense, 90 assists, 81 talent. Goliath Turtle, 4. Touch, 2. Specialties: steady shooting, 7. Low post play, 7. Tenacious defense, 8. Ability: 87 potential, 90 evaluation, a relatively slow yet formidable center. Kevin Willis is a renowned veteran in the NBA. Tall, robust, and possessing excellent stamina, he is resilient and diligent, embodying the qualities of a strong second-tier center in the league. Latrell Sprewell position: swingman intimacy, 0 height, 196 centimeters wingspan, 204 centimeters vertical leap, 95 centimeters physicality, 86 finishing, 89 defense, 82 assists, 89 talent. Lion-tailed macaque, 4. Ball sense, 3. Gentle touch, 3. Specialties: frenzy drives, 7. Wild shooter, 6. Intense post play, 7. Aggressive defense, 6. Ability: 88 potential, 91 evaluation. A player with an intense style, Latrell Sprewell, nicknamed the Maniac, is a top-tier swingman in the NBA. Known for his frenzied playing style and equally fierce temperament, ultimately undone by his own volatile personality. Wang Zhizhi position: interior player intimacy, 98 height, 213 centimeters wingspan, 226 centimeters vertical leap, 85 centimeters physicality, 88 finishing, 91 defense, 90 assists, 88 talent. Malevolent Kuanping, 5. Ball sense, 3. Gentle touch, 3. Focus, 4. Specialties: three-point shooting, 8. Exceptional footwork, 7. Supreme offense and defense, 7. Ability: 89 potential, 99 evaluation. One of the archetypes of a perfect interior player. Gao Liming position: forward guard height, 198 centimeters wingspan, 215 centimeters vertical leap, 99 centimeters physicality, 84 finishing, 87 defense, 88 assists, 89 talent. Ferocious Tiger, 5. Exceptional ball sense, 5. Scorching touch, 4. Expertise: fiery shooting, 7. Tiger back down, 7. Rampaging breakthrough, 7. Deathly entanglement, 7. Ability: 87 potential, 99 evaluation. A quintessential template for a forward guard, embodying the talents of Chinese players. Bill Duffy initially sought to prevent this seemingly uneven one-on-one trial, yet Gao Liming graciously declined his good intentions and consented to the challenge. The one-on-one consists of 5 shots, allowing for rebounds and putbacks, with no change of possession after scoring. Wang Zhizhi and Kevin Willis are the first to engage. Kevin Willis initiates play from the free throw line, taunting, "Come on, you delicate little brat." Before Willis can finish his taunt, Wang Zhizhi effortlessly sinks a three-pointer, the ball swishing through the net. A saying from my hometown comes to mind: villains perish from their verbosity, while the ball is retrieved. Those who float outside shooting are mere softies. Come at me like a man in a one-on-one. Willis restarts play, immediately closing in on Wang Zhizhi to prevent another three-point attempt. Wang Zhizhi, holding the ball with both hands, feints to mislead his opponent, then drives in for an easy layup. Truth be told, getting past you is as simple as crossing a street, a matter that is almost vexing. You've irked me, little brat. This time I shall defend you earnestly. After Willis resumes play, he presses his body against Wang Zhizhi, denying him any space to operate. Wang Zhizhi, with his back to the basket, dribbles, then, like a nimble forward, fakes with his shoulder, spins, and creates space for a mid-range jumper, scoring effortlessly. Come on, old man. Apply some pressure. I can hardly feel your defense. Are you made of wood? Kid, if you're capable, come to the post and face me. Cinders don't linger outside. All right, I'll receive the ball inside the free throw line. You serve it to me in the paint. As they shift positions, Willis serves the ball, again closely guarding Wang Zhizhi. Wang Zhizhi turns his back, leans against Willis, swiftly pivots, breaks through the defense, and executes a powerful dunk. Damn it, bring it on. As the ball was served once more, Willis should not have been so tightly guarded. Wang Zhizhi, with the ball cradled in both hands, flashed a smile at his opponent before swiftly breaking to the left. Willis slid in pursuit, but Wang Zhizhi executed a one-handed layup. In response, Willis leaped to block. Yet Wang Zhizhi collected the ball, pivoted, and shot again. Willis immediately lunged forward, but Wang Zhizhi deftly made a step-through layup, scoring with grace. Wang Zhizhi's fluid footwork in the paint left Willis disoriented, reminiscent of times when he was dominated by Olajuwon. The crowd erupted in applause. The Warriors' upper management observed Wang Zhizhi's performance and were instantly reminded of another championship center, none other than the renowned Hakeem Olajuwon, the pinnacle of the NBA's legendary big men. With similar height, agility, and versatility, Wang Zhizhi's recent move mirrored Olajuwon's signature style of outmaneuvering other centers during games. Kid, you are impressive. Your footwork resembles that of Olajuwon. I never anticipated losing to a rookie. Are all newcomers this formidable nowadays? Thank you for the compliment, but if we are to speak of greatness, our captain Tim Duncan is truly exceptional. To this day, I have yet to defeat him in one-on-one. Tim Duncan, you say? I shall remember that. As the one-on-one concluded, Willis approached Wang Zhizhi to shake hands. The prior contest was merely a professional engagement. Now that the task was complete, there was no need for animosity. All right, it's our turn now. Let me witness your defense, declared Sprewell, observing how Willis had allowed his opponent to initiate the attack, resulting in a direct defeat. Looking at his own adversary, who towered over him and possessed greater strength, he realized that if he permitted the other to attack first, he might end up like Willis, merely a stepping stone for a rookie. Thus, he decided to shed his inhibitions and seize the offensive initiative. Very well. I too wish to see what NBA-level offense looks like. Gao Liming approached the court with a cheerful smile. Gao Liming received the basketball from the staff member, passed it to Sprewell, and then maintained a distance of 1 arm's length, raising his arms to uphold a commendable defensive stance. Sprewell assumed a triple threat position, executed a probing step, and upon noticing Gao Liming's lack of response, feigned a drive to the basket. Gao Liming did not hesitate. He swiftly caught up, raising his hands high and using his body to apply pressure against Sprewell. Sprewell collided directly with Gao Liming before executing a jump shot. Gao Liming discerned the intentions of his opponent. Following a confrontation with Sprewell, he ceased his pursuit and surged directly towards the basket. After Sprewell released a shot, Gao leapt high to swat the ball against the backboard, seizing the rebound before sprinting beyond the three-point line. Chapter 18. The virtue of external assistance. As the transition between offense and defense unfolded beyond the arc, Gao Liming dribbled to the left, with Sprewell closely trailing him. In a swift motion, Gao pulled the basketball back to the right with his dominant hand. Sprewell, unable to adjust his center of gravity quickly, found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, Gao broke towards the right, charging into the paint with a powerful leap, executing a ferocious dunk. Sprewell stood still, reflecting on the actions that had just led to his being outmaneuvered, gesturing animatedly with his hands. What manner of street ball was this? No. It was merely a conventional basketball move that was seldom witnessed. Onward he went. As the second play commenced, Sprewell dared not grant Gao Liming any space to initiate his breakthrough, staying tightly glued to him. Gao Liming, with the ball in hand, turned his back, leaning against Sprewell. With a swift pivot, he broke free from Sprewell's grasp and once again surged into the paint for a thunderous dunk. The execution mirrored Wang Zhizhi's fourth shot against Willis, clean and decisive. For the third shot, Sprewell no longer clung closely to Gao Liming, maintaining a distance of an arm's length. Dribbling beneath his legs, he advanced with a feigned drive, executed a crossover, and, with his back to the basket, performed a jump step followed by a jump shot that found its mark. This display was purely a showcase of skill, fluid and spectacular, leaving Sprewell utterly powerless. For the fourth shot, Gao Liming employed his seldom used tiger-style post-up, utilizing his robust physique to relentlessly collide with Sprewell, advancing from the three-point line into the key before executing a turnaround bank shot. Just like Barkley, exclaimed the spectators along the sidelines. Yet, among the untrained eyes, such a post move seemed rudimentary. My brother possesses far more than just this technique, Wang Zhizhi remarked with a hint of disdain towards the onlookers. For the fifth shot, Sprewell, having been nearly knocked off his feet by Gao Liming's charge, maintained his defensive stance, gasping for breath. Gao Liming, with the ball in hand, glanced at the three-point line before confidently executing a jump shot from beyond the arc. The basketball swished through the net once more. Gao Liming decisively defeated Latrell Sprewell, causing the latter to angrily toss the ball and walk away. Truly, a remarkable player, the Flying Devil lives up to his reputation. Mr. Bill Duffy. We shall endeavor to negotiate upward, striving to secure contracts for 2 players. What of it? I have yet to unveil my brother's ultimate skill, retorted Wang Zhizhi with a dismissive smirk. I am immensely grateful for your high regard for my players. Let us reconvene after the draft, Bill Duffy remarked, intending to conclude the current tryout session. The Warriors' upper management expressed their approval of the 2 players and their eager desire for their recruitment, while they also issued a confidentiality directive regarding today's tryout details. Subsequently, they invited several individuals to dinner, where both hosts and guests enjoyed a delightful evening. The group rested overnight in San Francisco before embarking on their final tryout stop at the New York Knicks. Upon their arrival at Madison Square Garden, they found Knicks owner James Dolan and the newly appointed head coach Jeff Van Gundy waiting expectantly. At this juncture, the news of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi's triumph over the Warriors' key players, Latrell Sprewell and Kevin Willis, had yet to be disclosed. The Knicks conducted a thorough physical assessment for the arriving players, and when Dolan and the Knicks executives reviewed the data, their expressions mirrored that of astonishment shared by others. In accordance with standard procedure, Van Gundy intended to arrange one-on-one trials to observe the opponent's prowess firsthand. However, Knicks general manager Ernie Grunfeld leaned in to whisper something to Dolan, who promptly halted the subsequent tryout activities and instructed his secretary to escort Bill Duffy and his party to his office. Boss, why stop the tryout? The secretary inquired as they were led away, prompting Van Gundy's confusion. Yesterday, during their training with the Warriors, these 2 players from China defeated the Warriors starting center Kevin Willis and starting small forward Latrell Sprewell in a direct one-on-one confrontation. The Warriors have commanded silence on the matter, and few are aware of it now. We need not complicate matters further. Instead, we must focus on how to secure their signatures. These 2 are akin to a young Olajuwon and a young Barkley, Grunfeld elucidated to Van Gundy. What if this is mere rumor? We currently need immediate reinforcements for the team to assist Ewing. What if these rookies do not measure up? Van Gundy questioned. The news is absolutely credible. You need not be concerned. The Flying Devil from Wake Forest is the strongest immediate asset among this year's rookies. We have already fallen short against Jordan this year. I refuse to endure another defeat. What you must do now is confer with Ernie Grunfeld on how we can acquire them. I will first speak with them to ascertain if they have any special requests. James Dolan issued commands to his subordinates before making his way to his opulent office. Once inside, his spacious and luxurious surroundings were complemented by a secretary who welcomed a group of guests with an array of beverages, fruits, and snacks. I apologize for keeping you waiting, he began candidly. Let us get straight to the point. I have a deep admiration for your duo representing China, and I hope to select you. Do you have any specific requests? After all, this league has never seen players from China before, and I must prepare accordingly. The group exchanged glances, taken aback by Dolan's directness. The New York Knicks were not originally on their list of teams for trials for 2 reasons. Firstly, Dolan's management of the team had been nothing short of disastrous, and secondly, the team's leader, the once great Patrick Ewing, who remained the only prominent center without a championship, was now aging and in decline. Nonetheless, he still wielded control over the team's play, which would pose a significant obstacle to Wang Zhizhi's growth. Mr. Dolan, we appreciate your recognition of our potential. Firstly, as representatives of China, should our nation call upon us for a prestigious international competition, we would return home to fulfill that duty without hesitation. This stipulation must be honored by any team that selects us and should be included in our contract. If we are chosen by the Knicks this year, we request a minimum of 25 minutes of playing time during non-garbage time in each game. We firmly believe in our talent and capabilities to swiftly acclimate to the rhythm of the NBA. And we hope that we will not be hindered by any reservations regarding rookies or other unseemly notions, which would unjustly confine us to the bench and squander our time. Gao Liming candidly expressed his thoughts, stating that the previous demands would not impact the league, as world-class competitions are predominantly held during the off-season. The subsequent requests stem primarily from this year's Knicks head coach, Van Gundy, who, like Larry Brown, harbors a distrust of rookies and lacks proficiency in their development, preferring to overexert the main players. As the inaugural Chinese athletes to enter the NBA, they must set a commendable example for those who follow, while simultaneously dismantling the ingrained prejudices within the league, ensuring that no one is left with the impression that Chinese individuals are easily intimidated or lacking in capability. These concerns are not insurmountable. The team will endeavor to facilitate upward trades for draft picks, aiming to sign both of you concurrently. We shall reconvene at the draft. Farewell. Would you care to explore New York for a few days? I believe you would find it delightful. Thank you immensely, but we must continue our training, as it is our foremost priority at this juncture. Farewell. As the crowd bid farewell to James Dolan and journeyed back to Winston, they engaged in closed training sessions with Yao Ming and Lu Wei. From the previous November, when Liming had infused Wang Zhiji with the talents and skills of Tim Duncan, approximately 7 months had elapsed, during which Liming had amassed a total of 500 energy points. Consuming 500 energy points enabled Yao Ming to delve into Wang Zhiji's life experience, uncovering and aligning his own specialties. Yao Ming's position, center intimacy, 61 height, 223 centimeters wingspan, 225 centimeters vertical leap, 54 physicality, 54 finishing, 55 defense, 49 assists, 55 talents, Yangtze alligator, 4, ball sense, 3, fiery touch, 4, special skills, stable shooting, 2, agile footwork, 2, flexible passing, 1, ability, 55 potential, 95 evaluation, a slender yet agile giant. A further expenditure of 900 energy points allowed Liming to extract the life experiences of Stefan Marbury and Ray Allen, bestowing a wealth of talent and expertise upon Lu Wei, who subsequently entered Marbury's life experience to grasp his own specialties, thereby sculpting a template-level player with high potential. Lu Wei's position, guard intimacy, 63 height, 189 centimeters wingspan, 195 centimeters vertical leap, 60 physicality, 41 finishing, 53 defense, 43 assists, 53 talents, strength, 1, agility, 3, composure, 2, resilience, 3, ball sense, 4, soft touch, 3, special skills, versatile finishing, 3, composed organization, 1, tenacious defense, 1, ability, 49 potential, 97 evaluation, one of the templates for a guard. The thrill of advancement was exhilarating, with the aid of enhancements. Lu Wei's future appeared promising, yet ultimately, his journey would depend on his own diligence. During the training period, Bill Duffy periodically released videos of their closed trainings, showcasing the increasingly defined muscle lines of both athletes. At this stage, training alongside a cadre of players possessing NBA starting strength allowed both to flourish rapidly amidst the rigors. Time flew by, and the NBA Finals approached, featuring the Chicago Bulls against the Seattle Supersonics. This marked Michael Jordan's second season following his return, and the formidable Chicago Triangle had achieved an astounding 72 wins and 10 losses in the regular season, decisively advancing to the playoffs. In the postseason, they swept the Miami Heat 3-0, overcame the New York Knicks 4-1, and dispatched the Orlando Magic 4-0, with Michael Jordan once again leading his team to the finals. On May 30th, the NBA Finals commenced, and the powerful Chicago Bulls effortlessly triumphed 4-2 over the Seattle Supersonics, securing the NBA championship for the 1995-96 season, with Jordan earning the Finals MVP. During the final game of the series, Liming and his companions gathered at home to watch the live broadcast of the match. Chapter 19. The Draft. On June 26th, the 1996 NBA Draft took place at the Continental Airlines Arena in New Jersey. On draft day, all participants in the final, most formidable rookie showcase were invited to the green room, including the reticent Camby. Familiar players greeted one another warmly, securing their seats as they prepared for the momentous occasion. Gao Liming, Wang Zhiji, and Bill Duffy sat at the same table, accompanied by Zhang Weiping, while Nash and his family occupied another. Brother, who do you think will be the first overall pick? If the Mavericks hadn't traded, they would have selected Allen Iverson. After all, during the rookie showcase, no one could contain his drives. Moreover, with a top-tier power forward like Coleman on the team, the Mavericks had little need for a center. Coleman? Is he the reason we lost the top pick? If I make it to the NBA, I will certainly seek his guidance. Feeling a deep sense of guilt as he observed Wang Zhiji's transformation, Gao Liming was struck by a pang of remorse. As the draft commenced, Commissioner David Stern approached the podium, delivering a monotonous speech before unveiling an envelope containing the name of the Mavericks' first overall selection, Allen Iverson, guard from Georgetown University. It really is him. How could it be him? As Iverson donned the Mavericks cap and ascended the stage, he engaged in handshakes, photographs, and expressions of gratitude before stepping down. Stern then retrieved another envelope. Brother, do you think it could be us? It shouldn't be. We didn't attend the workouts and made it clear that even if chosen, we would not go to the Canadian teams. The Raptors and Grizzlies likely wouldn't select us. They should opt for Camby and Abdul Rahim. The 1996 NBA draft proceeded. With the second pick, the Toronto Raptors chose Marcus Camby, center from the University of Massachusetts. With the third pick, the Vancouver Grizzlies selected Sharif Abdur-Rahim, forward from the University of California. As anticipated, neither team stubbornly opted for Wang Zhizhi or Gao Liming. However, some surprises did arise, such as Camby's speech, which inadvertently attracted criticism and alienated the team's veteran leader. I am grateful to the Toronto Raptors for selecting me. I will prove that I am the strongest player among this year's rookies, and I will lead the Raptors to greater success in the upcoming season. After hearing this audacious young man's address, Gao Liming pondered whether the Raptors would come to regret their choice, but he was certain that once Camby reported, the veteran players would ensure he experienced regret. With the fourth pick in the 1996 NBA draft, the Milwaukee Bucks selected Wang Zhizhi, a surprising choice that neither had anticipated. Wang Zhizhi rose reluctantly. Just before he stood, Bill Duffy caught his attention and whispered, "By the way, I received a message from Donnie Nelson. You've been traded to the Mavericks." Gao, the Mavericks also acquired the Timberwolves draft pick. They will select you fifth. Just be mindful of your words when you take the stage. Splendid. Wang Zhizhi's demeanor transformed in an instant as he joyfully ascended the podium. Welcome to the NBA. I hope you achieve remarkable success here and claim the championship at the earliest opportunity. That is, of course, my intention. I am here to seize the championship. In the 1996 NBA draft, the Boston Celtics selected Antoine Walker from the University of Kentucky with the sixth pick. The Los Angeles Clippers followed suit, choosing Lorenzen Wright from the University of Memphis as the seventh pick. The New Jersey Nets opted for Ray Allen with the eighth pick, while the Dallas Mavericks selected Steve Nash as the ninth pick. The Indiana Pacers chose Eric Dampier with the 10th pick, and the Golden State Warriors picked Stephon Marbury at 11th. The Cleveland Cavaliers selected Vitaly Potapenko with the 12th pick, while the Charlotte Hornets secured Kobe Bryant as the 13th pick. Finally, the Sacramento Kings claimed Peja Stojakovic with the 14th pick. The lottery portion of the draft concluded, with subsequent selections remaining largely unchanged. Derek Fisher was chosen by the Los Angeles Lakers at the 24th position in the second round, while the most significant surprise occurred when undrafted player Ben Wallace was selected by the Milwaukee Bucks with the 53rd pick, replacing the originally intended player. After the draft, before the players gathered for a collective photograph, Gao Liming became aware of the relevant trade details. The Dallas Mavericks traded Jason Kidd and Lorenzo Williams to the Milwaukee Bucks in exchange for the 4th overall pick and the 23rd pick of the second round, selecting Wang Zhizhi and Ben Wallace. Additionally, the Mavericks traded Jamal Mashburn and a 1997 second-round pick to the Minnesota Timberwolves for the 5th overall pick, which allowed them to select Gao Liming. Originally, the Mavericks intended to trade Jim Jackson, but the Timberwolves declined and requested the inclusion of the 9th overall pick, which the Mavericks refused. Ultimately, Donnie Nelson managed to secure the trade with Jamal Mashburn and the 1997 second-round pick. Once the draft concluded, Donnie Nelson swiftly engaged the team's legal counsel to sign standard 2-2 rookie contracts with the 3 first-round selections. So, what are your plans moving forward? I heard from Bill Duffy that you intend to return home. Will you be participating in the Summer League? After the contracts were finalized, Donnie Nelson let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the Golden State Warriors and New York Knicks were also pursuing trades for the two players. Had he not acted decisively, he might have missed out on this remarkable duo. We need to return home for a while. We will come back before the Summer League. However, I am uncertain whether we will participate in the Summer League with the Mavericks, as the national team hopes for our early arrival for training and preparation for the upcoming Atlanta Olympics. It is rumored that they plan to come to America for the Summer League. There is no issue. This year, the team will be constructed around you, Wang Zhizhi, and Nash as the core. What are your thoughts? By posing such a question, Don Nelson regards Gao Liming as the leader of the team, as typically only the team captain has the authority to suggest player arrangements. In the upcoming season, Wang Zhizhi will play as a power forward. I will take the role of shooting guard, and Nash will serve as the point guard. The center position requires a defensive stalwart, ideally with some mid-range shooting capability. The newly signed Ben Wallace fits this description well, although it would be beneficial to have a few seasoned veterans. Kevin Willis of the Warriors would be an excellent choice. For small forward, we need someone capable of handling the ball and bridging the second unit. I recommend considering Michael Finley from the Suns. With this lineup, making it to the playoffs should be a certainty. And should development proceed favorably, reaching the finals is certainly within the realm of possibility. Gao Liming immediately assumed the demeanor of a team leader, engaging in discussions about the team's roster with Tang Nyerksen. As he listened to Gao's exposition, Tang displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he wore a look of gratification. You possess a remarkable talent for coaching. My insights are mere theoretical musings. In terms of coaching prowess, you are the true expert. With a hearty laugh, he added, well, I must take my leave. Please continue with your tasks. At that moment, a multitude of ideas surged through Tang's mind, each requiring meticulous execution. He chose silence and departed with the team's staff. After Tang's exit, a throng of media representatives swarmed in, armed with various recording devices aimed at the two individuals. As the first Chinese nationals to enter the NBA, do you have anything to say? One inquired. The NBA is the most formidable basketball league in the world, where global basketball elites aspire to compete. Through challenging the best, I hope to advance further here. When Marcus Camby asserted he was the strongest player in this draft, what are your thoughts on that? Thoughts? Did you not witness the NCAA games? The outcome is evident. Are you implying that you are the best player? Gao Liming, what is your perspective on this? We prefer to emphasize our capabilities through tangible results rather than mere words. What are your objectives for the upcoming season? To assist in reaching the playoffs and to have an opportunity to compete against Michael Jordan. Will you represent the Chinese basketball team at the Atlanta Olympics? That is still uncertain. We have yet to receive a summons, but we are always prepared to fight for our country. The reporters surrounded the two for over 20 minutes, only managing to leave when official intervention occurred. In a lounge within the gymnasium, the two reclined on the sofa, finding the ordeal of addressing the media even more exhausting than participating in a high-stakes game, with no energy replenishment in sight. What is happening with the system upgrade? Just as he thought of energy points, Gao Liming attempted to access the system, only to find the interface displaying upgrading. Aside from the scanning function, all other features were inaccessible. Reflecting on the situation, he realized the system's anomaly began after signing the rookie contract following the draft. He pondered when the upgrade would conclude and what changes it would bring. Congratulations are in order, my friend. Being the 4th and 5th picks in the first round has set a commendable precedent for Chinese players, Zhang Weiping announced as he entered with the Chinese media delegation. The cameraman captured the two sprawled on the sofa. Uncle Zhang, how did you find us? Please stop filming. We need a moment to rest after handling a barrage of interviews. Get up and sit properly. The foreign reporters have finished. Now it's time for our local journalists to interview you. Cooperate a bit. The CCTV reporters will be heading back home soon. All right. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Chapter 20. Returning home, Gao Liming adjusted Wang Zhiji's attire and settled onto the sofa. Zhang Weiping briefly instructed the interviewers to manage the visiting time and keep it concise. First and foremost, congratulations to both of you for being drafted as the 4th and 5th picks in the NBA. Could you share your feelings at this moment? The reporter from CCTV posed a rather formal opening question. Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji endeavored to muster their spirits, presenting a facade of exuberance. Naturally, they felt elated and exhilarated, having achieved an unprecedented feat. Haha. Indeed. Zhang Weiping, observing their forced smiles, shook his head in disapproval, unable to watch any longer, and stepped aside for a smoke. The reporter continued with a series of standard questions, which Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji navigated with caution. The media, often referred to as the unofficial royalty, must be handled delicately, for offending them was unwise. Eventually, they were asked if they had any messages for the domestic audience. We hope to see an increasing number of players from our country venture abroad to hone their skills in prestigious leagues worldwide, ultimately representing our nation and bringing glory to it. We also wish for more spectators to develop a love for basketball and engage with the sport. As the interview with Huaxia concluded and the cameraman switched off the camera, the two men slumped back onto the sofa with a sigh of relief. I would rather face Duncan in a one-on-one 100 times than endure another interview. It's utterly exhausting. I concur. Zhang Weiping interjected. You must remember, you are now public figures. Be mindful of your image. Your uncle inquired when you plan to return. The day after tomorrow, perhaps. It's been over a year. We miss home, they replied. Is there anything happening on your uncle's end? No issues. The national basketball team is currently finalizing the Olympic roster. There are some reservations from the management regarding your participation in the national team, and your uncle would like you to return soon so he can assist you with it. All reactionaries are mere paper tigers. Once we dominate on the court, all doubts will dissipate. Wang Zhiji instantly perked up at Zhang Weiping's words. even showcasing his bicep in response. At that moment, he indeed had the confidence to be audacious. Since his transformation, his physical prowess had markedly improved, his strength increasing, and his muscular definition becoming pronounced, reminiscent of a young Shaquille O'Neal. All right, as long as you are aware, please inform me once your return is confirmed, and I will arrange the logistics. How long do you intend to stay at home? About a month. We are returning in July for the Summer League, but after that, we have no commitments. That's manageable. This year the national team also plans to participate in the Summer League here. The conclusion of the Summer League coincides perfectly with the Olympics. Well, I shall take my leave. You both should rest and return home soon. Uncle Zhang, take care. No need to see us off. Although the two of them spoke pleasantly, they remained motionless, languishing on the sofa. 3 days later, accompanied by Zhang Weiping, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi landed at Beijing airport. Upon exiting, the trio boarded a large military jeep and departed. Uncle Zhang, you're doing quite well now. Having a dedicated vehicle for your comings and goings. This car is splendid, spacious and comfortable. Traveling home by jeep is certainly far superior to squeezing onto a bus. Given our stature, each bus ride makes us feel like animals in a zoo. What do I have to thank you for? I should be grateful to you. I'm merely hitching a ride. Uncle Zhang, what do you mean by that? Whose vehicle is this, and where are we headed? Hee. We're off to the Beijing gymnasium. The national training squad has already gathered. Your uncle requested that you head directly there after disembarking. Everyone is eagerly awaiting your arrival. Seriously? We've just returned and haven't even been home yet. Can't we at least have a couple of days to ourselves? Indeed. Even the landlord's donkey is treated better. This isn't my decision to make. If you have any thoughts, discuss them with your uncle later. Inside the Beijing gymnasium, over 30 of the nation's finest basketball players had gathered in preparation for the Atlanta Olympic Games. After about a month of rigorous selection, the initial 30 candidates had dwindled to 14. The timeline for finalizing the roster had long passed, yet the leaders of the Basketball Association hesitated, clearly awaiting the return of 2 players from the NBA. Unbeknownst to Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, who were still in transit, they were already the subject of some disdain. After an hour's drive, the jeep halted at the entrance of the gymnasium, and the two disembarked, still groggy. At last, you're back. Come with me quickly. The leaders are waiting inside. A young staff member rushed over as they stepped out. What leaders? And who are you? Gao Liming replied, still somewhat irritated and disoriented. I am a staff member from the Basketball Management Center, and I accompanied Director Li to the United States recently to meet you. The young staff member hurriedly clarified, anxious to avoid any misunderstandings with the two esteemed players. Liming, Zhizhi, you need to head inside promptly. The men's basketball Olympic training squad was established a month ago, and we are now awaiting your arrival to finalize the roster. The leaders from the Basketball Management Center and the association, including your uncle, are all waiting for you inside. Please leave your luggage in the car and hurry in. We cannot afford to waste any time, Zhang Weiping swiftly explained to them. Inside the gymnasium, the basketball court was filled with the 14 training players, while over 30 leaders and staff from the Basketball Management Center and Association watched as Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi strolled in leisurely. Master Shan, Master Gong. It has been a while. How have you been? Master Liu, is your leg injury any better? It has been a year since I last saw you. And it seems you haven't grown much, Nan. Wu, you two have arrived. Is your health holding up? Who? Has your myopia improved at all? Or are you still relying on blind throws? As Wang Zhizhi stepped onto the court, he was greeted by the sight of the training team members warming up. Excitedly, he called out to those he recognized, but the sarcasm in his voice was palpable, causing the faces of those he addressed to darken, veins visibly bulging. Let us gang up on him when he comes over, proposed the oldest among them, Wu Qinglong. Count me in, several voices chimed in agreement, eagerly awaiting Wang Zhizhi's approach to unleash a collective reprimand. What are you two doing? Hurry and change into your gear to warm up, Li Yanwei shouted, unable to bear the scene any longer. Uncle, you're here too. We're on our way. Let us go quick. Noticing his uncle's displeased expression, Gao Liming hastily urged Wang Zhizhi towards the players' locker room. Those two rascals have become wild without supervision, Li Yanwei sheepishly explained to the higher-ups. Haha. Those two little monkeys are indeed unruly. They will never escape your grasp, like the Buddha's palm, remarked the old director in blue, pointing at Li Yanwei as he watched the two scurry away. A few minutes later, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi returned to the court in athletic attire, ready to warm up. It was then that everyone noticed how remarkably different they had become. Their once slender physiques were now evolving into that of muscular titans. With broad backs, powerful arms, and defined abs, their tall frames radiated explosive strength, robust yet graceful. Wow, the foreign training regimen truly works wonders. Look at those muscles. They are pure sinew. Has a year really made such a difference? A little lamb has transformed into a beast. With that build, I doubt even 1 or 2 people could restrain him. Someone mused. I'll have what he's having. How much do those workouts cost? Beasts are beasts. How can a normal person compete with them? The members of the training team openly expressed their envy, jealousy, and frustration. After all, who among basketball players wouldn't desire a physique akin to that of James or Giannis? Gao Liming's physical assessment reveals a height of 198 centimeters, a wingspan of 215 centimeters, a standing reach of 274 centimeters, a vertical jump of 100 centimeters, a running jump of 125 centimeters, a weight of 100 kilograms, a 100-meter sprint time of 10.5 seconds, and a bench press of 84 kilograms for 10 repetitions. In contrast, Wang Zhiji's measurements showcase a height of 213 centimeters, a wingspan of 226 centimeters, a standing reach of 291 centimeters, a vertical jump of 85 centimeters, a running jump of 102 centimeters, a weight of 114 kilograms, a 100-meter sprint time of 11.1 seconds, and a bench press of 84 kilograms for 15 repetitions. These figures surpass even those recorded during the NBA Combine, demonstrating superior speed, core strength, and explosive power. All the fruits of their rigorous training regimen. Staff from the Blue Pipe and the Basketball Association gathered, marveling at the astonishing physical data of the 2 players, which is undeniably unprecedented in Huaxia. As the one-on-one match commenced, both players astonished the audience with their prowess. Wang Zhiji faced off against Gao Liming, a contest between mentor and disciple, as Wang's footwork was learned directly from Gao. Gao Liming's attributes were as follows: position, forward, intimacy, 68, height, 202, wingspan, 218, vertical leap, 78, physicality, 79, finishing, 83, defense, 79, support, 79, talent, Depeng, 4, ball sense, 3, soft touch, 3. His specialized skills included steady shooting, 6, casual footwork, 6, and rapid breakthroughs, 6, with an overall capability rating of 79 and potential of 79/97. His assessment noted him as a player whose talent was squandered. Known as the Carefree King, Gao Liming was once the most gifted player in the Huaxia national basketball team, possessing the height of a power forward combined with the skills of a small forward, showcasing an elegant playing style and all-around technique. Regrettably, due to external circumstances, this exceptionally gifted player had not fully realized his physical potential and had now settled into a defined style of play. Chapter 21. Summer League. This was a battle between mentor and disciple, and expectations suggested a closely matched contest. Wang Zhiji's performance was stellar, prompting leaders present to consider him a definitive candidate for the national team, silencing any dissenting voices. However, once the one-on-one began, it became clear that the spectators had grossly underestimated Wang Zhiji's capabilities. With precise mid-range shooting, adept low-post footwork, rapid breakthroughs, agile left and right-handed layups, explosive dunks, tenacious physicality, and impenetrable defense, Wang embodied the height of a center with the finesse of a small forward, a grander version of the Carefree King. The score stood at 11 o'clock. With Gao Liming utterly unable to withstand Wang Zhiji's relentless onslaught, providing a resounding answer to the results of their year abroad. 11 o'clock. You little rascal. You certainly have no regard for leaving your master a shred of dignity, Gao exclaimed as the match concluded, delivering a playful kick to Wang Zhiji. Hey, master. I have surpassed the blue, yet I am still your disciple, am I not? You should be proud of me. The young rascal, full of twisted reasoning, has indeed made commendable strides after a year of hard work, achieving what I once could not. Observing Wang Zhiji, Gao Liming couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy as he reflected on his own past experiences. However, he quickly regained his composure. My apprentice surpasses me. Who dares dispute that? Come and test your mettle, Gao Liming proclaimed with great authority, yet the others, having witnessed his humiliating defeat, were reluctant to step forward. Why not let Badr give it a go? You are all young, engage with one another. Who knows, perhaps one day you'll grace the NBA, Sun Tao interjected, nudging Badr from the crowd. I cannot compete, his speed is overwhelming, and I cannot defend against him. Just look at his muscles, his strength is surely comparable to mine. Perhaps we should have a drinking contest instead, he suggested, attempting to deflect the situation. The crowd responded with jeers as they heard Badr back down. Badr's profile, position, center affinity, 15 height, 211 centimeters wingspan, 207 centimeters vertical leap, 55 physicality, 83 finishing, 68 defense, 62 playmaking, 59 talent, natural strength 4, robustness 2, shooting touch 2, ball sense 2, specialized skills, steady shooting 5, power drive 5, fundamental footwork 4, ability 67 potential, 79 evaluation, a slow yet powerful center. As a Mongolian, Badr undoubtedly possesses the strongest constitution within the national team, capable of challenging the entire training squad single-handedly. Liming, it's our turn. Hu Weidong called out as he advanced onto the court, beckoning Gao Liming with a finger. Hu Weidong's profile, position, small forward affinity, 67 height, 198 centimeters wingspan, 210 centimeters vertical leap, 86 physicality, 85 finishing, 82 defense, 80 playmaking, 80 talent, Cobra 4. Fiery shooting touch, 4. Exceptional ball sense, 5. Specialized skills, aerial maneuvers, 5. Fiery blind shooting, 7. Swift drives, 7. Fundamental footwork, 6. Exceptional blind passing, 7. Ability, 82 potential, 88, 98. Evaluation, a player with poor vision yet extraordinary talent. Despite suffering from severe myopia and astigmatism, Hu Weidong has risen to become the leading scorer of the national team through sheer determination. Excluding Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming, he stands as the most talented and formidable player currently in the country. Gao Liming's talent is merely a reflection of Hu Weidong's prowess. Master Hu, has your vision improved lately? Can you still not discern the blue frame? With a heart full of aspirations, one naturally excels in shooting. Go ahead and ramble. Watch me as I maneuver past you. Gao Liming, with the ball in hand, chose to abandon any feints and directly charge towards the right side. Engaging in a one-on-one with Hu Weidong, he discerned that deceptive maneuvers would prove fruitless, as they would be indecipherable to his opponent. Thus, a straightforward assault seemed the wiser course. Hu Weidong, quick to react, immediately closed in, applying pressure on Gao Liming. With a deft dribble between his legs, he pivoted and executed a fadeaway jump shot. Although Hu Weidong leaped swiftly to block the shot, he was unable to reach it, merely watching as the basketball gracefully arced through the hoop. Onlookers quickly noted that Gao Liming's elevation was distinctly superior to Hu Weidong's, rendering the latter's attempt at a block utterly ineffective. Enough, you win, Hu Weidong conceded after just one play. Why continue if you cannot win? He added, a hint of disbelief in his tone. You all think you can do better? Come and try. Hu Weidong, demonstrating remarkable candor in his admission of defeat, gestured towards the court for others to take their turn. In an instant, the spectators dispersed, creating space for the next challengers. Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi's overseas basketball footage is well known, and today, we have witnessed their impressive physical test results. Fast, tall, and powerful. No one enjoys self-inflicted hardship. As they demonstrated in the United States, as mentioned by Zhang Weiping, they shattered all doubts through their prowess. The prominent leaders of the National Sports Administration promptly decided to include both players in the men's basketball team for the upcoming Olympic Games, representing the nation in the Atlanta Olympics this July. Consequently, the roster for the national team took shape, comprising 12 members. Dan Tao, 26 years old, center, from Beijing. Skill rating 58. Badr, 21 years old, center, from Beijing. Skill rating 67. Wang Zhizhi, 19 years old, center, from the Dallas Mavericks. Skill rating 89. Gong Xiaobin, 27 years old, power forward, from Shandong. Skill rating 79. Wen Aichuan, 25 years old, power forward, from Liaoning. Skill rating 59. Liu Yudong, 26 years old, power forward, from Bai. Skill rating 70. Sun Jun, 26 years old, forward, from Jilin. Skill rating 69. Hu Weidong, 25 years old, forward, from Jiangsu. Skill rating 82. Zheng Wu, 29 years old, forward, from Zhejiang. Skill rating 69. Li Nan, 22 years old, forward, from Bai. Skill rating 57. Gao Liming, 19 years old, guard, from the Dallas Mavericks. Skill rating 87. Li Xiaoang, 27 years old, guard, from Liaoning. Skill rating 62. In the 1996 Atlanta Olympics, following the original timeline, The Chinese men's basketball team sent forth what would later be referred to as the golden generation of players, under the guidance of coach Gao Liming. This team achieved a historic milestone by securing a place among the top 8 in the Olympics for the first time, according to the arrangements made by the Basketball Association. The national team departed for the United States on July 12 to prepare for the California Long Beach Summer League. The California Long Beach Summer League consisted of 5 teams: the Chinese national team, the Pistons, the Lakers, the Warriors-Pacers joint team, and the Suns. The games were scheduled as follows: against the Pistons on July 14th, the Lakers on July 15th, the Suns on July 16th, and the Warriors-Pacers joint team on July 17th. Following 4 consecutive days of matches, the team would report to the Olympic Village in Atlanta. Due to the influence of Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji's participation in the draft, there were some alterations to the roster for the Summer League, including players like Stephon Marbury and Eric Dampier from the Warriors-Pacers team and Corey Kittles from the Suns. Historically, the national team struggled to adapt to the pace of the American Professional League, suffering defeats in all 4 matches. However, with the emergence of Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji, the Chinese national team now possesses a significantly stronger capability compared to the teams in this Summer League. On July 14th, facing the Pistons did not send any of their main players to the Summer League. Jerome Williams, rated at 72, served as the sole rookie for the Pistons this year and became a key player for the team. "I am unafraid of you, big guy. I aim to prove that your success is merely a shadow of Tim Duncan's brilliance." Before the match even commenced, Jerome Williams began to boast loudly. The basketball players, confronted by the menacing figure of the opposing player, exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend his words. "Shorty, I will keep my eyes on you throughout the game. I hope you don't end up in tears," Wang Zhiji taunted, making a throat-slitting gesture towards him. "Liming, do you have a grudge against that guy? He seems rather furious," Hu Weidong inquired, perplexed as he turned to Gao Liming. "Liming, should we perhaps teach him a lesson? I sense his insults are quite severe. It's not easy for you out there, and if it's inconvenient for you to retaliate, I can handle it. We cannot allow you to be bullied," he added. "No worries, really. It's nothing, Nangu. He is merely a clown, disgruntled about his draft position being too high, trying to make a name for himself at my expense. It's all right. I'll take care of it during the game." Gao Liming hastily intervened to pull away several eager veterans, for he had encountered such individuals numerous times and deemed them unworthy of his attention. In this match, Coach Gao Liming designated Wang Zhiji, Gong Xiaobin, Hu Weidong, Gao Liming, and Li Xiaoong as the starting lineup. In the early stages of the game, Coach Gong adopted a cautious approach in his strategic deployment, employing a traditional tactic that combined both interior and exterior plays, with Wang Zhiji and Hu Weidong serving as the pivotal points of execution. Although player rotations were frequent, once Gao Liming replaced Li Xiaoong to assume the role of facilitator in open positions, the strategy became remarkably straightforward. Gao Liming deftly maneuvered past the opposing defender, effortlessly executing a slam dunk. Gao Liming, utilizing his height advantage, skillfully backed down his defender, maneuvering himself into position before executing a turnaround shot off the backboard for a score. Gao Liming, demonstrating his prowess, swiftly passed to an open teammate after being double-teamed, resulting in a successful shot. Gao Liming, with the ball in hand, received a screen from Wang Zhiji, then executed a sudden stop to take a jump shot after penetrating the defense. Gao Liming, in possession of the ball, received a screen from Wang Zhiji. As Gao made his way through, he encountered a double team and skillfully passed the ball to the descending Wang Zhiji, who executed a thunderous dunk to score. Gao Liming, with the ball at the apex, drew the opposing defense, distributing the ball to Wang Zhiji, who adeptly penetrated the defense to score. When both Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji shared the court, the game became exceptionally effortless, and their teammates felt an unparalleled sense of ease. In the final quarter, Gao Liming completely abandoned the pregame strategy, continually rotating different players to collaborate with Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji. For the first time, Gao Liming experienced the sheer joy of orchestrating a game with elite players. As the match concluded, the Huaxia team triumphed with a score of 101-79, marking a victorious debut in the Summer League. Wang Zhiji amassed an impressive 31 points, 18 rebounds, 7 blocks, and 4 assists, showcasing an all-around performance reminiscent of Tim Duncan. Gao Liming contributed with 28 points, 15 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. Together, they executed a suffocating defense that forced the Pistons into 21 turnovers throughout the game. Jerome Williams, closely guarded by Wang Zhiji, finished with 10 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist from 18 attempts, leaving uncertainty about his future contract. Chapter 23. The Atlanta Olympics. What kind of player qualifies as a functional player? Is there a standard? Huaidong interjected, a functional player possesses a specific expertise, ready to contribute immediately when the team requires it. The selection of functional players is determined by the foundational player's circumstances. Mastering one specialization can lead to becoming a rotational player. 2 specializations generally define a rotational player, while 3 specializations designate a player as a third option or the sixth man, the leader of the second unit. Beyond that are the second and primary options. Some players with specialized skills may be chosen to be water cooler players, typically entering the game only during garbage time or under special circumstances. What do you mean by second option and third option? What is a water cooler player? The second option refers to the ideal partner of the foundational player, which may also be another foundational player or one with a specific elite skill that complements the primary player on the court, often seen in the internal-external core model. The sixth man possesses scoring capabilities on par with foundational players, serving as the leader of the second unit. The roles of primary functional players and rotational players are closely aligned, tailored to complement foundational players, such as a stretch power forward with shooting ability to create space, a rugged interior player handling dirty work, a wing defender, a sharpshooter to expand tactical options, or a scrappy player adept at scoring or breaking deadlocks. As for water cooler players, they are generally potential rookies reserved for specific scenarios, such as foul strategies. For instance, the currently strongest team in the NBA is the recently crowned champion Chicago Bulls, who selected the immensely talented foundational player Michael Jordan with the 3rd pick in the first round of the 1984 draft. In the initial years of Michael Jordan's entry into the NBA, he gradually transformed his prodigious talent into formidable skill, repeatedly earning the title of scoring champion. However, the Chicago Bulls struggled to identify complementary role players that could synergize with Jordan, resulting in years of playoff stagnation. It was not until the 1990-91 season that the Bulls developed the indispensable Scottie Pippen, alongside Horace Grant, Bill Cartwright, John Paxson, and B.J. Armstrong, all of whom were functional players. Under the guidance of Phil Jackson, they ultimately achieved a three-peat. In the recently concluded 1995-96 season, Chicago reclaimed the championship, boasting a roster that included the illustrious Michael Jordan, the invaluable Scottie Pippen, the sixth man Tony Kukoc, the rebounding and defensive stalwart Dennis Rodman, and the interior bulwark Luke Longley, complemented by several versatile role players. The Bulls lineup remained formidable for the next season. With this categorization in mind, if I simply continue to enhance my three-point shooting skills, I may have a chance to enter the NBA. Indeed, if you, Nan, can improve your three-point shooting while simultaneously bolstering your defensive capabilities to become a 3D player, one who excels in three-point shooting and defense without monopolizing the ball, you will significantly increase your odds of making it to the NBA. A 3D player is the most adaptable, a necessity for any team. As for me, I possess shooting ability and strength. Brother Botter has the advantages of strength and shooting, making him well-suited as a rotational player. However, your speed and defensive habits may render you a target for opposing teams. If you truly aspire to enter the NBA, targeted training is essential. Enough of this contemplation. The immediate priority is the Olympics, where we must secure a commendable ranking. We can ponder the rest after the Olympic Games conclude. Liming, why don't you accompany your brother for a stroll? My English is lacking, and I'm unsure how to converse with foreigners. As everyone contemplated their respective developmental paths, Huaidong suddenly interrupted their musings. And it was then that they remembered the purpose of their return, seizing Gao Liming to head outside. No, you all can go out to enjoy yourselves. I prefer to sleep, Liming protested. One person isn't sufficient. Besides, at your young age, you shouldn't be lounging about. We need to get outside and move around. I don't want to go. The group disregarded Gao Liming's resistance, resolutely dragging him along. The Atlanta Olympic Games marked the 26th Summer Olympiad, coinciding with the centennial anniversary of the modern Olympic movement. Athletes from 197 nations and regions competed across 26 sports, encompassing 41 disciplines in 271 events. The opening ceremony commenced on July 19, 1996, at 8:45 p.m., featuring a spectacular performance, the procession of national delegations, speeches, and the lighting of the Olympic flame. As Gao Liming marched within the ranks of the Chinese delegation, he experienced a nostalgic sensation reminiscent of his childhood days participating in school sports events. in stark contrast to the exuberant displays of joy and excitement exhibited by others. Gao Liming harbored a desire to hasten the conclusion of events and return to the solace of slumber. On the morning of the 20th, the roster for the men's basketball group stage was unveiled, placing the Chinese men's basketball team once again in what is referred to as the Group of Death. They were grouped alongside Angola, Croatia, Argentina, the United States, and Lithuania. The American squad, boasting the illustrious dream team of legends such as Barkley, Pippen, and Robinson, remained a constellation of basketball talent. Lithuania, featuring the world's premier center in the towering Sabonis, alongside the formidable European powerhouses Croatia and Argentina, and the African champions Angola, all contributed to an exceptionally challenging lineup. The schedule was set: a face-off against Angola on July 20th, a match against Croatia on July 22nd, a confrontation with Argentina on July 24th, a clash with the United States on July 27th, and finally, a battle with Lithuania on July 29th. After scrutinizing the grouping format, the leaders of the Basketball Association devised a strategy focused on overcoming Angola and fiercely contending against Argentina, as victory over these two adversaries would provide a glimmer of hope for advancing from the group stage. In the face of the more formidable opponents, namely the United States, Croatia, and Lithuania, the Chinese team opted for a strategic retreat, preserving their strength for future encounters. Observing the plan crafted by the association's leaders, the team members felt a profound sense of discontent. The notion of conceding defeat before even stepping onto the court was a significant blow to their morale. Regrettably, the voices of dissent were few, and the players found themselves powerless to contest this directive. The Angolan national team, a dominant force in African basketball, boasted several players competing in diverse leagues across the United States, exemplifying a quintessential American style of play. The starting lineup for the Chinese team included Li Xiaoyong, 62, Zheng Wu, 69, Sun Jun, 69, Liu Yudong, 70, and Bader, 67. Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, both debutants at the world stage, were relegated to the bench due to their lack of experience in high-stakes tournaments, as determined by coaching. Through observation, Gao Liming assessed the capabilities of the Angolan players. Angola undoubtedly stands as a dominion in Africa, boasting a formidable collective strength among its players, with individual abilities ranging from 65 to 78. The starting lineup features all players with ratings exceeding 70, placing the Chinese team at a disadvantage in terms of skill level. Chapter 24. A resounding victory over Angola. However, a match is not merely a contest of capabilities. Numerous factors can influence its outcome, such as morale and tactics. With 7 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, the score stood at 12-14, with the Huaxia team trailing Angola by 2 points. The Huaxia team called a timeout to make substitutions, bringing in Gao Liming, Wang Zhizhi, Gong Xiaobin, Hu Weidong, and Li Nan, while Angola also began to rotate its players. As the timeout concluded, Gao Liming brought the ball into the front court. Observing the Angolan guard before him, who stood at less than 190 centimeters, Gao Liming executed a swift three-point shot. The simplicity of his approach left the live commentator, Sun Jingping, momentarily speechless, as this was not characteristic of the Huaxia men's basketball team's usual style. Recently introduced players Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming are among the youngest in this tournament. In April, these two youngsters led the Wake Forest University team to victory in the NCAA Men's Basketball Championship and successfully entered the NBA draft in June, joining the Dallas Mavericks. They exemplify the type of player cultivated through American-style training, requiring minimal tactical guidance. They swiftly exploit the opponent's weaknesses, striking decisively where their adversaries are at a disadvantage. Alongside Sun Jinping in commentary was Zhang Weiping, who, upon witnessing Gao Liming's basket, began to ramble on, asserting that since the ball went in, any commentary was valid. With the three-pointer made, the Huaxia team took the lead, prompting the Angolan coach to shout from the sidelines, urging his players to accelerate their pace. Generally, Angolan players are not particularly tall. Their main center measures just 209 centimeters, and their point guard stands at 180 centimeters. However, they possess remarkable stamina, explosive power, and speed, excelling in defensive counterattacks and fast-paced scrambles. In this Olympic tournament, both Angola and the Huaxia team are considered the weakest in their group, with their matchup directly influencing their chances of advancement. Angola's original strategy relied on capitalizing on the Chinese team's substitutions to mount a vigorous offensive and widen the score gap, but unfortunately, their calculations proved misguided this time. Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi once again joined forces, showcasing the suffocating defense of the Flying Devil to the Angolan team. Following the Angolan players' throw-in, Gao Liming and Linan swiftly executed a double team on the ball handler, while Wang Zhizhi orchestrated plays from half-court. Gong Xiaobin and Hu Weidong positioned themselves lower to thwart any long passes from the opponents. The suffocating defense employed by the Flying Devil, a tactic frequently utilized by the duo during their tenure at Wake Forest, compelled their adversaries to pass the ball, allowing other players to capitalize on opportunities for steals. This defensive approach rigorously tests the players' defensive awareness and physical prowess. Zhang Weiping, who closely followed Wake Forest's season, promptly elucidated the defensive strategy currently employed by the Huaxia team to the audience. "Look, a steal," exclaimed Zhang as young Gao Liming forcefully snatched the basketball from an Angolan player during a moment of control, soaring for a spectacular dunk. "What a splendid play." Sun Jinping and Zhang Weiping jubilantly celebrated with high fives at the commentary booth. The Huaxia team's sudden shift in defensive tactics left the Angolan players momentarily disoriented, leading to a series of errors that allowed Huaxia to extend their lead. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 24-18, with Huaxia delivering a 12 for scoring surge in just 3 minutes. In the second quarter, the Huaxia team altered their lineup, sending Wang Zhizhi, Bader, Sun Jun, Lu Yudong, and Li Xiaoyong onto the court. The team once again modified their strategy, leveraging the players' height to engage in a methodical offensive, gradually widening the score gap. The coaching staff observed that the Angolan team, which had previously posed significant challenges, appeared to falter. Regardless of their lineup adjustments, the Huaxia players responded with remarkable composure, exhibiting a clear and structured approach in both offense and defense. The match concluded with a decisive victory for Huaxia at 98-80, an 18-point advantage over Angola, marking a triumphant start to their Olympic campaign. After the game, Coach Gao Liming reviewed the match footage against Angola, convening with the coaching staff and Basketball Association personnel for a late-night analysis session. He then ventured into the dormitory of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, eagerly pulling Gao Liming aside to discuss his earlier insights on player categorization. The excitement on Gao's face suggested a fervent eagerness to contribute, as if it were inscribed upon him that he was ready to make an impact. Gao Liming, feeling somewhat helpless, reiterated the matter of player classification to Coach Gao Liming, who then insisted on assigning functional roles to the current national team players. The following day, during the regular training session, Coach Gong and the coaching staff presented a fresh tactical plan, which delineated each player's function and corresponding tactical position. Shan Tao was designated as an interior enforcer. A mere support player, Bader was identified as an interior enforcer with shooting capabilities. A rotational player, Wang Zhizhi was recognized as an all-around center. The strategic core of the team's interior tactics, Gong Xiaobin was categorized as a versatile wing, a core member of the bench. Wu Naichuan was labeled as a 3D player. Lu Yudong was described as a scorer in chaotic situations. Sun Jun also as a scorer in tumultuous scenarios. Hu Weidong was noted as a third ball handler and a crucial player off the bench. Zheng Wu was assigned as an organizing forward, Li Nan as a 3D player, Gao Liming as the core of the perimeter and the orchestrator, and Li Xiaoyong as a 3D point guard. It must be said that the functional designations within this tactical plan were remarkably accurate, allowing the players to clearly understand their roles and strategic significance upon entering the game. However, precision does not equate to comfort. All were pivotal members of their respective teams, so why should they assume subordinate roles in the national squad? Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on Gao Liming. "Don't look at me. I didn't make the decisions," he quickly clarified, feeling the weight of their stares as if they wished to devour him. With pressure mounting, Wang Zhizhi was also drawn into the fray. Shan Tao lifted his head, and the others rushed in, piling onto Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming in a chaotic heap. "I can't breathe. This has nothing to do with me." This was all discussed between Liming and the coach last night. Wang Zhizhi pleaded, trapped beneath a pile of 6 men, while Gao Liming faced 4. After some time of raucous revelry, the coaching staff decided they had had enough and instructed everyone to cease their antics, then began to lay out the new tactics. "Coach, didn't we agree at the last meeting to conserve our strength for the next match? Are we actually going to compete this time?" Zheng Wu inquired, glancing at the tactical manual in his hands. "Yes, we are competing. Why wouldn't we? In the past, we refrained from fighting due to a lack of hope for victory. Now, at least it's a 50-50 chance. Why not take a risk? If we win, we become heroes. If we lose, we will face Argentina in the next match head-on." "Good," the players unanimously declared. Competitive sports resemble a battlefield where tactical retreats can indeed conserve strength. However, excessive withdrawal may ultimately erode one's courage to strike. On the afternoon of the 22nd at 6 p.m., the Chinese team faced off against Croatia. As both teams' players entered the arena to warm up, with Gao Liming initiating the scan, Dino Radja boasted an overall rating of 91. While Tony Kukoc held a rating of 90, both key players of Croatia possessed the caliber of NBA starters. Chapter 25. Intense battle against Croatia. Dino Radja position. Center affinity. 0 height. 211 centimeters wingspan. 219 centimeters vertical leap. 60 centimeters physicality. 88 finishing. 80 defense. 82 assists. 80 talent. Black Bear 4. Ball sense 2. Touch 2. Special skills. Basic footwork 7. Tough defense 7. Steady shooting 8. Overall ability 91. Potential 91. Evaluation. A well-rounded interior player. Dino Radja is one of the most formidable scorers in European leagues and a tough center adorned with numerous honors in Europe, destined for the Hall of Fame. Currently serving as the starting center for the Boston Celtics in the NBA. Tony Kukoc position. Small forward affinity. 0 height. 208 centimeters wingspan. 218 centimeters vertical leap. 77 centimeters physicality. 80 finishing. 90 defense. 78 assists. 89 talent. Long arms 4. Ball sense 4. Soft touch 3. Special skills. Agile footwork 7. Spiritual guidance 6. Swift finishing 8. Overall ability 87. Potential 90. Evaluation. A forward with strong offensive capabilities but weaker defense. Tony Kukoc is a prodigious talent from Croatia. Often referred to as the European magician. He possesses all the virtues of European genius: accurate and stable mid-range shooting, proficiency in orchestrating plays and executing one-on-one situations. With a flexible mind and sound psychological qualities, he has also excelled in adapting to NBA demands with remarkable ease, capable of defending positions 1 through 5. A crucial piece in the Chicago Bulls championship puzzle following Michael Jordan's era, he epitomizes the role of the sixth man in the NBA. However, the Team S designation has led to some specialization in his development, leaving his defensive abilities somewhat lacking. The Croatian team features players with ratings ranging from 68 to 79, collectively surpassing the strength of the Huaxia team. Nevertheless, the Huaxia team harbors hopes for a valiant effort. The starting lineup for Huaxia comprised Badr, Wang Zhizhi, Hu Weidong, Li Nan, and Gao Liming, all young players. Wang Zhizhi won the tip-off against Radja, successfully directing the ball to Gao Liming. Badr maneuvered to the right, while Hu Weidong slid down along Badr's right side, and Li Nan sprinted toward the left corner. Gao Liming delivered a pass to the advancing Hu Weidong. Upon receiving the basketball near the free-throw line, Hu Weidong found himself closely guarded by Kukoc, hindering the offensive play. Without hesitation, Hu Weidong pivoted and passed the ball to the nearby Wang Zhizhi, who then distributed it to Li Nan stationed at the corner. Li Nan, positioned at the corner, executed a flawless jump shot, and the scorching shot found its mark, sinking a three-pointer. Excellent play. The Huaxia team commenced the match with a fluid and harmonious collaboration, as the 5 young players executed their roles with precision and synergy, culminating in Li Nan's successful three-point shot from the corner. In this match, the commentary was once again handled by Sun Jingping and Zhang Weiping. Upon witnessing the seamless coordination of the Huaxia team, Sun Jingping excitedly struck the table in enthusiasm. Coach Gong displayed remarkable audacity by selecting the 5 youngest players from the Huaxia team for this Olympic event. These young athletes, fearless and tenacious, boldly confronted the formidable European team, Croatia, launching aggressive attacks that resulted in impressive scores. As Croatia initiated their offense, the ball was handed over to Kukoc to orchestrate the play. Lagarde positioned himself near the 3-second area, attempting to secure the ball from Battel. Without a moment's hesitation, Kukoc delivered a precise pass. Lagarde, backing against Battel, attempted to gain an advantage. After a first attempt that yielded no movement, he pressed again, and the two engaged in a struggle near the 3-second zone. Prior to the match, Battel had sought advice from Gao Liming regarding his slow lateral movement, which often led to fouls. Gao Liming advised his team to ignore the opponent's feints, refrain from chasing after blocks, and avoid unnecessary jumps. When defending, he emphasized keeping both hands raised to ensure visibility for the referees while using strength to hold the opponent at bay, striving to push them away from the 3-second area. If the opponent attempted a jump shot from a standstill, one should obstruct their view. Should the opponent manage to bypass, there was no point in pursuing them. Instead, it would be wiser to block others preparing to seize the rebound, allowing teammates to handle the encroaching adversaries in the paint. In terms of sheer strength, Bettel was unmatched. Extending his arms and using his chest to press against Lagarde, neutralizing half of Lagarde's proud strength in post-play. If power failed, one could resort to skill. As Lagarde leaned on Bettel, swiftly spinning for a hook shot. Just as the basketball soared over Battel's head, a large yellow hand intercepted it mid-air. Wang Zhizhi, positioned in the paint, effectively provided defensive support. Such a casual shot. Do you take me for a corpse? Following a block, Wang Zhizhi seized the ball with one hand and hurled it forward. Gao Liming and Huaxia sprinted ahead, pursued closely by the Croatian players. Huaxia managed to secure the basketball just within the three-point line, deftly avoiding Qcock's defense, and passed to the advancing Gao Liming. Gao Liming charged towards the free-throw line. Leaping gracefully, his body fully extended like a great rock taking flight, and emphatically dunked the basketball into the hoop. This spectacular dunk ignited the crowd's fervor, with applause, drums, and chants of long live Huaxia ringing out in unison. After the dunk, Gao Liming high-fived Huaxia in celebration before swiftly transitioning back on defense. The Croatian team, undeterred by the misstep, resumed their tactical play. After continuous movement and multiple passes, Qcock found an open spot for a mid-range jumper, scoring. As Huaxia's team initiated their offense, Gao Liming crossed half-court, directing his teammates to shift towards the weak side before passing the ball to Wang Zhizhi for a one-on-one against the opposing power forward. With strength overshadowing finesse, Wang Zhizhi backed down his defender, powering through for an emphatic dunk, simple, brutal, and efficient. At that moment, Wang Zhizhi appeared more robust than his parallel world counterpart, embodying a style reminiscent of a young Shaquille O'Neal, tall, strong, agile, and perfectly suited for the paint. Executives from the Mavericks were also present, and Don Nelson, witnessing Wang Zhizhi's performance, felt immense satisfaction. Having previously coached Ewing, he understood the fortune of having such a remarkable interior player on the team. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 28-23. With Huaxia unexpectedly leading Croatia by 5 points, a development unforeseen by all. Well done, lads. We have a chance to win today. Keep it up. In the second quarter, Huaxia, Gong Xiaobin, Liu Yudong, Sun Jun, and Li Xiaoyong, you five take the court first. Engage in a back and forth with the opposition. Do not hold back. Play freely. At this moment, the Huaxia team was united, their morale soaring. In contrast, Croatia, as a formidable European team, did not regard the Huaxia team with any seriousness before the match commenced. To their astonishment, they found themselves suppressed in the first quarter. In the second chapter, Huaxia proved they were not to be underestimated. During the second quarter, led by Qcock, Croatia initiated a frenzied offensive. The Huaxia team, centered around Huaxia, devised tactical responses to counter this onslaught. The two teams engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks, with Qcock showcasing his European wizardry, deftly orchestrating plays. Meanwhile, Huaxia exhibited his extraordinary prowess, penetrating Croatia's defense repeatedly with powerful dunks, thrilling the audience with their remarkable performances. However, perfection is elusive, and there are always those who find fault in the seemingly flawless. As halftime approached, the score stood at 41-40, with Huaxia momentarily in the lead. Upon returning to the locker room, the players were buoyed by their first-half efforts, believing they might indeed contend with Croatia in the second half. Coach Gong was busy strategizing when a group of officials from the Basketball Association abruptly burst into the Huaxia team's locker room, vociferously questioning Coach Gong. What does your basketball team intend to achieve? Why have you suddenly deviated from the pre-established strategy of overpowering Angola and fiercely competing against Argentina? Altering the game plan without authorization is a grave error, and should the team fail to reach the top 8, you will be deemed traitors to the nation. Who are you to speak? Wang Zhizhi interjected, forcefully pushing the leading official aside. Huaxia and Liu Yudong quickly restrained Wang, aware of the stakes at the Olympics. We are from the Basketball Association. You dare to lay hands on me? You are courting disaster. Do you know who I am? I will have you dismissed. You can forget about playing basketball again. The official, having been shoved aside, assessed Wang Zhizhi's taut muscles and robust arms, realizing he would gain no advantage. Resorting instead to threats of dismissal against him, Gao Liming stood before Wang Zhizhi, pointing at the representatives from the Basketball Association and proclaimed, "You do not even know who we are, yet you claim to be our leader. Without recognizing the soldiers, how can you wage war? Return home and peddle sweet potatoes instead. You, young comrade, do you understand the meaning of respecting leadership? Respecting leadership, who do you think you are? What is your significance? Listen carefully. This arena belongs to our basketball team. Regardless of the strength of our opponents, we will fight with unwavering determination. Even in defeat, we shall uphold our dignity. To surrender before the battle even begins is an act of cowardice that our team shall never embrace. Furthermore, what we require are comrades and colleagues who can lend us their support, not a horde of self-serving individuals seeking to trample upon us for their own advancement. Now, be gone. After Gao Liming finished speaking, all members of the basketball team stood behind him, their expressions grave. They understood that retreating at this moment would only embolden the Basketball Association to commit even more outrageous acts in the future. You all better brace yourselves. You've stirred up a significant matter. The representatives from the Basketball Association were intimidated by the team's fervor. The leader, after uttering a harsh remark, turned to leave the room with the others from the association. You two were too impulsive. Let the older brothers handle such matters next time. However, Gao Liming was truly impressive just now, wasn't he? Zhang Wu, the eldest player on the team, stepped forward to stabilize the morale, affectionately ruffling Gao Liming's hair. Indeed, he was magnificent. The other players chimed in, and they all reached out to touzle Gao Liming's hair. Hey, you've messed up my hairstyle. All right, enough of the antics. The representatives from the association are indeed looking for trouble, a scenario I anticipated. But it matters not. As long as we secure victory, all problems will fade away. Yes, as long as we win, there will be no issues. First, the Sports Bureau, and then the Basketball Association, have sullied the purity of basketball, transforming it into a mere tool for the ambitions of certain individuals. Wang Zhizhi was incensed. Wang Zhizhi's position, center intimacy, 98 height, 213 centimeters wingspan, 226 centimeters vertical leap, 85 centimeters physique, 84 finishing, 91 defense, 90 assisting, 88 talent, malevolent Kuanping 5, sensitivity 3, gentle touch 3, focus 4, specialties, 3-point cannon 8, ultimate footwork 7, supreme offense and defense 8, ability 90 potential 99. Gao Liming observed that in a state of fury. Wang Zhizhi's abilities surged once more, propelling him into the ranks of NBA's elite stars. This was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for the Huaxia team. As the second half commenced, the re-entered Wang Zhizhi transformed into a formidable warrior, relentlessly executing aggressive one-on-one plays. With defenders attempting to contain him, he bulldozed through for powerful dunks, and even when double-teamed, he continued to assert his dominance, forcing the Croatian team to tighten their defense in the paint. The Huaxia team then deployed their best three-point shooters, launching a barrage of shots from beyond the arc, while Wang Zhizhi morphed into a rebounding savant, diligently securing offensive boards. On the defensive end, Wang Zhizhi single-handedly fortified the paint, demonstrating to the Croatian team what an impenetrable fortress truly meant. His prowess earned him the title of the most formidable interior rookie in the NBA of '96, as he swatted away multiple attempts, instilling fear in the Croatian squad to challenge the interior further. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 79-66. With Wang Zhizhi amassing an impressive tally of 20 points, 6 rebounds, 6 blocks, and 4 assists in a single quarter, completely dominating the match and leading the Huaxia team to a 13-point advantage. This marked Wang Zhizhi's inaugural display of unbridled intensity on the court, his warrior-like performance eliciting thunderous cheers from the audience and continual praise from commentators. Sitting on the bench, he gasped for breath, draping a towel over his head. Such fervent exertion came at a price, leaving him utterly drained of energy. In the fourth quarter, Gao Liming instructed Li Nan, Hui Dong, Gong Xiaobin, and bought her to take the court first, while the others rested, prepared to enter as needed, as they strategized for the upcoming plays. During the break, Coach Gong designated the players for the fourth quarter. The game had escalated beyond anyone's expectations, marking the first instance of the Huaxia team leading a European powerhouse by such a significant margin. If they could maintain their advantage and secure victory, this match would be etched into the annals of Huaxia basketball history. Coach, I can still play, Wang Zhizhi protested, removing the towel and struggling to rise. Rest up and cheer for me. Let me show you what it means to unleash my full potential. Coach, let's initiate a triangle offense at the start of the fourth quarter. Gao Liming restrained Wang Zhizhi, who was about to rise, and turned to Coach Gong. The triangle offense? Indeed, a strategy employed by the Chicago Bulls. To put it simply, it involves spacing out the other players to allow the team start to engage in one-on-one confrontations, thereby resolving the contest. Gao Liming clutched the tactical board handed to him by Coach Gong and began to sketch out strategies. He outlined who Q-Cock would be defending, who would set the screen, and instructed that immediately following the screen, they should shift toward the weak side. He planned to exploit the strong side low post against Q-Cock, while Bartle would drift toward the top of the key, drawing the opposing center away. The player positioned in the strong side corner would shift to the 45-degree angle, thereby forming a triangle with the three of them. If the defense collapsed, an open player would emerge for a pass. If not, Gao Liming would take on Q-Cock one-on-one. Liming, Q-Cock is a seasoned player. Are you confident? A hint of concern crept into Coach Gong's voice. The point difference is still significant. As long as we play it safe, I can hold on until the end, Gao reassured him. Rest assured, Coach. At Wake Forest, many of our strategies were devised by my brother. Coach Dave remarked on my brother's exceptional tactical acumen during games, suggesting he has the potential to become a coach in the future. Wang Zhiji offered words of comfort to Coach Gong, who found himself with no better alternatives at that moment. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Huaxia team initiated the offense. Gao Liming brought the ball past half-court, while his teammates swiftly positioned themselves to create an opportunity for him to confront Q-Cock. Q-Cock, the undeniable linchpin of the Croatian team, boasted a reliable shooting ability, expansive visions, creative passing, and nimble footwork, making him an indispensable asset. During Jordan's first retirement, Q-Cock was groomed as a key player for the Bulls, but upon Jordan's return, he was reoriented toward a sixth-man role, leading to his current tendency of being offensively adept yet defensively vulnerable. The NBA's slender physique, lack of explosive power, and sluggish lateral speed remained unresolved issues, and now, Gao Liming aimed to exploit this vulnerability. On the first play, a high screen was set by Gong Xiaobin, prompting Q-Cock to step up for help defense. Following the screen, Gao Liming surged forward with the ball, like a tiger pouncing from the thicket. He unleashed a burst of speed, barreling through Q-Cock and executing a powerful dunk. On the second play, Q-Cock endeavored to enhance his help defense speed, swiftly switching onto Gao Liming, denying him any room for a breakthrough. Gao Liming adeptly turned his back, executing a powerful back-to-the-basket move, repeatedly colliding with Q-Cock until he maneuvered him beneath the hoop, eventually scoring with a deft turnaround jump shot. For the third play, Gao directly called for the ball in the paint to back down Q-Cock. This time, Lambeer did not retreat, and after Gao pivoted, he executed a smooth fadeaway jumper, successfully sinking the ball. On the fourth play, Q-Cock confronted Gao Liming at the top of the arc in a one-on-one defense. With a shoulder fake and a swift change of direction, Gao surged past Q-Cock into the paint. In midair, he engaged in a physical contest with Lambeer, forcing a layup while drawing a foul from Lambeer. Gao Liming achieved 4 consecutive successful shots, prompting the Croatian coach to call for a timeout. "Is this kid really that difficult to defend?" asked Lagarde, turning to Q-Cock. "The first 2 shots he made felt like I was up against Barkley. He's incredibly strong and has a powerful drive. The third shot reminded me of Jordan as he turned and jumped, using his core strength to maintain balance for a fadeaway jumper. As for the fourth shot, well, you witnessed it yourself. He truly lives up to being this year's 5th overall pick. Defending against him is no less challenging than against their big man," Q-Cock remarked wearily. It appeared that the match was on the brink of uncertainty. That towering player from Huaxia was a beast, akin to defending against Olajuwon and O'Neal, possessing both strength and technique at the highest level. It's astonishing that Huaxia has nurtured such exceptional young talent. Lagarde also shared his impressions of Wang Zhiji, his face revealing a similar weariness. "There's still time. I suspect that towering player from Huaxia will exhaust his stamina soon. We must seize the opportunity to score during this period. We still have a chance. Let us not surrender the game over a few points lost, boys. Remember, we are one of the strongest teams in Europe. Even the Soviet Union and the United States have fallen beneath our feet in the past." During the break, Croatia did not strategize but fervently motivated the players, quickly revitalizing their spirit. After 3 quarters of intense competition, both teams were fatigued, and the contest had now become a battle of wills to see who could endure until the end. Upon returning to the court, Croatia began to aggressively double-team Gao Liming. He decisively abandoned his solo play, utilizing his ability to draw defenders to create opportunities for his teammates. With 3 minutes remaining, the score was 95-89, narrowing Croatia's deficit to 6 points as Wang Zhiji entered the game. His presence became the final straw for the Croatian team. Once on the court, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi executed a series of high pick-and-roll plays at the top of the arc, with Wang Zhizhi sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers, shattering Croatia's last hopes. The already weary Croatian players' morale crumbled in an instant, leading their coach to substitute in reserves and concede defeat. The match concluded with a score of 112-97, marking Huaxia's first victory over Croatia in the Olympics and propelling them into the quarterfinals. The Huaxia men's basketball team achieved the finest performance in Olympic history. "We won. We won," exclaimed the commentators. "Dear viewers, we have just witnessed history together. Our Huaxia men's basketball team has triumphed over the formidable European team, Croatia, advancing smoothly into the quarterfinals. The young men of the basketball team have made history, achieving the best record in Olympic history to date. They have proven that we, Huaxia, are not inferior to others. Let us congratulate the Huaxia men's basketball team and hope they continue to strive for greatness." As the match concluded, commentator Sun Jinping became exuberant. One might even say ecstatic in his excitement. As Sun Jinping delivered his final commentary, teacher Zhang Weiping, accompanied by a cameraman, approached the pitch to interview the players of the Huaxia team. Wang Zhizhi exhibited a remarkable performance, amassing 37 points, 14 rebounds, 8 blocks, and 6 assists, thus earning the title of the game's most valuable player. He became the first subject of teacher Zhang's interview. "Congratulations on being named the best player of the match. You have just achieved an unprecedented victory against the formidable European team, Croatia, successfully advancing to the Olympic quarterfinals and making history. How do you feel at this moment?" "I feel joyous, exhilarated, and thrilled. Winning against Croatia is a testament to the collective effort of our entire team. We firmly believe that in a narrow confrontation, the brave shall prevail. When faced with adversaries, we shall wield our swords. We, Huaxia, are not inferior to anyone." Gao Liming abruptly leapt onto Wang Zhizhi's back, exclaiming fervently, "In narrow paths, the brave prevail. When confronted by foes, let the sword be drawn. Huaxia is not inferior to others." At some point, the other players of the Huaxia team had gathered behind Wang Zhizhi, echoing this sentiment. A photographer swiftly captured this precious moment, which journalists heralded as the dawn of Huaxia basketball's resurgence. The news of the Huaxia men's basketball team triumphing over Croatia and advancing to the Olympic quarterfinal spread, evoking a mixture of joy and sorrow. Concurrently, the conflict between the Basketball Association and the team reached domestic shores, inciting great indignation from the senior officials of the National Sports Administration, who promptly arranged to fly to the Olympic venue. In the early hours of the following day, just past 3 o'clock, while the players were still in slumber, a loud and rude knocking at the door abruptly stirred them awake. "Hurry up. The leaders from the National Sports Administration are here for an inspection. Rise and gather to greet them." The exhaustion from the previous day's fierce battle weighed heavily on the players, who were lost in deep sleep, leaving only the coaching staff to rise and answer the door, drowsily inquiring, "What is it? It's only 3 o'clock. What could it possibly be? You have unilaterally altered the pre-battle plan." And the leaders of the National Sports Administration are furious. They are en route to the hotel right now, so gather your team to welcome them, lest you compound your errors further. Chapter 28. The arrival of officials. The hotel corridors were filled with members of the Basketball Association, who, upon learning of the leaders' impending visit, were abuzz with excitement. It was unclear who suggested that the team members rise to greet the officials, but this led to the ensuing commotion. Gao Liming, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by the incessant knocking and the ensuing arguments. Waking suddenly from a peaceful sleep often breeds a strong sense of irritation, unable to endure the disturbance. Gao Liming sprang from his bed, filled a kettle with water from the bathroom, and flung open the door, dousing the shouting members of the Basketball Association with water. "Must you be so boisterous at this hour? If you continue to disturb my rest, next time I shall use hot water. Do test me if you dare." Gao Liming, with an impassive expression, pointed at the members of the Basketball Association and then closed the door. The leaders from the Blue arrived promptly, insisting that everyone must descend immediately to welcome them. Undeterred, the members of the Basketball Association, who had remained dry, pressed their hands against the door, speaking quickly. Gao Liming opened the door once more, fixating his gaze on the individuals before him. "Your leaders will not see the dawn," he declared sternly. "I shall repeat myself. I intend to sleep. Remove your claws, or do not blame me if you suffer the consequences." With a resounding thud, Gao Liming forcefully closed the door. The other players, awakened from their slumber, glanced at the Basketball Association members, but remained silent, retreating to their rooms to resume their rest. The members of the Basketball Association stood in the corridor, exchanging uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Young people can be quite fiery, in a fit of anger. They may act recklessly. Be cautious, remarked an older member of the coaching staff, slowly shutting the door behind him as he returned to sleep. By approximately 8:30 in the morning, the basketball players began to rise, making their way to the dining hall for breakfast. Around 9:30, they gathered at the training facility for their adaptive training session. Upon entering the gymnasium, they noticed the Basketball Association representatives, all smiles. Reporting to the leaders of the General Administration of Sport. "Look at those sycophants," Wang Zhiji scoffed, observing the demeanor of the association members. "Let us not concern ourselves with them. We shall focus on our training." Coach Gong led the players onto the court to commence their practice. 2 hours later, as the training concluded, Coach Gong assembled the players. The leaders from the General Administration approached with cheerful greetings. "I apologize for interrupting your training, but first, on behalf of the General Administration of Sport, I extend my congratulations for achieving the best results for the Chinese men's basketball team in Olympic history. Each of you present will be inscribed in the annals of Chinese basketball. We watched the entirety of yesterday's match. Your victory over the formidable European team was thrilling, igniting our spirits. Particularly that phrase, in a narrow confrontation, the brave prevail. When faced with adversaries, we shall reveal our swords. China is not to be underestimated," stirred deep emotions within me, reminiscent of my days in the military. I encourage each player to strive for further excellence and to achieve even greater accomplishments. The General Administration and the Basketball Association will ensure your logistical support, allowing you to dedicate yourselves wholly to the forthcoming matches. Logistical support. As long as we are spared from gathering at 3 in the morning, we shall be eternally grateful, Wang Zhiji interjected, his irreverent nature resurfacing. The surrounding individuals buried their faces in their hands, while the coaching staff exchanged knowing glances, their expressions reflecting an understanding of the inevitable. Gathering at 3 in the morning? What is the meaning of this? The high-ranking official from the General Administration turned to the association representatives, who averted their gazes, avoiding the scrutiny of the authority figure. It is nothing significant. Merely that the leaders of the Basketball Association expressed discontent due to our failure to adhere to their directives in our match against Croatia, resulting in unfavorable repercussions. This morning at 3, the association leaders personally knocked on our doors to rouse us in order to present us to the General Administration, showcasing the diligent efforts of the association. Gao Liming's sarcastic remarks elicited a silent applause from the players of other teams. The leaders from the General Administration glanced disapprovingly at the personnel from the Basketball Association before inquiring about the situation from the coaching staff, their faces flushed with indignation. This is absurd. While our soldiers fight valiantly on the front lines, you, a group responsible for logistics, fail to perform your duties and issue misguided commands. Such behavior on the battlefield warrants severe consequences. Stop making a spectacle here and return to your homeland immediately to await disciplinary action. The high-ranking official acted decisively, swiftly expelling the Basketball Association representatives and delegating someone to handle subsequent matters, ensuring the players' logistical needs were met. I apologize, comrades, for such an occurrence. It is a misstep on our part. I will promptly arrange for a suitable individual to oversee your logistical support. Leadership, may I offer a modest suggestion? It would be prudent to appoint someone knowledgeable about basketball, as outsiders often struggle to communicate effectively. Wang Zhiji interjected, and the duo seemed to alternate in their contributions. The suggestion from our junior colleague is quite astute. Having outsiders instruct insiders is a grave mistake. Without an understanding of basketball, one cannot empathize or engage in meaningful dialogue with the players. This serves as a wake-up call for our sports administration, not just in basketball, but across all sports. I will make immediate arrangements, so please rest assured. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence and bring honor to our nation. In the face of adversity, the brave shall prevail. When confronted by foes, we shall draw our swords. Huaxia shall not be outmatched. With that, the leadership departed, taking the Basketball Association representatives with them, and the team returned to its normal state. On July 24th, Huaxia faced Argentina. This Olympic Games marked Argentina's first participation in 44 years, and they were regarded as the team closest in strength to Huaxia. However, misfortune struck. In their previous match against the United States, Argentina was overwhelmed by a 28-point defeat, with 3 key players sustaining unexpected injuries, which plunged their morale to new lows. What was anticipated to be a fiercely contested battle instead turned into a one-sided performance by Huaxia. In this match, Huaxia strategically centered its gameplay around Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming, continuously adjusting their lineup. The final score was a resounding 101-73, with Huaxia triumphing by a remarkable 28-point margin. Throughout the game, Huaxia exhibited an unprecedented level of tactical prowess, with players demonstrating enhanced synergy. Their offense and defense flowed seamlessly, maintaining relentless pressure on Argentina and leaving no room for retaliation. This match revealed a transformed Huaxia men's basketball team, one fully capable of competing against the world's elite. We must continue to prevail, striving for the championship. Chapter 29. A renewed conflict on the evening following the victory against Argentina. The newly appointed members of the Basketball Association organized a modest celebration for the team. During the festivities, the fresh leadership of the association proclaimed a new slogan. The consecutive triumphs at the Olympics had led some individuals to become intoxicated with their success, losing sight of their true capabilities and believing the Chinese team to be invincible, which prompted them to speak recklessly. However, in that moment, everyone was exhilarated and paid little heed to the bravado. As the drinks flowed generously, the newly appointed head of the association, with a tipsy demeanor, began to circulate among the tables, toasting with a bottle of liquor in hand. Who is this inebriate? Has the revelry commenced so swiftly? Wang Zhizhi inquired of his fellow diners. Among the older members of the association, there were few who were not accustomed to drinking. Upon sitting down, they immediately extolled the nonsensical culture of the banquet, asserting that abstaining from drink would jeopardize one's prospects and offend the higher-ups. With every toast, the atmosphere grew more boisterous, and the revelry escalated into chaos, revealing the folly of their conduct. Gao Liming harbors a profound disdain for the so-called culture of drinking at banquets, possessing not a shred of fondness for these inebriated revelers. Alas, why is it that our heroes indulge solely in feasting and shun the drink? Allow me to fill your glasses, esteemed champions. As the inebriates from other tables finished their libations and approached the athletes, they observed that the players refrained from drinking and insisted on pouring drinks for them. We are athletes, and according to regulations, we are prohibited from consuming alcohol during the competition. While others found it difficult to refuse, Gao Liming showed no leniency. Isn't today a joyous occasion? A little drink won't hurt. Allow me to set an example. With that, the inebriate downed his drink in one gulp. Why aren't you drinking? Can't you see the leaders partaking? What is wrong with you all? His subordinate, accompanying him, was visibly displeased to see the athletes remain steadfast in their resolve. We are athletes, and according to regulations, we are prohibited from consuming alcohol during the competition. Gao Liming spoke coldly once more. Indeed, leader, there are regulations in place. As long as the players are well fed, we shall indulge ourselves and drink upon our return. The coaching staff sensed impending trouble, for there were two headstrong youths within the team who showed no respect even to the officials from the general administration. Fearing further disturbances, they hastily approached to extricate the drunken reveler. Do not pull me away. I am not inebriated, comrade. Let me explain that my toasting you is a gesture of respect. A mutual acknowledgement. You return my toast, and this is the essence of the drinking culture. The inebriated man shrugged off the coaching staff's attempts to restrain him and continued to extol their drinking customs. Young man, the leader's words are pearls of wisdom, all aimed at your benefit. Do not presume that a few commendable games elevate your status. Exercise discernment and promptly toast the leader and offer your apologies. Those who accompanied the drunken man began to chime in support. Gao Liming, growing increasingly irritated, allowed his gaze to turn frigid as he raised the filled glass. Do you enjoy drinking? He poured the liquid atop the inebriated man's head. This is my toast to you. Do you like it? What are you doing? The drunken man's subordinate, witnessing the incident, immediately approached to shove Gao Liming. What are you doing? Wang Zhizhi, seated nearby, saw the officials from the Basketball Association advancing towards Gao Liming and sprang to his feet, but before he could charge, he was swiftly restrained by Hu Weidong. I am fine. Gao Liming swiftly reassured Wang Zhizhi, then turned to the hurriedly approaching Coach Gong. Coach Gong, I believe it would be prudent for you to promptly communicate today's events to the leaders at the General Administration. If the Basketball Association is unrepresented, they need not send anyone. However, if the members of the association exhibit such behavior, I fear that the forthcoming matches will hold little significance. I am feeling unwell and shall take my leave now. After Gao Liming finished speaking, he dragged Wang Zhizhi away, and the other players remained silent, gradually rising to leave the dining hall. The following day, prior to training, officials from the Basketball Association approached Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi. urging them to not dwell on the previous day's events and to focus on the upcoming matches. Following breakfast, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi instructed the other players to convey that they were feeling unwell and retreated to their dormitory, opting out of practice. Once back in their quarters, Gao Liming pulled out his mobile phone and called his uncle, Li Yanwei, recounting the recent events in detail while also expressing his intentions for the coming days. The risks associated with such actions were considerable. One must understand that if pursued, their relationship with the Basketball Association would become exceedingly strained. If mishandled, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Just as a tree with damaged roots cannot thrive regardless of how much fertilizer or water it receives, one cannot be deceived by a temporary facade of grandeur. For the tree to grow healthily and robustly in the future, it is imperative to eradicate the pests and remove the decayed roots. Can't we take our time? Wang Zhizhi inquired. Aren't we all striving towards this goal? It's too slow. I cannot bear the presence of these pests around me. Youth is meant for boldness. I possess the audacity to act now. Uncle, trust me. I have it under control. You have always approached tasks with a clear purpose, refusing to relent until your goals are met. Since you are confident, I will cooperate with you, hoping that everything will progress positively. After discussing the subsequent details, they concluded the call. On the third day of training, both Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi were again absent. The Basketball Association officials sought them out multiple times in their dormitory, but both continued to decline attendance under the pretense of feeling unwell. Brother, is this truly all right? If the officials remain unchanged, we really will miss the match against the United States tomorrow. In the dormitory, Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming snacked while watching a replay of the Olympic match featuring the American team. A group of opportunists has left, and now we have a new set of intoxicated revelers. If we do not establish firm rules during this time, we will face even more troubles in the future. Besides, even if we were to play, do you truly believe the current national team possesses the strength to defeat the United States? How could that be possible? The Dream Team 3, even if not as formidable as the Dream Team I, is beyond our reach. I simply wish to challenge myself and gauge the disparity between me and these elite NBA centers. With 3 of the 4 great centers and the top 2 power forwards present, along with a small forward and a backcourt that are only marginally weaker than the Dream Team I, their lineup is undoubtedly among the best in the world. If we do not participate, it will allow others to recognize the gap between us and the Dream Team. Winning a few games should not inflate our egos to the point of considering ourselves the best in the world. It would also enable the authorities to acknowledge the advantages of our players honing their skills in overseas leagues. In competitive sports, it is preferable to minimize interpersonal entanglements, ensuring that future competitions do not complicate matters for us. 2 players consecutively feigned illness and missed training matches for 2 days. The Basketball Association found itself at a loss, as did the coaching staff, who could not compel the 2 to participate. Coach Gong discreetly visited their quarters to communicate with them. He reported the incident to the higher authorities, but it was suppressed without any feedback. He disapproved of the association's actions, yet felt powerless, as they were state-affiliated athletes. And the association was, after all, their nominal superior. Coach Gong expressed his support for their sentiments. Chapter 30. Conflict. Coach Gong was acutely aware that following 3 consecutive victories, the team had begun to exhibit an air of arrogance and complacency, an attitude that must not be fostered. A defeat could serve as a necessary wake-up call. By abstaining from the game, the 2 players could conserve their energy and prepare for the upcoming match against Lithuania. On July 27th, the Huaxia team faced the formidable Dream Team 3 of the United States. Prior to the match, Huaxia announced that Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi were unwell and could not participate, but this news did not attract much attention. As the match commenced, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, fully attired, sat on the bench. This was a match devoid of suspense. No one, including the Huaxia team themselves, believed they could triumph over the American Dream Team. The spectators merely wished to observe how long Huaxia could endure against their American counterparts. The final score was 80-123, with the Americans triumphing by a staggering 43 points. The Dream Team's superior strength, speed, and precision left the Huaxia players with little to say. Under Coach Gong's guidance, the Huaxia players did not hold back their efforts. They fought valiantly. Although they lost, Huaxia still showcased their spirit, achieving a score of 80, the highest they had ever garnered in encounters with American teams and the highest score against the Americans in this tournament, indicating Huaxia's growth, albeit insufficient. Some suggested that had the 2 key players participated, Huaxia might have had a fighting chance. When reporters approached Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji with this query, Gao Liming responded, "Had we taken the court, perhaps we could have posed a challenge, yet this would not alter the ultimate outcome of our defeat. We need greater support, enabling us to face European and American powerhouses with the courage to contend, allowing us to fight without reservations." Gao Liming's words conveyed a distinctive message. Even in an era preceding the internet, where the dissemination and fermentation of information transpired at a languid pace. Beneath the dormitory, officials from the Basketball Association intercepted Gao Liming and his companion. "Comrades, our leader wishes to speak with you. Where is your face? Inform your leader that our young brother was injured by you last time, and he is currently unwell and wishes to discuss matters. Please come down yourself. It's inappropriate to block our way, as we still need to freshen up." Before Gao Liming could respond, Gong Xiaobin forcefully pushed aside the association officials and steered Gao Liming forward. As each basketball player passed, they shoved an official until all were ushered into the dormitory. The officials were left standing in place, nearly in tears from the indignity. Following their recent defeat to the Dream Team, the players were seething. And the arrival of the association's representatives only added fuel to the fire. It was a miracle they refrained from physical altercation. In the cafeteria, the players gathered around the table for their meal. "What is so delightful about this Western cuisine? This beef could be cooked a bit more. It's still bleeding. Is this what you and Liming have been eating daily abroad?" Gong Xiaobin lamented, having specifically ordered a medium-rare sirloin steak, while voicing his grievances. "Eating steak every day? In my dreams. Ever since I arrived in America, my brother insists I consume these health-conscious meals, or else it's bland muscle-building fare. My palate has grown weary of it." Wang Zhiji had ordered 2 sizable portions of medium-rare steak, considering the Olympic competition a savior for his taste buds. "Healthy meals and muscle-building diets? Do they truly yield results?" Li Nan inquired, as all athletes aspire to enhance their strength. "The efficacy is undeniable, yet the process is akin to a living hell," Wang Zhiji replied, adopting a woeful expression. "You speak as if I am torturing you. How can your muscles grow swiftly if you don't eat? Do not forget how emaciated you were when you first arrived in America. You could hardly withstand my post-play." Many NBA stars adhere to corresponding healthy and muscle-building diets during training. It is advisable to have a nutritionist regularly assess one's health metrics to ensure optimal results. Gao Liming had a plate piled high with chicken legs, indulging in his meal while conversing, clearly having craved this for quite some time. The emphasis on health, nutritional meals, and muscle-building diets explains why the players in the NBA are both robust and powerful. It is evident that the training and development of players in NBA clubs surpasses that of our domestic teams, highlighting the vast areas where we have yet to learn. Coach Gong couldn't help but express his thoughts. Everyone was present, including the 2 young comrades. Had their health improved? Suddenly, the representatives from the Basketball Association arrived at the cafeteria, approaching the players. "What is that foul smell? Who has let out a foul odor?" Gao Liming did not conceal his disdain for the members of the Basketball Association. With a single statement, he caused their expressions to shift dramatically, their faces darkening as they glared at him. It was impossible to enjoy a pleasant meal. The coach, feeling unwell and on the verge of vomiting, decided to take his leave. Gao Liming rose to grasp a plate brimming with chicken legs, preparing to retreat. Wang Zhiji, imitating him, lifted his own plate and stood. "Young comrade, are you aware that impending calamity lies ahead? We are currently aiding you. You must halt your reckless course to avoid straying into a path of regret that may be too late to amend." The leaders of the Basketball Association, realizing their target was about to depart, resorted to their old habits in a moment of urgency. Ah, such eloquence in a 4-character idiom. Those well-versed in culture possess a distinct finesse. Even threats are articulated with such refinement. One might mistakenly believe they are genuinely concerned for our well-being. Wang Zhiji remarked with a hint of sarcasm as he stood behind Gao Liming, holding his plate. "In truth, I admire their audacity. Their skin is the most remarkable aspect of their physique, capable of varying thickness, elasticity, and even at times, being utterly absent. All right, you too, if you are feeling unwell, hurry back and rest. If you find yourselves lacking in food, feel free to fetch more," Coach Gong interjected, concerned that tensions between the 2 groups might ignite once more. Drawing laughter from onlookers. "Very well, coach. Let us go and retrieve additional provisions. We shall refrain from any further exertions tomorrow morning. We will not attend training," they replied. Gao Liming, accompanied by Wang Zhiji, forcefully pushed aside the officials obstructing their path and made their way to the food area. returning to the dormitory with 2 overflowing plates of sustenance. Coach Gong, is this how you manage your team? Look at the individuals within your ranks, utterly disorganized and undisciplined. Once the 2 departed, the officials of the Basketball Association swiftly redirected their ire towards Coach Gong. What audacity you possess! How dare you speak like that? Who wait on? Witnessing the officials' attempts to intimidate Coach Gong, promptly threw down his chopsticks. What are you doing? Sit down. If I cannot control those 2, do you think I can rein you in? It appears you no longer wish to play basketball. The officials, taken aback by the defiance exhibited by others, issued ruthless threats. With your kind of character, those 2 children would be foolish to show you any respect. I refuse to cater to your demands. Let those who wish to play do so, for I shall not partake any longer. If you have the courage, step onto the court yourselves, bah. Chapter 31. New arrivals from the headquarters. Wei Dong was astonished that the officials were still intent on threatening the players at such a moment, and he stormed out, discarding his plate. The other members of the basketball team rose in solidarity, departing while maintaining their formation, shattering plates and spitting as they left. Do you even comprehend why you are here? Who grants you the audacity to parade your authority and threaten the players? You are as foolish as swine. And that is an insult to pigs. I shall promptly report the occurrences of these past few days to the higher authorities. I do not believe anyone will come to your aid this time, bah. With that, Coach Gong departed with his coaching staff. This group, showing blatant disregard for leadership, is utterly chaotic and unaccountable. I shall immediately report these individuals to the higher authorities and seek to impose severe sanctions against them. The members of the Basketball Association observed the entire basketball team depart, while onlookers began to point and criticize, escalating the situation. Simultaneously, the General Administration of Sports received 2 versions of a report, both conveying the essence of a conflict between the Basketball Association and the national men's basketball team, with the team threatening to boycott the game. At such a critical juncture, this development was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue, leaving the high-ranking officials of the administration bewildered. Having just returned from the United States and appointed a new batch of officials to the Basketball Association, the leader found himself in a precarious situation as tensions resurfaced concerning the Olympics. At this moment, Li Yanwei reported the relevant information he had gathered and shared his thoughts with the senior official. As the leader grasped the unfolding events, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. However, there was no time for contemplation. The high-ranking official, accompanied by Li Yanwei and several other staff members, boarded a flight back to the United States. On the morning of the 28th, the senior official arrived at the training facility, where officials from the Basketball Association were already waiting. To his dismay, none of the national team members, who should have been undergoing adaptive training, were present. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the leader understood that a boycott was indeed imminent. Look at these players. They have become disorganized and undisciplined after achieving good results, completely betraying the nation's investment and expectations. This detrimental trend must be curtailed promptly. With the basketball team absent, officials from the Basketball Association took it upon themselves to cast blame, distorting the truth. Call the basketball team and inform them that I am waiting for them at the training facility, instructed the leader. An official who had accompanied the senior figure immediately contacted the coaching staff. 20 minutes later, team members, including Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji, strolled into the training hall leisurely. Hey, what brings you here? Upon entering, Gao Liming noticed Li Yanwei seated in the stands and walked over with Wang Zhiji to sit beside him. You all are creating quite a stir. How could I not come? Are you two feeling better? We're fine physically. We just simply do not wish to play anymore. That last leader from your administration was utterly unreliable, removing a bunch of parasites only to bring in a group of alcoholics. They threaten us with sanctions while we're expected to focus on the game. Honestly, we don't care about winning or losing. We're thinking of returning early to train. Don't be absurd. The national team is not a place you can come and go as you please. Do you not wish to be part of the national team anymore? Of course I do, but spare me the trouble. The last time your administration sent an unreliable leader, they spoke of bringing in professionals to provide logistical support, allowing us to focus solely on playing. Instead, we ended up with a group of alcoholics who insisted we drink with them during the competition, preaching about some ridiculous drinking culture. Not drinking was considered disrespectful, and they even demanded apologies while threatening me with sanctions. Indeed, my dear uncle, after we departed, those intoxicated individuals threatened the other members of the team, vowing to ostracize everyone. The leader who visited last time, what position does he hold at the general administration? Is he truly powerless or merely incompetent? Who claims I am unreliable? The senior officials of the general administration, one never knows when they might appear behind a few individuals, prompting them to rise immediately. Ah, it is you again. Did you not invite your companions to join you for a drink? Brother, it is still quite early. If we are to drink, it would likely be around noon. Quite right. Have you dined yet? You too, silence. Stand there obediently. Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji, armed with sharp tongues and sharp objects, covertly undermined the high-ranking officials of the general administration, prompting Li Yanwei to intervene with a swift kick to each. It's nothing. I understand these two young men are feeling aggrieved. The leader waved his hand dismissively, signaling his lack of anger before turning his gaze towards the other members of the basketball team. Leaders, we players harbor no ulterior motives. We simply play to earn a living. It is an honor to fight for our country. However, yesterday, representatives from the Basketball Association publicly threatened to blacklist us in front of many witnesses, jeopardizing our livelihoods. We seek an explanation from our leaders, spoke Shantao, the eldest among the team, voicing the collective concern of his peers. At that moment, the basketball team stood together, coldly regarding the officials from the general administration. Everyone present was acutely aware that if today's situation was mishandled, it could result in dire consequences, casting a long shadow over the careers of all involved. Comrades, I sincerely apologize for disappointing you. The high-ranking official bowed to the members of the basketball team, an unexpected gesture that stunned the audience, particularly the members of the Basketball Association standing behind him, who had recently exuded arrogance and were now left exchanging bewildered glances. It is our general administration that has faltered, causing disappointment among comrades. I never anticipated the Basketball Association would devolve to this state. In less than a week, the association has failed to provide necessary support to the team, repeatedly clashing with them, and even attempted to undermine the members of the team. This is absolutely intolerable. The leader's words unequivocally defined the incident, causing the members of the Basketball Association to lower their heads in shame, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Better late than never. Rectifying mistakes is imperative. Upon my return, I will promptly reorganize the Basketball Association and expel the detrimental elements from our ranks. I will not allow these individuals to tarnish the reputation of our nation's heroes. Rest assured, he continued, as for the logistical support during the Olympics, I will appoint Li Yanwei to temporarily lead our comrades from the general administration. What are your thoughts on this, comrades? Is this leader of sufficient rank to manage such a significant matter? Are you certain this time it will be resolved without issues, unlike the last time? Gao Liming raised a query. Silence, please. This individual is the esteemed leader responsible for overseeing all operations at the general administration, Li Yanwei interjected. Under the assurances of the high-ranking official, the crisis faced by the Huaxia men's basketball team was adeptly managed, allowing the team to resume training on the same day. On July 29th, the Huaxia men's basketball team was set to compete against the Lithuanian team. Following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, Lithuania emerged as a formidable force in European and global basketball. The Lithuanian national team embodies the traditional European pragmatic style of play, characterized by technically proficient players, strong teamwork, and resilience in challenging matches, along with extensive experience in major competitions, emphasizing team collaboration more than any other squad in European basketball. All 5 key players of the Lithuanian team possess skill ratings exceeding 80, with the starting center Arvydas Sabonis achieving an impressive rating of 91, while the remaining bench players boast ratings above 60. The overall strength of the team ranks just behind that of Yugoslavia in the United States. Chapter 32, Lithuania. Arvydas Sabonis position, center height, 221 centimeters wingspan, 220 centimeters vertical leap, 60 centimeters physicality, 82-97 finishing, 88-98 defense, 86-97 support, 99 talent, polar bear 5. Exceptional ball feel, 5, fiery touch 4, specialties, infinite passing 9, frozen defense 79, stable shooting 9, fundamental footwork 79, powerful back down 69, ability 91, 98, potential 99 evaluation, the quintessential template for a center. Sabonis is the soul of the Lithuanian team and a towering architect of the basketball court. He led the former Soviet national team to victory over the United States in the 1988 Olympics, paving the way for the formation of the Dream Team in 1992. In his prime, Sabonis epitomized the perfect center and was a paragon of cerebral play. Prolonged exposure to unscientific training methods has left Sabonis, with his giant physique, afflicted by numerous significant injuries, resulting in a considerable decline in his abilities and skills. Nevertheless, even at this stage, Sabonis continues to deliver astonishing performances in high-stakes matches. As the game commenced, the Huaxia team fielded their starting lineup: center batter, power forward Wang Zhiji, small forward Huaidong, shooting guard Li Nan, and point guard Gao Liming. The Lithuanian team's starting five included center Arvydas Sabonis, power forward Arturas Karnisovas, small forward Solis Stambergas, shooting guard Rimas Kurtinaitis, and point guard Darius Lukoskis. At the tip-off, Wang Zhiji easily out-jumped the opposing power forward. However, the Lithuanian team reacted swiftly, with the small forward directly engaging Huaidong to thwart his descent and disrupt the Huaxia team's opening fast-break strategy. Gao Liming immediately accelerated and broke through with ferocity, transforming once again into a fierce tiger as he barreled past the shooting guard defending him and surged into the paint. The Lithuanian power forward swiftly advanced to provide assistance, prompting Gao to pass the ball behind him to Wang Zhiji, who was stationed beyond the three-point line. Wang effortlessly sank the open three-pointer, raising three fingers in a muted yet confident celebration as he retreated on defense. The Lithuanian strategy bore resemblance to the future Princeton offense of the Sacramento Kings, with center Sabonis orchestrating plays from the high post, while guards executed rapid cuts to the basket utilizing screens from teammates, receiving passes from Sabonis for easy layups. The synergy among the Lithuanian players was palpable. Sabonis' passes were precise, and Wang Zhiji, caught off guard, was left vulnerable as a Lithuanian guard cut to the basket for a dunk. Li Nan quickly inbounded the ball to Gao Liming, Wang Zhiji, and Huaidong, as the two raced down the court towards the opposing half with fervor. Gao, cleverly maneuvering to evade the defending shooting guard, lofted the basketball toward the hoop. With a resounding crash, Wang executed a spectacular alley-oop dunk, while the opposing power forward had just reached the free throw line, and Sabonis had yet to step inside the three-point arc. Remarkably, after Lithuania scored, the Huaxia team launched a rapid counterattack, seizing the moment when the opposition was still unsteady and slow to recover, successfully executing a fast break. This tactic bore a striking similarity to the small, fast, and agile strategy advocated by Coach Qian Chihai in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Indeed, during the period following the retirement of dominant centers like Mu Taizhu. Up until the 1994 Men's Basketball World Championship, the Chinese men's basketball team thrived by employing the small, fast, and agile tactical philosophy, allowing them to dominate Asia and contend against formidable European and American teams. On the sidelines, Sun Zhengming and Zhang Weiping began their commentary. As Lithuania retained possession, they continued to revolve around Sabonis, patiently moving and passing. With perimeter players struggling to find open looks, Sabonis initiated a one-on-one against Bader, using his strength to forcefully penetrate, releasing a one-handed floater that gracefully kissed the backboard and fell into the net. Li Nan quickly inbounded the ball to Wang Zhiji, who, upon receiving it, executed a long cross-court pass from the baseline to Gao Liming. Receiving the ball at the three-point line, Gao barreled forward once more, crashing through his defender, overpowering the ball handler, and dunking while drawing a shooting foul, earning an additional free throw. He confidently converted the free throw, bringing the score to 6-4, with the Huaxia team momentarily in the lead. In the first quarter, both sides showcased their respective offensive tactics, with neither able to stifle the other. The score stood at 26-25, with the Huaxia team leading by a single point. As the first quarter concluded, Zhang, what is your perspective on this segment of the game? The first quarter featured a match of equals, with the Lithuanian team's intricate passing game and our Huaxia team's small, fast, and agile strategy both reaching their zenith. The main players were evenly matched, and now the crucial factor will be the performance of the substitutes. The team with the more stable bench will likely emerge victorious. Indeed, in this first quarter, our Huaxia team managed to strategically underestimate the opponent while tactically respecting them. In order to thwart the legendary Lithuanian center Sabonis, Coach Gong strategically deployed Battel and Shan Tao to engage him physically, aiming to deplete Sabonis' stamina significantly. Rather than becoming ensnared in protracted battles on the court, the young players were entrusted with ball control, relentlessly executing fast breaks to score, maintaining pressure on the opposition, and ensuring we remained in the lead. A commendable effort. As the two commentators provided their insights, Coach Gong was busy orchestrating the lineup for the second quarter from the players' bench. When the second quarter commenced, a fascinating development unfolded as both coaches simultaneously adjusted their strategies. The Huaxia team saw Wang Zhizhi positioning himself near the free throw line to facilitate plays, while his teammates engaged in intricate off-ball movements. Meanwhile, the Lithuanian team accelerated their fast breaks, challenging Huaxia's defensive line. Upon the return of Sabonis and Gao Liming to the court, strategies reverted once again. With 3 minutes remaining in the match and the score tied at 93-93, both teams found themselves at a stalemate. During the timeout, Huaxia's players were panting heavily, sweat cascading down their faces as they faced a physical crisis. Coach Gong, instead of devising tactics, focused on uplifting the players' spirits. Gentlemen, having reached this juncture, your performance deserves full marks. I recognize the fatigue weighing upon you, yet their condition is not vastly superior to ours. At this moment, we are engaged in a test of willpower. The one who endures to the end shall emerge victorious. In the face of adversity, the brave prevail. We, Huaxia, are not inferior. It must be said that at this moment, motivation proved to be more effective than strategy. As the final moments approached, Lithuania retained their starting lineup. While Huaxia's roster comprised Wang Zhizhi, Gong Xiaobin, Hu Weidong, Liu Yudong, and Gao Liming, a quintet radiating synergy. This formation represented Huaxia's most potent offensive configuration and featured their fittest players. With possession of the ball, Gao Liming advanced past half-court and passed to Wang Zhizhi, who established position in the paint, prompting the other players to spread out, allowing Wang to face Sabonis alone. The youthful exuberance of Wang Zhizhi overwhelmed Sabonis, who, having been worn down over 4 quarters by Huaxia's relentless centers, could no longer match Wang's agility. This legendary center, ravaged by injuries, had lost his speed and explosiveness. Now, completely exhausted, he could only watch as Wang Zhizhi adeptly maneuvered past him and, before his teammates could assist, executed a successful jump shot, rendered powerless. In Chapter 33, Victory over Lithuania, Sabonis noticed that the small forward on the right side had been left open by Hu Weidong. Seizing the opportunity, he cleared Wang Zhizhi for a pass. Hu Weidong, unable to recover in time, saw the small forward receive the ball and leap to shoot. Suddenly, Gao Liming dashed out, attempting to disrupt the shot. The Lithuanian small forward, affected by the interference, saw his shot ricochet off the rim. Amidst the ensuing chaos under the basket, Gong Xiaobin emerged from the crowd to secure the precious rebound and quickly passed it to Gao Liming, who initiated a fast break. The Lithuanian small forward, catching up at midcourt, resorted to a desperate foul to impede Huaxia's counterattack, resulting in Gao Liming being awarded 2 free throw opportunities. Gao Liming confidently converted his free throw, extending the lead to 4 points. Seizing the opportunity during Gao's foul shots, the Huaxia team substituted Bartle for Liu Yudong, thereby fortifying their interior presence. With fatigue setting in, the strategy shifted to a more physical confrontation beneath the basket. At this juncture, all the players on the court for Huaxia stood over 2 meters tall, thus claiming a significant height advantage. As the Lithuanian players attempted to reposition, they noted that Huaxia's defense was no longer as tenaciously close as before, apart from Bartle, who continued to grapple with Sabonis. The others employed their height and wingspan for a zone defense, maintaining a strategic distance from their Lithuanian counterparts. In response, Lithuania promptly altered their offensive tactics. The small forward utilized Sabonis' screen to receive the ball outside the 3-point line and successfully executed a shot, narrowing the deficit to a single point. There was no need for alarm. Their shooting prowess could not remain so consistently high. Gong Xiaobin raised his voice to reassure his teammates, showcasing the invaluable experience of the veteran in high-stakes competitions, thereby instilling a sense of calm and stability within the ranks. Gao Liming dribbled to the top of the arc, signaling for a one-on-one play. His teammates moved, along with their defenders, to the weak side. Facing the defender, Gao Liming smiled and turned his back to the basket. The back-to-the-basket move, which he least favored due to its ungraceful appearance, proved effective as he powered against the Lithuanian point guard, who could not withstand the pressure and was soon pushed into the paint. Turning swiftly, Gao Liming scored with a jump shot. "Give it up. You can't stop me," he taunted in English after the basket. "All right, I'll take the next shot. They can't keep up with my pace." "No problem. Defend this shot. The next one is yours," Wang Zhizhi responded, engaging in psychological warfare, a tactic they both excelled at. The Lithuanian players seemed genuinely affected by the trash talk, as their subsequent offensive attempt resulted in an airball. Wang Zhizhi seized the rebound and initiated a fast break, culminating in a powerful dunk, prompting the Lithuanian team to call a timeout. With a minute and a half remaining, the Huaxia team led by 5 points. Lithuania substituted Sabonis for backup center Kantaras Ainikis, while Huaxia replaced Badr with Li Nan, reinstating Wang Zhizhi at the center position. Well done, everyone. We are on the brink of making history again. With a minute and a half left, both teams have theoretically less than 3 offensive opportunities. If Lithuania pushes hard, they might have 4. After entering the court, let us aim to consume as much time as possible on each possession. Gao Liming, you will manage the clock. The coach instructed. Understood, coach. In the final minute and a half, if we can successfully defend the first 2 possessions, victory will be ours. We must control fouls and deny them any 3-point opportunities. In the face of adversity, the brave shall prevail. When confronted by an enemy, we shall draw our swords. Huaxia is not inferior to anyone. As the timeout ended, Wang Zhizhi guarded the paint while the remaining 4 players defended beyond the 3-point line. A classic strategy of defending against shots while allowing drives. Lithuania pushed forward quickly, and their shooting guard attempted a 3-pointer, which rimmed out. Wang Zhizhi boxed out the Lithuanian center and grabbed the rebound, but the opposing center immediately wrapped his arms around Wang, initiating a foul strategy. In the closing moments, Wang Zhizhi withstood the pressure, sinking both free throws and extending the lead to 7 points with just over a minute remaining. After Lithuania inbound the ball, Gao Liming switched to defend the ball-handling shooting guard, using his long arms to apply pressure. With 1 minute left, it was clear that if the Huaxia team could hold out for the final 58 seconds, victory would be assured. Lithuania began to inbound the ball, and Gao Liming aggressively pressed the opposing shooting guard, forcing a turnover as the ball ricocheted off the guard's foot and out of bounds, granting possession to Huaxia. Well done, Gao Liming, the team cheered. Lithuania called another timeout, likely their last for the game. Coach Zhang, do you think Lithuania has any chance of a comeback? With 58 seconds left and a 7-point deficit, there was theoretically a slim chance for a turnaround, but the odds were exceedingly low. The next offensive play for the Lithuanian team will essentially determine their fate. If they succeed in making a 3-point shot, Lithuania will retain a chance for a comeback. However, if they fail, no amount of fouling will be of any use, as time is running out for them. Coach Zhang is correct. The timeout has concluded, and we shall observe how Lithuania arranges their strategy for this crucial moment. A foul has been committed, with a Lithuanian player directly fouling Gao Liming, indicating their intent to make one last effort. Let us witness Gao Liming's free throw. As the game progresses toward its conclusion, it increasingly tests the psychological resilience of the players. The first shot is successful. Well done, Gao Liming. The second shot also finds its mark. Splendid. The young Gao Liming, only 19 years of age, is making his debut with the national team at the Olympics. Despite this being his first foray into a global competition, he has performed remarkably, swiftly establishing himself as a core player on the perimeter for the national team. With Gao Liming's 2 successful free throws, the point differential has grown to 9. At this juncture, Lithuania's chances for a comeback appear exceedingly slim. Following the free throw, Lithuania attempts another 3-pointer, but the shot fails to connect, and the rebound is seized once more by Wang Zhizhi. Lithuania has opted not to engage in further fouling tactics, but rather to retreat slowly, signifying their resignation. Wang Zhizhi passes the ball to Gao Liming, who dribbles past half-court, deliberately taking his time as he allows the final seconds to elapse. We have triumphed. We have defeated Lithuania, marking China's first victory over them in an international competition. Let us extend our congratulations to our young athletes, who have once again made history. As a result, we will advance to the quarterfinals as the second-ranked team in our group, achieving our nation's best performance in a world-class basketball tournament. We hope the Huaxia team continues to grow stronger and achieves even greater success. As Sun Jinping's commentary concludes, the match between the Huaxia team and Lithuania also comes to an end, with a score of 94-85, as Huaxia secures a 9-point victory over Lithuania, once again etching their name in history. As the game wraps up, Gao Liming lies on the court, visibly exhausted. After all, he is only 19. Although endowed with physical talent, he is yet to reach his peak, and his perseverance to the end is purely a testament to his willpower. Chapter 34. The Kangaroo Brigade. Well done, a splendid victory. Uncle, what brings you here? Of course, I came to see our great contributor. It's getting chilly on the ground. Otherwise, your mother will see and start nagging me again. Li Yanwei and Wang Zhizhi approached together, reaching out to help Gao Liming up, patting their nephew's shoulder with expressions of pride. Brother, we won. We finished second in our group and advanced to the top 8. It was a fortunate victory. Lithuania's strength is evidently superior to ours. They hardly regarded us before the game, and if we were to face them again, we might not emerge victorious. Victory is victory. We shall discuss the next time later. Indeed, in competitive sports, winning is winning and losing is losing. That evening, the lineup for the men's basketball quarterfinals was announced, with the Chinese team set to face Australia. The Australian men's basketball team is a formidable force in international basketball, adeptly blending the tactical traditions of European and American styles, resulting in a distinctive approach centered on defense and rapid counterattacks. The majority of their players possess explosive physical attributes and exhibit a fierce style of play, often skirting the boundaries of the rules. One might say they play dirty. The day before the match, the Chinese team gathered to review footage of the Australian squad, strategizing their countermeasures. These guys play a rough game. Be mindful during the match. Notice how several Australian players deliberately provoke the opposing team's core players, remarked Zhang Zhaoxu, addressing Wang Zhiji and Gao Liming with a tone of earnest caution. It's fine. Brother Tao, we have experience in such matters. If it comes to blows, rest assured I can take down at least 2 of them. And my brother can handle another 2. By then, it will be 10 against 8. No loss there. Wang Zhiji replied nonchalantly, causing Zhang Zhaoxu to roll his eyes in exasperation. My intention is to avoid physical confrontation. It creates a poor impression, he insisted. Brother Tao, if they provoke us, a passive response will only embolden them. The best course of action is to decisively subdue them, ensuring they think twice before attempting any further provocations. This approach ensures a lasting solution. Where do you derive all this nonsense, Liming? You should really manage the situation better, Zhang Zhaoxu interjected. What is the issue? He is not entirely wrong, Gao Liming countered. If they speak through basketball, we shall respond likewise. If they resort to underhanded tactics, pretending to be gentlemen serves no purpose. The optimal strategy is to retaliate in kind. Should they strike, I will incapacitate 2 of their players, ensuring they won't dare to try again. Who taught you all this? My uncle, they replied in unison, playfully deflecting the blame onto Li Yanwei before exchanging a knowing high five. Brother Tao, such matters are quite common. In many leagues abroad, players are often privately instructed in trash talking, subtle provocations, and psychological tactics to unnerve their opponents. Numerous teams deliberately cultivate 1 or 2 enforcers to intimidate the opposition. If an opponent targets a key player, the enforcer is deployed to assert dominance, ensuring at least a 1-for-1 exchange, or else the game becomes unmanageable. Enough of this. Let us focus on the game. Coach Gong interjected, sensing the conversation veering off course. Upon reviewing the footage, the team identified minor flaws within the Australian lineup. In recent years, Australian basketball has been significantly influenced by the NBA, yet their emphasis on three-point shooting has not reached the level seen in later years. Apart from defenders Shane Heal and Brett Maher, the Australian team lacks players with a specialization in three-point shooting. Furthermore, the height of both the interior and backcourt players is insufficient. The tallest center, Mark Blanchard, stands at merely 209 centimeters, while both guards do not exceed 190 centimeters. This presents a natural advantage for Wang Zhiji and Gao Liming. In the face of the exceptionally athletic Australian team, the Huaxia team has opted for a strategy centered on half-court play, resolutely denying the opponent opportunities to accelerate the game. On July 31st, the qualifying match commenced, with the Chinese team pitted against Australia. On the day of the match, the arena was filled to capacity with 35,000 spectators, a significant number of whom were of Chinese descent, rallying fervently in support of the Huaxia team, as countless red flags waved in the stands. 5 players possess abilities exceeding 80, all endowed with formidable athletic talents, capable of both running and jumping, showcasing a collective strength that, while not on par with Lithuania, can essentially match Croatia. During warm-ups, Gao Liming assessed the physical attributes of the Australian players. The Australian team boasts impressive strength, particularly identifying their offensive linchpins. Point guard Shane Heal and center Mark Blanchard. Shane Heal, positioned as a point guard, measures 183 centimeters in height with a wingspan of 195 centimeters. A vertical leap of 67 centimeters, a physical rating of 77, finishing ability of 87, defensive skill of 70, and playmaking assistance of 88. His talents include strength, 1, agility, 2, ball handling, 3, and a soft shooting touch, 3, with specialties in quick-release three-pointers, 7, instinctive passing, 7, and agile drives, 6. His overall ability is rated at 85, with potential also at 85, characterized as a diminutive guard proficient in three-point shooting. Mark Blanchard, serving as the center, stands at 209 centimeters with a wingspan of 215 centimeters, a vertical leap of 72 centimeters, physicality rated at 83, finishing ability at 78, defensive skill at 83, and assistance at 72. His talents include the robust kangaroo, 4, and touch, 2, with specialties in consistent shooting, 5, tough defense, 7, and nimble footwork, 5. His overall ability is rated at 83, with potential at 87, noted as an agile center adept at running and jumping. In essence, the core of the opposing team's interior presence is centered around Mark Blanchard. If we can dismantle his influence, we stand a chance of securing victory. Rest assured, I have a firm grasp on the little fellow. As the match commenced, the Chinese team fielded its starting lineup: center Wang Zhizhi, power forward Liu Yudong, small forward Hu Weidong, shooting guard Wu Qilong, and point guard Gao Liming. The Australian team presented its starters: center Mark Bronco, power forward Raymond Bonner, small forward Andrew Gaze, shooting guard Tony Jensen, and point guard Shane Heal. Wang Zhizhi successfully won the jump ball. Gao Liming received the ball but did not initiate a fast break. Instead, he maneuvered past the approaching Shane Heal, gradually dribbling the ball across half-court. Liu Yudong positioned himself at the top of the arc, drawing Raymond Bonner away. Gao Liming passed the ball to Wang Zhizhi, who executed a low-post move against Mark Bronco. With his back to the basket, he adjusted his angle, turned, and asserted his dominance over Mark Bronco, effortlessly scoring with a well-placed shot, effectively utilizing his height and wingspan, displaying a simple yet efficient technique. As the possession shifted, Shane Heal attempted to alter his direction repeatedly, but each time was thwarted by Gao Liming, causing Australia to lose their fast break opportunity. Shane Heal passed the ball to Tony Jensen, who cut towards the interior, with Gao Liming closely tailing him. After a couple of dribbles, Tony Jensen passed the ball to Mark Bronco near the free throw line. Mark Bronco held the ball aloft, but, upon realizing that his teammates were not in optimal positions, decided to aggressively drive towards Wang Zhizhi, attempting a bank shot. Unfortunately, his prideful drive was rendered ineffective against Wang Zhizhi, who dwarfed him in stature. Under Wang Zhizhi's interference, Australia's initial offensive attempt was thwarted, leading to Wang Zhizhi securing the rebound. With a swift transition, Wang Zhizhi, having seized the rebound, raised his elbow to fend off the advancing Australian players and initiated a long pass. Gao Liming took the lead, receiving a pass near the three-point line. He dribbled swiftly, leaping from the free throw line to execute a powerful dunk. This moment ignited the fervor of the audience and stirred the passion of commentator Sun Jingping. It was a breathtaking display, dunking from just a step inside the free throw line, a feat typically witnessed only in the NBA slam dunk contest. This was the first time such a move was performed in an actual game. Gao Liming soared through the air like a mythical bird, reaching the pinnacle of his jump, fully extending his body before completing the exquisite dunk, a perfect amalgamation of strength and grace, epitomizing the allure of basketball. As the Huaxia team began to gain momentum, the Australian coach promptly called a timeout, hoping to disrupt their flow. Meanwhile, the players of the Huaxia team gathered around Gao Liming, celebrating and exchanging high fives. Chapter 35. Battling the Kangaroo Army. After a brief intermission, both teams returned to the court, with the Australian players initiating their offensive play. Tony Jensen brought the ball to the top of the arc, and Raymond Bonner set a screen. Jensen executed a sudden stop and made a jump shot, scoring for Australia. The Huaxia team's strategy was straightforward: to capitalize on the strong presence of Wang Zhizhi in the paint. Wang Zhizhi delivered, dominating Mark Blanco in consecutive one-on-one plays, prompting Australia to double-team him. Consequently, Liu Yudong, Gao Liming, and Hu Weidong began to sink open three-pointers with regularity. In the first quarter, the Huaxia team achieved an impressive shooting record: 4 successful two-pointers out of 6 attempts, 5 successful three-pointers out of 10, and 3 successful free throws out of 4, leading Australia 26-16. Australia, however, seemed lackluster, appearing weaker than the Croatian team. In the locker room, Wang Zhizhi inquired of Gao Liming about the comparative strength of the two teams. Both teams were of similar average strength, but the core players of the Croatian team were indeed stronger than those of Australia, making it easier for them to assist teammates in breaking through our defenses. However, the Australians were adept at psychological tactics, and it was anticipated that they would resort to provocations in the second quarter to unsettle our mindset. Everyone was advised to remain vigilant, and if the situation escalated, they should act decisively, at the very least, ensuring a one-for-one exchange. Gao Liming, having elucidated matters to Wang Zhizhi, took a moment to remind the other players. What are you shouting about? There are cameras here. When you take the court, keep an eye on those too. Do not forget what I mentioned earlier. After addressing Gao Liming, Coach Gao Liming turned his gaze toward the rest of the team. Understood, coach. Rest assured. We are all aware, came the confident replies from the players. Do not worry, coach. I cannot remain idle for long. It is time to engage and contribute to the team. The other players responded with cheerful smiles. As the second quarter commenced, the Huaxia team sent out Shan Tao, Wu Naichuan, Sun Jun, Li Nan, and Gao Liming, shifting their strategy from inside to outside play. True to Gao Liming's words. The Australian team began to employ subtle maneuvers, introducing an array of unnecessary physical actions into their game. Gao Liming immediately initiated a powerful post-up against Xia, who, standing at a mere 183 centimeters, was utterly unable to withstand Gao's imposing presence. In response, Xia resorted to subtle tactics, incessantly pinching the soft flesh around Gao's waist. Gao Liming, undeterred, retaliated immediately after being held, relentlessly driving into Xianxi, pushing from the three-point line all the way to the paint, before pivoting to deliver a powerful one-handed dunk. In the midst of his turn, he took advantage of a blind spot to viciously slap Xianxi's arm with his other hand. How does that feel? Shall I do it again? Your previous effort was rather feeble, Gao Liming taunted as he descended from the rim, gesturing towards the spot where he had been grabbed. Xianxi glared at him, his expression a mix of fury and pain. The essence of Wake Forest's flying demon lies not in flight, but in its devilish ferocity. The talents of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi are marked by an unmistakable aura of malevolence, indicating that they are far from being the cheerful, affable boys one might expect. Instead, they prefer to combat evil with evil and to counter violence with violence. During the defensive maneuver, Coach Gong called upon Sun Jun and Wu Naichuan, gesturing towards his own eyes and then towards the opponents, to which the two nodded in understanding. At yesterday's discussion meeting, Gao Liming's remarks alerted Gao Liming, who feared that, provoked by the Australians, the two young players might engage in unwise actions. After the meeting concluded, Gao Liming communicated with the other players, hoping they would serve as vigilant protectors, ready to act before Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi could retaliate should any altercations arise. Losing was not an option. That would be absurd. The early professional basketball teams in China were military teams, and a portion of the current national team players hail from military backgrounds, where combat skills are exchanged with remarkable ease. In the second quarter of the match, Sun Jun and Wu Naichuan began to serve as Gao Liming's protectors. Noticing that he had started exchanging trash talk with the opposing team, Coach Gong quickly reminded them to keep a close watch on Gao Liming. The game progressed, and Australia relentlessly attacked, tearing through the defensive line of the Huaxia team. Eventually, substitute center Zhang Zhaoxu received an opportunity at the free throw line and successfully made a jump shot. The strategy of the Huaxia team was strikingly simple. They spread out, with Gao Liming backing down Shen Shihui from a high position. This time, Gao Liming offered no chance for the opponent to impede him, launching directly into a powerful drive. Shen Shihui resembled a child being bullied by an adult, as Gao Liming pushed him from the three-point line all the way into the paint, ultimately turning and clearing space to lead for a dunk. On this occasion, the opponent refrained from resorting to petty tactics, and Gao Liming did not engage in trash talk but instead focused intently on Shen Shihui as he retreated on defense. Shen Shihui quickly made his way to the front court. Having been outplayed twice, he was determined to regain his pride. Calling for Zhang Zhaoxu to set a screen, he utilized the pick to charge into the paint for a layup. Just as the ball was released, a large yellow hand swatted it against the backboard, accompanied by a voice that he found exceedingly grating. "Little guy, attempting a layup so casually in my presence? You are sorely mistaken." After Gao Liming seized the cap, he swiftly initiated a fast break, deftly changing direction to evade the Australian defender. He passed the ball to Li Nan, who had positioned himself at the three-point line. Li Nan skillfully maneuvered past the pursuing Australian player and, with a swift motion, sent the three-pointer soaring through the net. Targeted repeatedly, Xianxi's struggles prompted the Australian coach to make substitutions, bringing in the 193 centimeters shooting guard Sam McKinnon to replace Xianxi and introducing starting center Mark Blanco to recalibrate their strategy. Australia began to exploit the slow lateral movement of the Huaxia team's interior defense. Mark Blanco and Sam McKinnon initiated a pick and roll, drawing Huaxia's Dan Tao into a helping position, creating a mismatch situation. Sam McKinnon then made a powerful drive to the basket, scoring with ease. Gao Liming, now positioned low, began to back down Sam McKinnon in the paint. With the added pressure from the defender, Gao Liming leveraged his current post skills and physical prowess, rendering him almost invincible from the guard position. As he held the ball, he backed down, adjusting his position through contact. Suddenly, Sam McKinnon made a forceful grab under Gao Liming's armpit, causing Gao Liming to nearly lose possession from the paint. Gao Liming swiftly adjusted his position, maintaining possession as he executed a rapid pivot. Utilizing the referee's blind spot, he delivered a forceful elbow to Sam McKinnon. Confronted by the Australian small forward, Andrew Gaze, he unleashed a thunderous dunk, his sheer power sending Gaze sprawling to the ground and resulting in a personal foul against the opponent, thereby earning a chance for free throws. Pathetic, is he not? A weakling. After scoring, Gao Liming patted the spot where he had just been fouled, adopting an exceedingly arrogant posture as he shouted at Sam McKinnon. The Huaxia team took advantage of a free throw to substitute Shan Tao for Gong Xiaobin and replace Li Nan with Hu Weidong. The minor tactical infractions from the Australian team had no effect on Gao Liming. Instead, they ignited his fierce spirit. He confidently sank his free throws, commencing a series of spectacular performances. In Chapter 36, the Dream Team 3, he intercepted Sam McKinnon, barreled through his opponent, and executed a fast-break dunk. He thwarted an Australian pass, drove to the three-point line, and launched a three-pointer. Gao Liming relentlessly targeted the Australian backcourt players, employing a powerful back-to-basket move, and displayed an increasingly aggressive style. The Australians reduced their petty tactics as each attempt at provocation met with Gao Liming's retaliatory prowess, which became more subtle yet more painful. Despite the Australian coach rotating through his guards, they could not contain Gao Liming, and the point differential continued to widen. At halftime, the score stood at 52-38. With Gao Liming's exhilarating display further extending Huaxia's lead. As the third quarter commenced, Coach Gao Liming opted not to field Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, instead deploying a lineup of Wu Naichuan, Gong Xiaobin, Lu Yudong, Hu Weidong, and Zheng Wu. The core players from the 1994 World Championship faced off against the Australian reserves in a fierce contest of speed and agility, with both teams engaging in rapid transitions and intense confrontations that thrilled the audience. At the end of the third quarter, the score was 72-60, with Huaxia leading by 12 points. Coach Gong's decision to rest Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming during this period allowed for ample recuperation. As the fourth quarter approached, Coach Gong sent in a youthful lineup featuring center batter, power forward Wang Zhizhi, small forward Hu Weidong, shooting guard Li Nan, and point guard Gao Liming. Upon entering, Huaxia upgraded their fast-paced strategy, centering their offense around Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming, increasing their tempo and leveraging the distinct advantages of their matchups to unleash a torrent of offensive plays. Under the leadership of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, Huaxia's players exhibited remarkable stability and efficiency, achieving an astounding shooting accuracy. The match concluded with a score of 107-88 as Huaxia triumphed decisively over Australia, advancing to the semifinals of the Olympics. As the game ended, the Huaxia players erupted into jubilant cheers, embracing one another while countless spectators were moved to tears. Before the Olympics commenced, few believed Huaxia could reach the semifinals, including the players themselves, who doubted their ability to overcome such formidable international competition. Everyone within the team recognized that their progress to this stage was largely due to the contributions of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi. Their inclusion had elevated the Huaxia men's basketball team's capabilities, enabling them to compete on equal footing with powerhouse teams. As the saying goes, in a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. The duo's presence liberated the team from all burdens. Regardless of the opponent's strength, they fought with unyielding determination, contesting every play. Following the match, as the tension dissipated, fatigue and soreness enveloped them. Although Huaxia achieved a significant victory, Gao Liming understood the challenges posed by this Australian team, which remained formidable. In this era, many still believe that basketball should be played as close to the hoop as possible, and the development of three-point shooting is often overlooked by national teams. The Australian players, proficient in three-point shooting, found themselves relentlessly pursued by Gao Liming, who dedicated himself to stringent defense. The Australians struggled to create space in their offense, with too many players congested in the paint, making their attacks susceptible to interference. Once their shots missed, their lack of height in the paint made it difficult to secure rebounds, impeding their trademark fast-break style. Huaxia effectively capitalized on the positional advantages of Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming to draw defensive attention, allowing their sharpshooters to find space and receive well-timed passes after the duo's double teams. With ample room, they consistently launched shots, achieving a staggering shooting percentage of 52. As Huaxia triumphed over Australia, discussions within the National Sports Administration reignited regarding the basketball team. Matters such as conflicts with the Basketball Association during the Olympics, the influence of two non-institutional players on Huaxia, the appropriateness of the current player development system, the establishment of a professional league, and the potential for players to study and compete abroad resurfaced. However, the catalyst of these discussions, the overseas national team players, remained indifferent, focusing instead on recovering from their physical exertion. Coaches and staff arranged for masseurs to assist the players, leading to a cacophony of groans from those experiencing a massage for the first time. The following day, the semifinal matchups were announced. The Dream Team 3 from the USA would face Huaxia, while Yugoslavia would compete against Lithuania. Having reached the semifinals, Huaxia found themselves in a position to aim for a top 4 finish. Even if they succumbed to the USA, they still had a chance to vie for third place, potentially securing their first Olympic basketball medal. However, since the departure of the Basketball Association members, no one had urged the team to strive for a specific ranking, and the players themselves were not preoccupied with such thoughts. The Huaxia players bore no mental burdens as they prepared to face the Dream Team 3. Their anxiety from the previous encounter with the Americans replaced by eagerness for a thrilling contest. On August 1st, rejuvenated Huaxia players gathered to watch recordings of the Dream Team's games, engaging with the coaching staff to discuss strategies. In a parallel world, this American Dream Team, often regarded as the last invincible squad, continued to win by an average margin of 20 points, ultimately clinching the Olympic championship. Yet they had lost the overwhelming dominance characteristic of the original Dream Team. During the course of the competition, instances of the total score failing to surpass 100 emerged, as the game reached a stalemate, with the opposing team momentarily suppressing our side. The current strength of the Huaxia team, as highlighted by Gao Liming during the group stage, possesses the capability to contend. However, it is merely a potential for contention. This reflects the prevailing condition of basketball teams worldwide, where the American Dream Team remains an enigmatic force at this stage. Everyone is eager to share their thoughts. What are the intentions of the American team this time? Liming, with your clever ideas, you shall speak first, Coach Gong inquired after reviewing the footage. In terms of positional play, we should adopt a strategy of dragging the game out. The prowess of the American players is undeniable. If one were to pinpoint a weakness, it might lie in their excessive arrogance, leading to a lack of cohesion in their teamwork. They tend to favor fast breaks and chaotic skirmishes, lacking a well-structured tactical approach to positional play. Gao Liming did not hesitate to express his thoughts immediately. He felt indifferent, recalling the last encounter with the American team, where they scored significantly through positional play. Bartle scratched his head, perplexed. That was not positional play. The current American team relies on individual prowess to execute both offense and defense. Their individual skills far surpass those of players from any other nation. When they accelerate, they depend on personal capability to overpower their opponents. When facing the American team, we must not play to their rhythm. Once they gain momentum, no team can withstand them. We must maintain our own pace, engage in positional play, remain humble and composed, ensuring steady scoring. Even in defeat, we should not suffer excessively. Chapter 37. Battling the American Team. 1. Before the battle has begun, how can one speak of defeat? Even in loss, we must fight until the very end, allowing future generations to see our aspirations and understand the distance they must traverse in their pursuit. Throughout this journey, we have triumphed over numerous opponents deemed invincible by outsiders. Reaching the semifinals is already a miraculous achievement. Why can we not continue to create miracles? It must be said that Gao Liming's motivational words were delivered with remarkable eloquence, igniting a fervor within the players. On August 2nd, the match between Huaxia and the United States is about to commence. During the warm-up period, Gao Liming scanned the entire roster of the American team. Charles Barkley, 96. Grant Hill, 94. Anthony Hardaway, 94. David Robinson, 95. Scottie Pippen, 96. Shaquille O'Neal, 96. Mitch Richmond, 94. Gary Payton, 94. John Stockton, 94. Karl Malone, 97. Reggie Miller, 94. And Hakeem Olajuwon, 97. It was no surprise that this was the Dream Team 3, boasting an impressive lineup where every player held a rating above 90, without a single weak link among them. Alas, the lack of camaraderie meant that replicating even a few of them would yield significant gains. Gazing at the roster of these extraordinarily talented players, Gao Liming felt a mixture of envy and awe. While Gao Liming was observing the Dream Team, its players were also scrutinizing him. As opponents in the group stage, the prowess of the Huaxia team did not particularly concern the members of the Dream Team. The only aspect that piqued their interest was the two Flying Devils participating in this year's draft. Unfortunately, both players were absent from the match against the Dream Team due to illness. In the NBA, there exists a tradition where seasoned players mentor newcomers, and the Dream Team was no exception. The first Dream Team, featuring legends like Jordan and Pippen, had famously stifled the talents of the rookie Kukoc. And now many from the Dream Team 3 sought to gauge the abilities of Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji. The players of the Dream Team even engaged in private bets to see who could triumph in a one-on-one duel first, resorting to rock, paper, scissors to determine who would start. Eagerly anticipating the moment to greet the two rookies with the iconic NBA phrase, "Welcome to the NBA, rookie," as the game commenced. The Chinese team started with center Wang Zhiji, power forward Wu Naichuan, small forward Hu Weidong, shooting guard Zheng Wu, and point guard Gao Liming. The American team featured starting center David Robinson, power forward Karl Malone, small forward Grant Hill, shooting guard Mitch Richmond, and point guard Gary Payton. At the jump ball, David Robinson and Wang Zhiji positioned themselves at the center circle. The referee tossed the basketball high into the air, and as it reached its apex, both players leaped simultaneously. With a clash of one black and one yellow hand, they both exerted force, but ultimately, David Robinson had the slight edge, redirecting the ball towards Payton. Upon receiving the ball, Payton executed a long pass. Malone set a screen, and Hill received the ball, breaking through for a dunk. This was a fast break reminiscent of Wake Forest's strategy, and surprisingly, it mirrored the quick offensive tactics typically employed by the Huaxia team at the Olympics. Your fast break strategy is rather straightforward. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve to show us? Gary Payton taunted, directing his banter towards Gao Liming after his teammate scored. It wants to even you who made the basket. What else there to celebrate? If you've got the skill, take me on one-on-one and let me expand my horizons. Gao Liming, known for his sharp tongue, swiftly retaliated, asserting that one must never yield in the face of trash talk. Gao Liming maneuvered the ball into the front court, gesturing for all his teammates to shift to the weak side, as he intended to engage in a one-on-one duel with Gary Payton. Currently, he possessed the most pronounced advantage in the matchup. Gary Payton's position, guard proximity, 0 height, 193 centimeters wingspan, 205 centimeters vertical leap, 73 centimeters physique, 94 finishing, 93 defense, 96 assistance, 94 talents, Honey Badger 4, ball sense 4, soft touch 3, specialties, versatile finishing 8, drive pass combination 9, Badger defense 9, Badger post play 8, ability 94 potential, 94 evaluation, a prototype of a defensive guard. Gary Payton is the second guard to win the NBA Defensive Player of the Year award since Michael Jordan. Fearless in confrontation, he relishes close quarters battles. Capable of both driving and shooting on the offensive end, with no blind spots, expertly mastering his own low-post isolation techniques. Old man, I intend to take you on. Do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one? Gao Liming provocatively remarked to Gary Payton that he was one of the only two players on the American team that he could easily bully. Standing at 2 meters tall and weighing around 100 kilograms, possessing the physique of a small forward. He insisted on playing as a point guard and showcased a brazen post-up technique reminiscent of Charles Barkley. Now, shamelessly challenging Payton to a one-on-one duel. He provoked laughter from Payton, who was incredulous. Come on, let me see what this little chick can do. However, as the 1995-96 NBA Defensive Player of the Year, known for his tenacity in guarding Michael Jordan during the finals, Payton's pride compelled him to accept the challenge. In their one-on-one confrontation, Gao Liming opted for a more methodical approach rather than a reckless drive. He executed a series of forceful maneuvers in the post, making contact with Payton before pivoting away from him in anticipation of Grant Hill's help defense, launching into the air for a one-handed floater that found the net. Observing Gao Liming's audacity against Payton, the American bench erupted in laughter, particularly Barkley, who noted the similarity in their post-up styles, finally seeing a worthy imitator. Old bird, you're not so special after all. Is this really the best defender? Did you bribe someone? Following the score, Gao Liming continued to taunt Payton with trash talk. The Huaxia team swiftly transitioned back on defense, denying the American team an opportunity for a fast break. Payton brought the ball to the top of the arc, signaling his teammates to spread out, as he intended to take on the young player before him, and his teammates obliged. Faking a drive, Gao Liming stayed close behind. But Peyton swiftly changed direction, eluding Gao Liming and leaping for a layup. Just as Peyton was airborne, he sensed a shadow looming over him. Gao Liming had sprinted back in pursuit, delivering a resounding block that sent the ball flying. "Old bird, your speed is lacking," exclaimed Gao Liming, while Peyton, frustrated by the blocked layup, felt humiliated after being outplayed in both offense and defense. "Peyton, that kid is deliberately trying to rile you up. Don't fall for it," Grant Hill advised as he approached to calm Peyton. "I know. Thanks," Peyton replied, managing to rein in his anger despite feeling incensed. As Malone inbounded the ball from the baseline, Grant Hill used a screen to shake off his defender, receiving the pass and executing a quick stop-and-pop jumper that swished through the net. With possession now in Huaxia's hands, Gao Liming positioned Wang Zhiji at the high post, maneuvering into the low post, where he trapped Peyton in the paint. Continuing his post-up tactics, he made a swift pivot, leapt into the key, and powered through Karl Malone for a thunderous slam dunk. With the ball back in American hands, Peyton refrained from seeking another one-on-one with Gao Liming, instead calling for Malone to set a pick. He attracted the help defense of Wu Naichuan, delivering a bounce pass to Malone, who, in turn, executed a powerful dunk in response. As Gao Liming advanced with the ball into the front court, he found himself confronted by the formidable defender, Michi Richmond. Position: guard. Height: 196 centimeters, wingspan: 210 centimeters, vertical leap: 83 centimeters, physicality: 92, finishing: 97, defense: 97, support: 92. His talents include the silent rhino 4, ball sense 4, fiery touch 4, and focus 4. His specialties encompass aerial operations 7, supreme mid-range shooting 8, and versatile core 8. His abilities are rated at 94 with a potential of 94, earning him a reputation as one of the archetypal all-around shooting guards. Chapter 38. Battling the American Team. 2. Gao Liming, observing Michi Richmond before him, recognized that he could not afford to approach this offensive endeavor with the same ease as before. Nevertheless, he was eager to experience firsthand the defensive prowess of an NBA elite player. Gao Liming position: forward guard. Height: 198 centimeters, wingspan: 215 centimeters, vertical leap: 99 centimeters, physique: 78, finishing: 88, defense: 88, assistance: 88, talent: ferocious tiger 5, exceptional ball sense 5, scorching touch 4, specialties: fiery shooting 7, tiger style post play 7, explosive breakthrough 7, deftly entanglement 7, ability 88, potential 99, evaluation. An impeccable forward guard template embodying the talents of Chinese basketball players. Since the beginning of training camp, through the Summer League and the World Championship, Gao Liming has exhibited notable growth. Although he still has a considerable journey ahead to reach superstar status, he has already grazed the threshold of stardom, demonstrating his capability to compete against the elite scorers of the NBA. Continuing with his one-on-one play, Gao Liming persistently dribbles between his legs to adjust his center of gravity. Michi Richmond's defense remains exceptionally steadfast, maintaining a respectful distance, reminiscent of facing Tim Duncan's defense. With a feigned breakthrough, he unleashes a sudden burst of speed. Despite lacking the requisite skills, his raw talent compensates. Gao Liming swiftly bypasses the unprepared Michi Richmond with an explosive drive, creating space for his jump shot. David Robinson immediately advances to contest the shot, but in midair, Gao Liming deftly collects the ball and passes it through Robinson's armpit to Wang Zhiji in the paint, who finishes with a powerful two-handed dunk. The pass was exquisite, and the dunk was impressive. The two brothers exchanged high fives in celebration during the replay. Karl Malone quickly inbounds from the baseline, and Gary Payton delivers a long-range bounce pass directly to Grant Hill, who swiftly navigates past Hu Weidong with a simple change of direction, creating space for a pull-up jumper that finds the net. Just as Wang Zhiji and Gao Liming return to defend at the arc's apex, the Dream Team 3 launches a rapid assault, catching them off guard with their speed. As the game proceeds, Gao Liming recognizes that he can no longer rely solely on isolation plays. He begins orchestrating plays for his teammates, first engaging in a high pick-and-roll with Wang Zhiji at the arc's summit. Utilizing Wang's screen, he evades Michi Richmond and drives towards the paint, drawing David Robinson's help defense. Gao Liming delivered a precise pass to the descending Wang Zhiji, while Karl Malone advanced to provide defensive support. Wang Zhiji, in a seamless motion, distributed the ball to Wu Naichuan, who had retreated to the corner, where he found himself in a prime position for an open three-pointer. However, the force was excessive, and the basketball struck the rim with a resounding thud. Malone utilized his robust arms to obstruct Wang Zhizhi, creating an opportunity for David Robinson to seize the rebound. In a moment of opportunism, Gao Liming darted in front of Robinson, snatching the rebound right before his eyes. Deftly maneuvering to evade Grant Hill's attempt at a steal, and passed the ball to Hu Weidong beyond the arc, who executed a blind shot for a three-pointer, successfully swishing the net. Excellent shot. Quickly return to defense. Be mindful of their acceleration. Zhang Wu shouted from the arc, urging his teammates. Gary Payton, once again in possession, aimed to initiate a long pass, but Gao Liming swiftly closed in to disrupt him. Payton abandoned the fast break, skillfully evading Gao Liming's interference with a series of changes in direction. Come on, Payton, you are the team leader. Don't be so timid. Take me on one-on-one. Gao taunted. You still have a long way to go, kid. Reluctant to engage further with Gao Liming, Payton passed to Grant Hill, who then found Malone positioned firmly in the paint. Malone, with determination, surged for a layup, focusing intently on Wu Naichuan as he scored and drew a foul. Malone converted the ensuing free throw, leveling the score at 9-9, prompting the Huaxia team to call for a timeout. We executed well on those recent plays. Let us maintain this momentum. Don't rush. Showdown. Substitute for Wu Naichuan. Use your strength to contain Malone. Do not allow him near the basket, whether in offense or defense. Coach Gong summoned Dan Tao. This year, at the Olympics, Dan Tao, as a seasoned veteran, had limited playing time, primarily serving as an interior shield, teaming up with Beidou to exhaust the opposing team's formidable inside presence. As the timeout concluded, the American team made no substitutions, while the Huaxia team replaced Wu Naichuan with Dan Tao. During the Huaxia team's offensive play, Zhang Wu took charge of the ball, orchestrating the attack. Wang Zhizhi executed a strong low-post isolation against David Robinson, with all other players drawn to the weak side. Holding the ball facing the basket, Wang faked a drive, spun around, and executed a deft hook shot over Robinson, swiftly pivoting to score with a well-timed layup. Throughout Wang Zhizhi's isolation, the American players showed no inclination to assist, reminiscent of the one-on-one confrontation between Gao Liming and Gary Payton, where no one intervened, a strategy they had prearranged to allow each player a chance to face off individually. With possession returning to the American team, David Robinson similarly called for an isolation against Wang Zhizhi. David Robinson, a center, possessed attributes that were nothing short of extraordinary. Height, 216 centimeters, wingspan, 224 centimeters. Vertical leap, 90 centimeters, physicality, 92, finishing, 97, defense, 97, support, 91. His talents included a fearsome black dragon, 5, fiery touch, 4, and ball sense, 3. His specialties encompassed aerial operations, 6, stable jump shot, 9, agile footwork, 8, swift drives, 8, and dominance in the paint, 8. His capabilities rated an impressive 95, with potential equally at 95, earning him recognition as one of the archetypal center players. The black dragon trait symbolizes a fierce and formidable creature from Western mythology, representing Robinson's exceptional physique, strong, swift, and agile, his explosive playing style favoring aggressive attacks at the basket. As one of the premier centers in the NBA during this era, David Robinson was a remarkable figure standing at 2.16 meters, boasting a robust physique while exhibiting a playing style akin to that of perimeter players, often referred to as a small forward among centers or the 7-foot Jordan. Unlike his contemporaries, Robinson rarely relied on back-to-the-basket moves. His innate talents allowed him to effortlessly bypass defenders and penetrate the lane for scoring opportunities. His remarkable gifts afforded him athleticism on par with perimeter players, enabling him to excel in both offense and defense, solidifying his status as a true superstar. Like Wang Zhizhi, David Robinson was also left-handed, with similar face-up drives and quick bursts to create space for a jump shot. Robinson's approach mirrored that of a small forward, exhibiting explosive power and speed comparable to the evolved talents of Wang Zhizhi. As the score leveled again, the Huaxia team continued to allow Wang Zhizhi to isolate, faking a drive and penetrating the paint, using his body to shield Robinson before swiftly pivoting to score with an elegant layup. When it was Robinson's turn, he executed a quick drive, but this time Wang Zhizhi did not relent, employing agile footwork to counter Robinson's move. As Robinson attempted a jump shot, Wang Zhizhi swiftly contested, pinning both the player and the ball down. Chapter 22. Player classification before the match commenced. Mavericks executives and agent Bill Duffy arrived in California's Long Beach to witness the game. The news of their resounding victory in the Summer League had reached home, quelling all doubts with their impeccable performance. On the 15th, facing the Lakers, prior to the match, Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming exchanged greetings with Kobe and Fisher of the Lakers. Having watched your game yesterday, you both seem to have improved. We shall engage in a spirited contest shortly. There is no alternative. As key players in the new season, we must strive to lead our team into the playoffs. Wang Zhizhi's ostentatious response left Kobe and Fisher in a state of disbelief. On the 13th, during the matchup between the Lakers and the Pistons, Kobe showcased his versatility, scoring an impressive 27 points, the highest for the team, and guiding them to victory, momentarily basking in the glory of his performance. However, after witnessing the match between the Huaxia team and the Pistons yesterday, Kobe felt a twinge of discontent. It became evident that he was not the only one progressing, as other rookies were equally committed to their improvement. As the game commenced, Kobe and Fisher took their places as starters for the Lakers, eager to demonstrate his prowess. Kobe found himself confronted by the relentless defense of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, which thwarted his offensive efforts, leading to a series of missed shots. Once Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi were substituted out, Hu Weidong intensified his attacks on Kobe, who, like an indomitable force, continued to struggle and resist. Ultimately, the score concluded at 103-82, with the Huaxia team triumphing by a margin of 20 points. Despite the overwhelming pressure throughout the game, Kobe managed to secure 25 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds, earning the respect of the Huaxia players for his unwavering fighting spirit. Wang Zhizhi tallied 33 points, 15 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 5 assists, while Gao Liming contributed 25 points and 16 assists, both maintaining their formidable performances. On July 16th, facing the Suns, the most notable aspect was the presence of Corey Kittles, who replaced Nash. Throughout the match, Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming played merely a little over a quarter before Coach Gong benched them, as the opponent proved too weak, with the team leading by 28 points before halftime, diminishing the significance of further play. On July 17th, against the Warriors-Pacers alliance, Marbury teamed up with Eric Dampier, complemented by several players with capabilities exceeding 70, engaging the Huaxia team in a competitive exchange. Unexpectedly, Botter erupted during this game, against the similarly slowed Dampier. He began to exhibit his unique skills, executing a series of powerful hook shots that left Dampier overwhelmed. Occasionally, Botter showcased his mid-range shooting as well. As the match concluded with a score of 90-82, Botter emerged as the standout player, amassing 24 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 assists. Following the game, Dampier was filled with frustration. He had not anticipated being outperformed by an unknown player in the final match of the Summer League, feeling completely overpowered and unable to utilize his skills. Thankfully, he had already secured a contract. Otherwise, he would have been devastated. With the conclusion of the Summer League, the Huaxia team achieved an unprecedented 4 consecutive victories, marking a promising sign for the national team. On the 18th, the basketball team collectively checked into the Olympic Village for rest, preparing for the opening ceremony the following day. This Olympic Games sees China sending a sports delegation comprising 495 members, including 309 athletes, 199 of whom are women, positioning them 12th in terms of athlete representation among various nations and regions. The Chinese delegation is primarily composed of young and new athletes, with an average age of 21. 7 years, and 85 of them are participating in the Olympics for the first time. Chinese athletes have competed in 22 of the 26 major events at this Olympic Games, participating in 153 specific events. After settling into the athletes' village, many athletes ventured out to explore the city. Few from China had the opportunity to travel abroad, making it impossible for them to forego the chance to experience this foreign land. Wang Zhizhi was called upon by his teammates to act as a temporary translator, while Gao Liming chose to rest in his dormitory, hoping for a moment of tranquility, when an unexpected visitor approached him. "Liming, are you busy? I have something I'd like to ask you." A shy Mongolian giant, his demeanor was quite amusing. "Brother Botter, I'm not busy. Come in and speak your mind. I just wanted to ask if you think I could play in the NBA. Why are you asking me? You've played with NBA players before. Can't you gauge it yourself? I used to think all NBA players were like you and Deji, capable of soaring through the skies, but after these past few days, I've realized many of them are just average. Of course, not every player in an NBA team is a genius. A team's composition requires not only cornerstone players but also a plethora of role players. Can you elaborate on cornerstone and role players? At that moment, Linan entered the room, followed by other members of the men's basketball team. All right, so Nangu is also considering the NBA. Let us listen. It might come in handy in the future. Linan's position: small forward, affinity, 67, height, 198 centimeters, wingspan, 202 centimeters, vertical leap, 65 centimeters, physicality, 77, finishing, 57, defense, 58, support, 55, talent, strong, 1, agile, 1, hot shooting touch, 4, special skill, hot shooting, 5, ability, 57, potential, 67. Evaluation: a forward player with shooting talent. Linan is the youngest player on the Chinese men's basketball team at this Olympics besides Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, and he is regarded as a defensively weakened version of a 3D player. All right, everyone come in. Today, Teacher Gao's class begins. In this first lesson, Teacher Gao will discuss the types of NBA players. Those who aspire to develop in the NBA or are unclear about their positioning can take notes. All the male players surged into Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi's room, transforming the small hotel into a crowded space. NBA players can generally be categorized into two types: cornerstone players and role players. Cornerstone players are those with extraordinary potential, capable of rapidly converting their talent into performance, adapting to the intense competition of the NBA, and becoming the tactical core and leader of their team. The top picks in NBA drafts during lean years and the lottery selections in robust draft years are often cornerstone players. You and others can be regarded as cornerstone players. Linan pondered. We too can be considered cornerstone players. The 1996 draft was a banner year, yielding at least 6 to 7 cornerstone talents among the lottery picks, a rarity in the annals of NBA history. The remaining players can be classified as functional players. Am I to understand that one can indeed enter the NBA by developing into a functional player? Bartle inquired. Precisely. A team typically designates one cornerstone player, who enjoys privileged treatment and commands the highest salary within the organization. The team will construct itself around this cornerstone player, pairing him with 11 various functional players. The demand for cornerstone players remains substantial as they determine the team's ceiling, while a judicious combination of functional players enhances the team's floor. Chapter 39. The fierce battle against the American team. 3. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a turnover as David Robinson took a step, prompting a jubilant eruption from the bench of the Huaxia team, while the American players wore expressions of discontent. The starting center and guards had all faltered in their one-on-one confrontations, a blatant affront to the American team, leaving these superstars somewhat chagrined. Thanks to Wang Zhizhi's successful defense, the score stood at 13-11, with Huaxia leading by 2 points and seizing possession of the ball. Gao Liming chose not to let Wang Zhizhi continue his solo efforts against David Robinson. Instead, he opted for a pick-and-roll, allowing Wang to exploit a mismatch against Mitch Richmond. Playing basketball is akin to warfare. One must leverage their advantages, exert pressure, and strategize meticulously. Ultimately, it boils down to raw strength. Who would not prefer to engage in a well-resourced battle? Wang Zhizhi, exploiting the mismatch against Mitch Richmond, eschewed any flamboyant maneuvers, instead backing into Richmond and then pivoting to clear him, executing a thunderous dunk for a score of 15-11. Randy Wilkins, the head coach of the Dream Team, rose to orchestrate a substitution, rotating 5 players: center Hakeem Olajuwon, power forward Charles Barkley, small forward Scottie Pippen, shooting guard Reggie Miller, and point guard Anthony Hardaway. As the first coach in NBA history to achieve 1,000 victories, Wilkins was well aware of the players' private wagers. He understood that such matters were inconsequential. However, witnessing his star players being outperformed by 2 rookies from the opposing team was intolerable for him. To Wilkins, leading the team in the Olympic Games was a straightforward endeavor, and he desired to avoid any unnecessary complications. With a decisive wave of his hand, he executed a complete substitution. What an extravagant display! Watching the American team field a lineup of all-stars with ratings exceeding 90, Gao Liming felt a twinge of envy. Anthony Hardaway advanced the ball past half-court and passed to Scottie Pippen, who then maneuvered to the weak side, drawing Gao Liming away. Pippen opted not to attack himself, but instead passed to Barkley, who was demanding the ball in the paint. Barkley, with the ball, effortlessly broke through Wu Naichuan with a single step, executing a jump shot to score with ease. As Huaxia's players, including Gao Liming, retrieved the inbounds pass. The American team employed full-court pressure. Hardaway and Barkley double-teamed Gao Liming from the backcourt, with Hardaway directly obstructing him and Barkley reaching in from the side to swipe the ball. Reggie Miller intercepted Zhang Zhaoxu's attempt to receive the ball, while Scottie Pippen advanced towards midcourt and Olajuwon anchored the defense in the paint, epitomizing the Wake Forest Demon Deacons' defensive chain strategy. Gao Liming had never anticipated that this tactic would be employed against him so swiftly. He found himself ensnared by two opponents with no room to pivot. Charles Barkley seized the basketball from Gao Liming's grasp, yet Gao steadfastly refused to relinquish it. The two became locked in a stalemate, and the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a jump ball. "Kid, your strategy is truly effective. Even you cannot escape a double team. Do you not have any shame? Do you dare to challenge me one-on-one?" No. This is a basketball game. Our objective is to secure victory," Barkley replied with a playful grin. As they leaped for the ball, Gao Liming triumphed over Charles Barkley, utilizing his height and reach to deliver the ball to Huaxia. After several swift passes, the ball found its way to Wang Zhizhi at the free throw line, who executed a jump shot, scoring effortlessly. The American team accelerated their pace, with Anthony Hardaway initiating an inbound pass that sailed towards Scottie Pippen, who had crossed midcourt. Pippen, with his back to Huaxia, maneuvered past him, drawing Wang Zhizhi into a defensive stance. Pippen then dished the ball to Reggie Miller, who stood beyond the three-point arc, and Miller struck gold with a shot. After abandoning their one-on-one play, the American team fell into their rhythm of attack, hastening the tempo of the game. Their full-court press forced the Huaxia team into errors, as they executed broad passes across the half-court, showcasing simple yet effective teamwork and extraordinary individual prowess. Soon, the Americans had overturned the score, gradually extending their lead. As the first quarter concluded, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi had played the entirety of it, with the score at 26-33, as the Huaxia team trailed the Americans by 7 points. In the second quarter, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi took a breather, while the Huaxia team sent Bartle, Gong Xiaobin, Huaidong, Liu Yudong, and Li Shaoang onto the court. The American team countered with Shaquille O'Neal, Karl Malone, Grant Hill, Mitch Richmond, and John Stockton. In the second quarter, Malone and Stockton, the famed duo, began executing their pick-and-roll strategy, continuously linking plays to score. A rogue is not to be feared. Rather, one must fear a rogue with intellect. Suddenly, the American players adhered to their tactical framework, amplifying the disparity in individual capabilities between the teams. Within just 3 minutes, the American team unleashed a 15-7 scoring surge, further widening the gap in the score. As the coach began to strategize, he introduced a lineup featuring Battel, Wang Zhizhi, Huaidong, Linan, and Gao Liming, opting for a youthful ensemble to engage in an offensive exchange with the opponents. Upon entering the game, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi resolved to exploit the vulnerabilities of John Stockton, alternating their aggressive plays to close the score gap. The Huaxia team relentlessly pursued points, prompting Lenny Wilkins to substitute Scottie Pippen into the small forward position while Grant Hill took on the role of point guard. Both teams commenced a continuous adjustment of personnel and tactics, resulting in an exhilarating offensive showdown. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 50-60, with Huaxia trailing by 10, a record narrow margin in the history of encounters between Huaxia and the American team. While such a score was indeed exhilarating, it came at a significant cost. Aside from Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming, the other players were nearly exhausted, collapsing onto their seats, gasping for breath. Key rotational player Sean Tao had committed 4 fouls, while Battel had 3, and this was merely the end of the first half. Coach Gong, observing the players' condition, found himself at a loss, encapsulating the current state of Huaxia's struggle against the Americans. Despite their utmost efforts, they could only barely hold their ground. It is often said that NBA players possess exceptional strength, and indeed, in terms of stamina, they are akin to beasts, seemingly tireless in their relentless running. Do they not feel fatigue? Wenaichu ingested, lightening the somber atmosphere in the locker room. Isn't that the truth? That hefty fellow O'Neal, one wonders what kind of feed he consumes. With such a massive frame, he jumps high and moves swiftly. It's nearly impossible to contain him. I've already committed 4 fouls in less than a quarter. Deba, keep an eye on yourself in the second half. If I get ejected, you'll be in a bind, Sean Tao chimed in, their banter igniting conversation among the team and invigorating the locker room's ambience. I've also accrued 3 fouls, Liming. Is the speed of NBA players consistently this astonishing? What regimen do they follow? It's not just about speed. This group represents the pinnacle of the NBA and arguably the strongest segment in global basketball. Achieving such prowess requires not only innate talent but also immense dedication, rigorous training, disciplined diet, and abstaining from smoking and drinking. On non-game days, they engage in extensive training, for sweat and effort are never deceptive. Gao Liming removed the towel from his face and shifted into a more comfortable position. Chapter 40. The fierce battle against the American team. 4. Effort and talent are both indispensable. Just look at Karl Malone's massive arms. My goodness. They almost rival the girth of my thighs. Here, only Botter can withstand him head-on. After defending against him for a while, I feel as if I might be shattered. Look at these bruises on me, Wu Naichuan remarked while lifting his autumn shirt, revealing 2 distinct bruises on his chest. Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone are quintessential representatives of strength in the NBA. Currently, within our national team, only Botter's strength can contend with theirs, provided that Botter's speed improves. Is it really impossible? His muscle definition appears quite impressive. His arms are not inferior to those of David Robinson and Hakeem Olajuwon. I am not one of those rough players who rely solely on brute strength. I am a technical player, Wang Zhizhi explained to the others. His physique is increasingly resembling that of Olajuwon and Robinson, with robust limbs and pronounced muscle definition, allowing him to contend effectively with most inside players. However, compared to the increasingly formidable Shaquille O'Neal, he still falls short. The two would merely trade blows, with no true defensive advantage. The vastness of the Kuan is beyond comprehension. As one of the most formidable entities in Eastern mythology, Wang Zhizhi, endowed with the extraordinary potential of the Kuanping, possesses the potential to evolve into a forceful center. However, influenced by Tim Duncan, Wang Zhizhi somewhat looks down upon those who rely purely on strength. He believes that technique is the optimal choice for superstars, opting against gaining weight. Finding purely strength-based players is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in possessing strength while maintaining speed and explosiveness. Just like Botter, whose strength may rival that of Karl Malone and Shaquille O'Neal, yet his speed is lacking. Should the opponent make a sudden explosive drive, all he can do is watch helplessly, aside from committing a foul. If Botter could currently develop his speed and explosiveness, he would undoubtedly become a coveted asset in the NBA. As Gao Liming elucidated, he also pointed Bartle towards a future developmental trajectory, to which Bartle nodded intermittently. Indeed, which O'Neal is it that is both portly and agile? With a mere pivot, he could effortlessly dunk, leaving me with no option but to commit a foul. I had never encountered a player of such caliber before. In less than a single quarter, I had already fouled him 3 times. And defending against Sabonis felt far less taxing. Dong Tao also recounted his experiences of contending with O'Neal. Had Sabonis not suffered significant injuries, he would undoubtedly have surpassed O'Neal in prowess. Regrettably, his physique has deteriorated due to unscientific training methods, compounded by certain personal vices, causing him to lose the speed and explosiveness he once possessed. Now, he competes with us, burdened by a semi-damaged body, relying on fundamental skills and innate playmaking talent. Cherish these experiences. They illuminate the path for your future training and development. Moreover, remain vigilant for the emergence of young talents within the team who possess similar gifts, guiding them to avoid missteps. Coach Gong rose and moved to the center of the locker room. With the halftime score at 50-60, we had already set the best halftime record against the American team. You are all acutely aware of the gap between us and our opponents. Addressing the gap is a matter for after the game. What we must focus on now is how to confront the second half. I recognize that your physical exertion during the first half has been substantial, yet the American team cannot be in much better shape. Their exertion is no less significant than ours. As professional athletes, regardless of the disparity in stamina, they too cannot remain unaffected. Make the most of this rest. For in the second half, we shall strive once more. Coach Gong began to rally the players, infusing them with motivation. Li Yanwei entered the locker room accompanied by a team of masseurs to assist the players in relaxation and rejuvenation. As the second half of the game approached, the players commenced their warm-up routines, observing the American players engaging in playful banter. They seemed to recover remarkably fast, showing no signs of fatigue. Li Nan, gazing at the American players, expressed his envy, remarking, "With faces so dark, what can you discern? Stop daydreaming and get warmed up." Beside him, Sun Jun remarked, and he too observed the American team members for a moment. How dark it is. As the match commenced, the Huaxia team fielded 5 players: Botter, Gong Xiaobin, Hu Weidong, Lu Yudong, and Li Xiaoang. The American squad consisted of Shaquille O'Neal, Karl Malone, Scottie Pippen, Reggie Miller, and Grant Hill. The American players initiated a play, with O'Neal passing the ball to Grant Hill from the baseline. They executed their fast break strategy once more. Hill delivered a long pass while Malone blocked defenders. Pippen, after receiving the ball, chose not to attempt a layup but instead distributed it to Reggie Miller, who was positioned at the baseline. Before Sun Jun could intervene, Miller successfully made a three-point shot. The Huaxia team quickly inbound the ball and, through several passes, it reached Huaidong. Facing Pippen's defense, Huaidong executed a jump shot from beyond the arc, scoring effortlessly. It was as if he had shrouded his opponent's vision, yet the adversary remained confident in his shooting. Pippen regarded Huaidong with newfound respect, unaware that Hu, often referred to as Master Hu, suffered from severe myopia and could scarcely see the hoop. Relying solely on instinct, Pippen appeared bewildered. Observing Pippen's perplexed expression, Wang Zhizhi chuckled and commented to Gao Liming. The court's four peculiarities: the tall, lanky sharpshooter, the short and stocky rebounding beast, the agile hefty player, and the hookshot elder, should now include Master Hu, who shoots without even glancing at the basket. Two players rested on the sidelines, while the dynamics on the court shifted dramatically. In the second half, the American team initiated their strategy centered around Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone, aggressively targeting the interior of the Huaxia team. Bartle and Gong Xiaobin quickly accumulated their fourth fouls, prompting the coach to substitute Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming for Bartle and Liu Yudong. Shaquille O'Neal, positioned as center, stands at 216 centimeters with a wingspan of 228 centimeters. A vertical leap of 82 centimeters, a physique rated at 97, finishing at 95, defense at 95, and assistance at 91. His talents include the behemoth 5, touch 3, ball sense 3, and greedy fighting spirit 3. His specialties encompass aerial skills 7, agile hookshot 7, nimble footwork 6, behemoth breakthrough 8, and dominant defense 8. His abilities are rated at 96 with a potential of 99, marking him as one of the quintessential center prototypes. During the 1996 Olympics, O'Neal had just signed a 7-year, $120 million contract with the Los Angeles Lakers, officially beginning his transformation into a formidable supercenter, heralding the arrival of the most dominant interior player in the NBA. The behemoth talent signifies a race in Western mythology that can rival the Titans in size. It reigns as the king of the continent and the apex predator of the food chain, capable of holding its own against the Western dragons. Possessing such a talent, O'Neal, akin to the behemoth, boasts a robust physique, extraordinary explosiveness, and unparalleled strength. Yet he inherits the behemoth's limitation of excelling only in close combat, with his primary finishing abilities concentrated within the 3-second area. In Chapter 41, Do Your Best, Shaquille O'Neal is depicted as one of the quirky figures of the basketball court, a remarkably agile heavyweight. With his condition slightly restored, Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming took to the court, opting to abandon the mismatches and low-post plays from the first half in favor of high pick-and-rolls, with Wang Zhizhi attempting three-pointers from beyond the arc. At this juncture in the NBA, three-point shots were seldom employed as a regular weapon by larger centers, leaving the NBA players momentarily unaccustomed to Wang Zhizhi's style, allowing him to score consecutively from long range. Lenny Wilkins made substitutions, replacing Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone with David Robinson and Hakeem Olajuwon, directly replicating the defensive chain tactics of Wake Forest. Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi finally grasped the effectiveness of this defensive strategy and felt the torment of their former adversaries. Had they been in peak physical condition, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, alongside their national teammates, might have been undaunted by such tactics, but alas, there were no what-ifs. The third quarter transformed into the American team's rhythm. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 71-90. In the final minutes of the third quarter, Coach Gong withdrew Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, seemingly leaving the American team without a worthy opponent, resulting in a relaxation of their defense that allowed the Huaxia team to close the gap to within 20 points. In the fourth quarter, Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming were substituted out after just 3 minutes on the court and did not return. Though both individuals possess remarkable technical prowess, their youth renders them vulnerable, having already exhausted their physical stamina. Should they take to the court once more, the risk of needless injury looms large. The match concluded with a score of 89-119, as the American team triumphed over the Huaxia team by a decisive 30 points. This margin represents the smallest differential in their encounters, and 89 marks the highest score achieved by any opponent against the American team in this Olympic event. Following the match, Players from both teams exchanged handshakes and pleasantries. You're outstanding. I eagerly anticipate competing against you in the NBA. Would you be interested in joining the Pistons and collaborating with me? This was the gentlemanly Granthill speaking. Rookie, how about joining the Supersonics? With me and Kemp. We can topple the Bulls this year. Gary Payton, who had been particularly relentless against Gao Liming alongside John Stockton, chimed in. Rookie, I didn't realize you were a fan of mine. Would you like to join our Suns? We can discuss post-up techniques, offered Charles Barkley, who knew that Gao Liming refrained from using post moves reminiscent of Barkley's due to their perceived lack of elegance, despite their effectiveness. Wong, how about teaming up with the Rockets? We can also share footwork tips, suggested another. Or perhaps you'd prefer the Lakers. Our pairing would be truly harmonious. Consider the Spurs, where we could form a formidable twin tower duo, akin to your collaboration with Duncan at Wake Forest. Join the Jazz. And we can also establish a twin tower formation. I can facilitate your pick and roll with Stockton. Come to the Bulls, and we'll secure a championship in your rookie year. Through their encounters, these esteemed NBA figures recognized the potential within Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, both merely 19 years old, brimming with promise and immediate capability. No team could resist such promising rookies, and they extended numerous olive branches. Of course, besides Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, Hu Weidong, who netted 6 three-pointers. And the robust Botter also received invitations. After the formalities concluded, players returned to their quarters, weary from the match. Li Yanwei promptly arranged for masseurs to attend to the athletes in their dormitories and ensured that dinner was delivered to their quarters. Many, however, succumbed to slumber during the massage. The following morning, Gao Liming was roused by hunger. After a quick wash-up, he made his way to the dining hall, where he found most of the basketball team indulging in a hearty meal. Awakened by hunger, I see. We're all in the same boat. Here, have a bowl of porridge to soothe your stomach, Hu Weidong offered as he presented a bowl to Gao Liming. Thank you, Master Hu. After consuming a bowl of millet porridge, his rebellious stomach finally settled. Man is iron, and rice is steel. A meal skip leads to discomfort. From now on, regardless of fatigue, I must ensure to have dinner. Being awakened by hunger is truly unpleasant. Hasten your meal. We must strategize for tomorrow's match against Lithuania. In the other semifinal yesterday, Lithuania faced Yugoslavia and suffered defeat. Tomorrow, they will vie with us for third place. Hu Weidong spoke as he brought forth some staple foods. Lithuania, did we not triumph in the group stage? What more is there to analyze? Wang Zhizhi glanced at Hu Weidong. Ahem, generally speaking, this morning. Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Sun Tao inquired while sipping his porridge. Aside from hunger, I feel quite well, Wang Zhizhi responded. Perplexed by Sun Tao's words and looking at the others. Beast. The other players at the table exclaimed in unison. In yesterday's match, the Huaxia team exerted themselves to the utmost. Several players experienced muscle cramps upon the conclusion of the game due to the intense physical confrontations and immense energy expenditure. Consequently, upon rising this morning, the players inevitably encountered various discomforts. The state of the team facing Lithuania tomorrow would starkly contrast with that of the group stage. It could be said that aside from Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, who remained in good form, the rest of the players might struggle to regain their previous condition. Hu Weidong's words were also a subtle test of Gao Liming's intentions. After all, the Huaxia team's advancement to the top 4 in this Olympic Games was largely attributed to the contributions of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi. If the two of them still wished to fight, the others, regardless of their physical discomfort, would have to muster the courage to push forward. Otherwise, if it became known that they were dragging their feet, they would face severe criticism. However, it is also true that most players were not in optimal condition. If they were to engage in a fierce battle as they did in the group stage, regardless of the outcome, there was a significant risk of incurring unnecessary injuries that could jeopardize their careers, a reality many players found unacceptable. In truth, finishing fourth is quite commendable, as it signifies we still possess room for improvement, does it not? Gao Liming sought to comprehend the intricacies of the situation and, feigning nonchalance, uttered a light-hearted remark. Upon hearing his words, the others instinctively relaxed, fearful that Gao Liming might become overly impassioned and once again rally the troops with fervent slogans and high ideals. Should such a scenario unfold, it would not be a matter of brave souls clashing on a narrow path, but rather an act of folly, an audacious attempt to strike a rock with an egg, utterly foolish. During the discussion, Coach Gong refrained from excessive commentary, instead urging everyone to rest well and give their utmost in the upcoming match against Lithuania. The routine training session was promptly canceled, and after the meeting adjourned, The players departed in small groups. As Gao Liming returned to his dormitory and settled down, intending to indulge in a brief slumber, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Badr and Hu Weidong, who bore a plethora of delicacies and beverages. "Master Hu, Daba, what brings you here?" Gao inquired. "We have a matter to discuss and thought it prudent to consult you," responded Hu Weidong, as he and Daba entered the room, carrying their offerings. Chapter 42. The Huaxia agent. In truth, there was no pressing concern. Rather, they had recently been contacted by representatives from an NBA club inquiring about their potential participation in the league. "We wish to hear your thoughts," Hu Weidong stated candidly. "You both have surpassed the age of 22, thus qualifying to join a team as free agents. Which teams have expressed interest in you?" "I have been approached by the Los Angeles Lakers. Shaquille O'Neal mentioned it to me during yesterday's game, and subsequently, someone from their organization reached out with an invitation for me to try out after the Olympics conclude. I have received an invitation from the Utah Jazz, likely facilitated by Karl Malone, who brought it to my attention post-game yesterday." Upon hearing their accounts, Gao Liming reflected on the circumstances surrounding both teams. The Los Angeles Lakers, a traditional powerhouse in the NBA, have faced a downturn in recent years due to the retirement of numerous star players. However, they signed Shaquille O'Neal this summer, and the future development of the team will undoubtedly revolve around him. Given O'Neal's profile, the Lakers will require a plethora of players with strong outside shooting capabilities and robust defensive skills, characteristics of what I previously termed 3D players. The Lakers would be a fitting match for Master Hu. However, upon joining, he may need to commence as a bench player, potentially enduring a lengthy period of limited playtime. It would be wise for Master Hu to mentally prepare for this eventuality. I would recommend focusing on establishing himself as a 3D player, while also enhancing his ball handling and penetrating skills to become the team's sixth man, akin to his role on the national team. The Salt Lake City, Utah Jazz is renowned for its fervent fan base and the harsh, high-altitude desert environment, making it one of the most formidable home courts in the NBA. They have consistently been playoff contenders in recent years. The team's star players, Karl Malone and John Stockton, have formed a formidable duo under the guidance of coach Jerry Sloan, transforming the simplest pick-and-roll tactics into one of the most potent offensive strategies in the league. Teams with strong power forwards typically opt for a robust, defensively adept center. Daba, your shooting prowess could become a distinctive asset, as few centers in the NBA possess the range to shoot from beyond the three-point line. Should you enhance your lateral movement, adjust your defensive habits, and manage fouls effectively, you may quickly rise to a starting position. Gao Liming provided a comprehensive overview of the two teams to the duo, expressing his wholehearted support for their aspirations to join the NBA. With both of them in the United States, the opportunities for interaction would increase, allowing him to assist in elevating their talents. Following the conclusion of the Olympics, they would have the chance to attend tryouts. However, would their teams grant them permission? My uncle informed me that a professional league is about to be established in our country, and since they are products of youth training academies, they will become notable figures for clubs in various regions. It may not be easy for them to leave. Nonetheless, Director Lee assured us that as long as we receive an NBA invitation, he would facilitate the necessary arrangements. After all, with exemplary brothers like you, the higher-ups are aware that enhancing the national basketball team's performance in international competitions cannot solely rely on domestically trained players, as the gap remains significant. Ideally, permission would be granted. After all, the prime years of an athlete are limited to just a few years, and arriving in the NBA sooner for refinement is advantageous. Should the tryouts go well, it is advisable for them not to sign immediately. They should first seek a manager who can negotiate the contract amount and necessary terms, thus avoiding potential complications in the future. Subsequently, Gao Liming elaborated on crucial considerations regarding the NBA, including how to navigate tryouts, how to cultivate a splendid team of agents around themselves, and the importance of incorporating a repatriation clause within their contracts. After over 2 hours of discussion, Hu Weidong and Badr departed contentedly, having exchanged all that they wished to convey. Their chances of entering the NBA would now hinge on their efforts. Once the two had left, Gao Liming intended to take a brief rest, but within 10 minutes, he was roused by another knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Li Yanwei and Wang Zhizhi, accompanied by an unfamiliar face. "Liming, this is Xia Song, an agent recommended by the General Administration of Sports. He has come to meet you and assess the potential for collaboration," Li Yanwei introduced the stranger. Upon hearing the name Xia Song, Gao Liming instantly recalled information about this prominent agent from an alternate reality. Xiaosong, one of the pioneers of Chinese basketball in that parallel world, had been Wang Zhizhi and Bader's agent during their NBA careers and shared deep friendships with numerous Chinese players who ventured to the NBA. He played a crucial role in attracting top foreign coaches like Jonas and Harris to Chinese basketball management. During the SARS epidemic, Xia collaborated with the Beijing Organizing Committee to mitigate negative perceptions of China, bringing NBA legends Clyde Drexler and Dr. J. Irving to China to film a promotional series titled I Am in Beijing. Through Li Yanwei's introduction, Gao Liming learned that Xiaosong's identity had shifted in this world. He was now an exchange student at a foreign language institute, specializing in business English, and had interned under David Falk, Michael Jordan's agent, indicating that his professional skills far surpassed those of the Xiaosong from the parallel universe. According to Li Yanwei, it appears that Xiaosong is a relative of a high-ranking official, a second-generation official with substantial backing. The emergence of this individual left Gao Liming with an unsettling impression, suggesting that he was not there to seek collaboration but rather to reap the rewards. I apologize, perhaps the leaders of the general administration have not communicated clearly. We have already engaged an American agent, and our cooperation has been quite pleasant. We currently have no intention of changing agents. You have misunderstood. I do not wish to be your full-time agent. I am acutely aware of my current capabilities, which cannot rival those of local American agents. My intention is to serve as your representative from Huaxia. As the first Huaxia players to enter the NBA, you embody immense commercial potential, which extends beyond America to our homeland. Why can't we establish a dedicated service team for you, simultaneously developing both the Huaxia and overseas markets? Furthermore, our two nations have numerous customs and practices that may not be easily understood by either side. Hence, I believe it is essential for you to have a team comprising agents from both sides rather than relying solely on one party. After Xiaosong concluded his remarks, Gao Liming felt a strong sense of agreement and could not help but applaud him. I would like to hear your specific thoughts. Could you elaborate further? I interned for 2 years under David Famer, witnessing numerous commercial operations involving American players. These cases have been continually studied and replicated, gradually becoming the primary operational strategies of NBA players today. The essence of these strategies lies in packaging highly talented players, enhancing their appeal, generating revenue, and ensuring that sponsors, teams, players, and the NBA collectively reap substantial rewards. Among the most successful examples, I believe the partnership between Nike and Michael Jordan stands out. This transaction indirectly ushered in a legendary era, one that belongs to Michael Jordan and Nike. Chapter 43. A different Xiaosong resembled a garrulous individual who had long been restrained. Once he began to speak, he could hardly be silenced. Li Yanwei and Gao Liming listened intently, while Wang Zhizhi, after a brief period of engagement, reclined on the sofa and succumbed to slumber. Behind us, the Chinese players are supported by an immense market of 1.3 billion individuals, granting us a commercial advantage unparalleled by athletes from other nations. I have established a talent agency dedicated to providing comprehensive services for Chinese players venturing into overseas leagues. I believe that our aspirations should extend beyond the NBA. Other high-intensity international leagues must also become viable options for our athletes. Much like the entertainment industry, sports require the establishment of iconic figures to inspire greater participation within the field. Once our agency is firmly established, we can initiate a foundation to select schools and form basketball teams within them. Our nation's youth basketball training system emulates that of the former Soviet Union. Yet after several years of observation in both the United States and Europe, I have concluded that such a framework is ill-suited to our vast country, which is distinct from smaller nations with sparse populations. We should decentralize our sports cultivation mechanisms, embedding them within schools to unearth a greater pool of talent. European youth training and the American school team models incorporate various levels of competition. In stark contrast, our youth training system, apart from rigorous practice, offers only sporadic friendly matches, depriving young players of essential real-game experience. I plan to pilot initiatives in schools located in major cities, organizing competitions specifically for young athletes to break free from the existing selection processes and identify more promising basketball prospects. Once we establish a solid foundation, I will seek collaborations with select American high schools and colleges, sponsoring some of our domestic basketball prodigies to receive American-style training over the span of 5 to 10 years. If even a fraction of these players succeed, we can indirectly catalyze reforms within our national sports education system. The agent team must include a public relations group or collaborate with a public relations firm, as mastering public opinion is crucial for swiftly garnering attention. In the future, we should refrain from participating in Asian regional leagues. Events such as the National Games and the Asian Games should feature domestic professional players to enhance the visibility of our local talent. The significance of participating in lower-tier competitions after having played in the NBA seems rather questionable. After enduring a year of high-intensity professional league play, the off-season necessitates rest and targeted training. Unless it pertains to Asian competitions that influence Olympic or World Championship qualifications, participation is deemed a waste of time, potentially leading to injuries that could jeopardize professional careers. One must not indulge the whims of the Basketball Association. Xiaosong eloquently articulated many thoughts, many of which resonated with Gao Liming's views. The two engaged in continuous dialogue, refining various details, while Li Yanwei took notes diligently and Wang Zhizhi continued to doze. In this world, Xiaosong's perspective has broadened and become more professional, imbued with ambition and ideas that far exceed those of his parallel counterpart. Their exchange fostered a deep kinship, a sense of having met too late in life. Their discussion spanned from morning until afternoon, with lunch delivered to their dormitory, where they conversed over the meal. Their dialogue extended into the evening, culminating in a verbal agreement to sign a contract with Xiaosong's agent post-Olympics, and to facilitate an introduction to the American agent, Bill Duffy. On August 4th, the Huaxia team faced Lithuania once more. This time, the players lacked the spirit displayed during the group stage. Aside from Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, who maintained a steady performance, others faltered, their shooting percentages appallingly low, clanking shots reminiscent of metal striking iron rather than basketballs finding nets. In the absence of teammate support, even the formidable duo of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi found themselves at a disadvantage. Good tigers cannot withstand a pack of wolves. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Ultimately, the Huaxia team succumbed to a score of 73-97, securing 4th place in the men's basketball event of the Olympics. The defeat meant the loss of a bronze medal, marking the closest Huaxia's men's basketball team has come to earning a medal since its inception. Had the team opted to forego a fierce contest with the American squad, they might have stood a chance against Lithuania for the bronze. However, no one broached this topic at that moment. The team had already set its intentions to challenge the United States, aiming to gain insight into their disparity with the world's top team and to chart a course for future endeavors. Recognizing the gap, striving to close it, and ultimately overcoming their opponents constitutes the long-term vision for men's basketball. Following the conclusion of the games, the players attended the Olympic closing ceremony, where Wang Zhizhi was honored as the flag bearer for Huaxia, a testament to the national recognition of the men's basketball team's achievements. With the Olympics concluded, the team announced a break, yet Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi found themselves conscripted by fellow athletes to serve as translators and companions for shopping excursions. 3 days later, the Huaxia delegation commenced their return journey. However, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi chose not to accompany the team, opting to head directly to Dallas to prepare for the upcoming season. Bartle and Hu Weidong also remained in the United States, having received special approval to participate in team tryouts, though they were required to return home immediately afterward, as the final decision regarding their NBA prospects had yet to be made. On the eve of their departure, Li Yanwei approached Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi once more. "Are you truly unwilling to return with us? Accommodations in Dallas have already been arranged. I shall not return." Returning holds little appeal as it merely entails a series of celebratory banquets and speeches, both of which I detest. The matter regarding the house has been efficiently arranged by the team, and it is situated not far from the arena. In due course, my parents, along with the parents of my companions, will also be visiting. Staying away seems prudent, given your irritable dispositions. I can only imagine the chaos that would ensue upon your return. Have you both truly contemplated the choice of Xiaosong as your domestic agent? Xiaosong possesses commendable abilities, a broad vision, ambition, and a network of connections. Many of his ideas resonate with my own, and in the future, he can manage numerous affairs within the country on your behalf. At this juncture, he remains the sole viable option. As for whether other players will sign with Xiaosong, that ultimately depends on his own capabilities. I, too, find Xiaosong to be quite impressive. He conducts his business methodically and speaks with discretion, and he has established some connections that would facilitate your dealings with domestic officials significantly. You both must temper your tempers moving forward. During the 2 confrontations at the Olympics, you had high-ranking officials to shield you. In the NBA, who will protect you? You must exercise caution. Rest assured, Dear Uncle, you must trust in the fighting spirit of Liming and myself. Even in the NBA, it is only we who will impose upon others. My concern lies in your potential for conflict. Should you engage in disputes here, it could lead to adverse repercussions, providing grounds for criticism and targeting. Chapter 44. Endorsements and roster in basketball. The fierce physical confrontations inevitably lead to conflicts if we retreat or evade on the court. It may project an image of weakness to our opponents, even creating a false impression among foreign players that Chinese athletes are easily bullied. In the arena, weakness is the original sin, and the leaders at the General Administration certainly do not wish for us to set such an example for future players. Thus, we must take the initiative, seeking opportune moments to assert our reputation. Uncle, I believe that should conflicts indeed arise, the General Administration should collaborate with the Public Relations Department to promptly manage any unfavorable public sentiment. China is a nation of etiquette. Yet we need not extend politeness and humility to everyone. As the song from my homeland states, when friends arrive, we offer fine wine. When wolves approach, we wield our rifles. Very well, I may not sway you both, but I will communicate your sentiments to the leaders of the General Administration, ensuring we are well prepared. I reiterate, when venturing abroad, prioritize your safety. I take my leave. The following morning, Li Yanwei and the other representatives of China returned home, while Xia Song accompanied Battel and Hu Weidong to the team trials. Bill Duffy arrived in Atlanta to escort the two to Dallas. The Dallas Mavericks, a professional basketball team based in Dallas, Texas, was established in 1980 and became a member of the NBA, currently belonging to the Southwest Division of the NBA Western Conference. In March 1996, the American real estate magnate Ross Perot Jr. acquired the Dallas Mavericks from former owner Don Carter. His intention was to leverage NBA sports resources to develop a series of real estate projects linked to sports. After purchasing the team, Perot did not directly manage the Mavericks. Instead, he appointed Don Nelson as the general manager, entrusting him with the complete management of the team while he continued to focus on his real estate ventures. During the offseason, Nelson closely followed NCAA games and took a keen interest in the brothers Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhizhi. Upon learning that both would enter the draft simultaneously, he promptly announced a rebuilding phase for the team, dismantling the existing roster and trading away key players such as small forward Jamal Mashburn, point guard Jason Kidd, and center Lorenzo Williams. This strategy yielded a wealth of draft picks, allowing the Mavericks to select four promising rookies, Yi Jianlian, Wang Zhizhi, Steve Nash, and Rashid Wallace in the draft market. Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi's performances at the Olympics unequivocally demonstrated that their talents warranted a first-round selection, particularly evident in their match against the formidable Dream Team of the United States, where these two rookies held their own against NBA All-Stars, evoking envy for the Dallas Mavericks who unearthed such gems. Upon departing from Atlanta, Bill Duffy promptly escorted the duo to the luxurious residence provided by the team. This opulent villa, spanning 3 stories and 1,000 square meters, boasted 12 bedrooms, an underground wine cellar, a private karaoke room, a game room, and a yard complete with a swimming pool and basketball court, furnished with all necessary amenities. This neighborhood belonged to the family of team owner Mark Cuban, and the villa served as the community's showcase home. Upon learning of the players' need for accommodation, the Cubans generously offered the house for rent at a nominal fee of merely $1. Once the two made a name for themselves in the NBA, they would become living advertisements for the community, a keen business opportunity that Mark Cuban astutely recognized. The lavish lifestyle of capitalism was about to unfold. Standing on the balcony of the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, Gao Liming gazed at the scenery of the yard, overwhelmed with emotion. In his previous life, he had only glimpsed such extravagant homes a handful of times during his youth as a real estate manager. He never anticipated that after his rebirth, he would also reside in a mansion, free from the burdens of a mortgage. Hey, Wang, during the Olympics, I received some endorsement offers. Please take a look and see if there are any issues, Bill Duffy said as he produced 2 documents filled with endorsement figures for the players. There were offers for car endorsements, clothing brands, and high-end eyewear. But what caught Gao Liming's attention most was the sneaker contract. The other endorsements posed no concerns. Nike offered 3 years for $1.5 million, and Adidas extended a 3-year deal worth $3 million, but the sneaker contract seemed disappointingly low, amounting to under $500,000 per year. What is this nonsense? I heard Adidas offered Kobe a 6-year, $48 million contract. Are we really inferior to him? I'm not certain about that, Duffy replied. I just received these offers. However, typically, centers do not sell shoes, and sneaker endorsements are usually lower than those for perimeter players. This is discrimination. At this rate, I might as well sign with a domestic brand. Broadly speaking, the other endorsements are fine. We can proceed with those immediately. Let S reject the sneaker offers. Release a statement indicating that if my sneaker contract is less than Kobe's, I do not wish to receive an offer. I cannot afford to lose face over this. I'll have Xiaosong reach out to the domestic sneaker brand. I can wear their shoes during NBA games. All right, no problem. I'll expedite the endorsement arrangements. Do you have any other plans? Nothing much else. Tomorrow we'll visit the team. Our parents will be coming over soon, and we might need your assistance with their transportation. Of course, I'll handle these contracts now. Please feel free to reach out if anything arises. After bidding farewell to Bill Duffy, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi each chose a residence and embarked on their new lives in Dallas. The Dallas Mavericks had languished at the bottom of the NBA since 1990, until the 1994-95 season when Jason Kidd, Jamal Mashburn, and Jim Jackson formed the formidable trio known as the 3Js, leading the team to a record of 36 wins and 46 losses, a remarkable improvement of 23 victories from the previous season, instilling hope in a long-suffering franchise. However, the seemingly powerful 3Js were a disappointment in the 1995-96 season. Despite their exceptional offensive capabilities, they struggled to cooperate, each vying for leadership, resulting in a dismal record of only 26 wins. Their insubordination led to frequent conflicts with the team management and coaching staff, prompting Don Nelson to resolutely decide on a team overhaul. The next day, the two arrived at the Reunion Arena, where they met with General Manager Don Nelson, head coach Jim Clemens, and other players who had already returned to training. Following trades during the draft period, the current roster consisted of centers, Loren Meyer, Ben Wallace, Terry Davis, Cherokee Parks, Donald Hodge power forwards, Wang Zhizhi, Papoy Jones, David Wood small forwards, George McLeod, Reggie Slater shooting guards, Gao Liming, Jim Jackson, Tony Dumas, Lucius Harris point guards, Steve Nash, Scott Brooks. As they surveyed their teammates, Gao Liming felt that this lineup bore a striking resemblance to the national team of Huaxia, fraught with numerous flaws and significant issues, especially as last season's starting shooting guard, Jim Jackson, maintained a frosty demeanor towards him. Chapter 45, Team Practice Game. The practice seemed rather uneventful, prompting a decision to engage in a 10-minute scrimmage to familiarize themselves with their teammates. All right, no problem, they agreed. Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi entered the locker room to don their training uniforms, joining Ben Wallace, Nash, and Reggie Slater to form the blue team. The red team consisted of center Cherokee Parks, power forward Popeye Jones, shooting guard Jim Jackson, small forward George McLeod, and point guard Scott Brooks. Other players from different teams sat on the sidelines, ready to substitute as needed. This marked the inaugural practice match for the team, with the coaching staff and upper management in attendance, underscoring the match's significance. It was a moment to showcase their prowess and establish authority. Remember the 7-second fast break? In a moment, Nash will take the lead, and we will execute the fast break. Everyone, run hard. If you find yourself open, shoot without hesitation. Leave the rebounds to Ben and me. Is that clear? Before the game commenced, Gao Liming gathered the blue team to outline their strategy, and no one raised any objections. Reggie Slater was the lone veteran on the blue team, a rookie from '94 who had roamed through several teams over the past 2 years, embodying the quintessential role player. Such players often share a common trait: they excel in reading the room. Slater understood his role well. He was merely a filler while these young talents were the future of the team, destined to wield the power to shape its direction. His approach was one of compliance, listening intently and following directives. As for the other three, Wang Zhizhi had grown accustomed to following Gao Liming's tactical arrangements, while Nash and Ben recognized that their presence on the Mavericks was largely due to Gao Liming's endorsement. They willingly acknowledged his superior tactical acumen during the rookie showcase. The match commenced with Wang Zhizhi effortlessly winning the jump ball, passing it to Nash. They executed the fast break strategy, with Ben setting a screen while Gao Liming cut to the basket. Nash delivered the pass, and Gao Liming seized the opportunity to dunk the ball. Despite it being their first collaboration, the young players exhibited remarkable synergy. Ben's positioning, Nash's pinpoint passing, and the impeccable timing all showcased their innate talent. As the red team initiated their offense, Scott Brooks brought the ball past half court, distributing it to Jim Jackson. The other players spread out, providing Jackson with the space to challenge Gao Liming one-on-one, a battle for the Mavericks' new season's perimeter core. "Rookie, I hear the team drafted you to replace me. Let me see what you can do," Jackson taunted. With a burst of energy, Jim Jackson drove hard to the right, while Gao Liming intentionally refrained from obstructing him, choosing instead to trail closely behind. Jackson confidently soared for a dunk, imagining the moment he would taunt the rookie upon completion. However, the contrast between expectation and reality can be stark. Gao Liming, pursuing Jackson, leaped high, snatching the basketball from his hands in a determined rejection. Is that all you've got, pup? You're not up to the challenge. Upon landing, Gao Liming immediately passed the ball to Nash, prompting the entire blue team to launch a fast break. Nash surged past the three-point line and executed a bounce pass to Wang Zhiji, who, upon receiving the ball beyond the arc, effortlessly elevated for a three-pointer that swished through the net. After the successful shot, he exchanged a celebratory high-five with Nash before gracefully retreating on defense. The red team mounted another offensive, with Jim Jackson once again attempting to isolate Gao Liming. Despite his relentless crossovers to penetrate, Gao Liming successfully thwarted each attempt. As the momentum waned, Jim Jackson, whose tenacity had diminished, began to hesitate, particularly since he was not adept at playing one-on-one. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Liming executed a timely steal from Jim Jackson's dribble, initiating another fast break for the blue team. Unfazed by the chasing red players, Gao Liming charged forward solo, culminating in a thunderous dunk as his opponents conceded the pursuit. Having been stifled in consecutive one-on-one encounters, Jim Jackson refrained from his prior stubbornness, opting instead to maneuver alongside Gao Liming. The ball eventually found its way into the hands of Popoy Jones in the post, who faced Wang Zhiji in an isolation play. The outcome was predictable. Standing at 203 centimeters and weighing 108 kilograms, Popoy Jones found himself unable to overpower the 213 centimeters, 112 kilograms Wang Zhiji, resulting in 2 emphatic blocks. With this realization, Popoy Jones abandoned the isolation strategy, prompting the red team to initiate their offensive tactics. It must be noted that the veteran players of the red team, upon regaining their composure, demonstrated commendable tactical acumen, swiftly identifying the weaknesses of the blue team. The red team adeptly executed a series of penetrations and passes, incorporating screen and roll plays to exploit mismatches, including Popoy Jones overpowering Regis Light and Jim Jackson engaging in isolation against Nash. With only 10 minutes in this scrimmage, there was no need to conserve energy, allowing the blue team to unleash their offensive prowess through rapid 7-second breaks. Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji exhibited extraordinary offensive and defensive prowess, demonstrating an ability to conclude plays from all angles, penetrating the basket, executing long-range three-point shots, making off-ball cuts, and orchestrating plays with effortless finesse. On the defensive end, their heightened defensive awareness and speed, surpassing that of their positional counterparts, allowed them to engage in relentless help defense and cover for one another's lapses. The score between the two teams steadily widened. At the conclusion of the 10-minute scrimmage, the blue team triumphed over the red team with a score of 33-21, maintaining pressure throughout the game. From the players' statistics and their performance in the scrimmage, Gao Liming discerned that the team was in a worse state than he had anticipated. The main combatants of the team included the starting power forward, Poirier Jones, the leading shooting guard, Jim Jackson, and the sixth man, George McLeod. Key rotational players were Lucius Harris, Lauren Meyer, Cherokee Parks, and Scott Brooks. Special role players included Terry Davis and David Wood, while Regis Light and Donald Hodge were relegated to the bench. Currently, this Mavericks squad excelled in offense but faltered in defense, lacking a formidable wing defender, exhibiting a softness in interior defense, and failing to secure rebounds effectively. The roles of functional players were unclear, and communication among players was virtually non-existent. The coach was a recent promotion with no prior coaching experience, struggling to maintain discipline among the players. The sole advantage was that most players possessed a reliable mid-range shooting capability, yet none demonstrated an understanding of transitional playmaking. Since the conclusion of the draft, Don Nelson's decision to refrain from making any trades left Gao Liming somewhat disgruntled. "Come, let us sit in my office," Don Nelson suggested, sensing Gao Liming's unease. Continuing the training, he led Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji to his office. "How do you feel about your teammates?" he inquired, pouring each of them a cup of coffee with a cheerful demeanor. "Much worse than I imagined. They are even inferior to Wake Forest. It's simply a disaster." "Haha. You two are remarkably candid, but I appreciate your honesty. I, too, have grown weary of this bunch. However, we lack substantial assets for trades. I traded away 3 key players last season, and now there isn't much left with trade value. Thus, I wish to hear your thoughts." "Thoughts? Didn't we discuss this during the draft?" We need 3D players, a third ball handler, experienced defensive veterans, or defensive centers. Isn't that the job of the general manager? Why ask me? Now, the only players with significant trade value were the starting power forward, Poirier Jones, the leading shooting guard, Jim Jackson, and the versatile swingman, George McLeod, who could serve as a third ball handler. Poirier Jones was known for his tenacity and stable mid-range shooting, while Jim Jackson, the team's leading scorer from the previous season, was an excellent off-ball shooter. Today, you three have all met. The team intends to build its future lineup around the two of you. All players are subject to trade, though the available assets are limited. I would like to hear your perspectives on the matter. Don Nelson's words reflect a profound respect for the two individuals. Ultimately, trades are determined by the general manager. Even the head coach possesses only the authority to suggest, not to decide, let alone the players. Gao Liming contemplated the situation. The position of Paul George and Jay Crowder appeared to be in conflict. If he were willing to take on a substitute role in the new season, he could form a secondary lineup alongside George. Jim Jackson, in the prime of his career, would likely be reluctant to accept a bench position. Moreover, due to previous off-court issues that led to conflicts with teammates and ultimately contributed to the team's losses, such a player could adversely affect the team's development. I recommend prioritizing his trade. Do you have any trade suggestions? During the Olympics, I learned that Charles Barkley has requested a trade from the Suns to the Rockets, and it seems an agreement between the two teams is imminent. Michael Finley from the Suns and Robert Horry from the Rockets are both excellent candidates. It would be worthwhile to see if we could acquire one of them. Another potential candidate is Bruce Bowen, an undrafted player from '93 who once played in the CBA. If you are willing to trust my judgment, you might consider signing him as he could be a cost-effective asset. Of course, if you manage to trade for this year's rookies like Stephon Marbury, Ray Allen, or Eric Dampier, and Jermaine O'Neal, trading anyone else would still be a gain. Marbury and Allen may be difficult to acquire, given their performances displayed the potential of cornerstone players. Generally, those capable of holding the position of general manager are far from foolish. Eric Dampier and Jermaine O'Neal still present a glimmer of hope, after all. One is a formidable center while the other is a high school prospect, making them relatively easier to trade for. All right, I will conduct some research. You both should take a few more days of rest before reporting back to the team. Having just completed the Olympics, a break is essential. Try out the waterbed in the villa. It's quite invigorating. Suddenly, Don Nelson shifted the tone of the conversation, catching both men off guard, leading them to curse inwardly. After their casual chat, they withdrew a portion of their salaries from the finance department. Both had initially signed standard 3-year rookie contracts. Wang Ziji's salaries for the first 3 years were $1.92 million, $2.27 million, and $2.56 million, while Gao Liming's were $1.79 million, $2.05 million, and $2.32 million. Stepping out of the arena, they hurried to the supermarket, purchasing a substantial amount of food and beverages to return to the villa. For years, they had been stringent in their self-discipline to hone their skills, so this rare indulgence was a necessity to relish. After 2 days of indulgence in the villa, enjoying food, drink, and entertainment, Nash and Ben Wallace also stopped by. However, upon witnessing the manner of their indulgence, Nash and Ben could not hide their disdain. In Ben's words, two inexperienced lads had limited imagination. A week later, Bill Duffy and Summer Song arrived at the villa, bringing with them the latest sneaker contract offers. Nike's new offer stood at 4 years for $4 million, while Adidas proposed 4 years for $8 million. Their stance was that no Chinese player had ever proven themselves in the NBA, hence they were uncertain of your commercial value. This was the highest offer they could currently extend. Reebok had also reached out to me. They did not present an offer but inquired about your thoughts on endorsement pricing. I conveyed your sentiments to them, and they will consider this further. In the domestic market, I have encountered 3 brands, Li Ning, Peak, and Anta. They are quite interested in inviting you as their spokesperson. However, they lack prior experience in this regard and wish to know if you have any specific opinions. The two individuals reported on the outcomes of their communications with the sneaker manufacturers, awaiting the thoughts of Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji. It appears we are being underestimated. Indeed, if international brands possess such a narrow perspective, it might be best to refrain from collaboration. Duffy, I previously mentioned that if our contract offer falls below that of Kobe, we should cease communication with these two companies. Dealing with short-sighted individuals can only lead to our own folly. We shall opt to collaborate with domestic sneaker markets. What are your thoughts on this? I have nothing further to say. I too prefer domestic brands. Throughout my training, I have always worn Warrior shoes. Wang Zhiji. indifferent to endorsements for teams, prefers to follow his older brother, enjoying the benefits provided. He believes that as long as he adheres to Gao Liming's decisions, he will not suffer losses. Very well, Xiaogu. Please convey our psychological price range to the domestic brands. Ideally, we should incorporate sales commission clauses or equity shares. In any case, it must not fall below the endorsements for this year's rookies. Understood. Tomorrow, I will first visit Winston to settle Yao Ming and Lu Wei. And as soon as I return to the country, I will update you on any developments with domestic manufacturers. Let's proceed with the discussions. Duffy. What is the situation with Reebok? Reebok was once a British sports brand that moved to the United States in '79. In recent years, they have been expanding in the American market, and this year they aim to enter the NBA market. I have heard they have already contacted this year's #1 draft pick, Allen Iverson, with a rumored offer of $50 million over 10 years. Their outreach to me likely indicates an interest in the Chinese market. Let us hold off on Reebok for now. There is no need for you to reach out to Nike and Adidas again. If they contact you, please inform them that their 2 previous offers have felt insulting to us, and we are not interested in signing a contract with them. As for Reebok, I reiterate that the contract cannot be lower than Kobe's. We have the backing of the vast Chinese market, with a population of 1.3 billion, allowing us to confidently reject those seeking to take advantage of us. All right, I have organized the details for other endorsements, all of which are for a 3-year term. The endorsements include Hummer vehicles, Armani suits, Rolex watches, men's fragrance, leather shoes, and belts, totaling 6 items, with the higher-end contracts amounting to $5 million annually. There is no fragrance endorsement, totaling $4 million annually. Once the contracts are signed, the manufacturers will send complimentary products, including 2 vehicles, clothing, leather shoes, and belts on a seasonal basis. The details for watches and fragrances are outlined in the contract. Please ensure to acknowledge receipt. Regarding the related advertisements, let us determine a convenient time for the shoot. With such substantial sums, it is no wonder that basketball players worldwide aspire to play in the NBA. Even before a single game is played, the money flows in. Wang Zhizhi gazed at the contract presented by Bill Duffy, and to be frank, he was astonished by the figures inscribed upon it. What could one think? Not every player entering the NBA has the fortune to earn such substantial sums. Both of us are among the inaugural pair of Chinese players to participate in the NBA draft, and this golden opportunity may not be afforded to future Chinese entrants. It is imperative that we demonstrate our worth. If we fail to perform during our rookie season, it is likely that we will no longer attract endorsements. We should endeavor to schedule advertising shoots prior to the commencement of the season, minimizing commercial engagements during the competitive period. Having lived in this world, Gao Liming was acutely aware of the underlying commercial rules and patiently elucidated them to Wang Zhizhi. Chapter 47, System Update. After discussing the contract, Bill Duffy joined the group for dinner before taking his leave. Xia Song decided to find a room in the villa to stay the night, planning to meet Yu Ming and Lu Wei and Winston the following day. What were the results of Daba and Master Hue's tryouts? After dinner, inquiries were made regarding Daba and Hu Weidong's trials. Daba's prospects appear promising, but old Hu may not be able to join. Why? Was the tryout unsuccessful? That shouldn't be the case. The outcomes of the tryouts were indeed favorable. Both the Los Angeles Lakers and the Utah Jazz expressed their willingness to extend guaranteed contracts. The issue lies with the Jiangsu team, as old Hu is a star player nurtured by them. With the imminent establishment of a professional league domestically, his absence would leave Jiangsu without a cornerstone. During the tryout, Jiangsu's representatives contacted him daily, hoping he would remain with the team for a few years before departing. After much contemplation, old Hu resolved to forego the opportunity to enter the NBA at this time. Botter faced a similar predicament, yet he is eager to join the NBA as soon as possible. Both have returned home, and I await news. Is there any update from the sports administration? Have they provided any definitive statements? Not yet. Discussions regarding their entry into the NBA are still ongoing within the administration. The Basketball Association contacted me a few days ago, inquiring about NBA player salaries. I made an excuse to gloss over the details. A bunch of parasites, it seems they aim to exploit the situation, draining the lifeblood. Should the Basketball Association reach out to you again, ensure to record the conversation. How are Yao Ming and Lu Wei faring? They are doing well. They have become significantly more robust, unlike their earlier frail selves. During the Olympics, they were training intensely and lamented to me over the phone, expressing a longing for their hometown pickles and asking me to bring some along. During this return to the homeland, In addition to reaching out to sneaker manufacturers, please also investigate the financial requirements for establishing our own factory to produce shoes. If domestic manufacturers cannot present sufficient bargaining power, we must consider the creation of our own brand. This way, with financial prosperity, we can better strategize for the future. Understood. I will take charge of this matter. Indeed. Pickles. How did I not think of that sooner? Liming. Healthy meals can indeed be complemented with pickles. Gao Liming and Xia Song gazed at Wang Zhizhi, who was somewhat disheartened and found themselves at a loss for words. After Xia Song departed, the two continued their seclusion at home, indulging in a few more days of leisure. During this time, Dabin and Nash occasionally visited for casual gatherings, from which they learned that the team had recently embarked on a series of frequent trades, veterans departing and newcomers arriving, with training sessions halted. In this interval, Don Nelson orchestrated a trade with the Trailblazers, acquiring high school draft prospect Jermaine O'Neal, alongside Lauren Meyer and David Wood, and signing the undrafted player Bruce Bowen from 1993 on a 2-1 minimum salary contract. As the sun shone brightly on that morning, the much-anticipated system update finally concluded, prompting the languid Gao Liming to rise from his slumber. The system had commenced its upgrade nearly a month prior to the Olympics, and at last, the update was complete. Update log. Scanning capabilities enhanced, addition of a profile module, inclusion of an honors module, modifications to energy point acquisition methods, and the introduction of a task module. Basic scanning now allows the observation of a player's ability values without the need for energy points, while deep scanning unveils more intricate data regarding a player's capabilities, talent effects, and specialties. However, each scan of another player necessitates the expenditure of 100 energy points. The 4 fundamental abilities have been subdivided into 20 distinct capabilities: physical, strength, speed, explosiveness, stamina, stability, finishing, layup, dunk, close shot, mid-range shot, three-point shot, defense, man-to-man, help defense, rebounding, shot blocking, stealing, support, ball handling, penetration, passing, basketball IQ. Footwork. This allows for a more precise observation of a player's personal capabilities, as talents and specialties are no longer merely denoted by names and levels. Detailed explanations will follow. Gao Liming is finally liberated from relying on experience to discern the nature of talents and specialties. The profile document contains meticulous descriptions of replicated players' talents and specialties, including the combinatory formulas for talents and specialties. For each new talent or specialty added to the profile, corresponding rewards will be granted, primarily in the form of energy points, alongside varying levels of editing permissions. The honors document records the basketball accolades achieved by players, with each honor accompanied by specific rewards. Currently, the honors document contains only 2 solitary accolades: the 1995-96 NCAA championship, rewarded with level 3 editing permissions for duplicate talents, and a 4th-place finish at the 1996 Olympics, rewarded with a random life disc of a 1996 Olympic basketball athlete. Both rewards are undoubtedly valuable, particularly the latter, as it could directly elevate a player to elite status, provided there are ample energy points available. The repeated talent editing permissions are not without merit, allowing one to re-edit the talents within the life perspective disc already crafted. One acquires the life disc of Arvydas Sabonis level 5. It is unexpected to find Sabonis' life disc. Indeed, Yao Ming is fortunate. Upon contemplating the rewards available for exchange, Gao Liming immediately envisions the most compatible vessel, the fusion of Yao Ming and Sabonis. A direct confrontation with Shaquille O'Neal, transcending mere theoretical imagination. However, the issue of energy points is quite substantial. Following the system upgrade, all energy points have reverted to 0, leaving one uncertain as to how long it will take to accumulate sufficient points. The method of acquiring energy points has been altered post-update. They can solely be obtained through the task module. This module is divided into daily tasks and sporadic tasks. The daily tasks outline the training content for each day, granting corresponding energy points. The training details have become more intricate, with increased intensity, and the rewards have also diversified. For instance, a month of continuous training may yield rewards such as forced replication limits for talents or editing permissions, although the scope remains confined to the functions of the replication machine. Technological marvels, such as altering arm length or recovery potions, have yet to materialize. Currently, there are no sudden tasks available, and the specifics remain unclear. It is likely that one must await the commencement of the NBA season to ascertain further details. The updated system interface increasingly resembles a mobile game rampant in parallel worlds. Yet it appears visually pleasing. A fresh scan of oneself reveals new data. The foundational data will not be rewritten at the behest of numerous readers. Only the newly updated data will be provided. Position: forward guard height, 198 centimeters wingspan, 215 centimeters vertical leap, 99 centimeters physicality, 84 finishing, 88 defense, 88 assistance, 88 talents. Ferocious Beast, 5. Ultimate Ball Sense, 5. Fiery Touch, 4. Specialties: Fiery Shooting, 7. Tiger Style Backdown, 7. Rampaging Breakthrough, 7. Deathly Entanglement, 7. Physical Attributes: Strength, 84. Speed, 80. Explosiveness, 86. Stamina, 86. Stability, 84. Finishing Skills: Layup, 80. Dunk, 84. Close Shot, 89. Mid-range Shot, 89. Three-point Shot, 80. Defense Skills: Man-to-man Defense, 88. Help Defense, 82. Rebounding, 86. Shot Blocking, 83. Stealing, 89. Assistance Skills: Ball Handling, 89. Breakthrough, 89. Passing, 80. Basketball IQ, 89. Footwork, 89. Ferocious Beast, a savage creature emerging from the abyss of battle. Endowed with the might to obliterate all foes and the prowess to hunt every prey. Synthesis formula: colossal strength, sturdy build, swift movement, weakness hunting, indomitable spirit. Ultimate Ball Sense, a 5th-level talent that significantly enhances basketball perception, providing formidable boosts to ball handling, breakthroughs, passing, basketball IQ, stealing, rebounding, shot blocking, and serves as a prerequisite for numerous top-tier specialties. Fiery Touch, a 4th-level talent that greatly amplifies finishing abilities, serving as a prerequisite for various elite shooting specialties. Fiery Shooting, Fiery Touch all-around finishing, 5 foundational finishing capabilities reaching level 5. Tiger Style Backdown, colossal strength, sturdy build, fundamental footwork. Rampaging Breakthrough, ferocity ball sense, sturdy build, colossal strength. Deathly Entanglement, weakness hunting, fundamental man-to-man defense, fundamental stealing, sturdy build, indomitable spirit. Chapter 48, a brand new team. The system has been updated, and the energy points have been reset to 0, signifying the end of Gao Liming's days of indulgence. In pursuit of his dreams, Gao Liming must seize the moment to train diligently, ensuring he completes daily tasks to earn editing privileges, akin to a real-world daily check-in. Naturally, he cannot allow Wang Zhizhi to become complacent. Therefore, he promptly rouses Wang from his slumber and drags him to the gym for training. In the following week, the NBA witnessed a surge of trades, the most significant being Charles Barkley of the Suns being traded to the Rockets. Don Nelson leveraged his extensive connections to become involved in this transaction. Suns sent Charles Barkley and Michael Finley, received Cherokee Parks, Pooh Richardson, Scott Brooks, and Jim Jackson. Rockets sent Robert Horry, Sam Cassell, and a second-round draft pick in 1997, received Charles Barkley and Lucius Harris. Mavericks sent Cherokee Parks, Lucius Harris, Jim Jackson, Pooh Richardson, and Scott Brooks. The Dallas Mavericks acquired Robert Horry, Michael Finley, Sam Cassell, and the Rockets' second-round draft pick from 1997. Shortly thereafter, the Mavericks engaged in another trade with the Warriors, sending Tony Dumas, George McLeod, Reggie Slater, Donald Hodge, and a second-round pick in 1998 in exchange for Kevin Willis, Donyell Marshall, and the Warriors' first-round pick from 1997. In the eyes of Gao Liming, these transactions were akin to a heist, significantly enhancing the team by fortifying their defensive center. Acquiring versatile 3 and D wings, a 6th man, functional guards, and key rotational players. The 2 draft picks also held the potential to yield commendable talent. Gao Liming recalled that the Warriors' first-round selection in '97 was the 8th overall, while the 9th belonged to the immensely talented Tracy McGrady. As for the Rockets' second-round pick, Gao Liming's ideal choice would be the revered Steven Jackson. Following the off-season trades, only backup center Terry Davis remained from the previous season's Mavericks roster, marking a substantial overhaul of the team. The current player status is as follows: center, Kevin Willis, 87, Ben Wallace, 66, Terry Davis, 68, power forward, Wang Zhizhi, 90, Donyell Marshall, 79, Jermaine O'Neal, 65, small forward, Michael Finley, 80, Robert Horry, 79, Bruce Bowen, 69, shooting guard, Gao Liming, 88, John Barry, 68, point guard, Sam Cassell, 79, Steve Nash, 79, upon observing such a roster. Gao Liming felt a flicker of hope for a championship run during the rookie season. Inside the Dallas Reunion Arena, a group of unfamiliar young players gathered. Where friendly exchanges seemed unrealistic, only through one-on-one duels could the victor seize the authority. On August 24, 1996, the Dallas Mavericks convened for the first time in full. With the team's executives, coaching staff, and players all present, little Ross Perot offered a few brief words before departing. As his primary focus remained on real estate development in the Dallas area. Gentlemen, we are now a brand new team, comprising seasoned veterans, elite players in their prime, and high draft rookies. The familiarity among you is limited, so to expedite your acquaintance, I propose an engaging game, one-on-one matches, to 11 points, with 3-pointers counting as 2. The victor shall earn a starting position for the new season, potentially even the role of team leader. Meanwhile, the 3 teams with the poorest records will be tasked with running errands for all team members this year. If there are no objections, let us commence. General Manager Don Nelson, in an uncharacteristic manner, proposed to determine the starting lineup for the new season through a one-on-one competition. This seemingly whimsical idea is, in fact, the most efficient and secure approach. The NBA harbors an unspoken rule where veteran players often tease rookies. 2 promising Chinese rookies have caught the attention of the owner and upper management, leading to a willingness to trade the entire team to build around them. It is imperative that the newly acquired veteran players do not mock these rookies, yet direct intervention is not feasible. Thus, Don Nelson suggested a one-on-one competition, a direct method to elevate the 2 Chinese players. As for whether Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi can triumph over other players, that is not his concern. If they cannot surpass these role players, they are unworthy of being cornerstone players. Moreover, with the Olympic Games serving as a safety net, Nelson is confident that as long as they can display 80% of their performance from the Dream Team matchup, all issues will be resolved. At the center position, Kevin Willis faced off against rookies Ben Wallace and Terry Davis, achieving decisive victories with scores of 11-2 and 11-3, thus securing the starting center position without question. For the power forward role, Wang Zhizhi confronted Tyrone Marshall and Jermaine O'Neal. "I will take you both on," Wang declared arrogantly, challenging both opponents simultaneously. Tyrone Marshall and Jermaine O'Neal exchanged glances before turning to Nelson, who nodded in agreement. Tyrone Marshall, a 1994 first-round, 4th overall pick, stands at 206 centimeters with a wingspan of 213 centimeters. His physical attributes include a jumping ability of 73 and a strength rating of 78. With an offensive finishing capability of 80 and a defensive rating of 79. He boasts a diverse skill set, including stability and shooting, 7, basic footwork, 6, and quick defensive response, 7. With an overall rating of 79 and a potential of 82, he is considered a versatile player. Jermaine O'Neal has seen a limited growth in his abilities, progressing from a rating of 63 to 66 since the draft. Despite his youthful appearance, he often finds himself underestimated by others. As Wang Zhizhi positioned himself beyond the 3-point line, Tyrone Marshall and Jermaine O'Neal readied themselves defensively. Wang then launched a 3-pointer, effortlessly scoring. "Haven't you watched my games? To me, you 2 are merely practice targets, posing no pressure at all." With renewed confidence, Wang Zhizhi took possession once more, observing the defensive alignment of his opponents, and swiftly sank another 3-pointer. "You 2 should close in on him and disrupt his shot," Kevin Willis shouted from the sidelines. Aware from his past encounters with Wang Zhizhi just how formidable this towering player from Huaxia could be. On the 3rd play, Marshall approached to defend, while Jermaine O'Neal maintained a step behind, ready to assist. With a feint drive, Wang Zhizhi slipped past Marshall, and although Jermaine was well positioned for support, Wang executed a swift turn and laid the ball in. On the 4th play, Wang began backing down from beyond the 3-point line, then executed a rapid pivot to bypass Marshall, creating space for a jump shot that found its mark. On the 5th play, despite Jermaine's tight defense and Marshall's assistance, Wang Zhizhi continued to outmaneuver them, scoring effortlessly. Ultimately, Wang triumphed with an 11 o'clock score. Although it was a 1-on-2 scenario, it bore little difference from a 1-on-1 contest. Jermaine O'Neal, a high school player entering the draft, had yet to develop his defensive capabilities, and as for Marshall, he would yield the same score against Duncan or Garnett. The disparity in talent was insurmountable. Chapter 49. Trivial Matters. The small forward battle among Michael Finley, Robert Horry, and Bruce Bowen unfolded. Michael Finley emerged victorious over Robert Horry with an 11-8 score and defeated Bruce Bowen 11-5. Robert Horry managed to best Bruce Bowen 11-7. Consequently, Michael Finley secured the starting small forward position with undeniable superiority. Shooting guard Gao Liming faced off against Joe Barry. Joe Barry, the 21st pick in the first round of 1992, was neither strong nor fast. However, with a gentle touch inherited from his family, precise shooting, and a tenacious style of play, he became a rotational player in the NBA, a quintessential bench player. Yet, pitting Joe against someone taller, stronger, faster, and more skilled was rather unfair. The score was 11 o'clock, with Gao Liming decisively overcoming Joe Barry through a series of relentless drives, securing the starting shooting guard role for the team. In the point guard clash, Sam Cassell challenged Steve Nash, the extraterrestrial facing the son of the wind. In a team setting, Steve Nash might have held his own against Cassell, but in a one-on-one duel, it was decidedly one-sided. After 5 consecutive backdowns, Nash promptly conceded, unable to withstand the onslaught. In today's NBA, backdowns are a surefire way to exploit weaker opponents. For reasons unknown, perhaps a learned demeanor or the result of societal hardships, Kevin Willis, Michael Finley, and Sam Cassell relinquished their aspirations of leading the team. Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming naturally emerged as the core figures, while Steve Nash, Bruce Bowen, and Jermaine O'Neal took on the roles of the team's supporting members. Contrary to expectations of discord among multiple core players, such a scenario did not materialize, leaving Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi with a tinge of regret. Following the game, Don Nelson bypassed head coach Jim Clemens to announce the Mavericks starting lineup for the new season. Center Kevin Willis, power forward Wang Zhizhi, small forward Michael Finley, shooting guard Gao Liming, and point guard Sam Cassell. Jim Clemens, standing behind Don Nelson, displayed no signs of discontent. Gao Liming had no recollection of this interim coach, suspecting he would soon be replaced by Don Nelson. The ensuing days were filled with the monotonous grind of training and tactical drills. Having completed a 6-hour training regimen, daily tasks were fulfilled, yielding 30 energy points. After consecutively completing daily tasks for a week, an additional reward of a level 2 editing permission was granted. Completing daily tasks for a month bestowed an extra reward of 100 energy points and an additional level 3 editing permission. After a month of training, Gao Liming meticulously calculated his editing permissions and energy points. Following the system upgrade, daily tasks would reward varying levels of editing permissions. For lower-level editing permissions could be synthesized into one higher-level permission using a certain amount of energy points. The synthesis breakdown was as follows: 200 energy points for a level 2 to level 3 synthesis, 600 for a level 3 to level 4, and 2400 for a level 4 to level 5. With a continuous week of daily tasks yielding a level 2 editing permission and an additional level 3 permission for a month's worth of tasks, it became feasible to acquire 2 level 3 editing permissions monthly, earning 30 energy points daily, coupled with an extra 100 energy points for completing monthly tasks, accumulated to 1,000 energy points in a month. This meant a level 4 editing permission could be synthesized in 2 months, and a level 5 permission in 8 months. In other words, by the season's end at the latest, Gao Liming could replicate Sabonis' life disk for Yao Ming. While talent cannot be replicated, skills can certainly be learned. Gao Liming managed to squeeze in a trip to Winston, visiting Coach Dave and Tim Duncan, primarily to load Yao Ming with Sabonis' life disk, consuming half a month's worth of energy points in the process. To conserve energy points, Gao Liming opted for basic scanning. Tim Duncan's capacity was recorded at 94, truly remarkable, having reached the threshold of superstar status even before entering the NBA. In another one-on-one contest with Wang Zhizhi, Tim Duncan emerged victorious once more. Liu Wei's capacity rose to 60. After modifying his talent, Liu Wei's offensive and defensive skills developed rapidly. Yao Ming's loading capacity in the Sabonis life view has impressively risen from 52 to 61, indicating substantial gains. Gao Liming is filled with anticipation for the growth of both players. By the next Olympic Games, if 4 prototype players emerge from the Chinese men's basketball team, it would undoubtedly reach a legendary status, a thought that brings immense joy. In mid-September, Xia Song returned from abroad, accompanied by Badr. After nearly a month of relentless negotiations, the Basketball Management Center finally granted Badr permission to play in the NBA, issuing an approval document to the Beijing team. To compensate for Beijing's loss, Badr signed an agreement with the team, committing to pay 10 of his annual earnings from overseas leagues back to Beijing until his retirement or return to the team. This clause, termed the reverse compensation clause, unexpectedly became a vital safeguard for the profitability of numerous teams in the future. As for the Basketball Association, they initially intended to meddle, even sending emissaries to demand that Badr remit 50% of his future income to them, under the guise of sponsoring the development of domestic basketball. Facing such unreasonable demands from the association, Badr, a Mongolian giant, was incensed and declared he would retire if he could not join the NBA. Xiaosong calmed Badr and approached the leaders at the General Administration, questioning the relevance of the Basketball Association's involvement in compensation negotiations between workers and enterprises. The leaders, dissatisfied with the association's greed, bypassed them to issue the approval documents. Once the General Administration's approval was granted and Badr finalized his agreement with the Beijing team, it was too late for the Basketball Association to intervene, and they could only watch as Xiaosong escorted Badr onto the plane to the NBA. After more than a month of turmoil, Badr's ability rating actually declined from 67 during the Olympics to 65, making this month a veritable ordeal for him. Noticing Badr's somewhat gaunt appearance, Gao Liming suddenly remembered he possessed the ability to duplicate talents and promptly transferred the agility talent to Badr. By expending 100 energy points to initiate a deep scan of Badr's data, his potential surged from 79 to 91, and his abilities improved from 65 to 78. Effectively addressing his speed deficiency, which had been his greatest shortcoming. His lowest attribute, speed, increased from 65 to 77, explosiveness rose from 68 to 76, and help defense improved from 63 to 77, with slight enhancements in other defensive attributes. With continued training, there is hope for Badr to contend for an all-star position in the upcoming seasons, thanks to his unique combination of talents. In the finals, as the Chicago Bulls faced the Utah Jazz, Michael Jordan charged into the paint, only to find the interior fortified by the muscular duo of Badr and Karl Malone, who teamed up to confront him, a scene almost beyond imagination. Xiaosong and Badr spent several days in Dallas, during which Gao Liming provided them with numerous important pointers, such as securing an immediate translator for Badr, ensuring they were a local rather than an overseas Chinese, as the nuances are understood, and emphasizing the need for Badr to master English communication swiftly, aiming to be independent of a translator and comprehend the coach's tactics by the end of the season. In the team, one must not take offense when the veterans play pranks. Rather, it is essential to understand the principle of reciprocity. Laziness must be avoided at all costs, and the focus of training must first address the correction of defensive habits. A few days later, Xiaosong accompanied Badr to the Utah Jazz. With Xiaosong's assistance, Badr successfully secured a 2-year contract with the Utah Jazz, earning $250,000 annually. Heeding Gao Liming's advice, Xiaosong enlisted a Chinese university student studying in the United States to serve as Badr's translator. Chapter 50. The NBA season commences in early October. The NBA's 1996-97 preseason began, with the Dallas Mavericks set to face 8 opponents over the next 3 weeks: the Houston Rockets, Los Angeles Lakers, Golden State Warriors, San Antonio Spurs, Minnesota Timberwolves, Los Angeles Clippers, Denver Nuggets, and Vancouver Grizzlies. After nearly 2 months of team cohesion, the moment of truth had arrived for practical testing. The players had developed a rudimentary understanding of one another through 2 months of training. However, Gao Liming was somewhat dissatisfied with head coach Jim Clemens. As a complete novice, the coach's tactical implementation was overly rigid, with Don Nelson frequently providing guidance from the sidelines during tactical drills. On several occasions, Gao Liming felt compelled to seize the tactical board himself to devise strategies, leaving him curious about how the coach would perform in an actual game. Despite his reservations regarding Coach Clemens, Gao Liming chose to withhold his discontent, preferring to evaluate the team's performance over the 8 preseason games. If necessary, he would later discuss his concerns with Don Nelson. On October 3rd, the Dallas Mavericks hosted the Houston Rockets. The Rockets' 3 key players, Olajuwon, Drexler, and Barkley, played less than 10 minutes each, resulting in a decisive victory for the Mavericks, 105-85. In the subsequent 7 games, the Mavericks maintained an unblemished record, with only the matchup against the Vancouver Grizzlies seeing Wang Zhizhi play extended minutes. His playing time mirrored that of the 1996 draft's 3rd overall pick, Sharif Abdur-Rahim. As their minutes were almost identical, a deliberate arrangement by the veteran Nelson. Ultimately, Wang Zhizhi played 32 minutes, amassing 29 points, 15 rebounds, and 6 blocks, while limiting Sharif Abdur-Rahim to just 18 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 turnovers. In their second encounter, Wang Zhizhi once again dominated his opponent. Following the game, during a press interview, Don Nelson expressed his immense admiration for Wang Zhizhi, lavishly praising him as the strongest player of this draft class. As the preseason concluded, Gao Liming finally comprehended why some claimed that the preseason served merely to help players find their rhythm while simultaneously generating ticket revenue. The intensity of the games was inferior to that of the Summer League, with most players displaying little concern for wins or losses, casually passing the ball before shooting. This rendered the assessment of players' tactical understanding nearly impossible, leaving Gao Liming to spend a significant portion of the 8 games resting on the sidelines. The original purpose of evaluating the team had gone unfulfilled, resulting in a sheer waste of time. On November 1st, the NBA's 1996-97 regular season officially commenced, with the Dallas Mavericks visiting the Denver Nuggets. The Mavericks starting lineup featured center Kevin Willis, power forward Wang Zhizhi, small forward Michael Finley, shooting guard Gao Liming, and point guard Sam Cassell. The Nuggets starting roster included center Irvin Johnson, power forward LaFonso Ellis, small forward Darrell Imhoff, shooting guard Bryant Stith, and point guard Mark Jackson. Presently, the Nuggets were a mid-tier team in the NBA, having recently lost their core player, Mutombo. The majority of the squad consisted of newcomers within 3 years, indicating a recent reformation of the team. Following a thorough analysis, the comparative abilities suggested a decisive advantage for the Dallas Mavericks. However, games are not won solely based on ability metrics. A sudden task emerged to assist the team in securing their first victory of the season. Reward. Corresponding rewards are granted based on performance. Penalty. A random talent will be banned for a month. Just before the match commenced, a task notification unexpectedly appeared in the system. Fortunately, it was not a punishment of annihilation. The ban on a talent felt akin to crippling a limb. It seems I must tread carefully during the competition to avoid unforeseen mishaps. After reviewing the system task, Gao Liming once again focused his energy on the court. As the match began, Wang Zhizhi and Elvin Johnson faced off in the jump ball. This game marked the first official appearance of Chinese players in the NBA, with the event broadcasted live across the United States. Simultaneously, a live streaming channel was launched in China, featuring commentary from the esteemed Sun Zhengping and Zhang Weiping. Good evening, viewers. You are witnessing a live broadcast of the NBA League, where the Dallas Mavericks are about to compete against the Denver Nuggets. The Mavericks are represented by our very own Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi. This is a historic moment, as it is the first time Chinese players grace the NBA court. The introduction in the style of Sun commenced. The debut of Chinese players also heralds the inaugural appearance of Asian athletes in the NBA, and the first time yellow-skinned players take to the court as primary players. Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi truly bring honor to our nation. It is indeed reasonable for our talented individuals to be represented in the highest echelon of basketball. The exuberant praise from Zhang resurfaced. The match began with Wang Zhizhi winning the jump ball against Elvin Johnson, granting the Dallas Mavericks the first offensive opportunity. In a dazzling display, Gao Liming received a pass from his teammate and executed a thunderous dunk. This was a tactic that Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi had employed during their university days and had proven effective in the Olympics. It is remarkable that they successfully adapted this strategy to the NBA, showcasing their strengths in a highly efficient manner. The two commentators continue to elucidate the game in their distinctive styles. The Denver Nuggets power forward, LaFonso Ellis, initiates the first play with a solo drive, adhering to the unwritten rule that the team's leader takes the first shot in a half-court setting. As LaFonso Ellis approaches the towering Wang Zhizhi, he attempts a forceful drive. Wang Zhizhi, with arms outstretched, firmly establishes his position, thwarting Ellis's advance. Unable to penetrate, Ellis swiftly pivots for a jump shot. However, this overly simplistic approach allows Wang Zhizhi to snatch the basketball midair. Liming, Finley, and Cassell promptly sprint towards the front court, setting the stage for a rapid, three-pronged counterattack. Wang Zhizhi delivers a long pass that traverses half the court, and Cassell, receiving the ball in the low post, shoots without hesitation towards the basket. Following closely behind, Liming catches the ball mid-flight for a thunderous dunk. Right from the onset, the Dallas Mavericks exhibit such splendid teamwork, prompting the Nuggets fans to jeer vociferously, given that it is indeed the Nuggets' home ground. With the first attempt stifled, LaFonso Ellis refrains from clinging to his individual play, and the Nuggets begin to reposition themselves. The basketball circulates among the Nuggets, ultimately finding Darrell Ellis, who, with the aid of a teammate screen, takes a shot from just inside the three-point line, but it clangs off the rim, allowing Wang Zhizhi to secure the rebound. Dallas swiftly transitions into another three-pronged fast break, with Finley receiving a pass from Wang Zhizhi beyond the arc. The Nuggets respond quickly, attempting to disrupt the play, but Finley passes to the advancing Liming, who in turn feeds the ball to Cassell in the corner. After screening the pursuing Nuggets player, Castle drains a three-pointer, making it 7-0. The seamless fast breaks and exquisite teamwork enable the Mavericks to establish a significant lead. These initial plays distinctly illustrate the pivotal roles within the team, acting as the stabilizing force. Whenever the Nuggets fail to convert their shots and the rebounds are captured by Wang Zhizhi, he promptly relays the ball to his teammates, epitomizing a counterattack strategy centered around a dominant big player. Observing the sequence, the Nuggets have been consistently caught off guard by 3 successive defensive transitions executed flawlessly by their opponents, prompting their coach to consider a timeout. Let us review the replay of the recent events. The Nuggets' power forward and small forward engaged in a pick and roll, allowing the smaller forward to exploit mismatches. As the small forward drove towards the basket, Wang Zhizhi, in pursuit, executed a block, reclaiming the rebound to initiate yet another counterattack, culminating in Gao Liming's emphatic dunk. In less than 3 minutes from the start, the Mavericks, capitalizing on defensive counterattacks, scored 7 consecutive points, prompting the Nuggets head coach to call a timeout in order to recalibrate their strategy. Chapter 51. Battling the Nuggets. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The Nuggets, re-entering the fray, persistently executed their passing and cutting plays. Following a series of screens, LaFonso Ellis managed to bank a shot in over Kevin Willis, marking the Nuggets' first basket of the season, bringing the score to 2-9. In response to their scoring, the Nuggets aimed to thwart any potential fast breaks from the Mavericks by applying pressure to the ball handler, thereby allowing their teammates ample time to regroup on defense. With the opportunity for a fast break lost, the Mavericks shifted to a half-court offense. Gao Liming, positioning himself on the strong side, engaged in a one-on-one against Bryant Stith, while his teammates spread out. With raw power rather than finesse, he bulldozed his way through, driving straight to the basket. He soared for a thunderous dunk over the incoming LaFonso Ellis, adjusting the score to 2-11. As the game transitioned into a half-court set, Gao Liming relied on his individual prowess to relentlessly challenge Bryant Stith, alternating between powerful post moves and aggressive drives. Standing at 196 centimeters and weighing 94 kilograms, Bryant Stith appeared diminutive and powerless against the 198 centimeters, 100 kilograms Gao Liming. What further infuriated Stith was Gao's incessant trash talk. "This time I'm going to drive from the left. You better be ready. Look, I've already told you I'm going left. Why aren't you guarding against it? Are you really that weak? Does your coach know about this? Why aren't your teammates passing you the ball? Do they look down on you? Now I'm going to back you down. I'm putting in the effort. I'm turning around. Why aren't you defending me? I'm calling for the ball to take you on one-on-one after I score on you twice. Don't you think you should respond? Don't you care about your pride? Get closer to me on defense, or I'll just shoot. Look, I told you I was going to shoot, and I did. They still aren't passing you the ball. Can't you score on your own? Or are you too afraid to ask for it? Are you this timid? Does your family know?" Gao Liming incessantly whispered in Bryant's ear, causing the latter's fist to clench tightly, veins bulging, as if on the verge of an explosive outburst. The most excruciating moment in a basketball match occurs when one is acutely aware of the opponent's strategy yet finds oneself incapable of countering it. With open shots consistently clanging off the rim. In the first quarter, the Mavericks relied on defensive counterattacks and high isolation plays featuring Gao Liming, seamlessly combining drives and assists to his teammates, accumulating points steadily. The Nuggets players appeared yet to regain their competitive form, exhibiting a dismal shooting percentage and low efficiency. During a commercial break, the score stood at 12-20, with the Mavericks enjoying a temporary lead. Gao Liming recorded an impressive stat line of 10 points, 4 assists, and 1 steal. During the timeout, both teams began to adjust their lineups. The Mavericks substituted Gao Liming, Castle, Finley, and Kevin Willis for Robert Horry, Bruce Bowen, John Barry, and Nash, moving Wang Zhizhi to the center position, initiating a small ball strategy focused on fast-paced play. Although this youthful lineup lacked experience and technical prowess, it compensated with boundless energy and enthusiasm. The Mavericks' rapid-fire offensive tactics left the Nuggets bench momentarily bewildered, resulting in a 12-4 scoring run by the Mavericks, concluding the first quarter with a score of 16-32. Witnessing his team crumble under the onslaught of these newcomers, the Nuggets head coach erupted in a tirade towards his bench, swiftly adjusting the lineup and devising counter-strategies. As the second quarter commenced, the adjusted Nuggets targeted Nash, relentlessly attacking on offense while preemptively double-teaming on defense, leading to a series of turnovers by Nash, which they capitalized on to score. What was utterly perplexing was Mavericks head coach Jim Clemon's inaction in light of Nash being repeatedly targeted. It was only after a prompt from an assistant coach that Clemon substituted Castle for Nash. With Castle on the floor, the Mavericks began to build their offense around Wang Zhizhi. Standing at 213 centimeters and weighing 115 kilograms, Wang had not only gained weight and strength, but also possessed the speed and explosiveness reminiscent of a forward. On offense, Wang continuously toyed with defenders using his exceptional footwork and versatile scoring techniques, effortlessly shaking off defenders to score. On defense, Wang could engage in physical battles in the paint with opposing centers while seamlessly switching onto forwards after screens without losing position. The NBA commentators on the sidelines exclaimed that a new generation of dominant big men had emerged, a challenger to the four legendary centers. In a dormitory in Winston City, Tim Duncan, Yao Ming, and Lu Wei gathered around the television, captivated by the live broadcast as Wang Zhizhi's highlights appeared repeatedly. Employing his footwork to outmaneuver opponents, Wang executed effortless layups, bank shots, and sudden jumpers, showcasing an impressive array of skills. His footwork and shooting techniques seemed to have further evolved. The next encounter would surely be a formidable challenge. Duncan gazed expressionlessly at the images flickering on the television, contemplating internally. Such fluid footwork. I wonder when I might possess such skill. Yao Ming expressed his admiration, then turned to Duncan. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. But you must exchange it for the pickled vegetables sent from your home. It wasn't mere gluttony. The pickles from Yao Ming's family were simply exquisite. I wish to learn as well. I too will trade pickled vegetables from my home. Lu Wei eagerly chimed in. That is acceptable. But I cannot guarantee that you will master it. Initially, when I taught the footwork to Liming, he grasped it after merely a few observations, while Liming's footwork is, to put it gently, quite challenging. The thought of instructing these two younger players in the art of post footwork brought a headache to Duncan. Wang Zhizhi was undoubtedly a prodigy. Within mere days, he unraveled the core issues of one-on-one footwork, ultimately assimilating it into his own movements. As for Gao Liming, his approach consisted of relentless collisions, repeatedly battering opponents beneath the basket before either attempting a thunderous dunk or retreating for a jump shot. A rather ungraceful display that squandered his innate talent. During the second quarter, while Wang Zhizhi took the lead, he felt as though he had returned to Wake Forest, relying solely on his individual prowess to overpower opponents. Regardless of who stood before him, as long as he was not double-teamed, he would dominate with his scoring. With a tally of 17 points, 8 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 3 assists, he provided a remarkable performance in the first half, including 12 points scored in the second quarter alone. An all-around display, Wang Zhizhi single-handedly dismantled the Nuggets' interior defense, propelling his team to a 60-50 lead at halftime. During the intermission, seated in the stifling away locker room, Jim Clemons attempted to uplift the spirits of the team, though few seemed inclined to heed his words. Is the air conditioning not functioning? It's unbearably hot. After a few minutes in the locker room, Wang Zhizhi felt a clammy discomfort enveloping him. It's merely a triviality. You will soon learn that NBA away locker rooms are only getting worse, never better. Finley, sitting beside Wang Zhizhi, chuckled and handed him a bottle of water. I had heard about the disparity in treatment between home and away. I never expected it to be this poor. Doesn't the league oversee this? Sipping water provided some relief as Wang Zhizhi leaned back against the locker, seeking respite from the heat. What does it matter? This is one of the unwritten rules. Once we play against the Celtics away, you will understand that this is relatively better. Finley responded, then approached the cabinet, mimicking Wang Zhizhi's method of cooling himself using the cabinet. Chapter 52. The season's first victory. As the second half commenced, both teams reinstated their main players. The Mavericks initiated the offense, but under the Nuggets' delayed interference, they opted for a half-court strategy instead of a fast break. Castle advanced past half-court and directly passed the ball to Wang Zhizhi, who was positioned in the post. Wang Zhizhi established his position against Lafonso Ellis, cautiously assessing the defender's stance before swiftly pivoting to escape, gliding along the baseline for a powerful two-handed dunk. After scoring, Wang Zhizhi swiftly returned to the mid-court area. Following the Nuggets' inbound pass, the Mavericks initiated a double team on the ball handler. They replicated Wake Forest's defensive chain strategy, with Gao Liming and Castle trapping Mark Jackson, while Finley closely monitored the baseline passer. Wang Zhizhi adjusted his position based on the movements of the opposing players in the midcourt, and Kevin Willis safeguarded the paint to thwart any attempts at a sneak attack. Don Nelson meticulously analyzed Wake Forest's tactics, recognizing that this defensive chain strategy could be effectively emulated by the Mavericks. The results were promising. Leveraging their players' remarkable agility, the Mavericks consistently forced the Nuggets into errors, seizing opportunities for fast breaks and widening the score gap. They capitalized on their speed, refusing to settle for a half-court game or engage in unfair competition. Under Don Nelson's tactical guidance, the Mavericks fully utilized their youthful vigor and stamina to relentlessly pressure the Nuggets. Observing his players struggle to establish effective defense and finding no viable solutions himself, the Nuggets head coach abandoned defense altogether and opted for a scoring showdown, relying on his players' chaotic play to close the gap. The two teams engaged in a frenzied exchange during the first half of the third quarter, thrilling the audience, however. The NBA commentators characterized this style of play as akin to novice players clashing. Although Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming possessed formidable post-up skills, they seldom operated in the low post during this period, frequently executing high pick-and-rolls at the arc and opting for three-point shots to resolve the encounters, a style that left the commentators momentarily perplexed. In this era, big players who did not dominate the paint and instead shot from the three-point line were often deemed soft and unorthodox. However, esteemed commentator Zhang Weiping praised both players, extolling their versatility, capable of scoring inside and out, adept at both shooting and driving, excelling in defense and rebounding. This well-rounded performance enabled them to navigate various opponents with ease. With the score at 78-62, the Mavericks aimed to capitalize on their momentum to overwhelm their adversary. Unexpectedly, head coach Jim Clemens substituted Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming, opting to adjust the lineup by gradually introducing bench players. Faced with the Mavericks' second unit, the Nuggets began to close the gap, while the Mavericks' substitutes strived to counter the Nuggets' offense. The exhilarating third quarter concluded with a score of 88-80, the Mavericks leading by 8 points. In the final quarter, Jim Clemens reintroduced the starting lineup. Up to this point, Gao Liming had rated the coach's performance a mere 59, indicating a failing grade. Despite having the chance to dismantle the opposition in the third quarter and turn the fourth into garbage time, he had inexplicably substituted all of his key players while holding the advantage, thus granting the Nuggets an opportunity to rally. With the score difference now only 8 points, a precarious margin in the NBA, the Mavericks resumed play without a bombardment, opting for the most traditional inside-out strategy. Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming positioned themselves on the strong side, while the other players shifted toward the weak side. Gao Liming received a pass from Castle beyond the three-point line, pivoted, and delivered the ball to Wang Zhizhi in the paint. Wang Zhizhi, utilizing his back to sense the positioning of Alphonso Ellis, swiftly turned towards the baseline, evading his defender. With a deft layup that kissed the backboard, he scored. As the transition unfolded, the Mavericks abandoned their chain defense strategy, opting instead for man-to-man coverage. At this juncture, the Nuggets had forsaken their star isolation tactics, reverting to their drive-and-kick strategy. The players patiently executed screens and cuts, culminating in a well-timed three-pointer from Mark Jackson as the shot clock dwindled. The Mavericks continued to exploit Wang Zhizhi's strength against Alphonso Ellis, strategically targeting the weaker defender. Once more, with his back to the basket, he gauged Ellis's defensive stance. This time, with Ellis stationed at the baseline, Wang Zhizhi exploded towards the middle, taking one dribble before executing a powerful jump dunk, effortlessly adding 2 points to the scoreboard. Observing his players being consistently overpowered by Wang Zhizhi, the Nuggets head coach felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. If they possessed a superior interior player, they would not find themselves languishing in the lower echelons of the league. The Nuggets attempted to substitute their center to guard Wang Zhizhi, but their center, Elvin Johnson, proved to be merely a blue-collar worker rather than the illustrious Magic Johnson of the Lakers. In the second quarter, Wang Zhizhi rendered him ineffective, drawing 3 fouls, which deterred any further defensive switches. The notion of double-teaming Wang Zhizhi was fraught with uncertainty, even when pressured. He managed to record 3 assists in the second quarter by finding open teammates. Currently, the Mavericks roster, including their center, boasts a reliable shooting touch. With Wang Zhizhi's height, long arms, and expansive court vision, he is both a facilitator and a dominant force. Ultimately, the Nuggets head coach could no longer resist the urge to implement a double team, which resulted in Gao Liming consistently sinking open shots. One might question why such a towering figure as Wang Zhizhi would not play center, instead of toiling in the forward position, creating a sense of frustration. In facing Wang Zhizhi, Alphonso Ellis experienced a sensation reminiscent of contending against Hakeem Olajuwon and David Robinson. His seasoned style of play, combined with a sharp tongue for trash talk and a penchant for crafty fouls, belied his status as a rookie. As Wang Zhizhi continued to dominate, the Mavericks widened their lead, with the score escalating to 108-91 with 5 minutes remaining. Observing his demoralized players, the Nuggets coach chose to concede, substituting in bench players for the starters. The Mavericks followed suit, replacing their key players with the likes of Shaquille O'Neal to gain experience. 5 minutes later, the game concluded with a score of 118-99 as the Mavericks triumphed over the Nuggets, marking a victorious start to the 1996-97 season. Wang Zhiji's remarkable performance, comprising 31 points, 12 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 6 assists, earned him the accolade of player of the game. Gao Liming delivered an impressive performance in this match, amassing 25 points, 7 assists, 7 rebounds, and 5 steals. The other rookies showcased varying degrees of success. Steve Nash contributed 6 points and 4 assists. Jermaine O'Neal recorded 4 points and 1 rebound, while Ben Wallace added 2 points and 2 rebounds. Among the other 1996 draft class players participating that day, the first overall pick, Allen Iverson, shone brightly with 36 points, 6 assists, 2 rebounds, and 1 steal. The second pick, Kiki Vandeweghe, scored 5 points with 4 rebounds and 1 steal, and the third pick, Sharif Abdurrahim, netted 16 points alongside 5 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 steals. Other notable talents from the 1996 draft included Ray Allen with 13 points, 3 steals, and 2 rebounds, Stephon Marbury with 2 assists and 3 rebounds, and Antoine Walker contributing 12 points and 3 rebounds. Among the surprises was the Lakers rookie, Derek Fisher, who scored 12 points with 5 assists and 2 rebounds, while Kobe Bryant did not see any playing time. In comparison, it is evident that Iverson, Wang Zhiji, and Gao Liming stand as the premier rookies of this class, with a high likelihood that this season's Rookie of the Year will emerge from among them. Congratulations on securing his first NBA victory, which granted him the coveted replication ability, no intimacy required, enabling direct replication of the target's life disk. Upon receiving the system's rewards, Gao Liming felt as if he had won the lottery, believing that his once clumsy post moves now held the potential for transformation. With the season's first victory, coupled with this unexpected boon, Gao Liming resolved to celebrate by engaging in an additional hour of practice with Wang Zhiji that evening. Chapter 53, the home debut. As they were set to host the Sacramento Kings the following day, the Mavericks returned to Dallas immediately after their game, leading to the cancellation of Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji's extra practice session. Having completed his daily tasks, Gao Liming earned 30 energy points. The next morning, he dutifully commenced the training assigned by the system as part of his daily routine. During his break, he requested the team's game schedule from the staff and discovered that on the 29th of the month, the Mavericks would face the Chicago Bulls at home. Ever since acquiring the replication ability, Gao Liming had been contemplating potential candidates for replication. Back in China, he had replicated numerous life disks of Chinese players, stacking his potential to its utmost limit of 99 through system edits, while also obtaining the initial level shooting specialty, scorching shot, and the defensive specialty, death grip. Unfortunately, due to various factors, the development of specialties among Chinese players was severely limited, resulting in Gao Liming's observations of many players' life disks yielding subpar growth and finishing skills. Despite possessing immense potential, he struggled to unlock it effectively, leading to a sluggish development of his abilities, often relying solely on his physicality on the court. Although he had acquired some breakthrough techniques and footwork through relentless training, there remained a sense of awkwardness and disconnection when executing them, preventing the formation of specialties. Arriving in the United States, he continuously assisted Wang Zhiji and Liu Wei in transforming their talents, enabling them to acquire powerful and fitting specialties through their own life disk observations, prompting Gao Liming to reflect on his own journey. Gao Liming gradually recognized his own shortcomings. His exceptional physical gifts, when not guided by a fitting purpose, led to the development of 2 distinct styles of play, the Tiger-style backdown and the reckless breakthrough, both heavily reliant on his innate abilities. Regardless of the era, relying solely on physical prowess can only elevate one to the status of a blue-collar player, with limited potential. The true path lies in the integration of one's talents with technical skills to cultivate a personal specialty. Despite Gao Liming's current capabilities nearing an impressive 88, almost touching the threshold of elite stardom, his journey seems to be reaching an impasse. If he continues along this trajectory, his ceiling may only allow him to be a second-in-command for a strong team or a leading figure for a weaker one, with his limits likely capping at a first-round playoff appearance. To unlock extraordinary potential, it necessitates judicious development. akin to how Wang Zhizhi experienced rapid enhancement after assimilating Tim Duncan's talents and reflecting on his life's blueprint, culminating in exceptional offensive, defensive skills, and exquisite footwork. With the system's support, Gao Liming need not invest excessive time training to refine his expertise like other players. He simply needs to find a similarly sized and capable player to replicate, followed by observation, with the primary challenge being the cultivation of rapport. Perhaps the system recognized Gao Liming's current predicament and consequently granted him this replication privilege to aid in addressing his physical concerns. Now, he merely needs to select a high-caliber player of similar stature to replicate, after which the process will become straightforward. As for choosing a target, anyone with a sound mind would know whom to aspire to emulate. In this era, the preeminent shooting guard, the first in NBA history. The Chicago number 23 who left countless contemporaries lamenting, the future basketball deity, Michael Jordan. With less than a month remaining to witness this global icon, excitement stirred within. To dance alongside legends is both a sorrow and an honor for players of this generation. Brother Liming, have you seen the newspaper? We are famous again. Just as Gao Liming was lost in thought, Wang Zhizhi rushed over, clutching a newspaper. The Dallas Cowboys charge through Denver. The twin pillars of China shine in the NBA. Two cornerstone players have joined Dallas, akin to the formidable duo of Olajuwon and Clyde Drexler, conquering the Nuggets with an unmatched presence. Their future ambition is to lead the Dallas Mavericks to NBA glory. Beneath the newspaper's prominent headline lies a striking photograph of both Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming. The accompanying article details their matchup against the Denver Nuggets, overwhelmingly praising their performances. Which publication is this, to so boldly compare me to Clyde Drexler? Progress indeed. The Dallas Daily, no wonder. After several years of sluggishness in the Dallas basketball market, the team is gradually revitalizing under the influence of the dynamic trio known as 3J. Despite the Mavericks' dismal performance during those years, unexpectedly, this year heralded a complete overhaul of the team, encompassing everyone from the owner to management and players. The much-cherished 3J combination, which had been the beacon of hope for Dallas fans, was traded away in exchange for a pair of promising young players from China. Just as discontent brewed among the supporters, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi put forth stellar performances in the opening game of the regular season, leading their team to victory and rekindling hopes for a revival among Dallas fans. As the Dallas Daily reported, they resemble a duo akin to Hakeem Olajuwon and Clyde Drexler, serving as the cornerstone of a championship team. However, it is only one victory, and with 81 games remaining in the regular season, the objective remains to secure a playoff berth. With that, the team took a break as Gao Liming, regaining his composure and youthful wisdom, led Wang Zhizhi towards the cafeteria. At 7 p.m., the Reunion Arena welcomed its first challenger of the season, the Sacramento Kings. Both teams were facing their second consecutive back-to-back games. Though the Kings were on the road for 2 straight matches, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi looked forward to this contest, particularly as the Kings' star player was the formidable Mitch Richmond, a familiar opponent from the Olympics. Upon the Kings' arrival, the two approached Mitch to extend their greetings. "Hello, Mitch." "Hey there. I didn't expect to see you guys so soon. I caught your game yesterday. It seems like you adapted quickly." "Haha, Mitch. Today you have so many superstars around you. Let us see how you handle it in the game." "Haha. You didn't think I gave it my all during the Olympics, did you? Get ready to witness what the NBA is all about." With the pre-game banter concluded, both teams began their warm-up routines. Gao Liming gazed at Mitch Richmond, who is, alongside Jordan, one of the league's premier shooting guards. Richmond's prowess in both offense and defense is remarkable. Were it not for Jordan, Gao Liming might have swiftly replicated Richmond's illustrious career for himself. As the game commenced, the Reunion Sports Arena, hosting its first home match of the season, was filled to capacity. The team's general manager, Don Nelson, was also present, seated beside the coaching staff. The Dallas Mavericks starting lineup featured center Kevin Willis, power forward Wang Zhizhi, small forward Michael Finley, shooting guard Gao Liming, and point guard Sam Cassell. The Sacramento Kings starting 5 included center Olden Polinis, power forward Brian Grant, small forward Corliss Williamson, shooting guard Mitch Richmond, and point guard Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. Chapter 54, dominating the half as the game began. Wang Zhizhi and Olden Polinis faced off for the jump ball at center court. Wang effortlessly tapped the ball to Cassell, initiating a well-rehearsed fast break tactic that culminated in Finley scoring the first basket of the match. The reason it wasn't Gao Liming taking the shot was that he was tightly guarded by Mitch Richmond, who prevented him from penetrating the three-point line. With possession now belonging to the Kings, they adhered to their customary strategy. The first play was a one-on-one from their star player, as the team spread out. Mitch Richmond executed a solo play against Gao Liming at the top of the arc. Gao Liming extended his hands, pressing against Michi Richmond, persistently disrupting his movements. At this juncture, the NBA still permitted the hand-checking defensive rule, where defense emphasized grappling and close-quarters combat. Michi Richmond, with the ball held in both hands, feigned a shot, drawing Gao Liming's defensive focus, and then explosively surged forward, swiftly bypassing him. With two powerful strides, he entered the paint and executed a deft finger roll, scoring against Wang Zhiji. "Welcome to the NBA, rookies," Michi Richmond exclaimed loudly to his teammates on the Mavericks as he transitioned back on defense. When it was the Mavericks' turn, Gao Liming positioned himself in the low post, demanding the ball to back down Michi Richmond. The two had faced each other before in the Olympics, and Gao Liming's sole confidence lay in his superior weight. He initiated an ungraceful power move, colliding again, driving into the paint before spinning for a thunderous dunk. I wonder, with so many excellent footwork techniques available, why choose to emulate Barkley? Michi Richmond thought, watching the basketball swish through the net, helplessly rubbing his chest. Barkley used his ample dairy to intimidate opponents, but this fellow before him, using shoulder and hip to collide, was even more excessive than Barkley. Well, it proves effective, he mused. Gao Liming yearned to employ various post moves, such as the picturesque fadeaway jump shot, a skill coveted by any player. However, apart from the vigorous, forceful maneuvers that involve a full-body thrust, he often found the alternatives awkward and prone to disruption, making them susceptible to turnovers. Perhaps due to the nature of back-to-back play, both teams engaged in a notably sluggish first quarter, meticulously grinding through each possession. Aside from Gao Liming's initial shot, the Mavericks predominantly opted to pass to Wang Zhiji. Given the considerable height advantage he possessed, Gao Liming primarily focused his efforts on defending against Mitch Richmond. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory. For Richmond's scoring prowess was formidable. With 6 minutes and 59 seconds remaining, an official timeout was called, and the score stood at 16-12, with the Mavericks enjoying a temporary lead of 4 points. Following the timeout, Gao Liming and Kevin Willis took a breather, making way for Darnell Marshall and John Barry, while Wang Zhiji was once again positioned as the center. "Look at this," Darnell Nelson said as he settled beside Gao Liming, handing him a statistical sheet detailing the players' performances. On the Mavericks side, Wang Zhiji had accumulated 6 points, Gao Liming 4 points, Kevin Willis 2 points, Sam Cassell 1 point, and Finley 3 points, with contributions from all players. In contrast, 8 of the Kings' 12 points came from Mitch Richmond, with the remaining 4 points facilitated by his assists to teammates. The Kings' scoring was solely reliant on Richmond, while his comrades seemed to lag behind, as if their intent was to exhaust him. "What are your thoughts?" asked Gao Liming. "It's simple," came the reply. "We need to bombard them with our lineup. Nash can handle the point guard role, while I can assume the small forward position. Let Horry, Bowen, Finley, and John Barry take turns confronting Richmond. Given the back-to-back nature of the games, their stamina won't be abundant. Even if he were a rock, we'd wear him down. Without Richmond, the Kings would be akin to pawns unable to cross the river. All right, we are on the same page. Let's give it a try shortly. Jim, come over here." In the second quarter, the surrounding players observed this exchange in silence, bemused by the dynamic between the seasoned general manager and the young player, who succinctly determined the team's strategy in mere moments, leaving the head coach with no voice in the matter, seemingly content with his role as a mere figurehead. As the first quarter dwindled to its final 3 minutes, Wang Zhiji continued to demonstrate remarkable prowess, dominating the Kings' interior defense. The Kings' head coach, lacking viable alternatives, chose to keep Mitch Richmond on the court for the entirety of the first quarter. The quarter concluded with a score of 28-24, the Mavericks holding a 4-point advantage. As the second quarter commenced, Mitch Richmond took a respite, and the on-court players, led by power forward Brian Grant and small forward Corliss Williamson, initiated their strategy. The substitute point guard was the 1995 second-round draft pick, Tyus Edney. Standing at 178 centimeters and weighing 69 kilograms, he possessed remarkable speed, though his physique was even more slender than Nash's. The Mavericks deployed center Jermaine O'Neal, power forward Darnell Marshall, small forward Horry, shooting guard Gao Liming, and point guard Nash. Upon entering the game, the Mavericks immediately accelerated their pace. Although Nash had yet to evolve into the future son of the wind, his basketball IQ of 88 and passing ability of 85, combined with his unique speed-oriented specialty, rendered him capable of spearheading the team's offensive bombardment. Particularly against a defender even more slight than himself, Nash unexpectedly erupted. His swift maneuvers transformed him into a veritable sprite of the wind, relentlessly slicing through the Kings' defensive lines. The transmission of wind speed enables Nash to consistently deliver the basketball into the hands of his unmarked teammates, facilitating assists that render the remarkably swift Tyus Edney ineffective on the defensive end. The consummate sharpshooter allows Nash to achieve an extraordinarily high shooting percentage when unguarded, compelling opponents to think twice before abandoning him to double-team his allies. With a three-point shooting record of 3 out of 5 and a two-point shooting record of 2 out of 4 during a span of 3.5 minutes, the Mavericks' artillery-like lineup amassed 13 points, halting their adversaries on 2 consecutive occasions, which prompted the Kings to prematurely deploy their starting lineup. By the time Mitch Richmond re-entered the game, the score had escalated to 41-31, widening the gap to 10 points. Upon his return, Richmond immediately broke past his defender Horry, surged into the paint, and executed a thunderous dunk, instilling confidence in his team. Before he could utter any taunts to his defender, the Mavericks swiftly inbound the ball, with Nash delivering a long pass to the already advancing Gao Liming, who, upon reaching the three-point line, retaliated with a swift three-pointer, bringing the score to 44-32. Observing the widening chasm in the score, the Kings players began to exhibit signs of anxiety, unwittingly being drawn into a faster pace of play. The Mavericks' defensive strategy focused on guarding against shots rather than drives, effectively severing the connection between Richmond and his teammates, forcing him into a series of one-on-one attempts against Horry, Bowen, and John Barry in succession, depleting his stamina. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 72-54, with the Mavericks unleashing a daunting 44 points in the second quarter. This youthful squad orchestrated multiple offensive surges, entering halftime with an impressive 18-point lead over their opponents. Seated in the spacious home locker room, sipping beverages, basking in the air conditioning, reclining on recovery beds, and indulging in massages from the therapy room, one could truly appreciate the advantages of playing at home, Gao Liming remarked with contentment, as the rest of the team shared in the elation of their newfound tactics proving successful in the first half. With a little more effort in the second half, it was highly likely that the fourth quarter would transform into garbage time, leading to a leisurely victory and a delightful 2-day respite. Liming, what do you plan to do during your 2 days off? Wang Zhiji inquired mischievously as he leaned in. Training, what else could it be? Liming replied. I warn you. Don't stir up trouble, your parents are coming soon, so behave yourself. I have no intentions of causing any mischief, Liming retorted. Don't play coy. I know you well enough. The moment you shift in your seat, I can predict what antics you're planning. Whatever you have in mind, keep it to yourself until your uncle and aunt arrive. After that, do as you please. I won't stop you. Brother, please leave. It's quite repulsive to see such a tall figure trying to act cute. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the Mavericks, the Kings' locker room was steeped in silence. Mitch Richmond, weary, leaned back with his eyes closed, while his teammates remained hushed, absorbed in their own thoughts. The head coach, having lost the motivation to strategize, reflected on his tenure since 1992, where only last season did fortune smile upon them, allowing the team to stumble into the playoffs, only to be defeated 3-1 by the Supersonics in the first round. Despite possessing a shooting guard who ranked just behind Jordan in scoring, the team's performance remained stagnant, and the management's patience was wearing thin. Observing his teammates, aside from Richmond, he saw a group devoid of accountability, leaving him exhausted and disheartened, vowing never to coach again. As halftime concluded, the players returned to the court. The Kings reintroduced their starting lineup, a common strategy among many coaches during this phase of the game. The Mavericks deployed Wang Zhiji, Darnell Marshall, Michael Finley, Gao Liming, and Steve Nash, continuing to execute their fast-break tactics. Within this offensive scheme, Wang Zhiji transformed into a formidable force in the paint, executing screens, driving aggressively, taking quick jump shots, finishing alley-oops, and securing offensive rebounds, showcasing his speed and explosiveness to the fullest. Gao Liming devoted his primary focus to the defensive end, diligently shadowing Michi Richmond throughout the game, systematically depleting the opponent's stamina. In a bid to intensify the exertion on Michi Richmond, Coach Donielson devised a strategic trapping tactic. During defense, Wang Zhiji positioned himself on the weak side, while Tang Yelmarsh assisted on the strong side, collaborating with Gao Liming to force Michi Richmond toward the baseline for a breakthrough. Once Michi Richmond attempted to penetrate, Tang Yelmarsh would step in to assist, thwarting any sudden jump shots and compelling him to continue his drive, ultimately leading to a double team near the paint with Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji. At the outset, Michi Richmont relied on his formidable offensive prowess, managing to score at the rim or distribute the ball to his teammates before being encircled. However, as time progressed and the game entered the latter half of the third quarter, the consumption tactics employed by Gao Liming and Coach Danielson began to bear fruit. Michi Richmont exhibited signs of technical decline, with his shooting becoming increasingly erratic, and he struggled to breach Gao Liming's defense with the same ease. To amplify their advantage, the Mavericks momentarily abandoned their fast break strategy. Gao Liming began to demand the ball for post-ups against Michi Richmont, employing a style reminiscent of Barkley's relentless back-to-the-basket game. Unfazed by time constraints or physical exhaustion, he relentlessly collided with his opponent, inching from the three-point line toward the paint. Should the defense collapse upon him, he would promptly pass the ball, reclaim it, and continue his assault, exhausting Michi Richmont to the utmost. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Michi Richmont was utterly spent, falling prey to consecutive steals by Gao Liming that led to defensive counterattacks. The Kings' defeat was irrevocable, and with no hope of a comeback, the coach withdrew the starting lineup in favor of substitutes, conceding defeat, and the remainder of the fourth quarter devolved into garbage time. Gao Liming experienced the thrill of being a front-row spectator at an NBA game for the first time, reveling in the enjoyment of critiquing the players' performances alongside his teammates with laughter and banter. The Dallas Mavericks triumphed over their opponents with an impressive score of 118-96, securing their first home victory of the season by a margin of 22 points. Wang Zhiji delivered an outstanding performance, amassing 33 points, 15 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 2 assists, earning him the title of Player of the Game once again. Gao Liming continues to exhibit remarkable consistency, amassing 25 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, and 3 steals. The splendid performances of the twin stars from Huaxia have captured the attention of numerous media outlets, with reports about the duo once again dominating the headlines. On this day, the Philadelphia 76ers, also engaged in back-to-back games, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Chicago Bulls. Allen Iverson, in his inaugural encounter with the seasoned veteran, managed to score only 15 points, alongside 2 assists and 4 rebounds, a stark contrast to his previous performance. Nevertheless, no one would cast blame upon Iverson post-game, for in this era, which backcourt player could maintain their stature against the Bulls? In the NBA Commissioner's office, David Stern perused the reports concerning the Huaxia twin stars, unable to suppress his delight. What further pleased him was the new NBA broadcasting contract from Huaxia CCTV adorning his desk, albeit still offered free of charge. Expanding the Huaxia market stands as a pivotal step in Stern's efforts to develop the NBA League. Reflecting on the years spent engaging with Huaxia officials, he recognized that only this recent negotiation had been swift and seamless. Stern understood that this success was attributable to the NBA's decision to select 2 talented players from Huaxia this year, to facilitate their smooth entry into the NBA. He subtly guided trade negotiations, enabling the Mavericks to secure 2 high draft picks and subsequently sign these players. With a newly acquired owner and a team general manager devoid of racial bias and skilled and nurturing talent, the Mavericks ensured a relatively comfortable environment for the duo's early growth within the NBA, allowing them to swiftly integrate into this grand family. Yet, to his astonishment, the Mavericks exceeded his expectations by overhauling the team to cultivate the 2 players, fully committing to constructing the team around them for the new season. The Huaxia players did not disappoint, delivering stellar performances in consecutive games, thereby affirming their potential. However, these achievements alone are insufficient. To further penetrate the Huaxia market, the NBA necessitates more Huaxia elements. It was then that David Stern unexpectedly discovered that the Utah Jazz had stealthily signed a Huaxia player, Potter. Over the past 2 games, Potter averaged 18 minutes of playtime, garnering 8 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block per game, a performance surpassing that of many first-round draft picks this year. After careful contemplation, Stern picked up the phone, instructing his team to ensure that the 3 Huaxia players receive appropriate attention during games. To acquire, one must first engage. The development of players and the NBA are intricately entwined. It is essential to allow players to shine, attracting a multitude of fans, thereby invigorating the surrounding commercial market of the NBA. Stern has employed such strategies countless times over the years, including during the Bird vs. Magic rivalry and the creation of iconic players. During the competition, Giving certain players a bit of consideration can only be regarded as a mere trick. Ultimately, it is contingent upon the player's own efforts. If the Huaxia players can achieve their expected goals, David Stern would not hesitate to bestow upon them an additional grand gift. On his day off, the system-imbued Gao Liming arrived at the gym as usual, diligently clocking in for practice. Today, he refrained from calling out to Wang Zhiji, who was still nursing a hangover. Following yesterday's game, Finley had suggested a gathering at a bar for the players, and although Wang Zhiji was keen to join, Gao Liming rebuffed him with the excuse that he was underage and could not drink. For NBA players, visiting a bar is certainly not merely about indulging in alcohol. It is a gathering of individuals seeking opportunities to secure a long-term financial ticket with someone who possesses a simple mind, strong physique, and a wealth of resources. Gao Liming is not a leisurely sage. Were it a typical romantic relationship, he would remain indifferent. However, such overtly calculated intentions are utterly intolerable to him. He feels compelled to mitigate the likelihood of such occurrences, especially given the sensitivity of their respective statuses, where even the slightest issue could be magnified exponentially. Ultimately, in his capacity as the team leader, Gao Liming invited the entire squad to his residence for a barbecue party, an extravagant feast costing tens of thousands of dollars, which left him feeling quite pained. After the event, Finley and Holly somehow managed to procure several models, departing with laughter alongside other players, an affair beyond Gao Liming's control. Chapter 56. Facing the Timberwolves upon returning home, the housekeeper had thoroughly cleaned the rooms. Xia Song and Wang Zhiji were in the dining room enjoying porridge. "Brother Xia, did you have a delightful time yesterday?" Gao Liming greeted Xia Song and served himself a bowl of congee, inquiring about Wang Zhiji. The effects of the foreign liquor lingered. He vowed never to indulge again, as his head throbbed with pain. It served him right. Having been warned against drinking, he had indulged excessively and now suffered the consequences. He awaited his aunt's arrival. When did Brother Xiao arrive? Gao Li discerned Wang Zhiji's intentions with a single glance. He was not inclined to trust Wang's words. A person who craves wine can hardly abstain, just as a sow might climb a tree. Those who indulge in copious amounts of alcohol often awaken the next day, swearing resolutely to forsake their drinking habits, yet when faced with another gathering, they invariably succumb to their old ways. A couple of days prior, Winston had visited to deliver some refreshments to Yao Ming and Lu Wei, who had both gained considerable strength recently. Yesterday he inspected the bus, and this morning he hastened to your location. Li Ning, Peak, and Enta have all submitted contract offers. I suggest you ponder over your thoughts regarding them. As he spoke, Xia Song retrieved a stack of contracts from his briefcase and placed them upon the table. Li Ning's offer stands at $18 million over 3 years, with a potential 5 share of sales, albeit contingent upon signing a stringent agreement concerning sneaker sales. Furthermore, they require phased payments for the endorsement fee. Enta proposes $19 million over 3 years, offering a 10% profit share, but they insist on establishing exclusive stores in the United States during our NBA tenure, along with a stipulated sales target. Peak extends an offer of $18 million over 3 years, accompanied by a 3-year incentive clause. Should we meet the criteria outlined in this clause, such as being included in the all-rookie team, making the All-Star game, or achieving a specific average score, there lies the potential for equity in Peak at 5, though these benchmarks are quite challenging to meet. Overall, the terms are somewhat akin to your situation, albeit with slightly lesser figures, as there exists a notion in the NBA that centers do not typically purchase shoes. A sentiment echoed by all 3 brands. Xia Song briefly summarized the conditions of the 3 brands. I am eager to hear your perspective. Gao Liming perused the contract while inquiring of Xia Song. The choice lay between Peak or establishing a new brand altogether. The other 2 contenders merely wish for us to work for them, imposing excessively stringent conditions. Having reviewed Peak's incentive clauses, they appear to be a modification of the terms Nike offered to Jordan in his prime. Based on your current performance, despite the challenges, there remains a glimmer of hope for success. I shall contemplate the contract further. In the meantime, you should reach out to Bill Duffy and disseminate the news regarding domestic sneaker pricing to gauge the reaction from the teams here. Absolutely, I shall contact Bill shortly. How's the situation with the bus in Utah? Quite satisfactory. Although communication remains somewhat arduous, his skills have garnered recognition from both the coaches and his teammates. He has performed admirably in the last 2 games. That's reassuring. We must encourage him to learn English swiftly. I have no doubts about his abilities, but a lack of communication could hinder his playing time and lead to isolation by other players. I understand. I will arrange for an assistant during my visit. a domestic student recruited through the embassy who will assign him daily learning tasks and oversee his studies. As long as you are aware, that suffices. It must be noted that Xiaosong's ideas resonate profoundly with Gao Liming. Their perspectives align on numerous matters, leading to deeply engaged discussions. On this particular day, the two conversed extensively about the future development of the agency, strategies for facilitating the transition of outstanding Chinese players to international arenas, collaborations with domestic schools to establish campus leagues, and investments in emerging industries to expand their commercial reach. Wang Zhiji, listening to their exchange, felt as if he were deciphering an enigmatic text, yearning for leisure. However, Gao Liming would not permit him to leave. Ultimately, overwhelmed by ennui, he invited Dabin and Xiao Ao to his home for joint training. Time during breaks always seemed to pass swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 2 days had elapsed. In the subsequent week and a half, the Mavericks faced back-to-back away games against the Toronto Raptors and Detroit Pistons, followed by home matches against the Miami Heat and Indiana Pacers. Throughout these 4 games, the duo averaged a remarkable 60 points, 19 rebounds, 12 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, leading the team to a 6-game winning streak, elevating the Chinese twin stars to the status of beloved icons among Dallas fans. As the Mavericks prepared to challenge the Minnesota Timberwolves, media buzz surrounded the impending clash between the two new-generation power forwards. Their physiques and playing styles bore striking similarities. One was the 5th pick of the 1995 draft, while the other was the 4th pick in 1996, with certain individuals deliberately fanning the flames. The narrative surrounding their rivalry was magnified by the press. During pre-game interviews, reporters stoked the flames of controversy, and Garnett did not shy away from making bold statements. As the leading rookie candidate, I shall dunk over him and welcome him to the NBA, reminding him that this league is no child's play. If he sheds tears, he should not run back to his mother. Ha. The Wolves will put an end to the Mavericks' winning streak. Wolves feast on flesh. During the subsequent interview with Wang Zhiji, the reporter intentionally released a video, eager to observe Wang's reaction, and he did not disappoint. He advised Garnett to purchase insurance if he lacked health care, cautioning that he could not guarantee they would be able to seek solace from their mothers after the match. The pre-game video of their fierce exchanges rapidly circulated through the media, who revel in such confrontational dialogues. At the Metrodome in downtown Minneapolis, the arena, filled to its 30,000 capacity, witnessed a throng of fans attending the game. Everywhere, spectators brandished banners proclaiming, "If you cry, don't go looking for your mother." Notably, the tall, lean figure across the court was Garnett, the one who had exchanged sharp words with Wang. During warm-ups, Finley, Horry, and Kevin Willis approached Wang Zhiji, whispering, "Thanks, brothers, but I can handle this lanky guy on my own." Wang declined their assistance, focusing intently on his warm-up. "Liming," he said, "do you think I can manage this alone if it comes to blows?" Rest assured, the instructor who trained us in endurance was a current military combat coach. Given his current skills, even 5 opponents may not suffice against him. If trouble arises, keep your distance from him to avoid collateral damage. Since Bruce Lee introduced Kung Fu to the United States, a legend has circulated among the lower echelons of American society that most Chinese individuals possess martial arts skills. Observing Gao Liming's calm demeanor, the onlookers fell silent, convinced that the legend held truth. The starting lineup for the Mavericks remained unchanged. While the Timberwolves featured center Stojakovic Frankovic, 72, power forward Kevin Garnett, 88, small forward Tom Gugliotta, 89, shooting guard Doug West, 78, and point guard Terry Porter, 75. Scanning the Timberwolves roster, Gao Liming grasped why the team had lingered outside the playoffs for several years. With this lineup, Garnett still dared to boast before the match alongside Wang Zhiji, who instilled such audacity in him. A sudden mission to secure victory for the team. With Wang Zhiji's statistics surpassing Garnett's. Reward, a mysterious prize. Failure, the loss of one of Wang Zhiji's talents. After several days of silence, the system issued an unexpected task, suggesting yet another compelling reason for victory today. As the game commenced, Wang Zhiji and Garnett faced off for the jump ball at center court. They leapt simultaneously, their hands meeting the basketball in midair, exerting their strength against one another, veins bulging in their arms. Ultimately, the more powerful Wang Zhiji prevailed, directing the ball to Castle. Chapter 57, Battling the Young Wolves. The Mavericks abandoned their initial aggressive strategy, waiting for Wang Zhiji to establish position against Garnett. Gao Liming promptly passed the ball, then drew away the defender, creating ample space for Wang Zhiji's solo play. The anticipated duel between Wang Zhiji and Garnett had been sensationalized by the media. And as they squared off, the atmosphere in the arena exploded with excitement. Garnett spread his arms wide, prepared for the challenge, while Wang Zhizhi held the ball near the rim, lightly testing the waters with a shot. Garnett remained unfazed, executing a jump shot that struck the backboard and swished through the net. Is that all? After scoring, Wang Zhizhi cast a disdainful glance at Garnett before retreating on defense. When it was the Timberwolves' turn to attack, Garnett demanded the ball in the low post, leaning into Wang Zhizhi and swiftly executing a shoulder fake. He pivoted and stepped back for a jump shot, employing a small forwards post-up technique with remarkable speed and fluidity. After making the basket, Garnett celebrated with fervor, pounding his chest and shouting in triumph. What is wrong with this guy? Scoring a jump shot and reacting like that? One might think he had just dunked on me. As Wang Zhizhi returned on defense, he looked at Garnett with contempt and remarked, "Playing tough, are we? I wonder who advised him on that." Gao Liming elucidated that as the Mavericks launched their offense, Wang Zhizhi positioned himself in the low post, preparing to execute a back-to-the-basket move against Garnett. Garnett remained closely aligned with Wang, his long arms persistently creating disturbances. With his back to the basket, Wang Zhizhi powered into the paint against Garnett, feigned a jump shot to elevate Garnett's defense, and then, with a swift crossover step, ascended for a resounding dunk, showcasing a quintessential interior play. "Shall go. You are far too soft," he remarked. After scoring, Wang Zhizhi turned to Garnett and shouted, mimicking his chest-thumping gesture. Garnett, panting heavily, fixed his gaze intently on Wang. His defensive prowess lay in his ability to cover the court swiftly, yet he found himself at a disadvantage against the physically imposing interior players. Nevertheless, after being challenged, Garnett was determined to reclaim his pride, demanding the ball for a one-on-one against Wang. With the ball held high like a forward, Garnett dribbled, changing directions with a fierce drive, leaning into Wang with a series of shoulder fakes before abruptly stopping for a jump shot that found its mark. The two players, both wearing the number 21, embodied contrasting styles, one a powerful post player, the other a dynamic forward executing high jump shots. At that moment, an extraordinary synergy emerged between them as both teams cleared the space, allowing their duel to unfold, with even the coaches offering no objections. On the next play, Wang Zhizhi opted to hold the ball beyond the three-point line, faking a move before swiftly breaking to the right, stepping into the free throw line, and soaring high to emphatically slam the basketball through the hoop. His dunk, akin to a forward style, exuded an exhilarating flair that overshadowed Garnett's jump shot. As he retreated on defense, Wang gestured towards Garnett, signaling a sense of ease. Upon returning, Garnett initiated a low-post assault on Wang, but after a couple of solid bumps, he realized he could not overpower him. He pivoted and attempted a shot, only for Wang to swat it away with precision, demonstrating his exceptional skills in both offense and defense. A close-range shot against him was akin to handing over easy points. Castle seized the opportunity, securing the ball and launching a fast break for the Mavericks. He sent a long pass to Galen, who, with a single dribble, tossed the ball off the backboard, leading to a spectacular alley-oop from Finley that slammed into the basket. With the score at 8-4, the Mavericks momentarily held the lead, prompting the Timberwolves to call a timeout. This pause marked the conclusion of the opening duel between Wang and Garnett, with Garnett trailing by a point. Following the timeout, the game resumed its regular pace. As the players returned to the court, Garnett's emotions were unreadable, shrouded in darkness, obscuring any changes in his demeanor. The Timberwolves entrusted their offensive strategy to small forward Tom Gugliotta, as Jamal Mashburn, acquired from the Mavericks, was sidelined due to injury. Gugliotta, now the team's most reliable scoring option, resembled a larger, faster, stronger version of Finley. With possession, Gugliotta relentlessly attacked Finley and continuously assisted teammates in closing the gap. Meanwhile, Wang, having just executed a series of solo plays, took a moment to recuperate as the Mavericks began to run their offense through Galen, who was, after all, the nominal leader of the team. Gao Liming did not disappoint the expectations placed upon him, exhibiting an impressive performance by effortlessly breaking through Doug West's defense, consistently attacking the rim to score, while also drawing defensive attention and disrupting the Timberwolves' defensive positioning. His adept passing led to assists for his teammates. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 23-18, with the Mavericks holding a temporary lead. Although the individual duel had ended, the rivalry between Wang Zhizhi and Garnett persisted, with both players engaged in fierce battles for position, rebounding, providing help defense, and assisting with passes. maintaining their entanglement until the end of the first quarter. Wang Zhizhi recorded 11 points, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 1 assist, while Garnett tallied 8 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal, with Wang slightly ahead. In the second quarter, both teams began to rotate their players. Garnett remained on the bench to rest, while Wang Zhizhi continued to lead the bench players in extending the score margin. With each basket he made, Wang turned towards the Timberwolves bench, mimicking Garnett's chest-thumping celebration. Yet there was no visible change in Garnett's demeanor. After 5 minutes, the score was 36-30, and Wang Zhizhi took a breather. At which point the Mavericks substituted in their entire bench lineup, allowing Garnett to return to the floor. Lacking the restraint posed by Wang, Garnett became increasingly active, consistently providing help defense to block Maverick shots and seizing offensive rebounds for second-chance points. Within just 3 minutes, he led the Timberwolves on a 9-2 run. Turning the score in their favor, Garnett began to boastfully thump his chest towards the Mavericks bench. It was not until the Mavericks found themselves trailing that coach Jim Clemens finally called a timeout to interrupt the opposing momentum. With a sense of urgency due to his assigned tasks, Gao Liming was not inclined to remain passive. Just as he prepared to rise, Wang Zhizhi stood up, storming towards the coach. "Coach, let me back in. I can contain Garnett." "All right. Are you sure you don't need more rest?" "No. If Garnett stays on the court in the second half, I hope to remain as well." Several consecutive victories had masked the deficiencies in Jim Clemens' coaching, and Wang's dissatisfaction was evident on his face as he witnessed a favorable situation slip away. Who would feel at ease, especially considering the special significance of the day's match? Once the timeout concluded, Wang Zhizhi returned to lead the bench players back onto the court, while Gao Liming and the other starters remained seated. No one could fathom what was going through Jim Clemens' mind. The Timberwolves had gained momentum, and this was the moment to deploy the starting lineup to regain control. Why then was only Wang Zhizhi, a single starter, sent back into the game? Once again, the Timberwolves players have found their rhythm. Wang Zhizhi, leading the bench players, is unable to effectively curb the Timberwolves' relentless offense. Simultaneously, the Timberwolves begin to constrict space, stacking numerous personnel in the paint. Garnett continuously assists in restraining Wang Zhizhi's focus, rendering him ineffective on the offensive end. As the first half concludes, the score stands at 43-49, with the Mavericks failing to close the gap, as the Timberwolves extend their lead to 6 points. In Chapter 58, titled Confronting the Young Wolves 2, during the final minutes of the first half, Jim Clemens observes his team's offensive struggles and defensive breakdowns, yet refrains from considering the substitution of other key players. Instead, he merely stands on the sidelines, incessantly urging the players to hasten their pace and to be vigilant on defense, uttering these fruitless phrases. These last few minutes can be described as Wang Zhizhi's most frustrating experience. Upon returning to the locker room at halftime, Wang Zhizhi's countenance is clouded with discontent, exuding an aura of isolation. When the coaching staff enters, they begin to summarize the first half. Jim Clemens directs his ire at several bench players, attributing the team's deficit solely to their lack of effort, perceiving them as a hindrance to the team's success. "Coach, I wish to play the entire second half," he expresses. "Today's game holds significant importance for me, and I hope to remain on the court to assist." Gao Liming interrupted Jim Clemens. Under normal circumstances, players would not dare to pose such inquiries, as the authority of the head coach is not meant to be challenged by players. However, the unique circumstances surrounding the Mavericks cannot be overlooked. Don Nelson once personally advised Jim Clemens to treat these two Chinese players with the utmost care, asserting that should any conflict arise, it would be he, the coach, who would bear the consequences. Gao Liming did not wish to challenge the authority of the coach, as such actions could disrupt the team's atmosphere. However, at this moment, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. Otherwise, the game could very well end in defeat at the hands of Jim Clemens. At this juncture, Gao Liming had resolved that upon returning to Dallas after the away game, he would seek a serious conversation with Don Nelson, considering whether to assume the role of head coach himself or to recruit a competent coach, for he was thoroughly weary of the slow-witted novice coaches. After enduring the entirety of the second half, he pondered the implications for their stamina. Meanwhile, Jim Clemens remained oblivious to the discontent brewing among his two-star players. He had always believed that as long as he safeguarded these two jewels, ensuring they did not tire or sustain injuries, and allowed them to play happily, he could rest easy. "You need not worry about stamina. We can endure the first half. I will handle the tactics for the second half," he proclaimed, without regard for Jim Clemens' willingness. Gao Liming seized the tactical board from the assistant coach and gathered the players to devise strategy. The players expressed no dissent, encircling Gao Liming, fully aware of who held true authority within the team. The coaching staff exchanged glances, realizing they had been sidelined. Though simmering with anger, they found themselves powerless to act. In the eyes of the owner and the general manager, the players indeed eclipsed their importance, and they lacked the capacity to rein in the players, relegating themselves to a position of impotent observation as their authority was usurped. As the starting lineup took to the court for the second half, the Timberwolves' strength lay in their forwards. Finley, Horry, and Bowen were determined to exhaust the Timberwolves' small forward, Tom Gugliotta, much as they had dealt with the Kings' Mitch Richmond. As long as Garnett is on the floor, he is your sole target. Unleash everything you have against him, both offensively and defensively, and silence his incessant chatter. They agreed with confidence, having collaborated effectively in the past. Having felt constrained for half the game, Wang Zhizhi was now eager to take the court and take down Garnett, whether through play or banner. If we win this game, I will treat you all to a lavish meal in Dallas, complete with a traditional Chinese foot soak and a thorough massage. If we lose, for the next 2 months, I will have you training with me daily, and our team lunches will exclusively feature healthy meals. The traditional Chinese foot soak and massage experience was a novel gathering format that Gao Liming had devised to economize after his first party. Enjoying exquisite Chinese cuisine while indulging in foot soaks, followed by inviting a master from Chinatown for a full-body massage, quickly became a hit among all Mavericks players. A commitment to 30 such sessions would be a significant expenditure for the notoriously frugal Gao Liming. Thus, none would want to miss out on this opportunity for indulgence. After arriving in Dallas, Gao Liming diligently commenced his training at the crack of dawn every day at 6 o'clock. His midday meal consisted of an unappetizingly healthy dish that even a dog would refuse, which appeared to other players as nothing short of self-torture. Currently, only Ben Wallace continues to train alongside Gao Liming, while Wang Zhizhi occasionally indulges in laziness, although they both steadfastly refuse to partake in the healthy meals. As the second half commenced, the Mavericks seized possession. Wang Zhizhi received the pass and immediately turned to overpower Garnett with a forceful play, abandoning the finesse of the first half for a raw, aggressive assault. With determination, he barreled into the paint, swiftly pivoted to evade Garnett, and, facing an approaching defender, executed a powerful slam dunk with brutal precision. Have you insured yourself? After the basket, Wang Zhizhi glared menacingly at Garnett, making a throat-cutting gesture with his hand. That play was a sublime fusion of strength and explosiveness, reminiscent of watching Shaquille O'Neal in action. Initiating a basic scan, Gao Liming noted with astonishment that Wang Zhizhi's skill level had surged to 91, leading him to sometimes feel that Wang was the true protagonist of the game. As the Timberwolves initiated their offense, Tom Gugliotta sensed an elevation in the defensive intensity, with Finley relentlessly pursuing him, evoking the competitive atmosphere of the playoffs. Nearly losing possession, Gugliotta executed a series of evasive maneuvers, barely shaking off Finley, before taking a hasty jump shot that lacked precision, resulting in the ball clanging off the rim. In the paint, Wang Zhizhi established a firm position against Garnett, leaping with all his might to shove off Garnett as he reached for the rebound. Spotting the fast-breaking Finley and Gao Liming, Wang delivered a long pass, enabling Gao Liming to soar from the free throw line for a thunderous dunk, making the score 47-49. Come at me, you coward. You're just a softy who pounds his chest to act tough. As his one-on-one attempt faltered, the Timberwolves shifted to their plays. Garnett received the ball near the free throw line, seeking a passing opportunity, while Wang Zhizhi unleashed a barrage of trash talk aimed at him. You're just a big guy who floats around the perimeter. Your softness is evident. Does your mother know? Wang Zhizhi taunted as Garnett's shot clanked off the rim. Garnett shot a venomous glare at Wang but chose not to respond, swiftly returning to defense. After several rounds of physical engagement, Garnett recognized that this Chinese player was precisely the type he despised, one who possessed both strength and explosive capability. Currently, I find myself weighing a precarious 100 kilograms, which renders me at a disadvantage in confrontational scenarios. My strength lies in agility. I cannot afford to engage in direct clashes. Chapter 59. Confronting the Young Wolf 3. The Mavericks persistently exploit Wang Zhizhi as a formidable asset, seeking the ball in the low post, executing powerful drives against Garnett. With a swift step, he breaks through, charging into the paint, leaping to maneuver past Garnett, and executing a one-handed dunk. The score stands at 49-49, with both teams once again aligned at the starting line. After the basket, Wang Zhizhi pounds his chest and roars in triumph. This is the essence of masculine play. Unlike the timid approach of others, Garnett refrains from responding, instead making his way to the baseline for an inbound pass, contemplating his strategy. At this moment, His statistics and momentum are entirely eclipsed by his opponent. He must reclaim his standing, for losing is trivial compared to the humiliation of defeat. The Timberwolves launch another offensive. Garnett sets a screen for Tom Gugliotta, using his body to obstruct the pursuing Finley. Gugliotta drives toward the basket, and Wang Zhizhi steps up to provide defensive support. Gugliotta swiftly passes to Garnett, who, with his long reach, deftly sends the ball to Stojakovic, who is cutting along the baseline, resulting in a resounding dunk that puts the score at 49-51. Do you see that, rookie? I will assist the team in scoring in the most efficient manner. Basketball is a game of intellect. Garnett finally seizes the opportunity to retort to Wang Zhizhi, gesturing toward his own head. In response, the Mavericks initiate their offense. Gao Liming calls for the ball, directly signaling for Wang Zhizhi to set a screen, mirroring the Timberwolves' tactics. Gao Liming drives, drawing Garnett's defense, and executes an under-the-legs pass to the descending Wang Zhizhi. Wang Zhizhi, withstanding the challenge posed by Gugliotta beneath the basket, powers through for a two-handed dunk while drawing a defensive foul from Gugliotta, leveling the score at 51-51. Softy, did you see that? This is how a true warrior plays. No one can hinder a warrior from scoring. Are you comfortable down there? In the future, refrain from spreading your legs so easily. This is not a game of chance. Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming flanked Garnett, exchanging taunts as they relished the sight of him gritting his teeth. At this moment, Garnett had yet to evolve into the future trash-talking king, and his facade of toughness was easily penetrated by the two, giving them a slight advantage in intimidation. Wang Zhizhi positioned himself at the free throw line and confidently sank his shot, bringing the score to 52-51, allowing the Mavericks to take the lead, prompting the Timberwolves to call a timeout to reassess their strategy. Seizing the opportunity, the Mavericks made substitutions. Ben Wallace replaced Kevin Willis, Bowen took over for Finley, and Nash substituted for Castle. As the players returned to the court, the Timberwolves also made changes, keeping Garnett on the floor, who was now shifted to the center position. While the newly introduced backup point guard was the 188 centimeters tall James Robinson, Nash couldn't help but smile at the matchup. The Timberwolves launched an offense, with the newly entered small forward, Sam Mitchell, their sixth man, making a daring three-pointer after using his teammates for cover, bringing the score to 52-54. The Mavericks quickly inbound the ball, accelerating their movements. Speedster Nash deftly maneuvered past defenders with a change of direction. Anticipating the play, he guided the ball to Bowen, who was positioned in the corner for an open three-pointer, but unfortunately, he overpowered the shot, and the ball rimmed out. Down low, Big Ben firmly boxed out Garnett, allowing Wang Zhizhi to seize the rebound. He executed a powerful dunk, leveling the score at 54-54. The Timberwolves continued with their pick-and-roll strategy, where Garnett and Mitchell executed a high screen. Mitchell drove towards the paint, attracting a double team before passing back to Garnett, who hit a high jumper, making it 54-56. The Mavericks persisted with their fast breaks. Gao Liming crossed half-court and received a long pass from Nash, charging through and converting a 2-1 against Doug West. He completed the free throw, bringing the score to 57-56. Timberwolves backup point guard James Robinson, seemingly influenced by Nash, began to pick up the pace. After crossing half-court, he executed a quick change of direction to break past Nash and hit a pull-up jumper off the glass, making it 57-58. Both teams accelerated their tempo, simplifying their plays. Remarkably, their shooting percentages soared, keeping the score tightly contested as they exchanged leads. The banter between Wang Zhizhi and Garnett never ceased, their physical confrontations mirroring that of a passionate couple unwilling to part. You score, I respond with a dunk, you assist, I box out for the rebound. Under their influence, all players seemed to enter a decisive moment, each holding their breath to see who would crack first. The scores fluctuated, 59, 58, 59, 60, 62, 60, 62, 62, 64, 62, 64, 65, 66, 65, 66, 67, 68, 67. The rapid exchanges of offense and defense took a toll on the players' stamina. With possession of the ball, James Robinson once again penetrated into the paint. Yet his foot unexpectedly slipped, and he fell to the ground. As Wang Zhizhi approached to assist defensively, he swiftly picked up the basketball that had rolled by his feet, intending to initiate a fast break. Just then, the referee's whistle pierced the air as the Mavericks called for a timeout. The Mavericks players were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the sudden halt of what promised to be a splendid fast break opportunity, a chance to extend their lead. Why call for a timeout at such a crucial moment? Upon returning to the bench, Wang Zhizhi furiously hurled the beverage handed to him by an assistant onto the floor, his anger palpable. Enough. This is not the time to be upset. Focus on recuperating your energy. I will take the substitutes and play for a while. Once Garnett is on the court, I will bring you back in. Gao Liming swiftly calmed Wang Zhizhi's emotions, seizing the tactical board from the head coach's hands and commencing the strategic deployment, offering no semblance of goodwill to the coaching staff throughout the process. Soon, Kevin Willis, Tang Yelmashua, Hori, Jiang Bari, and I took to the court, with me assuming the role of point guard. We would continue our fast break strategy. I had little faith that the opposing team could outrun us. Should the game devolve into a half-court battle, Marshall and Hori would execute screens based on my signals, neutralizing their substitute forwards and compelling their starters to enter the game prematurely. Do you understand? Understood. At this moment, Gao Liming had completely supplanted the head coach's role, rendering the Mavericks coaching staff entirely powerless, awkwardly standing behind him as he orchestrated the tactics. The game had inexplicably been interrupted by a timeout, followed by Wang Zhizhi's outburst as he hurled his cup, and ultimately, Gao Liming snatched the tactical board to instruct the players. This sequence of events was broadcast live, leaving many viewers in bewilderment, eliciting a variety of reactions and ongoing discussions. The game was in full swing. Why was there a timeout? I can't believe something was thrown. Trouble is brewing. Why is there no footage? Who wants to hear your commentary? When Huaxia CCTV captured Wang Zhizhi's cup-throwing episode, they quickly switched to the commentary booth, prompting the two commentators to awkwardly divert the topic. What an impressive player, managing to bypass the coach to direct the team. Could this be the next Bill Russell-type figure? This was the sentiment of a small faction of veteran American viewers. The headline read, Mavericks' new season troubles emerge. Huaxia players usurp authority from coach. And the editor-in-chief of a newspaper excitedly burst from his office, shouting to the reporters below, I need a full-page piece on this. Publish it immediately. I want to seize the headlines, hurry. This coach's abilities are woefully inadequate. Such a promising fast break opportunity was squandered by a timeout. A player has lost their temper, and the tactical board has been snatched away. This coach is incapable of controlling his own players. The Mavericks are likely to seek a new coach. Perhaps I could give it a try, though I've never coached Huaxia players and am unsure of their temperament. Mused a coach idly at home. Chapter 60, The Transformation of the Young Wolves. In the NBA Commissioner's office, David Stern observed the television screen and picked up the phone. Donnie Nelson? This is David Stern. Do you know why I'm calling? Good. Resolve this matter swiftly. I do not wish for your oversights to hinder the league's efforts to expand into the Huaxia market. I am aware of the numerous teams eager to acquire those two players. I can facilitate a trade to secure them for you or send them to another team. Address the issue promptly and do not attempt to play games with me. If necessary, you must intervene personally. I will assist you with the public relations aspect. Ensure they are calmed down swiftly. That will be all. As he listened to David Stern's menacing words, Donnie Nelson displayed a hint of resignation, gazing at the television and reflecting on the recent call, falling into deep contemplation. Gao Liming has repeatedly insinuated his belief in the inadequacy of the team's current head coach, attributing his restraint to the recent streak of victories. However, the situation has now escalated into open conflict. The recent timeout clearly revealed a significant tactical blunder, as Jim Clemens committed several glaring errors within a single game, suggesting that he may lack the potential to be an effective coach. After a brief interlude, Don Nelson regained his composure and picked up the phone. This is Don Nelson. Regarding the game, immediately implement an urgent public relations strategy for today's match. We cannot allow any negative impact on the players. What are the specific actions? I need to know the details. Does the team require your services? If you wish to avoid dismissal, ensure the PR plan is delivered before the fourth quarter. Otherwise, prepare for collective layoffs. I mean it. As the timeout concluded, both teams made significant roster adjustments. Wang Zhizhi and Kevin Garnett rested on the sidelines, while the tactical focus shifted to Gao Liming and Tom Gugliotta. Following the strategy discussed during the timeout, Gao Liming brought the ball to the top of the arc, with Marshall setting a screen and Willis moving to the corner to draw the Timberwolves center away, thereby creating space in the paint. After the screen, Marshall moved outward, taking with him the defender, David West, allowing Gao Liming to exploit a mismatch against the Timberwolves' backup power forward, Cherokee Parks. With a deceptive Euro step, Gao Liming skillfully evaded Parks and scored, bringing the score to 70-67. The Mavericks continued their momentum from before the timeout, while the Timberwolves were not as fortunate. Tom Goliata found himself closely guarded by Hori, whose defensive intensity approached that of a wrestling match. He was willing to commit fouls rather than allow an easy shot. The defensive intensity of the NBA in the 1990s was already considerable. Under the hand-checking rule, a player wishing to penetrate not only needed technical prowess, but also physical strength, as each score involved substantial physical confrontation. After a series of crossovers, Tom Goliata finally managed to shake off Hori and attempted a layup, only for Hori to slap his shooting arm just as he was about to release the ball, prompting the referee's whistle. The foul was called. And since Goliata had already initiated his shooting motion, the Timberwolves were awarded 2 free throw opportunities. However, the impact of Hori's slap left his shooting hand bruised, adversely affecting his accuracy, resulting in a missed pair of free throws. After Gao Liming committed a foul on Hori, he smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Subsequently, the Mavericks initiated a series of screens, creating opportunities for Gao Liming to exploit mismatches against the opposing bench player, a small forward. Following 2 successful plays, the Timberwolves began to double-team Gao Liming. In response, he adeptly adjusted his strategy, transitioning from a scoring focal point to a facilitator for his teammates. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 83-75, with the Mavericks leading by 8 points. Unfortunately, they failed to force the Timberwolves' key players into early submission, thus not achieving their strategic aim. In the fourth quarter, along with Big Ben, Dodgy, Finley, and Bowen, took to the court with a singular tactic. Dodgy, you unleash your prowess against the Timberwolves, and we shall return to Dallas victorious. Gao Liming, accompanied by his teammates, entered the arena with a fierce determination. While the coaching staff of the Mavericks sat behind them, their expressions devoid of emotion, lost in bewilderment. In the fourth quarter, the Timberwolves initiated their offense, with Garnett receiving the ball at the high post to orchestrate the play. The other players began to engage in off-ball movements, setting screens for one another, only to discover that apart from Wang Zhizhi, all the Mavericks players towered over 2 meters, seamlessly switching on screens. This made it exceedingly difficult for the Timberwolves to find open shots, compelling Garnett to take matters into his own hands. Come on, your teammates can't assist you. Let's settle this one-on-one. They exchanged fierce words, culminating in a tense standoff. Garnett then adopted a small forward's agility, explosively driving past Wang Zhizhi with a sudden burst of speed, only to pull up for a jump shot that, due to its forcefulness, ricocheted off the back of the rim. Meanwhile, my teammate, Big Ben, effectively shielded Frank Kovic behind him, swiftly securing the rebound and promptly passing it to Gao Liming. As Doug West rushed forward to impede their fast break, Gao Liming dribbled past the half-court and delivered a direct pass to Wang Zhizhi, stationed just outside the key, before drawing away the defending player. Wang Zhizhi, facing the basket, maneuvered through, with Garnett pressing against him physically. In a swift motion, Wang turned, seized half a body position, and extended his long arms to score with a layup. You can't guard me. You're too soft, he taunted. The battle raged on, the banter unceasing. Following his score, Wang Zhizhi flexed his muscles towards Garnett. In response, Garnett snatched the basketball, forcefully dribbling it in frustration. The Timberwolves initiated another offensive, rather than feeding Garnett. They opted for a pick and roll, allowing Garnett to exploit a mismatch against Finley. This time, Garnett played like a true big man, backing down with determination. However, upon noticing Wang Zhizhi abandoning his defensive assignment to assist, Garnett pivoted and executed a step-back jumper, scoring to make it 85-77. As possession changed, Wang Zhizhi received the ball near the free-throw line, engaging Garnett in a one-on-one. With a quick first step, he faked Garnett with a crossover, evading him to execute a layup, increasing the score to 87-77. This is true post technique. You owe me tuition, he quipped. Perhaps for the first time, Garnett found himself the target of such relentless scrutiny. Throughout the match, from physicality to trash talk, he failed to gain an advantage. Give me that damn ball. Everyone else clear out. I'm going to take him one-on-one, Garnett demanded as the Timberwolves attacked. Unable to contain his pent-up frustration, he positioned himself at the free-throw line, calling for the ball. Come on, baby, be tough. Let big brother see your strength. Don't run back to mommy if you lose, Wang Zhizhi continued his taunts. Once Garnett received the ball, he exploded into a drive, executing a crossover like a guard, swiftly bypassing Wang Zhizhi and charging into the paint. Faced with a double team from Ben Wallace, he tensed up, leaping with all his might, hands gripping the ball. Boom. Garnett thunderously dunked over Wallace. Yes, he roared, releasing his pent-up anger. After the outburst, an aura of cold, aloof confidence enveloped Garnett. At that moment, Gao Liming noticed Garnett's ability rating rising from 88 to 89, indicating that under Wang Zhiji's relentless pressure, this young wolf was beginning to evolve into a wolf king. Garnett's position: power forward, height 211 centimeters, wingspan 227 centimeters, vertical leap 90 centimeters, physicality 80, finishing 90, defense 90, playmaking 89, talent. Ice Snow Wolf King 5. Ball sense 3, soft touch 3, specialties: iron willed, finishing 8, agile footwork 7, Ice Snow Domain 8, playmaking nexus 7. Cornered beast combat 2, overall ability 89, potential 98, Ice Snow Wolf King, ruler of the polar ice fields, leading his pack in the hunt for prey and battling the strong. Synthesis formula: resilience, agility, danger perception, territorial range. Leadership while iron-willed, finishing: all-around finishing, resilience, hunting domain, Ice Snow Domain, all-around defense, Ice Snow Domain, cornered beast combat, all-around finishing, all-around defense, leadership while danger perception. Gao Liming deliberately expended 100 energy to conduct an in-depth analysis of Garnett's physical data at this moment. As one of the future emblematic figures of the NBA, a power forward whose prowess rivals that of Tim Duncan, Garnett is indeed formidable. However, Gao Liming remains unfazed. Even if Garnett were to ascend to the apex of his potential today, he would still be obliged to lie low and feign inactivity. Chapter 61. Victory. The Mavericks initiated their offense, and the basketball found its way into Wang Zhiji's hands, employing the most reliable technique. The center executed a series of powerful post moves, forcing his way into the basket, turning forcefully to overpower Garnett, and with a single hand, he dunked the ball into the rim. Garnett, refusing to yield, called for the ball from the free throw line. Maneuvering past Wang Zhiji's defense with a deft dribble and a jump step, skillfully executing a bank shot, the two engaged in a fierce display of competition, thrilling the audience with their prowess in the paint, perimeter drives, three-pointers, sudden jump shots, floaters, hook shots, alley-oop dunks, rebounds, blocks, and steals. They showcased to the spectators what it truly means to be an all-around power forward, akin to a textbook illustration. Throughout this entire sequence, neither team called for a timeout nor made substitutions. The Timberwolves were reluctant, while the Mavericks were too intimidated to do so. Standing on the sidelines, Timberwolves head coach Flip Saunders found himself in a dilemma. He realized that if the scoring frenzy continued, it would likely lead to the Timberwolves' defeat. Yet, he was hesitant to interrupt his players' current momentum, having also noticed the transformation in Garnett's performance. The scoring duel continued until the official timeout concluded, with the score standing at 104-93 in favor of the Mavericks. Wang Zhiji recorded 41 points, 13 rebounds, 5 blocks, 3 assists, and 2 steals, while Garnett achieved 34 points, 13 rebounds, 3 blocks, 4 assists, and 3 steals. As the two young power forwards exited the court, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Returning to the bench, Wang Zhiji collapsed into his seat, panting heavily, sweat streaming down his face. He had exhausted his physical reserves, persisting solely through sheer willpower. Yet his expression was one of joy, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Garnett's condition mirrored that of Wang Zhiji, fatigued in body but invigorated in spirit. Their states resembled two extraordinary masters who had just engaged in an intense life-or-death contest. Although no definitive outcome had emerged, the experience had enriched both players immensely. In the final 3 minutes, a voice encouraged, "You should rest well. The remainder is in our hands." However, a response followed, "Do not worry. If Garnett returns to the court, I will substitute you back in. Just by looking at you, it's clear he is not in much better shape. And I doubt Coach Sanderson will allow him to re-enter. You will have many more opportunities to showcase your skills in the future. There is no need to rush." Wang Zhiji nodded in acknowledgement, responding with a weary tone. The recent match was indeed exhilarating. However, now that the adrenaline had subsided, his entire body began to ache, revealing the true extent of his fatigue. As the timeout concluded, just as Gao Liming had anticipated, Coach Sanderson opted not to reintroduce Garnett, instead substituting in Sam Mitchell, thus adopting a lineup characterized by one towering player accompanied by 4 smaller ones. The Mavericks deployed their own small ball lineup featuring Little O, Marshall, Finley, Gao Liming, and Nash, embracing a fast-paced offensive strategy. In a surprising turn during the final moments, the Mavericks, rather than stalling the game to maintain their point advantage, relinquished their defensive efforts and devoted themselves entirely to offense, introducing Little O, who had seen minimal playing time in recent matches. The highly promising interior player from the 1996 draft, after being traded to the Mavericks, quickly became Wang Zhiji's protege. Under Wang's guidance, he continuously evolved, developing corresponding footwork and defensive skills, albeit still at a rudimentary level. However, facing the fatigued players of the Timberwolves, he posed a manageable challenge. Upon entering the game, Gao Liming refrained from immediately seeking the ball for a shot. Instead, he utilized his ability to draw defenders, allowing the Mavericks' offensive strategy to pivot around the pick and roll between Little O and Nash. As the most energetic player on the court, Little O was exceptionally lively after his entry. Following the pick, he received a pass from Nash, executing a jump shot or finishing with an alley-oop, scoring 4 consecutive points and reminiscent of the synergy between Nash and Stoudemire during their time with the Suns. However, due to his lack of experience, he became overly eager on the defensive end, leading to repeated fouls by the Timberwolves, thus narrowing the score to 108-99. In a critical juncture, Gao Liming began to assert control over the game, demanding the ball in the low post and employing a powerful backing maneuver. With swift adjustments and explosive spins, he evaded defenders and executed a thunderous dunk. Persistently colliding with opponents, he penetrated the paint, employing deceptive footwork to mislead defenders before finishing with a bank shot. Despite the ungraceful nature of his techniques, the effectiveness was undeniable as the Mavericks stabilized their lead. In the closing stages, both teams' key players were significantly fatigued. Thus, whichever side demonstrated greater scoring consistency would seize the upper hand. Gao Liming relied on his expertise in the Tiger-style back-down technique to steadily accumulate points, while the Timberwolves' primary scorer, Tom Guliata, was tightly guarded by Finley, necessitating considerable effort to break free, resulting in a significant decline in his shooting percentage. With less than a minute remaining, the score stood at 114-103, with the Mavericks leading by 11 points. The Timberwolves substituted in their bench players, signaling their surrender, and the Mavericks followed suit by resting their starters. As the final whistle blew, the score was 114-105, marking a 9-point victory for the Mavericks. Gao Liming finished the game with 29 points, 12 assists, 5 rebounds, and 3 steals. However, his brilliance was overshadowed by the performances of 2 other key players. Kevin, you are truly formidable. Among the young interior players I have faced, your prowess ranks second, remarked Wang Zhiji after the game, seeking a conversation with Garnett. Am I first? Garnett inquired. No, the first is Tim Duncan, who will only be eligible for the draft next year. What? He is that incredible and still playing in the NCAA? Is that true? I'm not well versed in this, Wang replied, incredulous. Indeed, since I arrived in America until last month, I have never bested Tim Duncan in one-on-one. He is truly exceptional. You were impressive as well. This time you won, but I shall reclaim my pride next time. See you in Dallas. And I'll treat you to Chinese cuisine. Chinese food? That sounds wonderful. See you in Dallas. The game is one thing, personal friendship is another. The two had no deep-seated animosity and were unlikely to become rivals due to media hype before the match. After an intense clash, the 2 young big men felt a mutual respect. Congratulations on the victory. You have been awarded the Expertise Optimization Card. The Expertise Optimization Card, to be used during viewings, allowing one to optimize personal skills in alignment with viewing objectives, thereby adjusting the growth trajectory of their expertise. As the match concluded, the system promptly sent a message confirming task completion. However, Gao Liming had no inclination to examine his newly acquired prize. He was thoroughly drenched in sweat and yearned for a refreshing shower. The match had generated an abundance of newsworthy moments, and the post-game press conference was filled with reporters from various locales. Under Don Nelson's arrangement, Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji were escorted to the press conference. Meanwhile, the Mavericks had announced the dismissal of head coach Jim Clemens during the players' post-game showers, marking him as the first coach to be fired this season, and notably, the first in history to be dismissed while his team boasted an undefeated record. Wang Zhiji, you just led the Mavericks to victory over the Timberwolves, outshining Garnett statistically. Do you have any words for him? A reporter asked. Garnett is an exceptionally talented player. He is incredibly versatile. It is rare to encounter a 211 centimeters tall player who can maneuver and drive like a guard, even on a pickup court. You all witnessed the game. He posed significant challenges for us. Our victory was made possible due to the excellence of my teammates. Facing the journalists, Wang Zhiji displayed none of the rebellious bravado characteristic of his on-court persona. Instead, he resembled a seasoned veteran, a far cry from a youthful contender. a transformation attributed to the effects of cinematic experience. Chapter 62, the Huaxia Derby. Wang Zhizhi, you have triumphed over Garnett. Does this signify that you are the most formidable interior player of the younger generation? Certainly not. Tim Duncan of Wake Forest is the true powerhouse. Just last month, I was unable to best him in a one-on-one. Duncan's prowess rivals that of the elite big men from the Dream Team 3, trust my words. Esteemed general managers of NBA teams hastened to secure the first overall pick in the 1997 draft, for only that selection is worthy of Tim Duncan. Anything less would be an affront to his greatness. Wang Zhizhi deftly redirected the conversation towards Tim Duncan. Wang Zhizhi, earlier you hurled a water cup on the court. Was there an unpleasant incident? No, that cup was hot. I couldn't hold it. This explanation was quite compelling, and as Wang Zhizhi spoke with feigned innocence, Gao Liming nearly succumbed to laughter. Wang Zhizhi, it has just been announced that the team has parted ways with head coach Jim Clemens. Did your cup-throwing incident have anything to do with him? No. I reiterate, the cup fell because it was too hot for me to grasp. If you don't believe me, you can ask my brother. He was right beside me and rushed over to check on me when the cup fell. Wang Zhizhi was clearly reluctant to engage with the reporters, swiftly redirecting the attention towards Gao Liming. Gao Liming, after the timeout in the third quarter, you snatched the tactical board from the assistant coach and directly instructed the players. Did this contribute to Jim Clemens' dismissal? Who informed you of Jim Clemens' dismissal? And what was the reasoning? Just moments ago, the Mavericks press officer stated that the decision stemmed from a disagreement between the team's upper management and the team's development. Indeed. You all seem well aware of the reasons. Why inquire further? I am merely a player. My primary duty is to play. And personnel changes within the team are beyond my purview. It was evident that the journalists were led astray by Gao Liming's responses, yet they persevered, engaging in a battle of wits. Meanwhile, in the home press conference, Garnett faced a similar barrage from reporters. Garnett, you lost both the game and the statistics. How do you now perceive Wang Zhizhi? Do you still believe you are superior to him? Ahem, it is regrettable that our team lost today's match. Wang Zhizhi is indeed formidable. He is an exceptionally talented big man, and I found our duel to be exhilarating. The Mavericks are also a remarkable team, brimming with youthful vigor. I do not wish to seek excuses for our defeat. If our team aspires to reach the playoffs and contend for the championship, our current roster is far from sufficient. We must bolster our lineup. This marks the first occasion on which Garnett has vocalized his discontent regarding the team's roster. Throughout the match, although he and Wang Zhizhi predominantly spearheaded the offense, the lack of support from teammates emerged as a significant factor contributing to the team's defeat against the Mavericks. The rookies' dissatisfaction with the lineup pointed directly at the general manager, prompting a flurry of headlines to materialize in the notebooks of numerous reporters, who were ever eager to seize upon any sensational news. 15 minutes later, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi finally departed the press conference, their bodies weary from the ordeal. The Mavericks hastily returned to Dallas that same night, especially in light of the coach's dismissal and an impending game just 2 days later, necessitating an explanation for the team. The following day was designated as a rest day. However, despite returning home late the previous night, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi arrived at the gym for basketball training before 7 a.m. They were soon joined by teammates Ben, Xiaoao, Nash, and Bowen. This initiative was inspired by Gao Liming's simulation of Jordan's Breakfast Club established in Dallas, enlisting Ronnie Wilson, a protege of Tim Grover, as his strength training coach. When Gao Liming initially signed a contract with agent Bill Duffy, he entrusted Duffy with the task of traveling to Chicago in hopes of securing Jordan's personal trainer, Tim Grover. However, Grover, bound by existing commitments, was unable to depart. Ultimately, Duffy returned with Ronnie Wilson, highly recommended by Grover. Following discussions and evaluations, Wilson was secured as Gao Liming's personal trainer for an annual fee of $100,000. Upon the arrival of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi in Dallas, Ronnie Wilson also accompanied them. In addition to overseeing their strength training, he also guided the members of the Breakfast Club in their workouts each day. In this world, only hard work and perspiration are true measures of progress. Every effort yields a modicum of advancement. After extensive training, while the players participating in the Breakfast Club may not have undergone significant changes in physique, the definition of their muscles became increasingly apparent, body fat diminished. Her strength was fortified, and their stamina improved. Their recent victory over the Minnesota Timberwolves serves as a compelling testament to this progress. At noon, under Gao Liming's supervision, the players of the Breakfast Club gathered together, cheerfully consuming their rather unpalatable nutritional meal. Following lunch, The team staff informed the players to assemble in the conference room at 2 o'clock, where the announcement of the new head coach would take place. At 2 o'clock, in the team's conference room, General Manager Don Nelson entered with the team staff, and the players turned their gaze towards the unfamiliar individuals behind him. Curiosity swirled among them as they speculated on who the new head coach might be. "All right, children, stop looking," Don Nelson declared. "I am your new head coach, and I will lead you through the remainder of this season. Allow me to introduce Chip England, assistant coach, who will primarily work on adjusting your shooting techniques and offensive strategies. This is Tom Thibodeau, assistant coach, responsible for defensive tactics. And this is my son, Donnie Nelson, who will serve as the team's vice general manager, focusing on trades and acquisitions. Now that we're all here, let us delve into our next opponent. The Utah Jazz. I have just received word from the league that this matchup will be designated as the Huaxia Derby and will be broadcast nationwide. The Huaxia television network will also send commentators to provide live coverage. With a clap of his hands, Don Nelson announced his dual role as head coach and instructed the staff to begin playing the recorded footage. The term Huaxia Derby, which Gao Liming had nearly forgotten, once signified a major celebration for basketball enthusiasts in his homeland. It was surprising to see it reemerge in this world so soon. The Utah Jazz should be familiar to all. Legends like Sloan, Malone, and Stockton have transformed the team into one of the league's elite over the years. This season, they have stealthily acquired a player from Huaxia, Botter, a center endowed with strength, agility, and exceptional long-range shooting capability. Botter's arrival has further enriched the Jazz's tactical framework and bolstered their interior defense. Like us, they remain undefeated this season and pose the most formidable challenge we have encountered thus far. Let us share our thoughts and engage in a discussion. In the grand conference room, the players watched footage of the Utah Jazz while listening to Don Nelson's commentary. The video showcased the formidable duo of Malone and Big Dog, two muscular titans transforming the Jazz's interior into a veritable meat grinder. Most players who dared to challenge the Jazz's interior would find themselves thwarted, forced to settle for outside shots, gambling on their shooting accuracy. In offense, Botter could launch three-pointers, creating space for Malone, and collaborate with Stockton on pick-and-roll plays, executing quick jump shots or distributing the ball to open teammates. A 211 centimeters muscle-bound behemoth, he displayed remarkable agility, strength, shooting ability, and playmaking skills. Don Nelson lamented why he hadn't scouted more players from China, missing out on a talent. "Do your Chinese big men all shoot three-pointers?" he inquired. "Pretty much. But my accuracy surpasses his," came the response. The team members turned their gazes towards Wang Zhizhi, eager to understand why every Chinese player possessed three-point range. Was it a genetic gift? Chapter 63. The Jazz assault. The overall strength of the Jazz was formidable. Malone and Stockton were both members of the Dream Team, NBA superstars. Small forward Brian Russell was currently one of the top wing players in the NBA, excelling in both offense and defense. Shooting guard Jeff Hornacek was among the elite shooters in the league. Although Botter was a substitute, he undeniably compensated for the Jazz's shortcomings at the center position while bolstering the strength of the bench. During his time on the court, he significantly liberated Malone's offensive role. The current Utah Jazz team was on par with the reigning champion Bulls and would undoubtedly be our fiercest opponents in the playoffs. Don Nelson remarked earnestly to the team, "You only know how strong they are when you face them. We were never afraid of Malone and Stockton during the Dream Team days, let alone now," Wang Zhizhi said nonchalantly, exuding confidence. "That's true. The Jazz's interior lineup is indeed strong, but we Mavericks are no slouches either. Besides, there are no rules stating the game must be contested in the paint. We can outpace them, outshoot them from beyond the arc. Our youth is our greatest advantage, and they are on the second leg of a back-to-back away game, which will affect their stamina, with a tactical focus on the enemy but a strategic dismissal of them." The team's two core players set the tone for the upcoming contest. The other teammates echoed their sentiments, and the coaching staff immediately began to outline strategies, leading the players to the court for practice. The following afternoon, the Utah Jazz arrived in Dallas, and both teams entered the arena to commence their warm-ups. "Big Dog, long time no see, you've bulked up." "Long time no see, Liming. Life's four great joys encompass encountering old friends in a foreign land. Since our last parting, several months have elapsed, and both of us have undergone certain transformations. I never anticipated that we would face each other so soon on the grand stage of the NBA. Both of us have been following your recent games, and your performance has far exceeded our expectations. Your playing time and statistics are nearly surpassing those of the starting center. I reckon that once you master English, the starting position will undoubtedly be yours. Compared to you two, I find myself somewhat lacking. Upon joining the team, I realized there are numerous aspects I need to amend. Previously, we were rather narrow-minded. Allow me to introduce someone. This is Kai He, a translator recommended by Brother Xia. He is an exchange student from Beijing Foreign Studies University, a true prodigy. As Bartle gestured toward a young man standing at the sidelines. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, his polished shoes gleaming, and his short hair giving him an energetic appearance, he continued, "Old He. I believe these two require little introduction." "No need at all," Kai replied. "Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji, the new generation of our national basketball team. The stars of the Dallas Mavericks, your names resonate widely. Hello, I am Kai He, the temporary translator for Daba. You may call me Old He." After the match, "Daba, please take a leave from the team and bring Old He to stay with us tonight. We shall indulge in a beef hot pot. Wang Zhiji has been craving it, and this gives him the perfect excuse to feast." "Absolutely. I shall request leave from the coach right away. We will wait for you at the venue's entrance after the game." Daba, likely just as eager, hurried off with Kai He to seek the coach's permission. As Bartle departed, the two were about to return to the team when Karl Malone and John Stockton approached together. "You two youngsters, do you not know to greet your seniors?" Malone said, his expression fierce, visibly displeased. "Well, I plan to thoroughly outplay both of you, which would serve as the best greeting," Wang Zhiji retorted without hesitation. "Haha, you cheeky rascal, your tongue remains sharp as ever. It has been a while indeed." "Indeed. It has been too long, Karl." Malone and Wang Zhiji embraced warmly, having battled together in the Olympics, sharing a mutual recognition and camaraderie. "I never expected you two rookies to mature so swiftly. Had I known, we should have suggested the team sign you both back then," Stockton lamented, observing the rapid growth of the young talents before him. "Oh, spare me. What leverage did you Jazz have to trade for you two? You wouldn't be suggesting this to curry favor with me, hoping I might go easy on you in the game, would you? If that's your intention, feel free to admit it. There's no shame in acknowledging it." Wang Zhiji possesses an unparalleled eloquence that can exasperate even the most composed individuals, leaving the esteemed duo from the Jazz seething with indignation. "We extend our heartfelt gratitude for the care you have bestowed upon Daba. His ability to establish himself within the team is inextricably linked to your invaluable support. Should you have no prior engagements following the conclusion of the match, we would be delighted to invite you both to our home for a meal with Daba." Gao Liming hastily sought to mediate the situation, extending an invitation to the two individuals. "Let it be. What if we lose the match? How will the two esteemed elders face us then?" Wang Zhiji chimed in, his tone laced with playful arrogance. "Why not go? We shall emerge victorious in the game, and we will also partake in dinner. You impudent lad. Just wait until the match. I shall show you what true NBA-level competition entails." With that, Karl Malone and John Stockton took their leave, fearing that if they lingered any longer, they might succumb to the urge to engage physically. "Why do you intentionally provoke Malone?" one inquired. "Heh. I am genuinely eager to witness the prowess of the most formidable forward in the current league. I require ample pressure, and Garnett is insufficient. I hope Malone can provide that. Isn't that akin to seeking punishment? Be cautious during the match. Malone's infamous elbow is a well-known threat in the NBA. Don't get injured. Rest assured, if it comes to that, I can always execute a one-for-one substitution. Trust in my abilities," Wang Zhiji replied, flexing his increasingly robust biceps in front of Gao Liming. "Spare me the bravado. The big fundamental is still with the Jazz. Let go of such fanciful thoughts. On the court, one must let the ball do the talking." Gao Liming delivered a swift kick to Wang Zhiji's rear, following the enhancement of his talents. Wang seemed to have absorbed Tim Duncan's negative emotions, becoming disheartened and mischievous. The once shy and humble young man had vanished. After the warm-up, the game was about to commence, and the starting players took to the court. The Mavericks altered their previous starting lineup. Center Kevin Willis, 87, power forward Wang Zhiji, 91. Small forward Michael Finley, 80, shooting guard Gao Liming, 88, and point guard Nash, 79. The Jazz's starting lineup included Greg Foster, 79, at power forward, Karl Malone, 97, at small forward, Brian Russell, 80, as shooting guard, Jeff Hornacek, 83, at point guard, and John Stockton, 94. Wang Zhiji faced off against Greg for the tip-off, utilizing his remarkable explosiveness to swiftly direct the basketball to Nash. After weeks of competition, many teams had become well acquainted with the Mavericks' customary aggressive strategy during jump balls. Once the Mavericks secured the jump, their guards would immediately advance to delay and disrupt the passing, As Nash received the ball and prepared to accelerate, Stockton swiftly closed in to obstruct him, resorting to subtle defensive maneuvers, and, in the referee's blind spot, discreetly pinched the inner side of Nash's arm. Chapter 64. The Two Elders of Xianin. John Stockton, one of the legendary figures from the Utah Jazz, was a fellow 1984 draft class member alongside Michael Jordan, Hakeem Olajuwon, and Charles Barkley. This relatively shorter, less robust, and not particularly fast white player managed to carve out a niche in the fiercely competitive NBA, achieving all-star status through his exceptionally high basketball IQ, consistently accurate passing, and crafty little tricks. To survive in the high-intensity environment of the NBA, Stockton transformed his modest physical gifts into one of his greatest assets. Every player who faced Stockton expressed disdain for his underhanded tactics. With these tactics, Stockton earned the title of Steals champion twice and was regarded by his peers as the foremost of the NBA's notorious figures. It is worth mentioning that his longtime partner, Karl Malone, also earned a spot on this infamous list thanks to his formidable elbows. Nash nearly lost the ball under Stockton's relentless pressure, encountering such dirty defensive maneuvers for the first time. Sensing the urgency, Nash did not linger, seizing a fleeting opportunity to swiftly pass the basketball to Gao Liming. Positioned beyond the three-point line, executing a cross-step, he launched into a fierce drive, colliding with Jeff Hornacek as he barreled toward the paint. Brian Russell abandoned Finley to step up for the block, but Gao Liming, undeterred, charged directly forward. Boom! Gao Liming executed a powerful dunk over Brian Russell, and upon landing, he playfully winked at Malone. With a mischievous grin, Malone regarded Gao Liming and playfully patted his own robust elbow, seemingly cautioning him not to be overly boastful. As the Jazz initiated their offense, the timeless pick-and-roll strategy between Malone and Stockton unfolded. On defense, Wang Zhizhi and Willis exchanged their defensive assignments, with Willis shadowing Malone while Wang Zhizhi stationed himself near the paint. Malone's imposing physique obstructed Nash's pursuit, allowing Stockton to penetrate, drawing Willis for support, before delivering a bounce pass to Malone. Instead of cutting towards the basket, Malone executed a jump shot from his position, successfully scoring, bringing the game to 2-2. Malone is an exceptionally unique player. In the NBA, most power players with broad shoulders and thick arms struggle with shooting. Yet, Malone defied this stereotype. Due to the lack of mid-range shooting ability from most of his centers throughout his career, Malone often faced double teams in the paint. In such scenarios, he honed his mid-range shooting skills, becoming a formidable offensive threat. In an alternate reality, this interior powerhouse averaged 25 points over a 19-year career, with a 2-point shooting percentage of 51.6, a 3-point shooting percentage of 27.4, and a free throw percentage of 74.2, marking him as one of the elite players in NBA history. Unfortunately, overshadowed by Jordan, this superstar led the Jazz to the finals twice, only to fall victim to the might of the Bulls, becoming a stepping stone in Jordan's ascent to greatness. In the twilight of his career, his attempt to join the Lakers in pursuit of a championship ended in disappointment, rendering him one of the most tragic figures in NBA lore. Under Coach Sloan's guidance, the Jazz refined the simplest of offensive strategies to perfection, with stability being the hallmark of the team. In stark contrast, the Mavericks employed a dynamic approach. Following Malone's score, Mavericks players immediately accelerated forward. Finley swiftly passed the ball to Nash at the baseline. Nash, with an almost supernatural awareness, spun around to evade Stockton's sneak attack, crossed the midcourt line, and lofted the basketball towards the hoop. Simultaneously, Gao Liming sprinted towards the paint, leaping high for a breathtaking alley-oop dunk. The momentous play, a dazzling display of athleticism, unfolded in under 5 seconds, undoubtedly worthy of a spot among the day's top 10 highlights, leaving countless cameras clicking in its wake. As Gao Liming descended from his dunk, Malone had only just reached midcourt. The seasoned veteran, unable to keep pace, jested, "Come on. Let us slow it down a bit for the sake of the elderly. After all, respecting our elders is a cherished virtue in our culture." In the course of retreating on defense, Wang Zhizhi couldn't resist mocking Malone as he finally approached midcourt. "Little bunny, once you tire yourselves out, I'm eager to see how you'll guard me. Today, I'm playing center, and with Willis guarding you, that should suffice." After Wang Zhizhi finished his boastful remarks, he turned to return to defense, inciting a furious reaction from Malone, who contemplated kicking him. The Jazz continued their tactical maneuvers, but Willis was slow to assist. Stockton seized the moment, advancing 2 steps and executing a swift mid-range shot, though it lacked force, striking the front of the rim. Wang Zhizhi secured the rebound. Muttering to himself, "Old man, Are you running out of steam? No need to push so hard in back-to-back games. However, as he sought to initiate a fast break, he noticed that his teammates were closely guarded, making the pass easily interceptable. The fleeting opportunity vanished, compelling Wang to pass to the awaiting Nash. You lads are still inexperienced. Do not presume you can overwhelm us with such simplistic tactics. Basketball requires confrontation in the paint, he remarked as Malone capitalized on the chance to counterattack. Just wait. Old man, Wang declared, dashing towards the corner, with Malone closely trailing him. Having faced off in the Olympics, Malone knew well the precision of Wang's three-point shooting. He could not afford to grant him any space. As the game devolved into a half-court battle, Nash controlled the ball, executing a pick-and-roll with Gao Liming, who received the pass and prepared to exploit his size advantage against Stockton. A familiar scene from the Olympics unfolded as Gao Liming backed Stockton down, steadily pushing towards the paint. The Tiger style may have appeared clumsy, yet it proved effective. Brian Russell swiftly moved into assist, prompting Gao Liming to dish the ball to the open Finley. Finley launched a three-pointer, which rimmed out, as Greg firmly boxed out Willis beneath the basket, allowing Russell to snatch the rebound. Stockton brought the ball up the court, with Malone setting a screen for Hornacek. Hornacek received Stockton's pass and elevated for a three-pointer, successfully converting it to bring the score to 4-5. Finley, witnessing the opponent's success, felt a tinge of frustration. Malone's screens were exceptionally executed, and the synergy among the veteran players was palpable. A momentary lapse in positioning exposed them, allowing the opponents to capitalize. Nelson approached the sidelines and shouted into the arena, "Do not overthink it. Let us establish our own rhythm." He then signaled a tactical gesture, reminding everyone to keep moving and not to halt. This exemplified the advantage of having an experienced coach, capable of swiftly detecting fluctuations in player morale and making timely adjustments. Upon noticing Nelson's gesture, the Mavericks sprang back into action. As discussed in the pregame meeting, the Jazz were a seasoned NBA powerhouse, with players displaying remarkable cohesion. If the Mavericks, a fledgling team, aspired to triumph over them, they needed to leverage their own strengths. Currently, the Mavericks' advantage lay in their youth, stamina, quick recovery, and ability to run. In Chapter 65, battling the Jazz, Wang Zhizhi positioned himself near the three-point line to set a screen for Nash. Utilizing the pick, Nash cut through with remarkable speed, drawing the opposing defense before returning the ball to Wang, who had drifted outside to the three-point arc. With a high arc, Wang launched the ball, which swished through the net, making the score 7-5. "Why is no one guarding me? I'm quite accurate when left open," he quipped. After Wang Zhizhi made a three-pointer, he placed his hand above his brow, mimicking a gesture of searching for the defending players. In response to the provocation, the Jazz players remained remarkably composed, executing their strategies with a leisurely pace, displaying no hint of urgency. Despite a series of screens, Hornacek could not shake Finley. Malone sought the ball to back down Willis, and upon seeing Malone receive the pass, Wang Zhizhi promptly moved to double-team him. With a powerful elbow, Malone cleared his path, pushing Willis aside to create space for a shot. Regrettably, due to Wang Zhizhi's interference, the shot lacked sufficient force, ricocheting off the rim back into Willis's hands. Willis swiftly passed the ball to Nash, while the other Mavericks players accelerated for a fast break. Nash deftly evaded Stockton's reach and distributed the ball to a charging Gao Liming. With a vigorous drive, he soared high, executing a spectacular under-the-leg dunk that once again captured the essence of the game, bringing the score to 9-5. Sloan immediately called a timeout, interrupting the Mavericks' momentum and substituting in Botter. The presence of 3 Chinese players in the NBA simultaneously on the court, including 2 key starters and an important rotational player, turned this matchup into a bona fide Sino derby, with Wang Zhizhi and Botter directly opposing each other. Since the last time Botter's skills were adjusted, his ability has risen from an initial 67 to a commendable 79, demonstrating visible growth each day. With continued dedication and the mastery of basic English communication, becoming a starter is within reach. Generally speaking, my arrival here poses challenges for you all. TCH, let us see what you're made of. Don't just talk the talk without walking the walk. What else with the demand for a one-on-one? Haha, you think I'd be foolish enough to take you on? Ignoring Wang Zhizhi's entanglement, Botter moved directly to the weak side corner, a spot he has recently focused on for three-point shooting. The ideal position to help Malone create space. Malone and Stockton executed another pick and roll, with Malone rolling down and receiving Stockton's pass for an easy layup, closing the score to 9-7. Kid, scoring is quite simple. Just set screens, roll, and shoot. Malone took advantage of the moment, But as Wang Zhizhi attempted to accelerate for a counterattack, he was abruptly blocked by Bader. Slow down. Watch where you're going while running. Don't rush. What if you bump into me and cause damage? Come on, speak properly. You, a Mongolian giant, trying to act all delicate, speaking in a high-pitched voice. It's quite off-putting. Do not rush. Let us converse a while longer. Beidou relentlessly pursued Wang Zhizhi, persistently taunting him with trash talk, and this time Wang Zhizhi finally encountered an adversary capable of confronting him. The Maverick's fast break was delayed, swiftly transitioning into a half-court battle. Gao Liming, stationed in the low post, received the ball and attempted to back down Hornacek. The Jazz promptly collapsed their defense. In a narrow window, Gao Liming found an opportunity to pass to Willis, only to be intercepted by Stockton. Following the steal, the Mavericks players immediately retreated to thwart a Jazz fast break. Beidou remained positioned in the corner, while Brian Russell and Malone executed consecutive off-ball screens for Hornacek. Receiving a pass from Stockton, Hornacek made a wide-open three-pointer, bringing the score to 9-10. As the engine of the team's fast breaks, Nash struggled to orchestrate the desired tempo under Stockton's various antics. Consequently, Don Nelson decisively made a substitution, bringing in Castle to replace Nash, initiating an imitation of the Utah Jazz's pick-and-roll tactics. Castle brought the ball to the top of the arc, while Wang Zhizhi stepped up to set a screen, then cut outward. Concurrently, Gao Liming slipped along the baseline, utilizing Willis's screen to angle towards the 45-degree mark. Wang Zhizhi received a pass from Castle and quickly distributed the ball to Gao Liming, attracting Brian Russell's attention for help defense. Gao Liming swiftly passed to Finley in the corner. Finley's three-point attempt clanged off the rim and was snatched by Brian Russell. There was nothing wrong with the strategy. They simply needed to focus on their shooting rhythm and refrain from rushing. Observing the tactical issues from the sidelines, Don Nelson consoled Finley, who nodded in acknowledgement and hastened back on defense. At this juncture, one could assert that the Jazz were among the most stable teams in the league, characterized by stable players, strategies, and mindsets. Their unchanging pick-and-roll tactics, akin to a meat grinder, and their methodical defensive strategies gradually wore down their opponents, inflicting a psychological and physical toll. There were no spectacular dunks, no dazzling drives, nor audacious passes. Instead, they relied on the fundamentals of pick-and-roll to steadily increase their score without drawing attention. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 20-24, with the Mavericks temporarily at a disadvantage. Upon glancing at the scoreboard, Gao Liming reflected on how this game was the most exhausting and frustrating of the season. He could not recall when the team had begun to fall behind or when they had succumbed to the opponent's pace. Overall, the entire quarter felt as though they were exerting strength but unable to express it. Gentlemen, the Jazz are a cohort of seasoned veterans. Their experience and skills at their zenith. They excel at drawing their opponents into their rhythm and defeating them with their favored methods. When faced with such adversaries, you must exhibit greater patience than they do. Impatience will only render your intentions transparent and allow them to dismantle your strategy. During breaks, Don Nelson patiently assists the players in adjusting their mindsets. The Mavericks are characterized by their youthful exuberance, yet such youth often translates to a lack of experience, making them susceptible to manipulation by their opponents. As the second quarter commenced, Wang Zhizhi led Marshall, Horry, John Barry, and Castle onto the court, employing a lineup with one big and four small players. Through a continuous series of screens and substitutions, Wang Zhizhi exploited one-on-one opportunities against all Jazz players except Malone, while the rest of the team positioned themselves beyond the three-point arc. Should an opponent attempt to double-team, Wang Zhizhi would swiftly distribute the ball to his teammates on the perimeter. Teams with a dominant center often utilize this strategy, leveraging the center's offensive prowess in the paint to draw defensive attention, thereby creating open scoring opportunities for perimeter players. Historical examples include the early Rockets, the recent New York Knicks, and the future Orlando Magic during Dwight Howard's tenure. Throughout the initial two quarters, despite Malone's abundant stamina, Wang Zhizhi's insistence on one-on-one play yielded less efficiency than if he had engaged with his teammates. Regardless of the opposing strategy, the Jazz continued their pick-and-roll offense. As the second quarter unfolded, both teams entered a test of patience with an unusually slow pace. For the Mavericks, Wang Zhizhi would initiate isolation plays, promptly passing to the perimeter when faced with double teams. If defenders returned quickly, the perimeter player would pass back to the deeper position Wang Zhizhi to continue the isolation. The Jazz employed various tactics, including pick-and-rolls with both inside and outside cuts, off-ball screens, and a combination of drives and jump shots. This segment of the game significantly tested the patience of both the players and the spectators, as the sluggish pace, punctuated by the occasional clang of missed shots, induced a sense of drowsiness among the audience. With half the quarter elapsed, the score stood at 28-34, with the Mavericks trailing by 6 points. The Mavericks adjusted their lineup, substituting Wang Zhizhi for Gao Liming, resulting in a team composition of Willis, Marshall, Finley, Gao Liming, and Nash. While most teams typically rotate 8 to 9 players, the Mavericks utilized 10 to 11, a rarity that nonetheless ensured the players' stamina and impact. In Chapter 66, facing the Jazz substituted Malone for a bench lineup led by Botter and Stockton, continuing their pick-and-roll strategy. The Mavericks' game plan remained straightforward: create space in the paint, allowing Gao Liming to isolate against the Jazz's backup perimeter players. If double-teamed, he would pass. If not, he would assertively attack the basket. The Jazz defender assigned to Gao Liming was the backup player Shandon Anderson, a second-round draft pick from 1996, still yet to fully develop into a 3D player. In a display of explosive athleticism, Gao Liming bulldozed through Anderson's defense, swiftly driving into the paint for a thunderous dunk, leaving the other Jazz players unable to provide help in time. Following a change of possession, Botter executed a pick-and-roll cut, receiving a pass from Stockton, and, utilizing sheer physicality, forcefully overcame Willis's defense for a score, bringing the score to 30-34. Willis, witnessing Gao Liming's prowess, raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, acknowledging the futility of his efforts. Confronted by the imposing Chinese center, he felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle. Utterly overpowered and left to watch as the opponent scored effortlessly, now at 30-36. Observing Botter's performance, Gao Liming felt a mix of joy and resignation. Botter, compensating for his speed deficiencies, had a tangible impact that surpassed his system's capabilities, combining formidable strength with adequate speed and reliable mid-range shooting. Progressing towards an unconventional bug player archetype, little did he anticipate that he would have to contend with this self-created anomaly, yet he found solace in not being a center. As the saying goes, a friend's demise does not threaten the hermit. As the game continued, Gao Liming persisted with isolation plays. After previously being overpowered, Anderson deliberately left a step of distance in his defense. Recognizing the opponent's intent to concede drives while contesting shots, Gao Liming exploded past Anderson with a quick first step, faking him out and driving for another slam dunk, now at 32-36. Following 2 consecutive defensive failures, Coach Sloan promptly substituted Anderson for his strongest wing defender, Brian Russell. Having dared to challenge Jordan during his rookie season, Russell's defensive prowess was indeed commendable. Selected by the Jazz in the second round of 1993, Russell was initially limited by his ball handling skills, but with his robust physique, quick reflexes, and tenacious defense, Coach Sloan molded him into a formidable perimeter defender. Upon entering the game, Russell utilized his strength and defensive acumen, causing Gao Liming's efficiency in isolation plays to wane. Gao Liming currently possesses 2 primary areas of expertise, one of which is the explosive breakthrough. This skill proves effective only when he charges towards the basket against defenders whose strength is inferior to his. Should a defender possess sufficient power to withstand his drive, the efficacy of Gao Liming's breakthrough diminishes significantly. Typically, when confronted by opponents of greater strength, he resorts to employing various feints and directional changes to elude his adversaries before executing his drive. Russell, being a player of superior strength and considerable defensive experience, effectively thwarted Gao Liming's consecutive attempts to change direction, marking the first time this season that Gao Liming has encountered such a predicament. It is anticipated that an opportunity for improvement in this situation may not arise until the end of this month. Gao Liming's efficiency in one-on-one breakthroughs has diminished, adversely affecting the team's tactical execution. As the second quarter concluded, the score stood at 39-48, with the Mavericks trailing by 9 points. During the halftime break, the atmosphere in the locker room was somber. The players exhibited a palpable lack of enthusiasm, marking the first time this season that the Mavericks found themselves behind at halftime. There was no communication among the players, an unsettling silence prevailing. What is the matter? Is it merely the halftime score that has left you so despondent? If we lose the game, do you intend to give up on yourselves? Observing the players' demeanor, Don Nelson recognized that these young athletes had been disheartened by the seasoned veterans of the Jazz. Yet, he understood that this was the price of youth. The core of the team was exceedingly young, and their only veteran presence was rather taciturn, while the few middle-aged players seemed unsure of how to navigate such a situation. Nelson was acutely aware of the need to fortify the team with a true locker room leader in the future. Well then, it is merely a halftime deficit. We can reclaim the game in the second half. Let's not act as if we have suffered a death in the family. Lift your spirits. Remember, each season comprises 82 regular season games, and even those teams that progress to the playoffs will face losses, typically around 20 to 30. If you allow yourselves to wallow in despair like this, what is the point of continuing? If you truly despise losing, channel that into your training. Your defeats stem from a lack of strength. Only by becoming sufficiently formidable can you secure victory. Coach, why do I always feel as though I am unable to exert my full strength during the game? Is the gap between us and the Jazz truly that vast? Gao Liming raised his gaze towards Tang Nearson and sincerely inquired. There will undoubtedly be a disparity. This year's Jazz team can undoubtedly be regarded as a contender for the championship. Several key players on their roster have been honing their synergy for years. Today, they may exert only 70% of their potential against you. If they unleash the intensity characteristic of the playoffs in the second half, you will find yourselves even more out of your depth. Is the gap truly that significant? During the Olympics, I did not perceive them to be this formidable. Gao Liming remarked with skepticism. Haha, do you really believe that they exerted their full strength during the Olympics? You must understand that they did not engage in any tactical drills during that period. For them, the Olympics were merely a pastime, taken lightly by all. The disparity between the current Mavericks and the Jazz is even greater than you can imagine. These veteran players were still restrained in the first half of the game. Should they unleash their full power, you would find yourselves utterly outmatched. However, there is no need for concern. With diligent training, these gaps will gradually close. I firmly believe that you will soon surpass them. Our goal this year is to reach the playoffs, and then to build upon that success year by year. I anticipate that within 5 years, we will certainly contend for the championship. 5 years. Can't we grow rapidly and win the title this year? Wang Zhiji interjected, visibly displeased at the mention of 5 years. What are you thinking? Only one player in NBA history, Magic Johnson, led his team to a championship in his rookie season, and technically, the true leader of the Lakers at that time was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Our Mavericks are in a rebuilding phase. If you can guide the team into the playoffs this year, that would be the greatest success. What you need now is growth. As long as you work hard, future accolades will follow. Do not aim too high. The NBA is not as simple as you might think. After Don Nelson finished speaking, he observed the young man lost in contemplation and chose to remain silent. Let us not dwell on it. Since there is a gap, today we shall ascertain just how significant it truly is, which will also illuminate our path for future endeavors. Gao Liming vigorously rubbed his face, rekindling his fighting spirit as he declared, "Damn it, we shall do whatever it takes to bring the emperor down." Suddenly, Wang Zhiji stood up, exclaiming loudly, "Indeed, what is there to fear? Damn it, even if we lose, we still gain." His coarse words held a certain truth, and Finley was the first to show his support, echoing, "Yes, let's take them on." The other players began to chime in, expressing their solidarity. Darnell Nelson observed the players regaining their fervor and nodded in satisfaction. All right, let us run at our own pace in the second half, showcasing our strengths and competing fiercely with the Jazz. Chapter 67, Battling the Jazz as the game resumed. The seasoned veterans of the Jazz noted the Mavericks players had once again regained their spirited resolve. "Youth is truly remarkable. They bounced back so quickly," Stockton remarked, envy creeping into his tone as he watched the Mavericks warm up. "Envy what? Everyone has experienced youth. I fear they may lack that spirit in the second half." "That would be rather dull," Malone replied with a mischievous grin. "How about we raise the stakes for the second half?" "Absolutely, as veterans. It is our duty to impart a lesson to these newcomers in the league, to let them understand what the NBA truly entails." A group of seasoned players gathered to strategize how to dismantle their opponents in the second half, leaving Botter feeling a chill of apprehension. He was relieved to be on the same team as these seasoned veterans. As the second half commenced, both teams sent out their starting lineups. The Mavericks began to run relentlessly from the moment the ball was in play, continually stretching the Jazz's defensive line. Nash utilized Wang Zhiji's screen to penetrate the paint. Gao Liming executed a wide-ranging baseline run, while Finley and Willis continuously set off-ball screens for him. After making a lengthy circuit, he arrived at the bottom corner on the same side as Nash. As he reached the spot, the ball arrived, and Gao Liming successfully connected on an open three-pointer, bringing the score to 42-48. The Jazz maintained their pick-and-roll strategy, with Stockton and Malone executing a strong side screen. Malone cut inside, while Stockton moved outside. Meanwhile, Hornacek, On the weak side, coordinated off-ball screens with two teammates, creating a fleeting opportunity at the top of the arc. This exemplified the Utah Jazz's dual-line pick-and-roll tactic, a derivative version of the pick-and-roll offense. At this moment, the Jazz established two finishing options with Hornacek and Malone. Ultimately, Stockton passed the ball to Hornacek, who was positioned behind him, successfully blocking the defender, and Hornacek sank a three-pointer, making the score 42-51. The exquisite movement and seamless cooperation were evident. To the untrained eye, it appeared as mere spectacle, while the connoisseur recognized the intricacies. In the recent play, Stockton was presented with both inside and outside options simultaneously. Many would argue that Stockton should have passed to Malone, as the Mavericks' interior defense had been drawn out, allowing Malone a straightforward scoring opportunity. However, when Stockton opted to pass to Hornacek, Jazz players Greg Foster, Karl Malone, and small forward Brian Russell had established a surrounding position in the paint. Even if Hornacek were to miss, the Jazz would still possess a significant opportunity to secure the rebound for a second-chance score. Although Stockton's physical attributes limited him from joining the ranks of superstars, his basketball intelligence and precise passing ability positioned him among the NBA's finest floor generals. His insight into player movement, ability to discern the optimal offensive path, and capacity to maximize advantages encapsulate Stockton's true value. Following the Jazz's basket, the Mavericks swiftly initiated a fast break. Finley quickly passed the ball from the baseline, and the other players surged forward with fervor. Nash received the ball, launching it with remarkable speed through the crowd, accurately delivering it to Gao Liming, who stood at the three-point line. Without hesitation, Gao Liming passed to Wang Zhiji, who cut in from the opposite side, holding the ball with one hand, preparing to ascend for a three-step layup. With enormous strides and exaggerated explosive power, Wang Zhiji effortlessly evaded the defensive efforts of the Jazz players, executing a dunk that brought the score to 44-51. The initial offensive plays unfolded smoothly, and as Wang returned to defense, he exchanged a celebratory high-five with Gao Liming. However, their joy was short-lived. During the era of the hand-check rule, defensive players could significantly impede the movements of their opponents, whether they had the ball or not, by persistently tugging at them. This rule rendered the playing style quite unfriendly to those attempting to penetrate with the ball, making it impossible for the explosive offensive strategies later seen with teams like the Suns to manifest in this period. Most core players of the dominant teams at that time were required to possess formidable skills in low-post play. When tactical endeavors faced impediments, they revitalized their team's spirits through individual post plays. The Mavericks, initially eager to unleash their full potential, soon found themselves schooled by the seasoned veterans of the Jazz. The intensity of defense suddenly escalated, significantly constraining the Mavericks' offensive efforts. However, the experienced players would not allow these young athletes to score easily, escalating the physicality of their play and employing various subtle maneuvers that disrupted the Mavericks' offensive rhythm, causing great discomfort to their players. On the offensive front, the Jazz demonstrated ingenuity in their pick-and-roll strategies, with Stockton and Malone at the core, while other players increased their off-ball screens and cuts, rendering the Jazz's offensive approach more intricate and diverse. Defensively, the Jazz markedly intensified their efforts, accelerating their help defense and increasing the frequency of physical confrontations. They frequently employed defensive traps, surrounding the ball handler and cutting off passing lanes, which led to turnovers for the Mavericks. The incessant barrage of subtle tactics tormented the Mavericks players, as the Jazz, led by Stockton, imparted a lesson that the young Mavericks would remember for a lifetime, aptly titled A Compendium of NBA Subtleties. After the rapid transition tactics faltered, Don Nelson adapted the Mavericks' offensive approach, beginning to structure their plays around Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji in the low post. Reminiscent of the Rockets during their back-to-back championships and the Lakers during their three-peat era. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 66-80, with the Jazz holding a 14-point lead. The 66 points represent the lowest score for the Mavericks in a game since their inception. As the score gap widened, Gao Liming began to reflect. Since arriving in America, Gao Liming has experienced a smooth journey, achieving an undefeated championship in the NCAA, making history at the Olympics, and enjoying a winning streak at the start of the season. This led him to feel that, with the system's assistance, the NBA was merely a stepping stone. Winning the championship, MVP, and FMVP in the new season seemed effortlessly within his grasp. However, the game against the Jazz delivered a resounding wake-up call to Gao Liming, forcing him to confront his inadequacies and the limitations of system data. An opponent, Brian Russell, whose abilities barely reached 80, significantly diminished his offensive prowess, leaving him feeling constrained. Were it not for his reliable mid-range shooting and off-ball movement, he would have been rendered ineffective today. Failure is the mother of success, he now deeply understands. After introspection, Gao Liming reassessed his capabilities, clarifying the areas he needed to improve, and recognized the folly of over-relying on the analytical data provided by the system. The values of ability and potential should only serve as references, not definitive indicators of actual combat effectiveness. Realizing this, Gao Liming suddenly slapped himself, feeling exasperated for having squandered time on countless basketball-themed online novels, leading him to commit such a fundamental error. What's wrong, Brother Liming? Nothing, just a mosquito. Chapter 68. The first defeat. Seeing the players visibly affected by the setback, Don Nelson refrained from further words of comfort, understanding that some matters must be faced alone by the players. In the fourth quarter, Nelson began to experiment, deploying an unusual lineup of 5 rookies: Big Ben, Little Ao, Wang Zhizhi, Bowen, and Gao Liming, with Wang taking on the small forward position and Gao serving as the point guard. Sloan, unsure of Nelson's intentions, opted to play it safe and substituted in Big Bob and the 4 starters, maintaining the Jazz's strongest lineup, with 206 centimeters tall Ben Wallace at center, 211 centimeters Little Ao at power forward, and 213 centimeters Wang Zhizhi at small forward. The peculiar formation left the Jazz momentarily perplexed in arranging their defensive matchups. Facing Stockton's defense, Gao Liming signaled for a one-on-one play beyond the three-point line before initiating a post-up move. His Tiger-style post-up, alongside the infamous Flying Pig Barkley's hefty rear-end maneuver, has been dubbed by other NBA players as the 2 most shameless and unattractive post-up tactics of the season. Gao Liming's relentless assaults drew Brian Russell over to double-team him. In an instant, Gao Liming distributed the ball to the unguarded Wang Zhizhi, who raised his hand and launched a three-pointer. The basketball swished through the net, creating a delightful splash, bringing the score to 69-80. Witnessing Wang Zhizhi's successful shot, Brian Russell felt a sense of helplessness and turned to glance at Coach Sloan on the sidelines, who merely shook his head before signaling the next offensive play. Back on the court, Gao Liming began to reassess his role. He recognized that he should not be the team's finisher but rather a facilitator. Despite his reluctance, he acknowledged that his current abilities paled in comparison to those of Wang Zhizhi. The Jazz's pick-and-roll continued, with Malone cutting in. After receiving the pass, he ascended for a powerful dunk, sending the defending Xiao Ao flying, making the score 69-82. "Kid, you're too weak. A man must possess strength," Malone said as he flexed his bicep in a show of muscularity. As the offense resumed, Gao Liming found himself facing Brian Russell, while Stockton took on Bowen. Malone positioned himself in front of Wang Zhizhi, and Botter grappled with Ben Wallace in the paint, with Hornacek shadowing Xiao Ao. Gao Liming engaged in a high pick-and-roll with Wang Zhizhi. Following the screen, Wang Zhizhi cut outward to the three-point line, receiving a pass from Gao Liming, and launched a long-range three-pointer, showcasing his prowess once again, bringing the score to 72-82. Do not rush directly into the paint. Pull out and set screens for your teammates. Everyone else, move. Do not remain stationary, keep moving. Despite the successful basket, Don Nelson, observing from the sidelines, appeared dissatisfied and shouted loudly towards the court. In the next possession, the Jazz employed another double screen, with Hornacek sinking yet another three-pointer, marking his 5th of the game. Thus far, the Jazz had remarkably converted 7 out of 10 attempts from beyond the arc, showcasing an astonishing shooting percentage, indicative of the Mavericks' subpar defensive quality. Under Nelson's guidance, the Mavericks resumed their movement. Gao Liming dribbled behind his back, deftly evading Stockton's attempt to steal the ball, while Big Ben set a screen for Gao Liming at the left three-point line. In the left corner, Bowen sprinted along the baseline towards the right corner, effectively drawing away his defender. At the top of the arc, Wang Zhizhi utilized a screen from Little O to penetrate the paint. Gao Liming lofted the basketball towards the rim, where Wang Zhizhi executed an impressive alley-oop dunk, scoring to make it 74-82. Following the basket, the Mavericks immediately applied full-court pressure. Gao Liming and Bowen trapped Stockton, and Bowen seized the opportunity to continuously press against Stockton's soft spots. In a moment of distraction, Stockton was intercepted by Gao Liming, who stole the ball. After the steal, Gao Liming executed a backstep to elude the help defense of Brian Russell and scored on a layup, bringing the score to 76-82. Rubbing the area where Bowen had been pressing him, Stockton looked at Bowen and smiled. "I am not alone," he seemed to convey. Bowen, feeling uneasy under Stockton's gaze, quickly retreated on defense. This tactic of aggressive trapping could only be employed as a surprise strategy and was unsuitable for regular play. Returning to their normal rhythm, the Jazz continued with their pick-and-roll strategy. Malone once again overpowered Little O, scoring on a layup to elevate the score to 76-84. Little O, repeatedly bullied by Malone, cast a look of helplessness towards the sidelines at Nelson, as if to say, "Coach, I've tried my best, but I truly cannot manage." Don Nelson discerned the predicament of Little AO and promptly substituted him for Willis. Subsequently, under Nelson's meticulous guidance from the sidelines, the Mavericks orchestrated several commendable offensive plays. However, Coach Sloan soon uncovered Nelson's tactical intentions and weaknesses. Renowned in the NBA for his tactical genius, Nelson relished the challenge of devising innovative strategies. With a cadre of exceptionally gifted young players at his disposal, he was disinclined to resort to conventional tactics, as that would not warrant his presence as head coach. His aspiration was to seize the opportunity presented by the Jazz, a team known for their deliberate pace and formidable defensive prowess, to refine his team's fast-break capabilities, instilling in his players a keen awareness for exploiting offensive transitions and mastering the art of switching between fast breaks and set plays. He also sought to identify the most suitable lineup for rapid transitions. However, due to the novelty of the team and the new tactics, there was a significant lack of synergy among the players, necessitating Nelson's constant guidance from the sidelines. Sloan, a seasoned veteran, quickly recognized Nelson's objectives and responded adeptly, instructing his players to elevate their defensive intensity to playoff levels, thereby exerting immense pressure on the Mavericks. Faced with the Jazz's intensified defense, the Mavericks began to exhibit signs of impending collapse, failing to execute effective offenses over several possessions, resulting in turnovers, steals, and a shot clock violation, which led to an increasing scoring drought. With 3 minutes remaining in the game and the score at 78-94, the Mavericks trailed by 16 points. Coach Nelson replaced the starting lineup with a bench unit of Terry Davis, Little Ao, Bowen, John Barry, and Nash, signaling his surrender. This marked the team's first significant defeat of the season. As the core of the team, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi slumped into their seats in the locker room, covered their faces with towels, while the other starters appeared despondent, their early season vigor seemingly evaporated. Why the long faces? The game is not over yet. Lift your heads and rally your teammates, Nelson exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Reflect on your shortcomings after a loss, contemplate how to improve, and strive to win the next game. Can hiding like turtles help you win? The game concluded swiftly with a score of 83-99, marking the Mavericks' first defeat of the season. Wang Zhizhi delivered a stellar performance, amassing 29 points, 14 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 assists, showcasing his prowess against one of the NBA's elite forwards. Gao Liming achieved 23 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists, and 3 steals. Although he struggled at times during the game, his performance remained commendable, thanks to the tactical system in place. Hey, did the veterans perform well today? I hope we didn't disappoint you two juniors, he remarked. Make sure to prepare plenty of beef for tonight. It was quite a taxing game, and we need to replenish our strength. After the match concluded, the players exchanged cordial handshakes. Ma Long playfully draped his arm around Wang Zhizhi's neck and teased, as long as there's enough meat. I'm just worried you might overindulge. Wang Zhizhi shot him an annoyed glance in response. You know, your physique resembles that of the Chicago player. You should watch more of his footage to learn his breakthroughs and post moves. Don't squander your talent. Brian Russell, while shaking hands with Gao Liming, remarked on the tendency of the seasoned veterans to share their wisdom. I will. In the next game, you won't find it so easy to defend against my drives. Haha. I look forward to it, replied Stockton, as he, Bowen, and Nash engaged in lively conversation, occasionally gesturing animatedly as if conducting a live lesson. Chapter 69. Signing with Peak. After the game, the group gathered at Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi's residence in Dallas to savor authentic Sichuan hot pot. Taking the opportunity, Botter loosened his restrictions and poured himself a couple of ounces of white wine. This was the first time Botter had tasted alcohol since joining the NBA. He carefully cradled the glass and sipped cautiously, fearful of overindulging. I specifically had Xia Song bring this fine liquor from home. Drink as much as you like, Gao Liming offered. No, I'd rather wait until the off-season to drink. Just a taste today, too much might affect my performance. Botter firmly declined Gao Liming's generous invitation. Fully aware of the hard-earned nature of his current circumstances and unwilling to jeopardize his future for fleeting indulgence. All right, I'll save the liquor for you. When the off-season arrives, we'll have a proper drink. Encouraging others to drink is a perilous endeavor. Gao Liming acknowledged the dangers of excessive drinking and stored away the remaining liquor. "Why are you taking it away? Pour me some more," Ma Long exclaimed as he quickly raised his empty glass. "Let us focus on the meat instead. Gluttony leads to misfortune. We have plenty of meat today. And if you're thirsty, drink juice." Having indulged in excessive drinking, Gao Liming was reluctant to serve the inebriated and decisively departed with his drink. The following morning, he and Wang Zhizhi steadfastly arrived at the gym for training. Following the previous day's match, Gao Liming was fervently eager to rectify his shortcomings. If he did not swiftly enhance his skills, he would soon find himself facing the rookie wall as other teams deciphered his strategies. At this juncture, the system presented him with its rigid aspect once more. The daily training tasks consisted solely of foundational exercises, lacking the targeted reinforcement he sought. After fulfilling the system's requirements, Gao Liming conferred with the trainer on how to improve his explosive first step and the fluidity of his various moves. Wang Zhizhi concentrated his training on augmenting his strength. After several rounds of one-on-one encounters with Ma Long, he realized he still needed considerable muscle mass to withstand the physicality of a heavyweight interior player like Ma Long. He requested the trainer to devise a detailed muscle-building regimen, aiming for 120 kilograms. The other members of the Breakfast Club were also engaged in specialized training. Dabin focused on muscle gain and rebounding positioning, Xiao Ao on muscle development and shooting, Nash on penetrating passes, and Bowen on conditioning and stationary three-point shooting. Upon concluding their training, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi returned home, only to find Bill Duffy and Xia Song had been waiting for some time. The two were in the living room, sipping white liquor with the leftover peanuts from the previous day. "What are you two doing? Just drinking? Where are the dishes?" Wang Zhizhi remarked, unable to suppress a thumbs up at their audacious display. "Daba left long ago. He is the one who told me where to stash the liquor. We have peanuts." "That is sufficient," Xia Song replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards the bowl of peanuts on the table. "You seem to be in a good mood. Do share some good news to lift our spirits," he added. "Nike has announced the signings of Iverson and Kobe, and they have ceased further negotiations. The latest offer from Nike stands at $30 million over 5 years for Liming, roughly $20 million for me. This seems to be their final bid. After all, they have Jordan now and are unafraid of competing with any brand. Are you considering signing?" Bill Duffy had previously discussed the draft contract from Nike with the two. Combined, "Our contracts are equivalent to one Iverson. Nike is playing a clever game, hoping we regret it. What is the situation in the domestic market?" Gao Liming cast a fleeting glance at the contract before discarding it into the trash bin. Peak once again elevated the endorsement fee, incorporating incentive clauses, an impressive $41 million over 5 years, approximately $30 million for a similar duration, while emulating the contracts of Allen Iverson with Reebok and Michael Jordan with Nike, adding terms for a lifetime contract and the establishment of a sub-brand. Li Ning and Antam matched Peak's endorsement fees, yet additional clauses remained in effect. Xia Song presented the draft contract from Peak, which Gao Liming perused briefly. "Hi, I recommend you select Peak. It is no secret that NBA executives have long sought to penetrate the Huaxia market. They too require new sponsors to disrupt the old competitive paradigm. This presents an excellent opportunity, and I noticed the beautiful design of the sneakers they crafted for you at the end of the contract," Bill Duffy remarked, flipping to the final page to showcase the sneaker samples to the two men. "Then it shall be Peak. Contact them and expedite arrangements for the signing in America. It would be ideal to have the new sneakers ready as well, but quality must be assured. Duffy, please organize a signing press conference, as grand as possible. I want American manufacturers to witness the tremendous commercial potential behind our Huaxia players. Certainly, I will reach out to Peak's representatives immediately. However, I recommend we hold off on the press conference for now. We could coordinate it with a product launch on the signing day. With both of you debuting the new sneakers, a twofold advantage, wouldn't you agree? Sounds good. Please proceed with the arrangements." Upon receiving Xia Song's communication, Peak Group swiftly mobilized a team led by the president himself to the United States. The following day, after training, Peak's team arrived in Dallas and met with the two players at the arena. The technical team commenced measurements to customize the sneakers for them, while the president, alongside business personnel, conferred with Xia Song and Bill Duffy regarding the timing of the launch event and other subsequent matters. As one of the domestic brands most dedicated to technological research and development, Peak's R&D team was indeed formidable, infusing their sneakers with various cutting-edge technologies. Unfortunately, The company lagged behind others like Li Ning and Ante in commercial operations, and its market share domestically was not substantial. When their president learned that the two Huaxia players had entered the NBA, yet for various reasons had not secured endorsement deals with American sneaker manufacturers, he recognized an opportunity, a gamble requiring all he had, a chance to ascend peak to the ranks of a world-class sports brand or face ruin. Ultimately, the president decided to take the risk, tasking the legal department to analyze successful sneaker endorsement cases in the NBA, crafting an impeccable endorsement contract. Once Wang Zhiji and Gao Liming affixed their signatures to the agreement, the president realized he had secured his ticket to the gambling table. The high-stakes wager was about to commence. Gao Liming did not overly engage in the development of sneaker designs. He believed that it was wiser to leave specialized tasks to those who were truly adept in that field. With the departure of the peak team, Xiaosong followed suit. As he was preoccupied with the impending NCAA tournament, he intended to observe the conditions of Yao Ming and Lu Wei, who had both performed commendably in previous exhibition matches, garnering some media attention, albeit overshadowed by the greater allure of watching Duncan. With the conclusion of this season, Duncan would be eligible for the draft, and certain teams were already prepared to embrace a losing strategy in pursuit of the coveted #1 draft pick. After attending to matters in the United States, Xiaosong would return home to oversee the sneaker development process, coordinating the travel arrangements for Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji's parents to the U.S. Bill Duffy had also departed, busy managing several player endorsements. With everyone gone, Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji embarked on a new phase of rigorous training. Chapter 70, Michael Jordan. In the following week, on the 19th, the Mavericks faced off against the Milwaukee Bucks in an away game. Kidd was unable to exact revenge on his former team, as Gao Liming's defensive squad kept him under constant pressure, resulting in a mere 9 points, 8 assists, 2 rebounds, and 3 steals. The Mavericks triumphed over the Bucks with a resounding score of 117-89. On the 21st, they secured a home victory against the Los Angeles Clippers with a score of 127-91. On the 23rd, they emerged victorious against the New Jersey Nets with a score of 108-93 in another away game. Following that, on the 24th, the Mavericks achieved a back-to-back win against the Boston Celtics, defeating them 110-89. On the 26th, they triumphed over the San Antonio Spurs, who were missing David Robinson, with a score of 109-91. This remarkable streak of 4 consecutive wins propelled the Mavericks to an impressive record of 12 wins and 1 loss, placing them at the pinnacle of the Western Conference, reigniting the fighting spirit of the young players that had been shattered by the Jazz. However, Gao Liming was acutely aware that the past 4 games did not accurately reflect the true strength of the teams. Their position at the top of the Western Conference was somewhat inflated. Among the 4 teams faced, one was the Celtics, who were deliberately tanking for a chance at the #1 draft pick. Another was the injury-riddled Spurs, while the remaining 2 had consistently languished at the bottom of the standings, existing in the lower echelons of the league for several years. On the 29th, the Mavericks would host the Chicago Bulls, the sole dynasty of the NBA era, the team associated with the basketball deity. Last season, the Chicago Bulls achieved an unparalleled regular season record of 72 wins and 10 losses, culminating in a championship victory. This season has seen them maintain their formidable performance, boasting a remarkable 13 wins and just 1 loss. The sole defeat came at the hands of the Utah Jazz, where Jordan found himself ensnared by the Jazz's formidable defense. To claim that one is not nervous when facing such a formidable adversary would be an outright falsehood. Gao Liming, while indeed anxious, was also filled with anticipation, recognizing that the opportunity to transform his own shortcomings was at hand. As the Bulls players entered the United Center, the resounding cheers from the crowd nearly threatened to lift the roof off, creating an atmosphere that felt distinctly like the Bulls' own domain, perhaps a testament to divine allure. Michael Jordan, position, shooting guard, small forward, height, 198 centimeters, wingspan, 218 centimeters, vertical leap, 119 centimeters, physicality, 99, finishing, 99, defense, 99, support, 99, talents, Supreme Black Dragon, 5, ultimate ball sense, 5, fiery shooting touch, 4, indomitable spirit, 5, specialties, aerial maneuvers, 9, ultimate offense and defense, 9, supreme fadeaway, 9, clutch moments, 9, abilities, 99, potential, 99. Evaluation, divine. Physical attributes, strength 97, speed 97, explosiveness 97, stamina 99, stability 99. Finishing, layup 99, dunk 99, close shot 99, mid-range shot 99, three-point shot 82. Defense, on-ball defense 99, help defense 97, rebounding 97, shot blocking 97, stealing 98. Support, ball handling 99, driving 99, passing 85, basketball IQ 97, footwork 99. Upon Jordan's entrance into the arena, Gao Liming could hardly contain his eagerness to expend potential points, scanning Jordan's attributes in sheer astonishment. The sheer magnitude of his potential. The complete conversion of extraordinary abilities, and the unparalleled combination of top-tier talent and meticulously honed specialties, all attributes nearly maxed out, confirmed his reputation as the man dubbed God. Recognizing Jordan as the perfect subject for replication, Gao Liming swiftly activated his forced replication privileges, intending to view the footage post-game. When the system's interface revealed Jordan's data disk, a significant concern was alleviated. The remaining objective was to challenge the divine. Sudden quest, oppose the divine, score 10 points against the deity, method not restricted. Success reward, divine attribute replication privilege. Failure penalty, permanent halving of a random attribute branch. After a prolonged dormancy, the system awakened, issuing a sudden quest. Upon reviewing the task, Gao Liming inhaled sharply. The rewards were substantial, yet the penalties were severe, and the difficulty was daunting. Jordan is often remembered as a transcendent player, capable of soaring through the air and finishing with unmatched prowess. Frequently overshadowed by his offensive capabilities, his defensive skills must not be overlooked. After all, Jordan was a 9-time first-team all-defense player. Had he not excelled on both ends of the court, he would not have dominated an era, earning the timeless title of God of Basketball. Upon meticulous examination of the quest details, Gao Liming felt that the task might, perhaps, hold a slight chance of completion. Though meticulous planning would be essential, contingent upon the coach's approval. Coach, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Do you wish to challenge Jordan one-on-one? By all means, every young player entering the NBA aspires to confront this legend. I shall not impede your endeavor. Just be cautious. That legend never shows leniency towards newcomers. Exercise prudence. As Gao Liming began to speak, Don Nelson immediately discerned his intentions and consented without hesitation. As a seasoned coach, Nelson understood that throughout a season, certain exceptional games would inevitably arise. Allowing players a degree of freedom on the court can significantly enhance team cohesion. Only a pedantic coach would believe that players must be constantly under control. The game commenced, and following a streak of 4 consecutive victories, the Mavericks adjusted their starting lineup to include center Kevin Willis, 87, power forward Wang Zhiji, 91, small forward Michael Finley, 81, shooting guard Gao Liming, 88, and point guard Nash, 80. The Bulls countered with starting center Bill Winnington, 79, power forward Dennis Rodman, 91, small forward Scottie Pippen, 96, shooting guard Michael Jordan, 99, and Ron Harper, 83. The synergy of 2 superstars paired with 3 functional players, alongside a 6th man boasting a rating of 90, underscored the depth of the reigning champions. As the match unfolded, Wang Zhiji faced Winnington for the jump ball at center court, effortlessly directing the ball to Nash. The swift transmission of the basketball found its way to the awaiting Gao Liming, who, with deft dribbling, evaded Jordan's defense and executed a seamless layup. Perhaps taken aback by such a maneuver, Jordan displayed a look of astonishment. The street ball technique, crafted specifically for this moment, piqued his curiosity. He mused on how many more times Gao could employ such a skill. The Bulls launched their attack through the triangle offense. Jordan maneuvered into position, establishing a low post against Gao Liming, preparing to exploit his advantage. The signature fadeaway jumper, a hallmark of Jordan's repertoire, emerged. With formidable core strength, he exhibited an extraordinary hang time, effortlessly evading his defender, and released the ball with an elegance that rendered Gao Liming nearly speechless. The basketball swished through the net, and Jordan immediately transitioned back on defense. Michael, could you teach me your fadeaway jump shot? I aspire to learn. It's simply magnificent, Gao Liming implored. Are you not a fan of Barkley? Why the sudden desire to learn my fadeaway? Is Barkley's post move not effective? Jordan questioned, bemused by Gao's enthusiastic request. Barkley had long boasted about a talented Chinese player who had become his admirer and had self-taught his own version of the post move. I am not a fan of Barkley. I am your admirer. I have practiced your fadeaway shot by watching your tapes. But it looks dreadful and my shooting percentage is abysmal. There is no finishing move in basketball more aesthetically pleasing than the fadeaway. If there are beautiful options, why resort to the ugly? Will you teach me? Jordan regarded the young man before him, whose physique mirrored his own, and a spark of interest ignited within him. To learn my techniques comes at a steep price. Are you certain you are prepared for that? Absolutely, I am always ready. As the Mavericks launched their offensive, Gao Liming emulated Jordan's technique, maneuvering to position himself for the ball, then executing a rather awkward fadeaway jump shot. The basketball ricocheted several times on the rim before finally settling into the net. Although the ball found its mark, I must admit the execution was utterly ungraceful. Ahem. My young friend, your shooting form is indeed quite atrocious. Frankly, I hesitate to offer my guidance, fearing it may tarnish my own reputation. Your shooting style is even less appealing than Barkley's. Perhaps, however, there's still hope for you. Why not give it a try? If I manage to teach you well, in the future, you could proudly proclaim yourself as Jordan's disciple, the foremost figure in Chinese basketball, which would certainly be a source of pride. Determined to master the fadeaway, Gao Liming shamelessly resorted to his unrefined methods. It is true that one can absorb a target's expertise through observation, and by integrating it with one's unique circumstances, one can cultivate a personal proficiency. Yet whether this new skill can attain the same heights as the original remains an enigma, based on past experiences. If one can garner insights from the target's detailed guidance, the likelihood of acquiring proficiency may surpass that of the original skill. The crux of Gao Liming's anxiety lay in the possibility that he might produce yet another hideous technique, leaving him with no recourse for lamentations. Not even Jordan's illustrious life could save him from despair. Chapter 71. Battling the Divine Kid. Pay attention. Exceptional skills cannot be merely awaited. You must learn to perceive and pilfer knowledge for yourself. Observing the audacious young man from China who had approached him, Jordan suddenly felt a spark of interest. This lad was far more intriguing than the #1 pick from the digital team. Jordan again sought the ball in the left low post, backing into Gao Liming. His back pressed firmly against him as he gauged the opponent's defensive stance. With a feint to the left, Gao Liming instinctively adjusted his weight. And with his right foot as the pivot, Jordan swiftly spun and leapt. With power emanating from his core, he held his form mid-air, targeting the hoop, executing a graceful fadeaway jump shot. Swish, the basketball sailed through the net with an elegance that was truly artistic. Inspired by Jordan's masterful jump shot, Gao Liming attempted to mimic the movements, running without the ball, positioning himself in the low post to receive a pass, feigning, spinning, and then attempting a jump shot, only to clang the iron. Observing Gao Liming's efforts, Jordan first frowned, then shook his head in dismay. In the same position, he sensed Gao Liming's defensive posture with his back, feigned right, pivoted on his left foot, and executed a turn and jump shot, scoring effortlessly, 2-6. Kid. If you truly lack talent, there's no need to force it. Barkley's back-down technique is quite commendable. After all, the bar for executing a fadeaway jump shot is notoriously high. Jordan remarked after scoring, his expression tinged with disdain. Fortunately, I don't feel it's that difficult to learn. Suddenly, Wang Zhizhi beside him spoke up. But immediately he sensed two piercing gazes filled with murderous intent. In the next round, Wang Zhizhi positioned himself low to receive the ball and attempted to single-handedly take on Rodman. Confronted by the towering figure of Wang, Rodman firmly pressed his arm against Wang's waist. Wang, with his back to Rodman, turned and executed a fadeaway jump shot from outside the paint. His height and long reach allowed him to shoot with a slight backward lean, entirely beyond Rodman's defensive range, as he watched the basketball swish through the net 4-6. It was quite straightforward. After scoring, Wang looked towards Jordan and Gao Liming, a tall player, choosing not to drive into the paint but instead floating outside for jump shots. Seemed rather soft. With such a height advantage over the defender, he opted for a direct pull-up shot, performing unnecessary movements. The envy was palpable in the words of Jordan and Gao Liming as they observed Wang Zhizhi. The game continued, with Jordan still seeking the ball in the low post. Gao Liming suddenly moved in front to defend, perhaps the best way to thwart Jordan from receiving the pass, as the two engaged in a continuous battle for position. The responsibility of orchestrating plays for the Bulls fell to small forward Scottie Pippen. Noticing Jordan entangled in defense, he signaled to his teammates, prompting them to reposition. Jordan ceased his relentless struggle with Gao Liming for position, instead setting a screen for Pippen before peeling away. Receiving a return pass from Pippen at the free throw line, Jordan, shielded by Pippen's off-ball screen, executed a jump shot successfully, 4-8. During the era of Jordan's 3 consecutive championships, his style evolved from the previous explosive drives and aerial maneuvers to a more tactical approach, seeking open shots for a more stable scoring method. As a result of Jordan's stylistic shift, the team's overall play gradually became more composed. Each player is acutely aware of their designated role on the court, and the synergy among teammates has grown increasingly harmonious, with meticulous attention to detail in their execution. As the game progresses, the Chicago Bulls begin to intensify their efforts, amplifying the intensity on both offensive and defensive fronts. The youthful Dallas Mavericks, undeterred, respond with fervent movement and relentless attacks. At the conclusion of the first quarter, despite the Mavericks' vigorous onslaught, the score stands at 28-32, with the Mavericks trailing by 4 points. Indeed, even with their fervent offensive push, the Mavericks find themselves down by 4. As the Bulls' formidable perimeter defense significantly hampers their performance, Ron Harper, a former near All-Star, made a remarkable debut season with averages of 22, 9 points, 4, 8 rebounds, and 4, 8 assists, having previously led teams such as the Cavaliers and the Clippers. Following Michael Jordan's return, Harper willingly embraced a transformation into a defensive specialist under Phil Jackson, joining forces with Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and Dennis Rodman, 3 players renowned for their defensive prowess, to forge a formidable defensive chain for the Bulls, which became a crucial piece in their championship puzzle. The Mavericks' newly established fast break system is nearly dismantled by the oppressive defense imposed by the Bulls' perimeter players. In response, Don Nelson decisively abandons the fast break strategy and adjusts the lineup, repositioning Gao Liming as a point guard to collaborate with Wang Zhizhi in executing high screens, which temporarily stabilizes the score. The seasoned Bulls impart a valuable lesson to the young Mavericks. However, the tuition for this lesson proves rather steep, as the Mavericks' recently rekindled fighting spirit teeters on the brink of being shattered once more. Gao Liming, employing both deception and skill, managed to score 3 baskets before the formidable presence of Jordan in the first quarter. As long as he did not provoke Jordan, it seemed quite feasible for him to accomplish his task. In the second quarter, the Bulls, with Jordan and Pippen resting on the sidelines, were led by the 6th man Kukoc. Meanwhile, the Mavericks had Wang Zhizhi taking a breather, featuring a lineup of Big Ben, Little O, Horry, Gao Liming, and Nash. Nash and Gao Liming, as backcourt partners, relentlessly accelerated the pace of the game, while Big Ben and Rodman engaged in a continuous struggle for dominance. Kukoc showcased the comprehensive skills of a European maestro, complemented by the sharpshooter Kerr, as both teams embarked on an offensive showdown, with the score oscillating upward. The first half of the second quarter was a battleground for the substitutes, while the latter half belonged to the tactical adjustments made by the coaches. Both coaches diligently maneuvered their players. The Bulls adhered to the contemporary NBA tradition of heavily relying on their starters, ensuring that at least 2 reserves were present on the court at all times. Their strategy revolved around the triangle offense, a steadfast approach amidst the evolving dynamics of the game. Conversely, Mavericks coach Don Nelson exhibited remarkable flexibility, emphasizing a fast-paced strategy with either Wang Zhizhi or Gao Liming at the helm, continuously experimenting with lineup combinations in an orderly fashion. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 50-58, with the Bulls leading by 8 points. "What do you think of this Bulls team?" Nelson inquired of his players in the locker room. "They are formidable, both in tactical execution and individual prowess, making them exceedingly difficult to defend against." In his heart, Gao Liming felt a profound joy at Jordan's prowess. It signified that the likelihood of acquiring formidable skills from watching Jordan's life unfold on screen increased, thus amplifying the assistance he could derive. Indeed, Rodman stands as the finest interior defender I have encountered, exerting defensive pressure that surpasses even that of Karl Malone. The Chicago Bulls' defensive trap strategies are formidable. On several occasions, I found myself ensnared in their defensive net during one-on-one confrontations, resulting in costly errors. Wang Zhizhi promptly concurred. The Chicago Bulls, reigning champions, fielded a complete roster from last season, save for the injured center, Longley, who was absent from the game. This intact championship lineup renders the Bulls the most formidable contenders for the title once again this year. Frankly, I do not anticipate your ability to surpass the Bulls at this moment, nor even to contend with them. My sole hope is that through this match, you will comprehend the chasm that exists between us and the champions. Following the game, I implore each of you to reflect deeply on how to bridge this divide in the future and how to ultimately vanquish the Bulls in the playoffs. The Bulls represent an insurmountable obstacle for all teams aspiring for the championship in the NBA. To claim the title, one must first conquer them. Don Nelson began to inspire the players with motivational words, eliciting varied responses among them. Some bowed in contemplation, others appeared bewildered, while a few remained indifferent. "Coach, what strategies do we still possess to counter the current bulls?" one inquired, as today's game was far from concluded. Chapter 72. Confronting the Divine Enemy. Gao Liming belongs to a group that remains utterly indifferent. His capacity for improvement is bolstered by a systematic approach. As a pivotal player in the team, his role is to propel the squad forward relentlessly. The core players possess no deficiencies in their abilities. What remains are the functional players in the team's tactical framework. For the current Bulls, there exists a singular, albeit not debilitating, weakness. Their center serves as a somewhat sluggish shield. In order to counter teams with star centers, the Bulls adeptly lure the opposing center into their meticulously crafted foul traps, subsequently executing swift double teams to sever the connection between the center and their teammates, thus inducing errors and facilitating defensive counterattacks. However, should the center manage to swiftly pass the ball to an open teammate during the double team, this defensive trap becomes ineffective. Therefore, to effectively contend with the Bulls, one must possess a center capable of delivering passes above the acceptable threshold and several shooters adept at creating space from beyond the arc. Fortunately, we are equipped with both types of players, albeit they still lack the requisite experience and require further honing. Don Nelson provided his insights, and the previously demoralized players gradually lifted their heads. He observed a glimmer of hope rising within these young athletes. "All right, children, let us devise our strategy. Since this tactic is designed to counter the Bulls, it shall be refined in the very match against them. Growth is the swiftest path." As the second half is about to commence, both teams take to the court. The seasoned veterans of the Bulls observe the Mavericks players shaking off the lethargy from their break and rejuvenating their spirits. Youth is indeed a blessing. They have swiftly recovered from the setback. Ron Harper gazed enviously at the players of the Mavericks, acknowledging that he was now at the twilight of his career. His physical stamina and recovery capabilities had significantly diminished, leading him to relinquish his offensive responsibilities on the court, instead dedicating his limited energy and vigor to defense. As the game commenced, the Bulls retained their starting lineup, while the Mavericks positioned Wang Zhizhi at center and substituted Marshall for the power forward role, with Don Nelson planning to implement a strategy of one big man and four small players in the third quarter. During the Mavericks' offensive play, Nash delivered the ball to Wang Zhizhi in the low post. With his back to Rodman, Wang Zhizhi assessed the situation, swiftly pivoting to face the basket. However, Winnington promptly moved to obstruct Wang's baseline attack route. Opting against the shot, Wang instead executed a powerful bounce pass to the open Marshall beyond the three-point arc. Pippen immediately rushed to defend, but Marshall passed to Finley at the top of the arc, catching the Bulls' defense off guard. Finley sank the three-pointer, bringing the score to 53-58. This successful play underscored the effectiveness of Don Nelson's strategy, signaling a significant advantage for the Mavericks. Yet, before the Mavericks could fully revel in their success, the Bulls launched a fast break, with Jordan hitting a trailing three-pointer from beyond the arc, extending the lead to 53-61. In the 1993-94 season, following Jordan's retirement, the NBA witnessed a considerable loss in viewership. The league, eager to rejuvenate the style of play and enhance the spectacle of the game, shortened the three-point line from 23 feet 9 inches, 24 meters, to 22 feet 7 meters. Upon Jordan's return, his proficiency in long-range shooting rendered him a direct beneficiary of this policy. He posted a remarkable 53-point shooting rate last season and has continued with a 47 rate thus far this season, establishing himself as a top-tier sharpshooter and compensating for what could be deemed a minor shortcoming in his otherwise stellar game. The game progressed with the Bulls maintaining their relentless offensive prowess, while the Mavericks repeatedly employed their one big for small strategy, keeping the point differential around 8 points. However, the Bulls soon identified the vulnerabilities in the Mavericks setup. Rodman staunchly defended Wang Zhizhi, preventing him from easily receiving the ball near the paint. Simultaneously, Huaxia replaced Winnington. His height, long reach, and quick reflexes, combined with Pippen and Jordan, broadened the Bulls' defensive coverage. The Mavericks' perimeter shooters lacked dynamic movement, making it easy for the Bulls to anticipate passing lanes, resulting in turnovers or steals that stymied the effectiveness of the one big for small strategy. The score stood at 59-69, with the Mavericks trailing by 10 points. When a strategy falters, the most effective remedy is to adopt a new approach. As the innovative Don Nelson, renowned for his tactical ingenuity, contemplated his next move, it became evident that if Wang Zhizhi's individual play was ineffective, he would need to bring in Gao Liming, whose unconventional style might be deemed unattractive but could potentially alter the course of the game. Wang Zhizhi positioned himself at the arc, initiating the play as Gao Liming began his off-ball movement, utilizing his teammate screens to receive the ball in the low post, turning to back down Jordan. With a powerful display of strength, he collided with his defender, creating space to score with a delicate layup, bringing the score to 61-69. In an unexpected twist of fate, Gao Liming had faced Jordan in 3 one-on-one encounters during the first quarter and throughout the second and third quarters. He had successfully made 3 shots against Jordan, totaling 6 attempts with 4 remaining, as long as they did not slip into garbage time prematurely. Accomplishing the sudden task should pose no challenge. However, to ensure success, Gao Liming contemplated employing a clever ruse. "Jordan, how about a one-on-one challenge? If I win, you'll instruct me on my back-to-the-basket techniques after the game. If I lose, I'll give you $50,000. Kid, this is a game, and I have no time for your one-on-one antics. Besides, do you think I care about your $50,000? Since we're destined to face each other anyway, why not add a little incentive? Otherwise, it would be rather dull. Are you afraid of losing to me? Concerned that others might say Jordan is past his prime? You'll pay for this, but how do you propose we compete?" Jordan's competitive nature rendered him unable to resist the bait. "Simple. We'll take turns attacking until one of us misses a shot. All scoring methods count except free throws." "Fine. I'll take the first turn. After the game, I'll use your money to treat my teammates." With Jordan agreeing to the challenge, Gao Liming's face lit up with a cunning smile. Achieving the goal of competing against Jordan was a prospect that held great promise. Winning would yield substantial rewards, while losing $50,000 was merely a trivial matter. As Jordan received the ball in the low post, he executed his trademark smooth footwork and delivered a picturesque fadeaway jumper. Gao Liming leaped to defend but was unable to block the shot, bringing the score to 61-71. Now it was Gao Liming's turn. The Mavericks spread out to the three-point line, creating ample space. Holding the ball at the arc, he faked a drive and surged forward, using his 100 kilograms frame to overpower Jordan, who weighed in at 98 kilograms. With 2 swift steps, he charged into the paint and executed a thunderous two-handed dunk, making the score 63-71. As the Bulls initiated their offense, Jordan, with an elegant one-handed grip on the ball at the arc, prepared to set up a pick with Kukoc. "Get lost. Can't you see we're in a one-on-one?" Jordan barked, sending Kukoc away. The latter looked towards Coach Phil with a bemused expression, but Phil merely furrowed his brow in silence. With a sudden burst of energy, Jordan executed a low dribble drive, making contact with Gao Liming before quickly pulling the ball back and, taking advantage of Gao Liming's unsteady footing, stopped abruptly for a jump shot that found its mark, increasing the score to 63-72. It was Gao Liming's turn again. Holding the ball at the arc, he recalled Jordan's recent breakthrough. With a powerful dribble and low drive, he attempted to evade Jordan, but the latter slid in to block. In a swift maneuver, Gao Liming spun past Jordan for a low layup, only for Kukoc to unexpectedly emerge from the other side, delivering a resounding block that sent the ball flying. "Son of a," was Gao Liming's exclamation, while Jordan muttered a similar curse. Neither had anticipated that their spirited one-on-one would be abruptly interrupted by an unforeseen twist. Gao Liming's plan was thwarted by Kukoc, and Jordan was incensed that this young man had disrupted his one-on-one duel, causing him to lose face. Chapter 73, Opposing the Divine. My interference has led to my defeat in this round. After the game, I shall devote an hour to guiding you. How much you learn from it depends entirely on you. With that, Jordan cast a fierce glare at Kukoc, as if his gaze alone could inflict mortal harm. Very well. Though the one-on-one match was unexpectedly interrupted, half of the objective had been achieved. The system task still required 3 more attempts, and it was now imperative to ensure that the score did not continue to widen. If the game descended into garbage time with Jordan resting, the task would be utterly doomed. The rebound that Kukoc had batted away was seized by the Bulls, returning possession to Gao Liming. Gao Liming ceased his attempts to isolate Jordan and instead initiated high pick-and-rolls with Wang Zhizhi. Following the screen, Wang Zhizhi would pivot outward to the three-point arc for a shot. Given Wang's towering height, Jordan was unable to effectively contest his three-point attempts. With his soft shooting touch, coupled with his proficiency from beyond the arc, Wang easily converted his shots, often in a virtually unchallenged situation. The score stood at 66-71. As the Bulls commenced their offensive, Jordan also refrained from isolations, opting instead for off-ball movement to stretch the Mavericks' defense. Pippen entered the low post to engage Finley, while Marshall momentarily left Rodman to assist defensively. Pippen leapt to pass, and Rodman executed an alley-oop. The score shifted to 66-73. The Bulls' offense unfolded with a measured pace and clarity, effortlessly identifying the Mavericks' defensive vulnerabilities. Marshall was urged to tighten his defensive rotations, with a call for Finley to be more decisive in his defensive stance. Don Nelson orchestrated the team from the sidelines. On the offensive front for the Mavericks, Gao Liming attempted to replicate his previous success, but Jordan denied him any opportunity, aggressively contesting his reception. After Castle called for a screen from Finley, a hurried three-point attempt resulted in a miss, with Rodman seizing the rebound. It was unclear whether fatigue had set in or if other factors were at play. But both teams exhibited a simplistic approach in the ensuing possessions, leading to a series of passes followed by long-range attempts, echoing the chorus of missed shots throughout the arena. The coaches began to rotate players frequently, and despite Gao Liming's attempts at isolation, he managed to score only once, leading to his substitution for rest. Meanwhile, Wang Zhizhi continued to lead with a lineup featuring 1 big and 4 small players. In an unexpected turn of events, while Jordan sat out during the third quarter, he accumulated impressive statistics: 26 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals, whereas Gao Liming recorded 18 points, 4 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal. In both statistical terms and overall performance, Gao Liming was thoroughly overshadowed by Jordan. Following their simultaneous exits for rest, after a brief intermission of approximately 2 minutes, Wang Zhizhi on the court suddenly erupted into an impressive display. With the ball held high, akin to a guard or forward, Wang Zhizhi relentlessly penetrated through Kukoc. In terms of both speed and explosiveness, Wang Zhizhi completely overwhelmed Kukoc. Without Rodman's support, Kukoc's defense was, in Wang's eyes, merely a thoroughfare, passable at will. A sudden stop-and-pop jumper, followed by a three-pointer from beyond the arc, and a powerful drive that drew a foul on Kukoc, resulting in a 2-1 play, culminated in a swift 8-point surge that compelled the Bulls to call a timeout, the score now 74-75. You can't even guard a rookie. Has your defense been fed to the dogs? During the timeout, Jordan unleashed a torrent of criticism at Kukoc, with no one daring to intervene. Fully aware of the long-standing animosity between Jordan and Pippen towards Kukoc, Tony Kukoc was the centerpiece that general manager Jerry Krause envisioned for rebuilding the team after Jordan's retirement, which inevitably alienated the team's nominal leader, Pippen. Upon Jordan's return, to accommodate the team's needs and make room for Jordan, Kukoc was relegated to the bench by Phil Jackson, assuming the role of the sixth man to provide offensive firepower for the second unit. Meanwhile, as the rift between Jordan and Krause widened, Kukoc found himself in an increasingly precarious position. Fortunately, Phil Jackson was adept at managing interpersonal conflicts within the team, maintaining harmony and guiding everyone towards the ultimate goal throughout the season. The sudden eruption of discord during today's game was unforeseen by Phil Jackson, nonetheless. For the sake of victory, he resolved to intervene. All right, Michael, conserve some energy. You wouldn't want to falter in front of your fans, would you? With 2 minutes left, Kukoc, Rodman, Pippen, Jordan, and Kerr, you 5 take the court. The aim is to keep the score within a safe margin. Remember, your objective is to defend your title, not to engage in petty grievances. Under Phil Jackson's nurturing guidance, the team regained its composure, and the Bulls deployed their most potent lineup. Don Nelson understood that the Bulls preferred to maintain a 5 to 8 point lead before the end of the third quarter. Such a margin would not pressure the opponents into a desperate comeback, allowing his players to rest and recalibrate, prolonging the game until the superstars could seal the deal. Only the Bulls dared to play this way, bolstered by Jordan, the league's most formidable clutch player, and the most powerful superstar in the NBA. The Mavericks assembled a lineup of Willis, Wang Zhizhi, Finley, Gao Liming, and Castle, their most reliable and defensively robust ensemble at present. In the final 2 minutes, the Bulls unleashed their full offensive might, demonstrating the true prowess of the reigning champions to the youthful Mavericks. Upon entering the game, Jordan did not request the ball in the low post for isolation. Instead, he began to continuously reposition himself, utilizing his formidable ability to draw defenders. He creates shooting opportunities for his teammates. Only when approximately 12 seconds remain and his teammates still lack an opportunity to shoot does Jordan take control, receiving the ball and concluding the play with a stunning fadeaway jumper. Simultaneously, on the defensive end, the Bulls amplify their intensity. Neither the one-on-one moves of Gao Liming nor Wang Zhizhi's isolation plays can score within the paint. A group of veterans feigned injury throughout the first half. In the final offensive possession of the third quarter, Wang Zhizhi was once again double-teamed and stripped of the ball by the Bulls, leaving the court in frustration. uttering a phrase steeped in tradition. In the final 2 minutes, the Bulls significantly escalated their intensity on both ends of the court, executing a brief 8-2 run that widened the gap to 7 points as they entered the fourth quarter, leading 76-83. With a seamless transition between fast breaks and various offensive strategies, the Bulls masterfully dictated the pace of the game, demonstrating to the inexperienced Mavericks how a championship team plays. You see, this is the strength of the Bulls. Whenever they choose to, they can instantly raise their intensity, suffocating their opponents, whether on offense or defense. Do not be misled into thinking that trailing by 8 points in the first half reflects a genuine deficit in skill. Rather, it is merely because the Bulls opted to maintain an 8-point lead. Throughout the regular season, Phil often ensured the team retained a measure of strength, keeping opponents at bay with narrow margins, gradually wearing them down. Boiling a frog in warm water, a dull knife cutting flesh. Indeed, Coach Phil is remarkable. Upon hearing Don Nelson's account, Wang Zhizhi regarded Phil Jackson across the court with admiration. Chapter 74, At Odds with the Divine. Nonsense, fundamentally. It is merely a reflection of his inadequate on-the-spot ability. To prevent other teams from unexpectedly altering their formations, he resorted to this foolish tactic, unafraid of the potential fallout. Gao Liming astutely pinpointed Coach Phil's weaknesses. After all, he possesses the invaluable asset of Jordan, and his triangle offense maximizes the capabilities of superstar isolation plays. As long as the opponent fails to contain Jordan's individual prowess, a comeback becomes exceedingly difficult, leaving them at his mercy. Don Nelson holds Phil Jackson in disdain, believing he merely rides on Jordan's coattails, a sentiment shared by many coaches. This raises the question, if there are no players capable of defending against Jordan, wouldn't the Bulls be invincible? Suddenly, Big Ben interjected, voicing a question that mirrored the curiosity of other players, who looked unexpectedly at Don Nelson. How is that even possible? Basketball is not merely a one-on-one duel. Numerous factors influence the outcome of a game. The challenge lies in assembling the right conditions to defeat the Bulls. What conditions? Little Owl immediately inquired. It is essential to withstand the pressure stemming from the opponent's relentless offense, alongside having players capable of stepping up during critical moments. A strategy that allows these key players to unleash their strongest offensive capabilities is vital for the team to compete with the Bulls in regulation. Additionally, a defensive player who can contain Jordan's scoring, merely limiting his effectiveness rather than fully stopping him, is necessary to make his offensive efforts uncomfortable. Furthermore, the players must develop a strong rapport, which can be achieved relatively easily with a stable roster over 1 or 2 years of practice. Last year's Supersonics exemplified this well. Yet they fell short due to their key players' insufficient abilities. Had they swapped Kemp for Olajuwon, the Bulls would have faced a significant challenge last year. However, there is no need to rush. You are still young and require time to mature. Remember, it took Jordan 7 years to lead Chicago to its first championship. Your focus should not be on the present, but on the future, which belongs to you. Listening to Don Nelson's motivational speech, Gao Liming nearly spat out his drink, finding the platitudes rather unpalatable. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams fielded the same lineups as at the start of the third, with the strongest offense pitted against the most formidable defense. However, the Mavericks' defensive layers paled in comparison to the Bulls' offensive might. If we were to quantify it, the Bulls' offense and defense in the first half would score a solid 60, while the last 2 minutes of the third quarter would soar to an 80. And the fourth quarter would range between 90 and 100. Meanwhile, the Mavericks' defensive capability remained stagnant at around 60 throughout. As expected, the Mavericks crumbled under pressure, facing the Bulls' intensified defense, and Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi found themselves in significant trouble due to a lack of experience. Wang Zhizhi fell victim to the Bulls' defensive traps in the paint, leading to a series of turnovers that allowed the Bulls to capitalize on fast breaks. Gao Liming, position low, found himself repeatedly thwarted by the Chicago Bulls' defensive interventions as the Bulls adeptly deciphered their offensive strategies. Seizing the opportunity, the Bulls launched a quick surge, scoring 10 points to 2, extending their lead to 15 points, bringing the score to 78-93. In response, Don Nelson called a timeout to adjust his tactics, reintroducing players onto the court. The Mavericks fielded their most formidable lineup, comprising Wang Zhizhi, Marshall, Finley, Gao Liming, and Nash. Nelson had seemingly abandoned the notion of defense, realizing it was futile. Ultimately, in basketball, the focus remains on scoring. If they could ensure points, opportunities would inevitably arise. Upon re-entering the game, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi executed a high pick-and-roll, with Wang Zhizhi sinking 2 3-pointers over Jordan amidst the defensive switches. Phil adjusted his defensive assignments, placing Huaxia on Wang Zhizhi and Pippin on Gao Liming. Nelson, reacting to the unfolding dynamics, directed his players from the sidelines to recalibrate their strategy. Nash and Wang Zhizhi continued their high pick and roll, while Gao Liming maneuvered off the ball, with Finley providing a screen for him. The Bulls maintained their defensive switches, with Huaxia persisting in his coverage of Wang Zhizhi, while Kerr circumvented Wang Zhizhi to pursue Nash. Nash found an opportunity to penetrate the paint, but was met by the help defensive Rodman. In a swift exchange, the basketball was relayed behind Nash to Marshall, who attempted a jump shot but missed, with Finley, who had previously screened for Gao Liming, seizing the rebound. Under the dual pressure of Pippin and Jordan, Finley passed the ball to the open Gao Liming. With a feint to mislead Jordan, he executed a step-back jump shot, scoring, thus narrowing the gap to 86-98. A sudden task emerged: defy the divine, 910. With this successful shot, only one more offensive play remained to accomplish the spontaneous mission. Following this basket, Don Nelson seemed to conceive a new strategy, positioning Wang Zhizhi at the high post to facilitate playmaking, while Nash settled into the left corner, and Marshall and Finley occupied the low posts on either side. Gao Liming made a diagonal run from the left 45-degree angle towards the paint, skillfully using screens from Marshall and Finley to navigate to the right side of the key. Upon receiving a pass from Wang Zhizhi, he executed a back-to-basket dribble, evading Jordan's defensive effort, and made a sudden stop for a jump shot, successfully scoring again at 88-98. This strategy, involving high post facilitation from the center and cutting movements by the guards and forwards, along with continuous screens, exemplified one of the classic tactics of the NBA, Princeton, which Don Nelson had adeptly adopted. Harnessing Wang Zhizhi's height and reach, combined with his above-average playmaking ability, alongside Gao Liming's consistent shooting, Nelson sensed that this approach was particularly well-suited for the Mavericks at this juncture. A sudden task emerged: defy the divine, 1010. Gao Liming's sudden task was accomplished smoothly. However, it was not yet time for celebration, as the match continued. Wang Zhizhi facilitated from the high post twice, providing Gao Liming with opportunities to shoot effortlessly in front of Jordan, once again inciting Jordan's dissatisfaction with Huaxia. "Can you defend a bit tighter? Don't allow him to pass so easily," Jordan shouted at Huaxia, who merely nodded in acknowledgement without further response. Encouraged by his success, Don Nelson called a long timeout after Jordan easily penetrated Gao Liming's defense for a layup, prompting a tactical reassessment for his players. Upon returning to the court, the Mavericks began to execute the strategy laid out by Nelson. Nash, upon crossing half-court, immediately passed to the arc's top where Nowitzki stood, while Marshall and Finley positioned themselves near the low posts as before. Simultaneously, Nash and Gao Liming made their runs to the low post. Suddenly, Gao Liming reversed his direction, with Finley setting a screen for him. Gao Liming received a pass from Wang Zhizhi and executed a quick stop-and-pop jump shot that found its mark. Once again, the opposing team scored with ease, leading Jordan to fix his gaze intently on Huaxia, who seemed to sense Jordan's scrutiny and lowered his head to move away. In the final minutes of the fourth quarter, the Mavericks appeared to have discovered a strategy that suited their team best. The players began to move incessantly, cutting to the basket, reversing their runs, and utilizing numerous off-ball screens. They continuously sank shots, keeping the score tightly contested. Although they still struggled to contain the Bulls' offense, the Mavericks had at least found their rhythm in attack, matching the Bulls' blow-for-blow in half-court play. During these crucial minutes, Huaxia felt the most pressure. Maintaining a normal defensive distance was futile, as he could not thwart Wang Zhizhi's facilitation. When he closed the gap, Wang Zhizhi's speed and explosiveness were evident, as he easily broke past Huaxia with a swift step, leaving Huaxia's lateral movement lacking, forcing him to watch helplessly as Wang Zhizhi either executed a jump shot or assisted a teammate. Chapter 75. Signing sneakers. In the end, the Mavericks lost the game, 93-101. The young Mavericks succumbed to the seasoned Bulls by 8 points. Just as Don Nelson had remarked, the Bulls consistently maintained the score within a certain range, preventing their opponents from exceeding their control, slowly wearing them down. With 2 losses in the season, the defeat was without question, leaving the Mavericks disheartened and devoid of fighting spirit. The disparity was stark, akin to a cat playing with a mouse before finally delivering a fatal bite, leaving the mouse with no capacity for resistance. After the game, Jordan honored his commitment to stay and instruct Gao Liming on the back-to-the-basket fadeaway technique, rather than guidance. It felt more like Jordan was relentlessly toying with him. In the initial few attempts, Jordan enthusiastically deconstructed the movements, demonstrating them to Gao Liming. However, As he observed Gao Liming still attempting to shoot with his rear protruding, Jordan's patience began to wane. Have you ever considered seeking out Barkley? I feel his movements would suit you better. No, I want to learn your fadeaway jump shot. Faced with Gao Liming's obstinacy, Jordan, realizing that persuasion was futile, promptly initiated a one-on-one instructional session. From the low post on the left to the low post on the right, executing various pivot moves and jump shots from diverse positions. He incessantly inquired, have you grasped the concept? Should Gao Liming affirm his understanding, Jordan would then allow him to attempt a one-on-one against him, with nearby staff assessing his posture. However, the result was less than satisfactory, prompting Jordan to continue his demonstrations. Within the span of an hour, Jordan's guidance significantly enhanced Gao Liming's comprehension of the fadeaway jump shot, yet his technique remained unchanged, leaving Jordan at a loss for words. As the allotted time concluded, Jordan promptly departed, anxious to avoid any further exposure to Gao Liming's perceived foolishness. Once Jordan had left, Ronnie Wilson approached Gao Liming. I meticulously compared your physical metrics with Jordan's and noted the variations in your movements. The issue lies in your power application during back-to-the-basket jump shots. Your core strength is insufficient. Consequently, when attempting a fadeaway from the post, you consistently encounter difficulties. If you genuinely wish to master this technique, you will need time to adjust your power generation habits and engage in targeted core strength training. Are you familiar with the requisite training methods? My mentor possesses detailed training materials from Jordan, and I can tailor a regimen to suit your needs. Excellent. Let us commence tomorrow. I can hardly contain my enthusiasm. Upon returning home from the gym, Gao Liming resisted the urge to immediately watch the documentary on Jordan's life. Thanks to Ronnie Wilson's insights, Gao Liming understood that his current physical attributes were inadequate for effectively learning Jordan's techniques. To maximize the benefits of his viewing, he recognized the necessity for systematic training over time. After all, sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter. He could afford to wait. Following the conclusion of the Bulls game, the Mavericks enjoyed a 2-day respite, during which the NBA officially announced the New Year's All-Star roster, featuring both Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming. Led by Don Nelson, all Mavericks players flocked to Gao Liming's residence under the pretense of celebrating the duo's selection, resulting in Gao Liming begrudgingly arranging a lavish Chinese feast accompanied by foot massages for the entire team. For the other members of the Mavericks, the two core players were admirable in many respects, yet their stinginess was infamous. Having finally attained recognition, they were determined not to let the opportunity slip away, insisting that the two must spend lavishly. In reality, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi allocated a portion of their earnings to purchase homes, specifically targeting traditional courtyard residences in Beijing and colonial houses in Shanghai, while investing the remainder in shares of Apple Incorporated. As a time traveler, Gao Liming recognized myriad ways to generate wealth. In his eyes, investing in real estate domestically and acquiring stocks in prominent international companies were currently the most prudent strategies. The year 1996 marked a nadir for Apple, but with Steve Jobs' anticipated return to the company the following year, their stock was poised for an upswing. Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi have nearly invested all their earnings in real estate and stocks in the United States. Given the current trajectory of their careers, they may not even need to await retirement. Their combined wealth could soon enable them to purchase an NBA team and become owners themselves. Only a select few are privy to this information, as their parents have remained in China, managing their domestic properties. On December 1st, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi held a grand press conference at the Reunion Arena in Dallas to formally announce their partnership with the Chinese footwear brand Peak, coinciding with the launch of a new line of shoes designed for them by Peak. Hundreds of journalists attended to witness this momentous occasion, marking Peak's official entry into the American market. A reporter, donning a biased lens, was the first to inquire, why did you choose a Chinese brand? As I understand, Nike, Reebok, and Adidas have also offered you contracts. Was it a matter of financial compensation? Indeed, Nike and Adidas had presented contracts to us. However, their offers were significantly below those extended to contemporaries like Allen Iverson and Kobe Bryant, which left us feeling disrespected. Beyond monetary compensation, we sought respect, and thus we opted for Peak, a brand that appreciates our worth and whose footwear is exceedingly comfortable. The journalist retorted, are you suggesting that you are superior to Iverson? Are you better than this year's first overall draft pick? You are merely the fourth and fifth picks of this year. It was evident that the reporter's inquiries were crafted to provoke. I would like to ask this journalist if he has ever watched a basketball game. Next time you pose such questions, I suggest you familiarize yourself with our team's record and our individual statistics, lest you become the subject of ridicule among your peers. Gao Liming stood his ground, refusing to yield an inch. Some reporters, upon hearing his remarks, couldn't help but chuckle, while the reporter who was challenged, her face flushed with indignation, took her seat in a huff, revealing her lack of attention to basketball games. As of today, the digital men team boasts a record of 6 wins and 8 losses, with a win rate of less than 50%. The prodigious Iverson averages 21, 5 points, 6 for assists, 5, 2 rebounds, 2, 6 steals, and 0, 5 blocks per game. The Mavericks, on the other hand, have achieved an impressive record of 12 wins and 2 losses, securing second place in the Western Conference. Wang Zhiji averages 24, 8 points, 12, 8 rebounds, 2, 7 assists, 2, 5 blocks, and 0, 3 steals, while Gao Liming averages 22, 7 points, 7 for assists, 5 rebounds, 2, 1 steals, and 0, 2 blocks. Both players, in terms of individual statistics and team performance, significantly outshine Iverson. In the latest rookie rankings, Wang Zhiji claims the top spot, followed by Gao Liming and Iverson. It is evident that the reporter, who seemed intent on provoking a reaction, posed a rather foolish question. Most journalists present had been briefed beforehand by Bill Duffy. With only a handful arriving with alternative intentions, you have declined endorsements from American brands like Nike and Adidas, opting for Huaxia products. Does this imply that you will endorse more Huaxia goods in the future? Does it signify a substantial incursion of Huaxia products into the American market? Another provocative reporter stood up, perpetuating the cycle of inquiry. Gao Liming briefly wondered if Bill Duffy had undercompensated him. I'm afraid I don't comprehend what you mean by incursion. The majority of my endorsements are with American brands, cars, clothing, leather shoes, and so forth. Celebrity endorsements are a commercial endeavor. When selecting competing brand endorsements, we first consider whether the counterpart respects us. The origin of the product does not factor into our considerations. Even if an extraterrestrial were to approach us with products from their planet, as long as they extend us sufficient respect in their offers and contractual terms, we would endorse them. Is my explanation satisfactory? Chapter 76. The president's visit. A myriad of opinions surfaced across major newspapers, some propagating the theory of a Huaxia threat, while others speculated that this marked the onset of Huaxia products infiltrating the American market. Some questioned Gao Liming's statements at the press conference, alleging that they were merely riding on Iverson's coattails to gain publicity. However, the parties involved, Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji, remained unfazed by external commentary, focusing intently on their new round of intensive training, firmly believing that sweat would never deceive those who toil diligently. Just as the external debate reached a fever pitch, Bill Duffy arrived in Dallas with an unexpected guest to meet with the two. Hello, Mr. David Stern. I must admit, I did not anticipate that the mysterious guest Bill mentioned would be you. Accompanying Bill Duffy is none other than the current NBA president, David Stern. To be candid, Gao Liming was quite astonished to encounter the venerable elder at this moment. Hello, the uproar outside regarding your contract with the sneaker manufacturers has reached a fever pitch. I never anticipated that the two of you could remain so focused and dedicated to your training amid such chaos. They are merely a bunch of buffoons vying for immediate gains. Those with true foresight pay little heed to such trivial matters. Indeed, individuals with long-term vision do not concern themselves with fleeting profits and losses. They analyze their missteps, glean insights, and strategize for the future. Today, I am here to observe how you are orchestrating your future. David Stern, forthright and direct, surprised Gao Liming with his candor. He had not expected such straightforwardness. Perhaps this is the nature of a businessman, who opts for the most efficient route even when engaging in formal dialogue. This inquiry poses a bit of a challenge for me. As a rookie in the league, my future is intricately linked to the trajectory of the league itself. In other words, the direction of my future development is not solely determined by my own aspirations, but rather by the benefits you envision I could bring to the NBA in the future. Gao Liming was unreserved in expressing his thoughts. David Stern's face twitched unnaturally upon hearing this, as if he had been pricked by a hidden concern. Noticing that Stern did not respond, Gao continued, in the 1980s. Under your support, the NBA witnessed the Magic Bird rivalry, with the Los Angeles Lakers and the Boston Celtics emerging as iconic powerhouses. Their long-standing feud became the most captivating storyline of that era. This period also gave rise to basketball legends such as Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. Later, in your pursuit to further elevate the NBA's influence, you collaborated with sponsors to launch the God-Making Project, enhancing viewership through spectacular displays of gods. Subsequently, You orchestrated the participation of NBA stars in the Barcelona Olympics, showcasing the dream team to the world and solidifying the NBA's reputation as the premier basketball league globally. In recent years, the retirement of the god resulted in substantial losses for the NBA, prompting your urgent quest for new forces to rejuvenate the waning league. You turned your gaze to young players, promoting the successor to the god. Unfortunately, these individuals did not meet your expectations. Fortunately, the god made a comeback. And in a bid to rescue the NBA, you orchestrated a grand return for him, reinstating him to his throne. Yet, you are acutely aware that the god cannot remain in his position indefinitely. You must now prepare for his eventual second retirement. Yet you have yet to determine whether to act independently or collaborate with sponsors as before. After all, the NBA is your domain. You are its rulemaker and will not permit any external forces to unduly influence its healthy growth. At this juncture, an opportunity has arisen in the Chinese market that you sought to tap into over a decade ago. 2 Chinese players have arrived in the United States and announced their intention to join the NBA. This has illuminated a new direction for you. With your assistance, these 2 players have been successfully drafted into a team that seems tailor-made for them, allowing them to thrive and potentially serve as benchmarks, paving the way to unlock the Chinese market. However, you did not anticipate that their actions would exceed your expectations. They not only rejected collaborations with local sponsors, but also brought in sponsors from the Chinese market. This signifies that the market you have longed to penetrate is now embracing the NBA, a completely new channel, heralding imminent expansion for the league. Hence, you traveled across great distances, eager to witness firsthand whether these 2 young talents could emerge as candidates for the god, and whether they could bestow upon you delightful surprises. Gao Liming spoke eloquently, leaving his companions Bill Duffy and Wang Zhizhi in a state of bewilderment. David Stern remained silent, rising to pour himself a glass of water, which he downed in one gulp, exhaling a deep breath. It was truly astonishing that a young individual from China could perceive the intricate strategies I have developed over the years. The enigmatic China, a mysterious Eastern nation, is indeed hard to fathom. Since you have discerned the purpose of my visit today, I invite you to articulate your thoughts. If conditions permit, I can extend further assistance. My concept is quite straightforward. Having established that the transition of gods results in significant losses for the NBA, why not abandon the idol-making approach and instead foster a battle of kings? Upon hearing the phrase battle of kings, David Stern's eyes lit up, as if a thought had struck him, his gaze fixated on Gao Liming. The idea of a battle of kings is intriguing. Please elaborate. By relinquishing the creation of idols and distributing resources equitably, we can encourage each team to broaden their horizons and scout for kingly candidates from around the globe. This strategy would simultaneously expedite the NBA's global promotion. Numerous contenders would engage in fierce battles within the NBA, culminating in one emerging as the supreme champion at the season's end. As the new season approaches, these contenders would once again vie for supremacy, with established champions striving for divinity, while old kings abdicate in favor of new ones. This cyclical exchange among rulers would ensure that the NBA no longer remains confined to its homeland, but instead transforms into a mecca for professional basketball worldwide. Audiences would shift their focus from a singular figure to their favored monarchs, ensuring that the NBA is perpetually characterized by a battle of kings, rich with continuous rivalry and abundant topics for discussion. For those at the helm of the NBA, the absence of promotional angles would never be a concern. What is required is fairness, providing a level playing field for kingly candidates from around the globe. If you are willing, we could endeavor to introduce a new champion this year, allowing the divine to step down from their pedestal, which would be a lesser loss than a complete absence of divinity. As for the sponsors, they are merely a group that thrives on the NBA's existence. The old must make way for the new, and the primary stakeholders should not be beholden to the whims of the secondary parties for their survival. Gao Liming expressed his thoughts in one breath, then sat back to sip water while awaiting David Stern's response. Phew, this matter is quite significant. I need to contemplate it thoroughly. However, I am genuinely delighted to converse with a young individual such as yourself today. As for the debates outside, I believe that once you triumph over the numerical team, everything will fall into place, won't it? Indeed, with just one top pick, he cannot escape from the grasp of us two. Gao Liming responded with remarkable confidence. And after exchanging high fives with Wang Zhizhi, he declared, well then, I shall take my leave. We will reconnect once your match concludes. All right, I await your news. David Stern departed swiftly, accompanied by Bill Duffy, arriving and leaving in a flurry. Liming, I didn't realize you had such cunning, a voice remarked. Cunning? Where do you see that? Clarify your words and stand still. As long as one possesses a modicum of intellect, the implications of your words are quite clear. I am not foolish. I simply refuse to be humiliated by standing still at your command. Brother, I concede, do not strike my face, for I still rely on my looks for sustenance. Chapter 77. Repairing the Digital Human. Gao Liming was uncertain whether his words would have any bearing on David Stern. However, he was acutely aware that players of Chinese descent in the NBA had not only been denied any privileges but had also faced numerous restrictions. Gao Liming was determined not to repeat past mistakes. If the NBA aims to penetrate the Chinese market through their efforts, it must be prepared to offer certain benefits. He firmly believed that previous championship matches were not devoid of manipulation by higher-ups. Given the existence of behind-the-scenes dealings, why should he not be the ultimate beneficiary? Since this is a transaction, it should result in mutual gain for both parties. On December 5th, the Mavericks will host the Digitals. Due to Gao Liming's remarks at a sneaker launch earlier in the month, this match has garnered significant media attention. As the top three contenders for this season's Rookie of the Year, their inaugural face-off is imbued with profound significance, with the media framing them as adversaries, and sneaker sponsors seizing the opportunity for promotion. Beyond the sneaker sponsors, some players from the Digitals also aim to elevate their visibility through this event. The 1995 draft's third overall pick, Jerry Stackhouse, the current shooting guard for the Digitals, proclaimed in an interview that being the best rookie is merely child's play. He vowed to educate Gao Liming, akin to how his mentor Michael Jordan did, imparting the true essence of the NBA. The 1991 overall pick, Derek Coleman, the core power forward of the Digitals, openly stated that he would ensure the two brash rookies understand that being the top draft pick signifies not just prestige but also the embodiment of skill. When reporters returned to interview Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi with these statements, their responses were remarkably uniform. We let our performance speak for itself. On the day of the match, the Reunion Sports Arena was filled to capacity. Due to the immense buzz surrounding the game, the NBA designated it for nationwide broadcast, and CCTV also aired it live. It was a Thursday, and across China, numerous students skipped classes, workers took leave, and some companies even granted half-day holidays to watch the game, which generated more excitement than the recent Chinese derby. At the venue, CBS commentators introduced the starting lineups to the audience. The Mavericks starting lineup featured center Willis, power forward Wang Zhizhi, small forward Finley, shooting guard Gao Liming, and point guard Castle. The Digital starters included center Scott Williams, power forward Derek Coleman, small forward Clarence Weatherspoon, shooting guard Jerry Stackhouse, and point guard Allen Iverson. In the pre-game analysis meeting, Don Nelson noted that the current Digitals team was predominantly offensively oriented, with a weak defense. Apart from Scott Williams, who served as a defensive anchor at center, the other players primarily focused on offense, with the ball predominantly in the hands of Iverson, Stackhouse, and Coleman. These three averaged over 35 minutes of playtime this season and attempted more than 63 shots, accounting for over 70 of the team's total shot attempts. Based on extensive data analysis, Nelson and the coaching staff devised a strategy to counter the Digitals. On the offensive end during the first quarter, the primary players Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming would take turns isolating, igniting the competitive spirit of Coleman and Stackhouse, thereby concentrating the ball in their hands. On defense, if Iverson held the ball, they would execute an external block, forcing him into the paint to establish a defensive trap and create double-team disruptions. If it were someone else engaging in a one-on-one duel, the strategy would revolve around man-to-man defense, primarily aimed at exhausting the opponent's stamina. In the second quarter, the bench lineup would feature either Big Ben or Little O as the center, alongside Marshall, Horry, John Barry, and Nash, employing an aggressive offensive tactic. The focus would not be on restricting the opponent's defense, but rather on accelerating the pace of the game, engaging in a battle of offense. As long as the deficit against the Digital men does not exceed 8 points, the starters would remain on the bench, with the objective of depleting the opponent's energy through relentless running. In the third quarter, center Wang Zhizhi and point guard Gao Liming would take the floor, while the others would rotate in and out. The offensive strategy would still emphasize fast breaks. During defense, other versatile players would take turns resting to exhaust the core trio of the Digital men, with the aim of ensuring that by the end of this quarter, their main players are left utterly fatigued. The fourth quarter would be the moment of harvest, or perhaps the time of garbage minutes. The game would unfold as planned by Don Nelson. In the first quarter, Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming would incessantly provoke Coleman and Stackhouse with verbal jabs. relentlessly challenging the two to one-on-one confrontations. "Chunky, you can't possibly guard me. You're a disgrace to the #1 pick. You resemble a large meatball. And I can mold you however I please. Rodent, I heard you were once dismantled by Jordan. Can you guess how many points I scored against him? Or how many times that exceeds your tally? Rodent, your post-game is atrocious. Is your stamina faltering?" Provoked. The two would incessantly seek the ball from Iverson for their one-on-one matchups. As the star of the game, Iverson was reluctant to relinquish control of the ball. But after a series of unsuccessful drives into the paint against double teams, he would ultimately choose to pass. In truth, Coleman and Stackhouse's isolation plays did not yield significant advantages. Once a formidable player, Coleman possessed a robust physique, solid post moves, and a reliable mid-range jumper. His impressive talent was once heralded as the next Karl Malone or Barkley. Regrettably, this potential was never fully realized, compounded by Coleman's notorious laziness and lack of discipline. By the 1995-96 season, he suffered a significant injury, and during his recovery, he failed to manage his diet. By this season, he had transformed into a rotund figure. Losing his ability to threaten the rim, and his attempts against Wang Zhizhi proved exceedingly ineffective, shooting just 2 for 7 while conceding 2 blocks. Stackhouse's performance, on the other hand, was slightly better than Coleman's. As a protege of Jordan, he boasted a similar height and weight, along with remarkable explosiveness, exceptional leaping ability, and a sharp drive. During his college years, he was dubbed the next Jordan by Jordan's mentor, Dean Smith. Stackhouse adeptly utilized his bulk and height advantage to back down defenders, positioning them closer to the basket, and with a simple back-to-the-basket turnaround jumper, he could easily overpower many of the league's weaker shooting guards. With a sufficiently robust ability to penetrate defenses and a stable mid- to long-range shooting prowess, one can effectively dismantle the opponent's perimeter defense. This may sound familiar. Indeed, the current offensive tactics of Stackhouse bear a striking resemblance to those of Gao Liming. The only distinction lies in the aesthetic appeal of Stackhouse's post-up jump shot, which surpasses that of Gao Liming. In all other aspects, Gao Liming outshines Stackhouse. Their one-on-one encounters generally result in mutual scoring, as neither can restrain the other. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Digitals amassed 25 points. Stackhouse shot 4 of 7, made both of his free throws, and scored 10 points, while Coleman contributed 4 points, and Iverson, shooting 3 of 7, including 2 of 3 from beyond the arc, tallied 8 points. The Mavericks secured 28 points, with Wang Zhizhi making 6 of 8 attempts, including 2 of 3 from three-point range for a total of 14 points, while Gao Liming scored 9 points from 4 of 8 shooting, including 1 of 2 from three-point territory. In the second quarter, the Digitals replaced Coleman and Stackhouse, with Iverson leading the bench players onto the court. The Mavericks responded by substituting their entire 5-man unit, featuring Small, Marshall, Horry, John Barry, and Nash, bringing forth a full bench lineup. Upon entering, the Mavericks accelerated their pace dramatically, opting for three-point shots whenever possible. A frenetic playing style that could only be witnessed under Don Nelson's guidance, hence his moniker as the Mad Scientist. The Mavericks bench relentlessly executed fast breaks and audacious three-point attempts, momentarily stretching the lead to 11 points. Faced with this onslaught, Digital's coach Johnny Davis was compelled to reinstate his fatigued starters early. Once the main players returned to the court, they swiftly stabilized the situation, gradually chipping away at the deficit. The Mavericks showcased their formidable bench depth, with a cadre of bench players continuously pressing the attack, fiercely holding onto the score. During defensive plays, they expended considerable energy in relentless battles, with the goal of wearing down their opponents rather than merely restricting them. At halftime, the score stood at a deadlock of 53-53, returning both teams to the starting line. As the second half commenced, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi led Marshall, Finley, and Bowen onto the court. The Mavericks' two main stars had rested the entire second quarter and were now in peak physical condition. In contrast, the Digitals' primary lineup had nearly played the entire first half, resulting in some fluctuations in the performance of their three core players as they entered the third quarter. After adjusting to the point guard position, Gao Liming faced Iverson directly, engaging in a deliberate post-up battle that commenced beyond the three-point line. With no double-team defense, he powered his way to the paint, executing a bank shot with a less than graceful form, yet achieving effective results. On the defensive end, Gao Liming, aware that he could not thwart Iverson's drives, lured him into a meticulously crafted defensive trap designed specifically for his style of play. This technique is borrowed from the Bulls' proving highly effective for players who are reluctant to pass or possess poor passing skills. Gradually, the Mavericks consciously reduced isolation plays, accelerating their offense according to a predetermined strategy. They fully capitalized on the rim attacking abilities of Wang Zhizhi and Gao Liming, drawing double teams and distributing the ball to teammates beyond the three-point line for a barrage of three-point shots. Defensively, Wang Zhizhi anchored the paint while Gao Liming led the wing players in relentless help defense, creating a pseudo-zone to besiege Iverson. As the third quarter neared its conclusion, the three main players of the digital team began to show signs of fatigue. Coleman and Stackhouse started to abandon their pursuit of the Mavericks' fast breaks, leaving only Iverson, still brimming with determination, to charge through the Mavericks' layered defense. The digital team barely managed to hold on until the end of the third quarter, trailing 83-71. As the Mavericks outscored them by 12 points in that period, with the digital team's starters visibly exhausted. In the fourth quarter, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi continued to lead the wing players onto the court. Johnny Davis, contemplating the players on the bench, ultimately chose to deploy his fatigued starters. During this phase, most teams are reluctant to invest in developing bench players, favoring a strategy that overexerts their main players, with the digital team being a prime example. Even though his starters were running on empty, Johnny Davis hesitated to substitute in the bench players, fully aware of their inadequacies. Observing their opponent's condition, Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi exchanged knowing smiles and continued their offensive onslaught. With less than 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Coleman suffered a leg cramp and exited the game. 5 minutes later, the margin expanded to 20 points, prompting the digital team to withdraw their starters and surrender. The final score stood at 110-87, marking a highly anticipated showdown of rookie talents, culminating in a resounding victory for the Mavericks. Wang Zhizhi recorded 37 points, 16 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 3 assists, while Gao Liming contributed 35 points, 12 assists, 5 rebounds, and 3 steals. Iverson finished with 36 points, 11 assists, 4 rebounds, and 1 steal. The performances of these three players unequivocally warranted the label of cornerstone players. Congratulations, Gao and Wang, but I shall reclaim victory next time. After the game, Iverson approached Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi to shake hands. Forget it. With teammates like yours by your side, you could exhaust yourself and still not defeat us. Although Iverson's words were blunt, he recognized the truth in Wang Zhizhi's statement. Yet, he felt helpless. Not every rookie holds the power to influence team trades. Allen, your team has too many finishers. It would be best to trade for a facilitator to help streamline the offense and unleash your scoring potential. Otherwise, as it stands, you are burdened with both organizing and scoring. No Iron Man could endure that. Gao Liming incisively remarked that it was not a matter of his altruism. Rather, he yearned to witness the mightiest Iverson and then triumph over him in a direct confrontation. Such a victory would be worthy of celebration and possess true significance. The outcome of today's match could merely be described as the team's victory, not a conquest over Iverson. As the game drew to a close, the pre-match debates dissipated, with media outlets simultaneously shifting their focus elsewhere, ceasing to discuss the contract signed by Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi with the Huaxia brand. Both individuals were cognizant that this intervention was orchestrated by David Stern, who, as Gao Liming asserted, is the true sovereign of the NBA. Sponsors must operate within the parameters he establishes. He does not permit any forces to undermine the league's healthy development. Numerous spectators of this match began to recalibrate their strategies post-game. Peak started to gain momentum, vigorously promoting the new signature sneakers, the Biaohu and Kuan Peng generations, resulting in a substantial surge in store sales and a remarkable rise in national sales figures. If this trend continues, they are poised to become the vanguard of domestic basketball footwear. Upon realizing the unfolding events, Li Ning and Anta were filled with regret, hastily dispatching representatives to the United States to engage with the Utah Jazz's botter, the only player among the three from Huaxia in the NBA yet to secure a sneaker endorsement. Concurrently, many other domestic brands recognized the opportunity, reaching out to Xiaosong, while some major enterprises directly contacted Dallas and the NBA's commercial department, requesting placement for arena advertisements. Upon receiving this news, David Stern joyfully danced in his office. The long-sought Huaxia market had finally opened its doors to him. Reebok, undeterred, maintained their familiar public relations slogan, "The team lost, but Iverson did not." The sales of Reebok sneakers experienced a notable increase due to the recent discussions. For them, the question of whether a player is the strongest is inconsequential. The rise in sales is what truly matters. Nike remained indifferent. as their endorsers also emerged victorious today. In the realm of the NBA, no player can rival the deities they support. As long as the divine presence remains, Nike will forever hold its advantageous position. The most unfortunate of all was Adidas, which began to exert pressure on the Lakers management to increase Kobe's playing time, for their most significant endorser was languishing on the bench without a stable opportunity to play. At this time, the Lakers were still under the stewardship of the venerable Buss, and during West's tenure as general manager, the two-seasoned Foxes paid little heed to Adidas. Instruct the subordinates to inform Adi that Kobe is still too young and his physique has yet to adapt to the rigors of the NBA. They should be patient. Reluctantly, Adi turned his gaze towards Badr of the Utah Jazz, who inexplicably became highly sought after, while his summer companion, Xiaosong, became the busiest individual during this period. Chapter 79. Christmas gathering. Unbeknownst to Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, the events outside were of no concern to them, as both dedicated their leisure time to rigorous training, occasionally taking a break to attend a game featuring Wake Forest and Winston. This year, Wake Forest remained formidable, with both Yu Ming and Lu Wei experiencing remarkable growth, their skill levels soaring above 68. Under the leadership of Tim Duncan, they continued to dominate all opponents. This season, Duncan has become even more terrifying. With the addition of Yao Ming, he shifted to the power forward position, relieving him of defensive duties and allowing him to become the primary offensive threat. To date, he boasts an astounding average of 37 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks per game, a truly exceptional performance. Yao Ming averages 18 points, 12 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 2 assists, while Lu Wei averages 15 points, 14 assists, 3 rebounds, and 3 steals. Together, the trio forms a new aerial devil combination, once again dominating the NCAA, prompting numerous NBA teams to take notice of this fresh Chinese ensemble. Before Christmas, the Mavericks endured a stretch of 8 games, 6 on the road and 2 at home, resulting in 3 victories and 5 defeats, bringing their overall record to 18 wins and 7 losses, placing them 4th in the Western Conference. Ahead of them are the Utah Jazz, Houston Rockets, and Los Angeles Lakers, with the Seattle Supersonics, Portland Trail Blazers, Minnesota Timberwolves, and Phoenix Suns trailing behind. The Christmas Day face-off features the long-standing rivals, the Pistons, against the Bulls, and the rookie powerhouse, the Lakers, taking on the Suns. Gao Liming took the initiative to bring Yao Ming and Lu Wei to Dallas, arranging for Xiaosong to fetch Badr as well. On this day, several compatriots found themselves gathered in the homes of Gao Liming and Wang Zhizhi, relishing hot pot while watching the Christmas game. The current Pistons are no longer the formidable bad boys that once thwarted Jordan for years. Although Grant Hill was designated by David Stern as Jordan's successor, his playing style starkly contrasts with the gritty nature of the Pistons, resulting in a clash when the two are combined. As they watched the game on television, Badr held a glass of wine, sipping it while offering his candid commentary. Today, Daba poured himself 2 ounces of white liquor, gingerly savoring his drink. Daba has certainly come into his own, his remarks strikingly incisive. Gao Liming jestingly remarked, "Indeed. This is all attributed to Stockton. This season, our team faced off against the Pistons, and it felt as though we hadn't even exerted our full strength before they faltered. I fail to see where the Pistons excel." Bartel's comments seem rather pretentious. This is due to the overall strength of your team, which effectively counters the Pistons lineup. Grant was the leading vote-getter in last season's All-Star selection and currently ranks 3rd on the MVP list, trailing only Jordan and Malone, boasting nearly triple-double statistics. These achievements cannot be dismissed as mere exaggerations. However, it is also true that the inadequacies of his teammates and the excessive concentration of ball possession play a significant role. Gao Liming offered a very candid assessment. "Brother Liming, can you currently surpass this hill?" Lu Wei inquired. "Not at the moment. I have recently recalibrated my focal points, which has inevitably influenced my corresponding techniques and shooting form. I watch every game, and I haven't noticed any significant impact on your performance," Lu replied. "In the past 8 matches, you have averaged 21.2 points, contributing a quarter to the team's overall performance. With an average of 32 attempts per game, you account for 1/3 of the team's shots. Your shooting percentage barely exceeds 30%, making you the least efficient player on the team. If it weren't for some substantial safety nets, we would likely have lost all these recent games." Gao Liming is acutely aware of his recent performance. However, he finds himself at a crossroads. To advance further in his career, he must adapt his long-standing playing style, a process that demands considerable time and effort. Yet, This is not a concern, as the coach has stated that this phase is merely about leveling up, whether he loses 4 games or even 8. As long as he can make the necessary adjustments, it will be a significant gain. Moreover, even if he struggles, he can still contribute to the team's rebounding statistics. Wang Zhizhi remains unfazed, fully cognizant of Gao Liming's development journey. Even if Gao occupies a substantial share of the team's ball control during his growth, he ensures that Gao maintains his shooting opportunities in every game. As Gao Liming articulates, Wang Zhizhi must consistently suppress Allen Iverson's statistics to guarantee that the top rookie does not suffer a decline in his evaluation. Why the sudden shift in focus? Was there an issue with the previous approach? Yuming inquires, striking at the heart of the matter. In simple terms, my past reliance was primarily on physical prowess, utilizing my strength to overpower opponents. This style afforded me certain advantages during the regular season. However, once the playoffs commence, the intensity of both offense and defense escalates dramatically, which severely impacts my approach. The teams that reach the playoffs invariably possess well-rounded offensive and defensive systems. To progress further in the postseason or to extend my professional journey, honing my technical skills becomes essential. The elite players in the NBA are those who seamlessly integrate technical finesse with innate physical talent. Gao Liming articulated his perspective on adjusting one's focal points while once again emphasizing the significance of technique. This assertion is undeniably valid. Our team's Malong, the Bulls Jordan and Pippen, as well as the current quartet of formidable centers, have all ascended to the pinnacle of stardom by honing a robust skill set atop their extraordinary talents. Consider Sabonis from the Lithuanian Olympic team, now with the Trailblazers, whose physical condition has deteriorated significantly. Yet, he continues to excel through his exceptional high-post playmaking and long-range shooting. Gao Liming, do you think I should also make some adjustments? Bartle inquired. I may not be able to answer that definitively, as each individual's circumstances differ. However, I firmly believe that mastering various skills is never detrimental. If you lack a reference point, I suggest you maximize your strengths to the extent that your opponents overlook your weaknesses. For Bartle, Gao Liming truly had no constructive advice. As he could not conjure a comparable template player, it would be left to Bartle to conduct his own research. I also wish to refine my skills, but Coach Dave insists I focus on defense first, temporarily diverting my attention from offense. I feel my offensive capabilities are quite strong, Yao Ming shyly remarked. Being the youngest in the room, Coach Dave is correct. Defense is more challenging to master than offense. With your height of 226 centimeters, as long as you grasp 1 or 2 offensive techniques, you will become an insurmountable force on the offensive end. This year, your team has Tim Duncan holding down the fort, so you need not worry. However, next year, when Tim enters the draft, the interior presence of Wake Forest will rely solely on you. If your defense falters, you risk being overwhelmed by smaller NCAA players, even if your offensive skills are exceptional. Being outplayed by smaller opponents will prevent you from showcasing your true potential, let alone securing a high draft position in the future. In the NBA, no team favors a player who excels only in offense without the ability to defend. Conversely, players with defensive prowess are highly valued, as teams require numerous contributors. Listening to Gao Liming's elucidation, Yuming nodded in agreement. Chapter 80. Christmas Gathering 2. Rodman snatched 22 rebounds in one game. What a beast. That's nearly equivalent to the total rebounds Ma Long and I would accumulate in a single match, Bartle remarked enviously as he observed Rodman's rebounding statistics. As a physical shield on the court, his explosiveness may be lacking, often serving to block for teammates and allowing rebounds to be claimed by Ma Long. The past 5-time rebounding champion, 6-time first-team All-Defense selection, and 2-time Defensive Player of the Year. Such a player who commands no-ball dominance yet possesses exceptional defensive skills is welcomed by all teams. Even without offensive capability, he can secure a contract well above the median salary. Gao Liming spoke while eating. Grant Hill is indeed formidable. In the face of the Bulls' staunch defense, he still managed to maintain a shooting percentage of 50. His breakthrough is remarkably sharp. It is said that his first step is even quicker than that of Jordan several years ago, Lu Wei remarked enviously. However, Hill's physique is rather fragile. Out of 25 attempts throughout the game, he made only 1 three-pointer. Players with such a style of play often struggle to progress far in the playoffs. If he does not alter his approach, it is likely he will soon succumb to injuries. Gao Liming holds a rather unfavorable view of Hill, emphasizing his shortcomings. It is indeed true that Jordan and Pippen are formidable, both excel in both offense and defense, possessing both physical prowess and technical skill. Together, they have secured 4 championships. Indeed, they represent the most formidable duo currently in the NBA and are recognized as the greatest forward-guard combination in history. Their achievements impart a crucial lesson. To become a premier star, one must seamlessly integrate skill with innate physical talent. For it is only through technical mastery that a player's career can be prolonged. Gao Liming is an unwavering advocate of technology. Although he has maximized his innate potential through systematic training, he firmly believes that only by mastering exquisite techniques can one fully harness their physical gifts. This conviction drives him to meticulously adjust his points of force and to study Jordan's iconic fadeaway jumper. Following the conclusion of the match between the Bulls and the Pistons, all eyes turned to the clash between the Lakers and the Suns. The second game of the Christmas showdown lacked star power, with the sole point of intrigue being the newly acquired Shaquille O'Neal. At this juncture, O'Neal had not yet evolved into the big shark, yet this towering figure, weighing approximately 150 kilograms, bulldozed his way through the paint, rendering the Suns' interior defense utterly ineffective. The Lakers led the Suns 23-14 at the end of the first quarter, a clear indication that the Suns were unlikely to mount a comeback. Wang Zhizhi, feeling disinterested, prepared to turn off the television. "Don't turn it off. The game has just begun. How can you declare defeat already?" Lu Wei swiftly intervened, posing a counter-question. "O'Neal stands at 216 centimeters and weighs 150 kilograms. While the Suns starting center measures 211 centimeters and weighs 98 kilograms. Their power forward, A.C. Green, is 208 centimeters tall and weighs 100 kilograms. Do you comprehend the implications of this disparity? It means the paint is essentially O'Neal's private garden, and he can score and rebound at will." This assessment is largely accurate. As one of the 4 premier centers in the league, O'Neal is both the youngest and the most exceptional. His range is virtually non-existent, with all offensive efforts concentrated near the rim, relying on dunks and soft hooks. His explosiveness and ability to contend in the post are unequivocally among the elite in the NBA. Other teams, lacking centers of his caliber, must resort to accumulating interior shields to mitigate his impact. The Suns possess neither of these assets. Without a protective barrier in the paint, their chances of victory are effectively nullified. First, Wang Zhizhi expressed his views, followed by Gao Liming, both eliciting nods of agreement from the others present. To possess such agility at 150 kilograms is indeed remarkable. "It seems I need to gain weight," Bartle remarked as he set down his glass, fixated on O'Neal's imposing figure on the screen. "What you require is not merely weight gain, but the cultivation of core strength. Your teammate Malone is a prime example. At approximately 125 kilograms, he can bench press over 220 kilograms, a feat unmatched in the NBA. You should take inspiration from him and ensure that you do not conflate weight gain with strength." Gao Liming hastily advised Botter, emphasizing that weight gain should not be pursued blindly, particularly for tall players, as it could lead to significant injury risks. "All right, I'll return and inquire about how Ma Long trains, striving to enhance my strength so I can dominate the paint," Botter exclaimed with excitement, downing the remainder of his small glass of white liquor. After drinking, he suddenly realized he had gotten carried away. However, he refrained from pouring more and began to sip juice like the others. "Do I need to gain weight now?" Yao Ming inquired of several veterans. At this moment, Yao Ming's physique was arguably stronger than that of his counterpart in a parallel world during the same period. Yet he remained quite slender. "You do need to gain weight, but you must also be cautious not to overdo it. You are not like O'Neal. He will never attain your shooting touch, so he has to find ways to penetrate the paint. You could learn from the likes of Daji or Sabonis, utilizing high post play, three-point shooting, mid-range jumpers, and floaters in the paint. These skills require speed and do not necessitate excessive weight. Being too heavy could hinder your technique and increase the risk of serious injuries. As for your optimal weight range, I will have the trainer assess it for you later. Remember, avoid drastic weight gain." As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of the dangers associated with Yu Ming's weight gain, as recurrent injuries had led this giant to retire prematurely, intermittently causing the rapid decline of the Chinese men's basketball team in the parallel world. "I cannot assist you much with weight gain, but recently I learned a fadeaway jump shot. I'll teach you after we eat. With your height, mastering this move could lead to effortless scoring." Wang Zhizhi suddenly chimed in. "ISNT the fadeaway jump shot Jordan-esque signature move? ISNT it difficult to learn? Can I manage it?" "It's not difficult. You'll pick it up quickly. After we finish eating, I'll show you, though it may require a bit of talent," Wang Zhizhi remarked, glancing at Gao Liming. "Come on, if you're going to teach, just teach. Don't look at me, Gao Liming retorted. Wang Zhizhi said nothing in response, merely chuckling foolishly, leaving the others bemused. After finishing their meal, the group moved to the courtyard to digest their food and engage in some exercise. Liming. Several sneaker companies have approached me through Xiaosong regarding endorsement deals. Do you have any suggestions? Botter, encountering endorsement matters for the first time, was advised by Xiaosong and Bill Duffy to consult Gao Liming, as they were inexperienced in handling commercial contracts for Chinese players and feared potential losses. This is straightforward. Choose a deal with a high amount, minimal restrictions, and a lengthy duration. I signed with Peak, which significantly boosted their sales. Other sneaker brands have started eyeing the lucrative Chinese market, and you are currently the most sought-after player, giving you numerous options. However, as a center, you may not attract sneaker buyers, and you are not a high draft pick. The Utah Jazz is not a major market team, lacking natural exposure. Your contract should not exceed Dodgy's. An endorsement deal of around $2 to $3 million per year should be feasible. Remember, prioritize the financial aspect and seek to minimize restrictions. Let Xiaosong and Bill Duffy handle the specifics for you. In the university years, De Yao and Away, it is imperative that you refrain from engaging with these manufacturers. Firstly, the alliance prohibits such interactions, and secondly, it would impede your training time. At this stage, your sole focus should be on honing your basketball skills. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Should financial constraints arise, feel free to approach me. I can lend you some funds, which you may repay once you enter the NBA. After clarifying matters with Botter, Gao Liming promptly reminded Yao Ming and Lu Wei, as he would not underestimate the unscrupulousness of businessmen. Understood, Brother Liming. Rest assured, Brother Liming. Being a stranger in a foreign land, one finds familiarity with acquaintances from afar surpassing that of close friends. Chapter 81. Provocation. After dining, a group of individuals proceeded to the basketball court. Following a brief warm-up, Wang Zhizhi commenced instructing Yao Ming on the art of the fadeaway jump shot. Initially, they engaged in several one-on-one drills, followed by a detailed breakdown of the technique, while the others observed. Under Wang Zhizhi's meticulous guidance, Yao Ming swiftly grasped the intricacies of this shooting style, his abilities visibly increasing. 68, 69, 70. An hour later, Yao Ming's fadeaway jump shot transitioned from awkwardness to proficiency. At this juncture, even without the System S scanning function, Gao Liming could discern that Yao Ming had developed a fadeaway specialty tailored to his physique. As his skill level improved, during one-on-one sessions with Wang Zhizhi, Yao Ming, with his towering height, continuously employed the spin fadeaway jump shot, maintaining a competitive exchange with Wang. Over the course of more than an hour, the onlookers witnessed Yao Ming's metamorphosis on the offensive front, corroborating Gao Liming's earlier analysis. Once Yao Ming mastered one or two offensive techniques, bolstered by his innate talent, he would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force in the paint. Having acquired new skills, Yao Ming was elated. After concluding his one-on-one with Wang Zhizhi, he eagerly challenged Botter. However, Yao Ming could not withstand Botter's post-up maneuvers. While Botter was unable to reach Yao Ming's fadeaway shot, both were at an impasse. Observing Yao Ming reveling in the competition, Gao Liming instructed Wang Zhizhi to introduce a bit more resistance, as he wanted Yao Ming to understand his own limitations and not become overly complacent. Wang Zhizhi resumed his one-on-one with Yao Ming, gradually intensifying the confrontation, transitioning from a technical approach to a more aggressive style. Faced with Wang Zhizhi's explosive drives and physical play, he repeatedly managed to score, exposing Yao Ming's deficiency in core strength. Yao Ming's height, Botter's strength, and Wang Zhizhi's versatility highlighted the distinct styles of the three young pillars of Chinese basketball. Meanwhile, Lu Wei, who also appeared somewhat inexperienced, led Gao Liming to feel optimistic about the future. After Christmas, life returned to normal for everyone. The Mavericks faced consecutive defeats against the Golden State Warriors and the Seattle Supersonics at the end of December. Many media outlets began to criticize Gao Liming, attributing the team's losses to his detrimental playing style, which consumed too much ball possession. As the team's general manager and head coach, Don Nelson promptly defended his player. Gao Liming is the most diligent and disciplined player I have ever seen. He merely requires time to adjust his form. Our team is willing to wait for him, and we firmly believe he will quickly regain his optimal state. As the core of the team's interior, Wang Zhizhi was drafted higher than Gao Liming and is undoubtedly the most consistently performing player. However, his number of shot attempts is notably lower than that of Gao Liming, which has provided a fertile ground for media outlets with ulterior motives to instigate discord between the two. Wang Zhizhi, as the leader of the team, How do you perceive your teammates' significantly higher number of shot attempts each game? A journalist from ESPN inquired during the post-game press conference. Who told you I am the leader of the team? Wang Zhiji's succinct retort left the ESPN reporter momentarily speechless. Are you suggesting that you acknowledge Gao Liming as the true leader? The journalist pressed on, unwilling to concede. He found it hard to believe that a player of such caliber would willingly assume a supportive role, doubting that any athlete would relinquish the coveted position of team leader. Indeed, we are brothers. Not just now, but always. Gao Liming has been my leader since the day I was born, and no one can dispute that. Wang Zhiji stated emphatically, rendering the reporters at a loss for words. Western journalists, unfamiliar with the nuances of Chinese traditional culture, fail to grasp the essence of brotherhood and familial responsibilities. They perceive immediate gains as the most alluring incentive. Wang Zhiji, you've lost 6 of the last 10 games. As the core of the team, who do you believe should be held accountable for these losses? The reporters, sensing an opening, sought to pivot the conversation. There are numerous factors influencing the outcome of a game. We cannot place the blame on a single individual. If you insist on identifying someone responsible, I would say it is David Stern. The person wielding the highest authority in the league should bear the greatest responsibility, Wang Zhiji replied, skillfully sidestepping the question. Ultimately, when it became apparent that they could not extract valuable insights from Wang Zhiji, the reporters shifted their focus to other team members. Are you interviewing me? Mom. Did you see? I'm on television. I'm about to become a big star, exclaimed Xiao Ao, thrilled at his first press encounter, chasing after the camera. Gao Liming. He is quite frugal, never willing to spend money on drinks and refrains from joining us at bars. His life revolves solely around training. I fear he might overexert himself and collapse one day, remarked Finley, who had attended the breakfast club a few times before giving up. Gao Liming and Wang Zhiji. Both rookies are commendable. The Chinese are exceptionally skilled in health preservation, particularly enjoying foot soaks followed by massages, which are incredibly soothing. However, he has yet to share the contact information of the massage therapist, which irks me, lamented Kevin Willis, the oldest member of the team, nicknamed Evergreen, who places great emphasis on his physical well-being and now relishes foot soaks and massages. Who is the leader? What does that have to do with me? I am merely a substitute, following the coach's directives. I do whatever the coach asks of me, he concluded. Why is it that you do not know whether we have a coach or a general manager? Whether I can secure a contract for the next season hinges entirely upon Coach Don Nelson's disposition. I am obedient and quite economical. Did you hear that? Terry Davis is the sole player remaining from last season's major overhaul. This year marks the final year of his contract, and he is undoubtedly the Dallas Mavericks' quintessential benchwarmer. Unlikely to see playtime even during garbage time. His only asset for remaining on the team is his ability to read the room. I initially intended to extract some juicy tidbits from other players, but instead, I ended up with a plethora of inconsequential information, much to the chagrin of the reporters who redirected their focus onto Gao Liming. Gao Liming, in light of the team's recent lackluster performance as the leader of the squad. What are your thoughts on this? Do you bear any responsibility for the team's dismal results? At the entrance of the arena, Gao Liming found himself besieged by reporters. And like a swarm of flies, they were relentless in their inquiries. How is our team's current record? 17 wins and 10 losses, placing us 5th in the West. The reporters, oblivious to the intentions behind Gao Liming's responses, pressed on. Oh, what was the Mavericks' record last year? 26 wins and 56 losses, second to last in the West. The reporter replied once more. And the year before? Would you argue that our performance this year is lacking? Gao Liming astutely caught the reporter off guard. And without waiting for a response, he proceeded into the training facility. Observing his retreating figure, the questioning journalist suddenly realized the folly of his inquiry. Last season, under the guidance of 3J, the Mavericks recorded a disheartening 26 wins and 56 losses, placing them second to last in the Western Conference. The previous season, they fared marginally better with a record of 36 wins and 46 losses, yet still languished in the 4th to last position. It is precisely due to these years of lackluster performance that the Mavericks underwent a change in ownership and a significant overhaul of the team. Criticizing Gao Liming solely based on the team's record is undoubtedly a poor excuse. Chapter 82. Transformation and Tribute on New Year's Day, a universally celebrated occasion. Gao Liming orchestrated the arrival of Baird, Baidier, Yao Ming, and Lu Wei in Dallas, mirroring the festive spirit of Christmas. Today, in addition to the celebrations appropriate for the holiday, there is joyous news he wishes to share with everyone. Just a few days prior, following a match against the Supersonics. Gao Liming, under the pressure exerted by Peyton, finally mastered the art of the fadeaway shot, signifying his adaptation to the newly adjusted mechanics of his physique. Last night, he immersed himself in a documentary about Michael Jordan's life, absorbing the legendary player's wisdom, which led to a remarkable transformation in his own performance statistics. Gao Liming position: forward guard height, 200 centimeters wingspan, 218 centimeters vertical leap, 102 centimeters physicality, 91 finishing, 91 defense, 91 support. 92 talent: unparalleled Qiongqi, 5, ultimate ball sense, 5. Fiery touch, 4, unmatched fighting spirit, 5, specialization, aerial operations, 3, ultimate offense and defense, 7, supreme fadeaway, 3, ability, 91 potential, 99 physical attributes, strength 91, speed 95, explosiveness 98, stamina 90, stability 90, finishing skills, layup 91, dunk 95, close shot 91, mid-range shot 91, three-point shot 89, defense, man-to-man defense 91, help defense 91, rebounding 90, shot blocking 90, stealing 91, support skills, ball handling 92, drive 91, passing 90, basketball IQ 99, footwork 91. His talent underwent another transformation, morphing into a form akin to the white tiger, adorned with black wings, fierce horns, and eyes burning red with fury. Unparalleled Qiongqi, one of the most fearsome beasts. It obliterates everything in a frenzy. Synthesis formula: colossal strength, robust physique, lively agility, savage hunting. The intermingling of specializations culminated in the formation of one of the strongest specializations: ultimate offense and defense, elevating Gao Liming's abilities to 91, allowing him to finally catch up to Wang Zhizhi. Henceforth, he transcended the limitations of specialization, advancing to a top-tier star characterized by a comprehensive skill set in both offense and defense. As long as he continues to enhance his specialization levels, entrance into the realm of superstars is merely a matter of time. On the morning of New Year's Day, Yao Ming, Lu Wei, and Bader attended the Dallas Mavericks Breakfast Club, where Gao Liming engaged in one-on-one training with Wang Zhizhi. Bolstered by the ultimate offense and defense specialization, Gao Liming executed complex maneuvers with newfound fluidity, shedding the disjointedness of the past. His movements became smoother, his speed increased, and his explosiveness intensified. When he unleashed a breathtaking fadeaway jumper reminiscent of Michael Jordan, onlookers were left in awe. In a span of 1 month, Gao Liming harnessed the capabilities of the system to undergo yet another metamorphosis. To others, his academic prowess and adaptability appeared almost monstrous, extraordinary. After training, Ronnie Wilson administered a new physical assessment for Gao Liming. Gao Liming's physical assessment data: height 200 centimeters, wingspan 218 centimeters, standing reach 279 centimeters, vertical jump from a standstill 102 centimeters, running vertical jump 128 centimeters, weight 103 kilograms, 100 meter sprint time 10.5 seconds, bench press 140 kilograms. Currently, Gao Liming surpasses Jordan in all aspects of physical fitness except for core strength, making him a paragon of perfection. Brother Liming, impressive indeed. It seems we are on the verge of another winning streak. During their one-on-one encounters, Wang Zhizhi also sensed the transformation in Gao Liming. He has begun to grasp the nuances of exertion techniques, yet further training is imperative, particularly in enhancing core strength, where he still has considerable ground to cover. Training requires patience. For now, we seek a resounding victory to silence the incessant critics. Tomorrow, we shall put the Hornets to the test. Haha. To all those who will toil against the Hornets, we appreciate your efforts. Over the past month, due to physical adjustments, I have faced disparagement from numerous media outlets, being labeled as a mere brush or a toxic presence. Now, having endured hardship, Gao Liming intends to offer the Hornets as a sacrifice to cleanse the shame of this period. On January 2, 1997, the Mavericks faced the Hornets on their home turf. The Charlotte Hornets are a remarkably youthful team, established in 1987. In 1991 and 1992, the Hornets fortuitously secured future stars Larry Johnson and Alonzo Mourning in consecutive drafts, complemented by the NBA's shortest player, the 160 centimeters tall Muggsy Bogues. Under the guidance of these three All-Stars, the Hornets swiftly advanced to the playoffs. Unfortunately, this promising trajectory was short-lived as Johnson and Mourning clashed over the hierarchy within the team, disrupting their chemistry. During the 1995-96 season, Mourning embroiled in conflict with the head coach, declined to extend his rookie contract and was subsequently traded to the Heat in exchange for Glenn Rice. Following the conclusion of the 1995-96 season, the Hornets also traded Larry Johnson to the New York Knicks in return for Anthony Mason. This reflects the lament of a small market team, unable to retain its stars. This season, the Lakers traded their starting center, Divac, to the Hornets, forming a starting lineup consisting of center Vlade Divac, 90, power forward Anthony Mason, 89, small forward Glenn Rice, 94, shooting guard Raphael Addison, 72, and point guard Muggsy Bogues, 83. As of now, the team has achieved a record of 16 wins and 13 losses, securing the 6th position in the Eastern Conference. As the game is about to commence, both teams' players begin their warm-ups. Gao Liming, as is his custom, scans the opposing players' abilities. Although the Hornets may lack star power, their overall strength is not to be underestimated. The only relative weakness lies in the shooting guard position, which serves primarily as a defensive specialist. While the bench boasts 2 substitutes rated over 70, the game begins with Wang Zhizhi and Divac jumping for the ball at center court, with Wang easily tapping it to Nash. Employing a fast break strategy, Nash catches the ball and swiftly launches it forward. Gao Liming, positioned just inside the free throw line, takes off and delivers a thunderous two-handed dunk, igniting the crowd with a score of 2-0. Divac inbounds the ball, and Bogues, with remarkable speed, races up the court, utilizing his low center of gravity and quick dribbling to disrupt the Mavericks formation, eventually passing to Glenn Rice beyond the arc. Rice's three-point attempt falls short, and Wang Zhizhi secures the rebound. Wang passes to Nash, who evades Bogues' challenge and delivers a long pass to the advancing Gao Liming. With a dribble, he pivots away from Raphael Addison's defense and scores with a layup, bringing the score to 4-0. The Mavericks thrive on a fast-paced game. This season, they have shown no fear of any opponent, reveling in their preferred rhythm. The Hornets launch another offensive, and rather than forcing his way through, Bogues crosses half-court and passes to Mason, who begins to move without the ball. In this Hornets squad, Mason is undoubtedly a pivotal figure. Like Rodman, he embodies the spirit of a tenacious interior player, yet differs in that Rodman seamlessly merges intellect with agility, while Mason epitomizes toughness and fearlessness. Upon joining the Hornets, Mason infused the team with his grit, becoming a crucial defensive bulwark and, under Coach Cowan's guidance, developed his playmaking abilities. Assuming the role of an unconventional playmaking forward after Bogues' return from injury. In Chapter 83, against the Hornets, Mason holds the ball at a 45-degree angle on the left side, while Glenn Rice positions himself at the left corner. Utilizing a screen from Divac near the free throw line, Rice moves beyond the three-point arc to receive the ball. After drawing Finley into a foul, he earns 3 free throw attempts, converting 2 of them, bringing the score to 4-2. Facing Bogues' interference, Nash crosses half-court and passes to Finley, who is positioned at the three-point line, facilitating a handoff back to Nash while effectively blocking Bogues. Gao Liming positioned himself low on the right side, effectively blocking Raphael Addison. Receiving a pass from Nash, he began to isolate himself with his back to the defender, gauging their defensive stance. Sensing his opponent's positioning near the baseline, he feigned to his left with his shoulder, pivoting on his right foot. With a smooth turn, he leaped backward, utilizing his core strength to maintain balance, and with a delicate flick of his wrist, released the basketball. At the very moment the ball left his hands, Gao Liming felt an instinctive urge to retreat defensively without glancing at the shot. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air, swishing through the net effortlessly. His backward jump shot mirrored that of Jordan. In the recent actions of the Dallas Mavericks number 24, Gao Liming resembled the iconic move of the legendary player. Sources revealed that after last month's game between the Mavericks and the Bulls, Gao Liming sought Jordan's guidance on the intricacies of the backward jumper. In the past month, the Mavericks' performance had waned, primarily due to Gao Liming's persistent attempts at the backward jumper, which led to a significant drop in his shooting percentage and an overabundance of shot attempts. Surprisingly, on this occasion, Gao Liming executed a remarkably sophisticated backward jumper, leaving uncertainty as to whether he had genuinely mastered the technique or if it was merely a fleeting moment of success. The CBS commentators swiftly elucidated the situation for the viewers, suggesting that it was likely a fortunate occurrence. We are all aware of the prowess of Jordan's backward jumper. It is nearly indefensible when one is in peak physical condition. However, apart from Jordan, no one else in the league has mastered this skill. Indeed, no one else has demonstrated proficiency in this technique, underscoring the considerable difficulty of learning it. I find it hard to believe that anyone could master such a skill in just a month. Another commentator voiced a dissenting opinion, and the two engaged in a lively exchange reminiscent of a comedic performance. Little did they know, Gao Liming was indeed exceptional. The Hornets' defensive strategy was clear, as Bogues utilized his agility and robust physique to continually disrupt Nash, preventing the Mavericks from launching fast breaks. Wang Zhizhi established his position low, but Mason quickly engaged him. The two entangled in a struggle where their hand movements grew increasingly vigorous, akin to wrestling, yet the referees remained oblivious to their antics. On the sidelines, Don Nelson, noticing Wang Zhizhi ensnared, promptly directed his players to reposition and transferred the ball to Gao Liming. Gao Liming lived up to expectations, consistently executing single-handed shots against Rafael Edison from a low position. His jump shots proved remarkably effective, hitting 4 out of 5 attempts, leading the Mavericks to an 11-6 advantage over the Hornets. The explosive performance of Gao Liming caught many by surprise, including the Hornets' pregame strategy. In an effort to curtail Gao Liming's offensive prowess, Hornets head coach Dave Cowens adjusted player matchups, assigning Glenn Rice to guard him. Glenn Rice, standing at 203 centimeters and weighing 98 kilograms, is undoubtedly one of the premier shooters currently in the NBA, boasting an impressive average of 47.7 in two-point shooting and 47 in three-point shooting, an unparalleled statistic this season. Although Rice ranks among the top small forwards in scoring this season, his shorter wingspan and smaller hands render him merely adequate in ball handling and defensive maneuvers. Faced with Rice's defense, Gao Liming felt a surge of excitement. With the ball held in one hand on the wing, reminiscent of Jordan, his teammates instinctively spaced out, aware that Gao was about to showcase his skills. He feigned a move behind Rice, who instinctively followed the ball, only to be deceived by Gao's sudden change of direction. With a low shoulder dip, Gao exploded past Rice in just 2 steps and soared into the paint for a thunderous dunk. The crowd erupted with exclamations of awe, evoking memories of the Bulls' airborne legend. CBS commentators exuberantly shouted in response, "Oh my wow." That moment instantly reminded me of the flying man from the Bulls. Not only has the Mavericks number 24 mastered the fadeaway jumper, but he has also adopted your signature drive, Jordan. The only thing left is for him to stick out his tongue during the dunk. Meanwhile, in Chicago, Jordan was engaged in strength training. "Jordan, come quick and see. Your Mavericks apprentice has even copied your drive," Pippen exclaimed, pointing at the television, drawing the attention of other players in the gym as highlights of Gao Liming's spectacular plays aired, including several fadeaway jumpers and that recent drive. "Your disciple is growing remarkably fast, Jordan. In just a month, he has already grasped the fadeaway and the drive. Who knows? He might even use your moves to defeat you in the finals someday." "That's nonsense. He first needs to ensure he can make it to the playoffs," Jordan retorted. "Get back to training. Let us not forget our goal this year is to defend our title." Under Jordan's imposing presence, the Bulls players dutifully returned to their demanding training regimen. On the court, the Hornets found themselves increasingly at a disadvantage due to Gao Liming's breakout performance. Even with Glenn Rice's defensive efforts, he could not contain Gao's scoring. Coach Dave Cowens was compelled to have Mason assist in double-teaming Gao, which consequently allowed Wang Zhizhi to start his own scoring spree. Gao Liming, confronted by double coverage, swiftly passed the ball to Wang Zhizhi, relinquishing possession and freeing himself from Mason's entanglement. Wang Zhizhi then showcased to the Hornets' interior players the prowess of a versatile small forward standing at 213 centimeters. Positioned between the three-point line and the free-throw line, Wang Zhizhi received the pass and had an array of techniques at his disposal to outmaneuver Mason. He executed pull-up jump shots, deftly changed direction to drive to the basket for emphatic dunks, and employed his back-to-the-basket strength followed by an exaggerated, oversized fadeaway jumper. Each time Mason witnessed Wang Zhizhi score, a flicker of resignation would cross his eyes, for the physical disparity was not something that mere training could bridge. However, Mason swiftly recalibrated his mindset, urging his teammates to engage in the offensive push. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 27-18. With the Mavericks holding a 9-point lead over the Hornets, Gao Liming scored 10 points, along with 3 assists and 1 steal in the first quarter, showcasing a return to form. Wang Zhizhi contributed with 11 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block, demonstrating his versatility. On the Hornets side, Glenn Rice netted 10 points, shooting 2 of 3 from beyond the arc and 2 of 5 from inside. During the break, the Mavericks appeared relaxed, Don Nelson, upon witnessing Gao Liming's Jordan-esque fadeaway jump shots at the start, realized that the team's primary core had navigated through the most challenging phase. and the Mavericks were poised to unleash a youthful tempest in the NBA once again, reminiscent of the season's inception. The Hornets, however, remained relatively subdued. No one anticipated that the previously underperforming Gao Liming would suddenly erupt in this match. Observing the players' despondency, Dave Cowens felt a twinge of guilt. He had underestimated Gao Liming, believing he would, like many rookies, struggle against the notorious rookie wall for an extended period. Little did he expect that the young player would breach that wall in just a month. All right, everyone, lift your heads. The game is far from over. An NBA season consists of 82 games, and no one can predict when a player might unexpectedly shine. This is not your fault. There are still 3 quarters left. It is unreasonable to expect one player to dominate an entire game. We have time to showcase our skills and demonstrate that we are not to be trifled with. The art of motivational speaking is an essential skill for every coach, and as Cowens dispensed his encouragement, the Hornets' morale gradually revived. In the second quarter, while Wang Zhizhi rested, a lineup of Willis, Marshall, Finley, Gao Liming, and Nash took to the court. Dale Curry, 79, substituted for Raphael Addison, and Anthony Goldwire, 70, replaced Gacy Bogues. In Chapter 84, facing Mason's defense, Gao Liming opted against a direct confrontation with the formidable opponent and promptly called for a pick from Willis. Utilizing the screen, he executed a low-driven penetration, advancing into the paint. Confronted by Divac's help defense, he performed a scoop layup, scoring to make it 29-18. Softy, why are you avoiding me? Have the guts to go one-on-one. Mason shouted, frustrated by Gao Liming's evasiveness. As a guard, why would I engage in a tussle with an interior player like you? Are you out of your mind? Jordan dared to take me on. Your actions only acknowledge that you fall short in comparison to him. You're just a coward. That's rich coming from you. Look at Jordan's salary compared to mine. Why would a rookie like me compare myself to a guy with 4 championship rings? Am I losing my mind? Or are you the one who's delusional? As the two players engaged in a back-and-forth exchange while maneuvering, the Hornets' offense was once again entrusted to Glenn Rice, who adeptly utilized multiple screens to secure an open shot, sinking a three-pointer to bring the score to 29-21. In the second quarter, the Mavericks roster appeared inferior to that of the Hornets. However, they were not significantly outmatched. In response to such a lineup, the Mavericks opted for relentless running, their players sprinting without regard for fatigue. Knowing their bench was sufficiently deep to rotate in fresh legs when necessary, a luxury the Hornets, and indeed most teams in the NBA, could hardly claim. In this scenario, Nash thrived, as running was his forte. He excelled at finding suitable routes amidst the chaos, delivering the ball to his teammates with precision. He felt that this frenetic style of play was tailored to his strengths. The only source of frustration was the opposing Bogues, who, despite his height, possessed greater speed and strength, significantly disrupting Nash's dribbling. During the second quarter, the Mavericks seemingly relinquished their defensive strategy, much to the delight of the spectators. Though the commentators were less impressed, the adage offense wins fans, defense wins championships aptly describes the current state of NBA basketball. A formidable defense, characterized by relentless battles in the paint, is the hallmark of a strong team. While fast breaks and long-range shots serve merely as embellishments rather than the core strategy, failure to recognize this results in a lackluster performance. Despite the commentators' skepticism, the fans reveled in the spectacle, as Gao Liming,